In the ruins tens of meters deep, the boss of the Tianshan Club, who was being crushed and dragged by a huge force, roared, trying to struggle out. However, under the blockade of space, he was like being stuck in a quagmire. A hand pressed down fiercely, ruthlessly suppressing him, without anyone else noticing. A number above the head of the Tianshan Club boss was decreasing rapidly. Ah! Feeling an inexplicable and unprecedented humiliation, the Tianshan Club boss roared like a beast. He no longer had the calmness of a cat catching a mouse. Nor did he have the leisure and ease he had when dealing with Shuo Wenjing. At this moment, his eyes were full of bloodshot. A strong murderous intent surged wildly. If eyes could kill, then the man standing in front of him, who was ruthlessly suppressing him, had been killed by his eyes. Get out of here! Blood surged. The block space began to loosen at this moment. For a powerful awakener like him, who was a 6th-level extraordinary person, he was not a waste who just ate and ate. He used a secret method. He finally bought himself a second. It was in this crucial second. The boss of the Tianshan Club once again exerted his strongest strength in his life. He swung his left hand back, twisted half of his body, and a huge force was transmitted from the tailbone to his right hand instantly. In an instant, his 5 fingers became claws, and he thrust towards Pei Jinya face regardless. This scene was exactly the same as how Shuo Wenjing dealt with him back then. Pei Jinya had no intention of dodging. Although the sealed space was broken, it did not mean that he had no way out. Thunder suddenly sounded in the narrow space. The moment the purple thunder rolled, the boss of the Tianshan Club almost popped his eyes out of his head. Leader, Domain! You are level 7. At this moment, his heart fell to the bottom. However, what responded to him was Pei Jinya dragging his body. And then a swift knee strike. Bang! The right hand that was thrown away was like hitting an extremely hard copper wall. It hurt so much. It hurt so much. With his 6th-level extraordinary strength, let alone a copper wall, even a physical body could be smashed with one palm. But now, it was him who was in pain. Moreover, the extremely violent shock force directly fractured the bone of his right hand, and a severe pain that was enough to make a 5th-level extraordinary person fainted came fiercely. This almost made him faint. But at this moment, he didn't care about anything. He kicked the wall behind him, and used his legs to push Pei Jinya away. Roar! He shouted. He blasted with great force. However, what surprised the boss of Tianshan Hui was that Pei Jinya stood there motionless. This. How could it be possible? Who are you? He shouted at the top of his lungs, but his spine was shaking at an incredible speed, and suddenly arched up, and the whole person turned into a black shadow and rushed over. However, at this moment, Pei Jinya stretched out a finger. He used his domain directly and neatly. The raging thunder hammer. The threatening hammer condensed from endless thunder, blasted towards the boss of the Tianshan Club. Almost instantly, the boss of the Tianshan Club stopped. Immediately afterwards, a despairing and awe-inspiring roar came from the depths of the dark ruins. Crash! The debris on the wall was knocked away by a figure, and blood splattered all over the ground. It was the boss of the Tianshan Club. He was covered in blood. His skin and flesh were torn, and there were even several deep wounds on his shoulders, which looked extremely tragic. The bloody smell in the air was extremely unusual, like mustard, and his blood also had a different luster from that of ordinary people. Interesting. Pei Jinya wounds were also recovering. The opponent's strength was stronger than the ants in his eyes. He had to admit that this suddenly born president of the Tianshan Club has extraordinary strength. But unfortunately, he met Pei Jinya, who could not be treated with common sense. Wait! Seeing Pei Jinya about to take action, the Tianshan Club boss, who was coughing up blood, could not help but say first, "Maybe we can talk. Do you know my identity?" "I know." The Tianshan Club boss was stunned. He did not expect Pei Jinya to have such a nonchalant tone, and he did not expect him to hesitate, directly attack. Under the terrifying scene of bricks and stones collapsing, Pei Jinya's silent iron fist has already hit down. At the same time, Pei Jinya's cold and ruthless voice also came. Just a dead man who claims to be a god. 30 meters away. In the ruins, the shaved young man dragged his already broken body, came to the Gatling man, and hurriedly fed him a red pill. There was a constant vibration sound coming from the pit behind him. He was a little frightened when he heard it. Bang! 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 Across from her, Shuo Wenjing barely held up her body. Under the vicious and overbearing force of the Tianshan Hui boss, Half of her body had lost consciousness. Sister Jing? The voice of the young man with a crew cut rang out. Are you okay? I won't die. Shuo Wenjing coughed up a mouthful of blood and took out a medicine bottle with her left hand, which had been cut open, and stuffed it into her mouth without caring and ate it whole. Is Tieshua still alive? He hanging on for a breath. The crew-haired young man looked reluctant. That bastard is too cruel. Supernormal level 6, this kind of person should be reported. Check the database. Shuo Wenjing looked up at the entrance of the ruins, seemingly ready to move. But she knew that if she went in now, she would only die. But she still frowned. So the person who suddenly appeared just now was, which senior from the Federation? Asked King Zhouwen. Where is the supporting team from? I asked. And they said they are on the way, and will arrive in a minute. The young man with a crew cut was stunned after he finished speaking. Shuo Wenjing also raised his eyebrows slightly. Not here yet? Who is the person in there? At this moment, the rumbling sound suddenly stopped. Under the dim moonlight, under the gaze of the three people, the entrance to the ruins was like a giant monster that had awakened. The three people couldn't help but hold their breath. After a while, the young man with a buzz cut changed his face slightly, turned his head quickly and looked, lowered his voice, and said anxiously, Something is wrong. Sister Jing. I can see it. Shuo Wenjing stood up decisively. The wound was bleeding again. She didn't even utter a groan of pain. She stood up and gave herself another injection to seal the wound. The pain in her body was immediately reduced a lot. But this scene still made the young man, with a buzz cut, feel like his own flesh was being torn. Shuo Wenjing stretched out her hand to grab the entrance of the ruins. She left her bloody palm print on the wall, and said without turning her head, You stay here and wait for support. I go in and take a look. Sister Jing, the young man, with a crew cut, just shouted. Shuo Wenjing had already rushed in. There was a noise again in the ruins. The young man with a crew cut looked pale, as if every vibration of the sound fell on his heart. Sister Jing, please don't be in trouble. The sound of a large army support came from the outside. A figure rushed into the hall. The voice came from far away. I am Su Baichen from the military. I have been ordered to come to support. General Su here. Help. The crew cut youth shouted shamelessly. A figure rushed in. The sword intent on his body was more domineering than Shuo Wenjing. Where are the others? Our captain chased after them. He is the boss of the Tianshan Society. He is a 6th-level extraordinary person. Take them away. After hearing this, Su Baichen quickly rushed into the ruins. A large number of fully armed soldiers appeared and began to rescue. The crew-haired youth and the Gatli strongman were both lifted onto the support and then transported away. Sister Jing. Don't forget our captain, Sister Jing. She is still injured. Shuo Wenjing looked at the battle scene in the ruins that had been beaten into powder. Even she felt her scalp tingling. It was because she had fought with the boss of the Tianshan Society that she knew how strong the other party was. Especially since the other party treated her like a cat catching a mouse. Otherwise, with the current battle situation, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to hold on until now. But who won? There was a noise behind him. Shuo Wenjing was alert immediately. It me. Su Baichen knew Shuo Wenjing, looking at her blood, frowned, took off his coat, and handed it to her. Did he run away? Probably. Shuo Wenjing didn't take the coat, shook her head and said, There is a third person at the scene, but his identity is still uncertain. Black eating black? Su Baichen raised his eyebrows and looked over. He clearly remembered that there was only one support from the headquarters. Not sure. Shuo Wenjing shook her head and said, If he hadn't appeared, we might have all died in the hands of that person from the Tianshan Society. Su Baichen heard this, raised his head and looked over, said nothing, turned around and said, Go back first, preserve the scene, someone from the appraisal department will do it. I have ordered this place to be blocked. No matter who it is, the truth will be revealed. Yes. At this moment, the communicator on Su Baichen's shoulder rang. General, the database cannot be opened. Where are the people from the information department? Su Baichen said indifferently. They are still on the way. Get it as soon as possible. We need to get the information inside. Yes. Su Baichen looked at Shuo Wenjing and wanted to reach out to support her, but was dodged. I can walk by myself. Su Baichen said nothing and followed behind silently. Noticing the lines of blood on the wall, the tip of her eyebrow raised involuntarily. Just as the group was about to leave, Shuo Wenjing heard someone from the information department say nervously through Su Baichen communicator, General, all programs are entering the self-destruct state. Run away quickly. There are only 3 minutes left. The self-destruct device will be activated here. Su Baichen's expression froze. Not long after everyone evacuated the institute, a loud noise was heard. Su Baichen looked at the flames hundreds of meters high with a grim face. Too arrogant. Investigate. Must investigate. Zhou Wenjing retracted her gaze. The blockade has lasted for more than 10 minutes. The place is so small. Whether it is the mysterious man, or the boss of the Tianshan Society, they should have been detected. Why is there no news yet? Could they have run far away? She looked at Su Baichen. Su Baichen's face had completely darkened at this moment. Absolutely impossible. On the cloud ship leaving Dongguo, Pei Jinye changed his identity again. At this moment, he had already left Beijing City. But thinking that the airspace over Dongguo was banned at this time, he simply changed his identity and ran to the next city. No one could have imagined that, just now, in the horrific explosion in Beijing City he, a seemingly low-key passerby, was an important participant. And he was the biggest winner who took away all the information. He found a hotel to stay. Room 1401, it was pitch black. Sporadic lights fell outside the window. Pei Jinye lay on the bed and reviewed what happened today. Originally, he had no grudges against the Heavenly God Society. As a result, these people knew the fact that he had S-level potential, so they naturally targeted him, and were naturally hunted by Pei Jinye. The two guardians and the boss of the Heavenly God Society all died in his hands. Swipe out the attribute panel. New Extraordinary Gene 1. Weapon sword 32 pieces missing to synthesize to LV6. New Extraordinary Gene 2. Blood Demon Shield increased the degree of blood control. Shield defense plus 150%. New Extraordinary Gene 3. Blood Demon Golden Shield greater control over blood. Shield defense plus. Absorb. The attribute panel quickly updated. Blood Demon Shield is the extraordinary gene of the Black Robe Guardian. Blood Demon Golden Shield is the extraordinary gene of the boss of the God Club. After taking away the other party memory, I realized that the so-called God was just a bug from outer space that the other party used. What surprised Pei Jinye was that it was a golden bug that looked like a caterpillar, but it could analyze the extraordinary gene sequence of humans. It was precisely because of this that Pei Jinye did not kill it. Pei Jinye stretched out his hand. There was a transparent reagent bottle in his hand. In this ice reagent bottle, a golden bug about 7 centimeters long was curled up quietly at this moment, and was in a state of hibernation. According to the memory of the boss of the Tianshan Society, the extraordinary genes of him and the Black Robe Guardian were all due to this golden bug. The boss of the Tianshan Club accidentally obtained the fossil of this golden bug from the deep sea. He thought it was just an ordinary craftwork, but he happened to witness its rebirth in the laboratory. Since then, he has been obsessed with it. The steps to obtain extraordinary gene sequences are actually very simple. Extract the target bone marrow and provide it to the golden bug, which will edit the sequence fragments. So far, the golden bug has recombined and edited 2 extraordinary gene sequences. The third extraordinary gene sequence is still being accumulated. Originally, according to the intention of the boss of the Heavenly God Association, this third edited and reorganized extraordinary gene will be left to Lin Hailang. But who could have thought that he would provoke the big devil Pei Jinye? After more than a year of planning, it ended up in vain. At this time, the flame god coffin suddenly vibrated, conveyed a thought. Eat, I want to eat it. What to eat late at night? I'm not afraid of getting an upset stomach. Sleep. Sleep quickly. Pei Jinye took the golden bug away with a flip of his hand, turned sideways and pretended to sleep. But the flame god coffin was still vibrating. Pei Jinye had no choice but to open his eyes, and said seriously, "What good will it do me to eat it?" The flame god coffin seemed to have crashed, and it didn't react for a long time. Pei Jinye didn't want to take it out. After all, this little bug can edit and reorganize extraordinary gene sequences. Perhaps he could use the accumulation of extraordinary genes to open the life valve of his physical body in advance. However, this flame god coffin was not small in origin. If swallowing this little bug could bring him more benefits, he would not mind handing over the little bug. But it was a pity. The flame god coffin could not give him the answer he wanted. For now, this little thing is very useful to me, so I can't give it to you first, Pei Jinye said seriously. The flame god coffin finally stopped shaking. It completely obeyed Pei Jinye's will. Don't leave in a hurry. How long will it take to enter the other world next time? Pei Jinye saw that the flame god coffin was about to escape, so he asked. The flame god coffin was silent for a long time, before conveying new information. You need to wait for you to accumulate energy. You can tell me if you need anything. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows and asked. If he remembered correctly, he had specially gone to the Dragon Valley of Shizhou to absorb all the energy. I didn't expect it to be used up so quickly. He thought he could survive a few more times of crossing. But it is understandable if you think about it. In the past, Pei Jinya always let the Flame God Coffin lead him to travel, which can be regarded as an economical mode of travel. Going to the Yaoguang ancient country was his instruction, so it is naturally impossible to take an economical and practical approach. The Flame God Coffin conveyed the message again. Something containing the power of heaven and earth is needed. Hearing it say this, Pei Jinya immediately took out the little bug in a strange way. This thing contains the power of heaven and earth. However, the level of the Flame God Coffin is too high, even the self-proclaimed God. The star beast can't be seen through, with its cognition. Pei Jinya naturally won't doubt it. The golden bug he is holding in his hand at the moment is also a star beast, but compared with that big guy, it seems a little small. After the Flame God Coffin disappeared, Pei Jinya stared at the golden bug in the glass reagent bottle. It looked silly and cute, maintaining a hibernating posture. It doesn't seem to have any killing power. According to the memory of the boss of the Tianshan Club, this little guy has been for more than a year. The awakened state is very rare. Even after awakening, he is only editing the extraordinary gene sequence seriously, working tirelessly and without complaint. This little thing is really a natural worker. Pei Jinya put away the golden bug. He took out the spiritual fruit and began to replenish the thousands of attribute points he had consumed. It must be said that fighting with 2 extraordinary 5th level and 1 extraordinary 6th level in a row, and swallowing them one after another, consumed him a lot. But everything is worth it. The little golden bug would wake up once a month. And after waking up, it would work on editing without sleep, until it succeeded, and then it would fall into a coma again. Pei Jinya fell into thought. He needed to focus on the extraordinary genes of the physical body. At that time, he only needed to hand over the relevant genes to the little golden bug for editing and optimization. As for what he could get, that was unknown. That means, in addition to the attribute light ball, I now have another opportunity to obtain extraordinary genes. I've made a lot of money coming to Dong'o. Pei Jinya could hardly hide his smile. There were still 3 days before the golden bug woke up. 3 days. Let me think about how to prepare for these 3 days. That night, Pei Jinya gave the latest instructions to the Shindu Foundation and Feng Jiao at the same time. Target: extraordinary genes related to physical skills. Come quickly. Before dawn, Pei Jinya left his residence. But he did not leave Dong'o immediately. The wind leaves a trace, the wild geese pluck feathers. Since he was here, Pei Jinya went to the local black market for a walk. The gangs that I don't like are directly destroyed, and the ones that I like are taken in. After a while, Pei Jinya was reluctant to leave. If it weren't for the fact that the commotion was so big at the end, and even the local military was alarmed, Pei Jinya conservatively estimated that it would be more than just swallowing 122 extraordinary genes. On the cloud ship, Pei Jinya, who was dozing, pulled out the attribute panel. New extraordinary gene, Body King Kong LV5. New extraordinary gene, Strength Manchon LV4. Synthesize LV4 extraordinary gene. 27 identical extraordinary genes are needed. To synthesize LV5 extraordinary gene, 91 identical extraordinary genes are needed. And synthesizing a LV6 extraordinary gene is even more terrifying, requiring a full 273 identical extraordinary genes. Thanks to Dong'o old friend for the warmth. Although the LV6 extraordinary gene was not successfully synthesized, another LV5 extraordinary gene was added, and it was a physical skill type. The effect of strengthening the body was extremely strong. The blood and physical strength brought by it increased the upper limit by nearly 3,000 points. Pei Jinya tasted the sweetness of devouring. However, because of this killing spree, it attracted the vigilance of Dong'o. There are still many good people in this world, otherwise why did only more than 100 people die after killing for so long? Pei Jinya changed cities. Like a hungry wolf pounced into a flock of sheep. Little cubs in Anliang City, kneel down and repent. White Whale City. In the ward, Shuo Wenjing saw the person coming. After a quick glance, he looked away and said, 10 hours have passed. And there is still no news? Su Baichen said calmly. The identity of the mastermind behind the Tianshan Society has been found out. Liang Tahai, who once worked at the Tianshan International Research Institute, was expelled 3 years ago for corruption and disappeared. Liang Taohai? Was he a 6th-level extraordinary person before? How could such a person be expelled? Shuo Wenjing looked up. It has been verified, he was only a 2nd-level spiritual master before. Su Beichen looked over and said. Shuo Wenjing's expression changed slightly. She didn't say anything. She just looked up. Su Beichen met her gaze and nodded solemnly. Yes, just as you thought, in just 3 years. He transformed from a 2nd-level spiritual master to a 6th-level physical master. This is very intriguing. 3 years ago, how old was he? 18? Shuo Wenjing found it hard to imagine such a speed of promotion. No, he was already 28 3 years ago, which means he broke everyone's established ideas. Not only can he ignore the age limit, but he can really change his job. Su Beichen took a deep breath and said. His. Shuo Wenjing was shocked. What kind of shocking secret does Liang Taohai have? Su Beichen looked over and said in a deep voice. So the higher-ups have ordered that. He must be found. And the mysterious man who appeared last night. Isn't he one of us? Shuo Wenjing's expression became a little strange. She remembered it very clearly. If it weren't for the appearance of that mysterious man, the 3 of them would have died there last night. No, Su Beichen said firmly. Are you so sure? Shuo Wenjing looked over. Su Beichen nodded. This matter has been taken over by the headquarters Xinghuan. It is clear that the other party is not one of our people. The judgment office sent a 7th-level envoy, and detected the presence of domain power at the scene. Level 7? Shuo Wenjing couldn't sit still. That man was actually level 7. No wonder. She understood why he could crush the boss of the God Society. But who is he? Su Beichen suddenly looked at the incoming call message, and stood up and said, Let's not talk about it. They're a big mess next door. A mysterious creature came out of nowhere, and is killing people everywhere. 200 people have died so far. And the number is still increasing. He sighed. Dongo. I'm afraid it's going to be a mess too. Is it serious? Shuo Wenjing was lying on the hospital bed. She noticed that Su Beichen's face suddenly changed. And her heart sank. Su Beichen withdrew his gaze from the communicator and looked at him solemnly. Just got the news that there was an explosion in Baiju City. The explosion was equivalent to 30 tons of TNT. Who did it? We haven't found the other party information yet. And this incident reveals some strange things. For example, the previous Rhone City. Now the Baiju City. It took no more than 10 minutes. And the headquarters didn't even detect any fluctuations. Do you suspect it was a revenge from the God of Heaven? I'm afraid so. Su Beichen frowned. Since the God of Heaven was eliminated by them. Such things have happened one after another. He has reason to suspect that Liang Taohai has fled Beijing City. And their base is not only in Beijing City. Otherwise it would be impossible to plan such a thing in such a short time. What did King Wanzhou say? Has the identity been confirmed? Shuo Wenjing also frowned. If all this is the revenge of the Heavenly God Society, then can it be understood that Liang Taohai, the boss of the Heavenly God Society, is not actually dead? So is the senior who stood up last night already. Shuo Wenjing's heart sank. To be honest, although she had never met that person, if something unexpected really happened, she would still feel a little guilty. Buzz buzz. At this moment, Su Beichen's personal communicator on his shoulder suddenly vibrated. Shuo Wenjing looked up, waiting. Su Beichen looked down, and his face changed slightly after a moment. What happened? Liang Taohai was photographed. He is not dead. Shuo Wenjing took a deep breath. Liang Taohai is not dead. Is the news confirmed? It has been confirmed. And it was near the explosion site. It can be basically confirmed that this series of explosions are related to the Tianshan Society, but Su Beichen was silent for a while when he said this. But what? Shuo Wenjing looked at him in confusion. Those who were killed by the Tianshan Society were all gang members. There may be something we don't know. Su Beichen frowned. Shuo Wenjing couldn't figure out the reason. Little did he know that at this moment, the whole Dong'o was in chaos, so much so that Xinghuan was alarmed and began to block the whole Dong'o. The number of casualties in the 5 explosions has not been determined, however. The loss of federal property has reached billions. Especially this happened at the federal headquarters. This is nothing short of a great shame for those high-level officials. Dongzhou conducted a thorough investigation for 3 days and 3 nights. I don't know how many organizations were eliminated. However, the Tianshan Society seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. No matter how hard the arbitration office, the investigation team, and the military department dug, they just couldn't find Liang Taohai. Has he left Dong-O with other members of the Tianshan Society? Shuo Wenjing looked through the intelligence in his hand and frowned. 3 days had passed. The number of rebels they had captured and killed on the spot had exceeded 100. But there were no members of the Heavenly God Society among them. It is impossible for people to disappear for no reason, especially when the headquarters has been taken over. Su Baichen narrowed his eyes and said, "They must still be in Dong-O. And they may even be right under our noses. We have already investigated thoroughly for 3 days. How else can we investigate?" Shuo Wenjing's tone was also full of fatigue. She was supposed to take sick leave. But because of this sudden situation, she had to go to work despite being ill. Now she looked much more haggard. Su Baichen was indifferent. "We must investigate. Even if I have to dig 3 feet underground, I will find them all." At the same time, in a dark alley somewhere, countless information flashed in front of Pei Jinya. Synthesize Wisdom 5 Senses LV2, yes/no? Yes. Synthesize Wisdom 5 Senses LV3, yes/no? Yes. Synthesize Body Strong Fist LV5, yes/no? Yes. Synthesize Spirit Shadow LV5, yes/no? Yes. Synthesize Device Firearm LV5, yes/no? Yes. Unconsciously, the extraordinary genes on Pei Jinya attribute panel have been upgraded again. Dong-O Yixing brought him 7 LV5 extraordinary genes, 8 LV4 super genes. Unfortunately, the LV6 super genes have not been synthesized yet. 273 identical super genes can truly synthesize LV6 super genes. Pull out the attribute panel. After 3 days of hunting, there are 3 super genes with the best chance of being synthesized and advanced to LV6. The first is Weapon Sword. Currently, there are 7 LV1 Weapon Sword super genes missing. The second is Body King Kong. Currently, there are 9 missing. The third one is the Elemental Master. There are still 15 pieces left. The current combat power increase has reached a terrifying 300 times. Back then, the combat power increase brought by the Elemental Master was barely 100 times. Now it is a qualitative change. If it were not for opening the life valve of the physical body as soon as possible, and raising his own life level, he would be more interested in the advancement of the Elemental Master. He directly hit the full 300-fold increase. What does this mean? It means that if the opponent can't restrain him, he can only wait for death. Although the amplification was limited to elements, Pei Jinya was still very satisfied. If it was synthesized to the 6th level, it was hard to imagine how powerful he would be by then. A sound of breaking through the air came from behind. A man with a sharp sword intent rushed over with a ferocious face. "Hand over the seal of the Golden Wing Society, and I can spare your life." Pei Jinya looked at him. He stretched out his hand while shielding the space. Boom! The strong wind instantly enveloped it. The man's face changed in shock. "Did you find the wrong person?" He followed the nematode to find the seal of the Golden Wing Society, and then he found Pei Jinya. It stands to reason that you shouldn't find the wrong person. But a swordsman suddenly turned into an elementalist. A strange feeling came into the man's mind. There was no doubt. A fierce sword sounded from his waist. He drew his sword and slashed at the enveloping strong wind. But what he didn't expect was that the swordsmanship he had learned all his life couldn't destroy the strong wind. When he was in doubt, the space in front of him, which was covered by the strong wind, suddenly felt cool. The burst of cold current blew up the hair on his forehead without warning, and the shaking robe quickly spread countless traces of frost. How is it possible? The wind element can also transform into the ice element? The extraordinary gene can also undergo chemical reactions? The man didn't understand, but was shocked. Before he could use the second sword, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. Fuck! Where did this thunderbolt come from? The man's vision went black immediately after he had the last thought. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand, pressed in front of the man who had turned into an ice sculpture, reached out and pressed. The ice disintegrated. Enter the dream. The 2 words fell silently, and immediately deprived the man of his extraordinary power. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. The Golden Wing Society was indeed destroyed by him. However, he had personally wiped out too many gangs in the past few days, so he did not have much impression of the Golden Wing Society. If it were not for the memory of the 6th level swordsman, he would probably have forgotten that he had snatched a seal from the Golden Wing Society that could enhance physical defense. It was a triangular red flag, and the pattern on it looked like an unknown totem. With Pei Jinya's current knowledge, he couldn't even find out where this totem that looked like a ball of thread came from. The Golden Wing Society was also the only gang organization that secretly kept sealed objects among so many organizations. If it weren't for the extremely strict control system of the Federation on sealed objects, Peijia would probably have obtained more than just this few sealed objects along the way. Swish! A red light wave flashed in the air, as if it had swept across thousands of miles. Peijia sat in a coffee shop on the corner of the street, holding a cup of hot coffee in his hand. He raised his head slowly. There were whispers of heated discussions around him. How many times has this happened? The 13th time. Right? Is this air defense shield useful? Who knows? I'm used to it. But this time, the Lansha Society, which has been entrenched in our Pungan city for many years, has finally died out. This gang has been doing evil for so many years, and the Federation has never taken action against them. Now that a group of heroes have finally appeared to punish evil, they actually mobilize such a large scale. I heard that there is more than one Lansha gang, and several gangs nearby have been eliminated. Really? That really great. More than just great. I can't wait to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Shh. Stop talking. The people from the night patrol are here. Peijia pressed a banknote under the teacup. Get up and leave. Just turned into the alley. Suddenly, everything in this alley seemed to have undergone atomic reorganization. The alley turned into a starry sky. Peijia pressed the wind element with both hands, and pulled out 200-meter-high storm dragon kings in the air. In the starry sky vortex opposite, an old man in a white robe looked majestic. The sin of killing is too heavy. Do you know your sin? As soon as the voice fell, roar! Behind Peijia, hundreds of storm dragon kings came with the momentum to crush everything. The old man in white robe was indifferent. All the strong winds that fell in front of him were completely disintegrated. At this moment, under Peijia's gaze, he saw it clearly. The other party extraordinary gene is light reinterpretation. Follow me. Accept the judgment of light. If the god of light finds you guilty, you talk too much nonsense. Before the old man in white robe finished speaking, Peijia had already activated the Mother God Stone. In an instant, thousands of dragon shadows appeared in the entire star sea. Space. Blockade. Elements. Explode. No matter who you are, kill. New extraordinary. Light reinterpretation. Peijia was covered in blood. This was his first time fighting a 9th level extraordinary human. It was also the first time he was injured so seriously. If he had given the other party one more chance to attack, he might have triggered a life and death replay. Although the other party had been killed by him, he had to admit that this was the strongest extraordinary he had ever met. Even the power of the Mother God Stone consumed this time was more than the last time he faced the Star Ring. Peijia also understood it in his heart. Xinghuan is not human after all. It is completely different from the power of the old man in white robes that he encountered this time. It is definitely not comparable to machines. Peijia looked down at the wounds on his body. Under the extraordinary ability of flesh and blood regeneration, these wounds are healing rapidly. The scattered blood was burned up by his fire, leaving no trace at the scene. He was originally wondering how he was discovered. I didn't know until I devoured the other party extraordinary ability. Light reconstruction can reconstruct all materials with light attributes, deconstruct and reconstruct them into any form the caster wants. Coincidentally, the seal that was previously snatched from the Golden Wing Society was left by the old man in white robes. There were traces of his reconstructed items on it, so it was found. This old man is over 80 years old. The president of the Golden Wing Society is his illegitimate son, which means that this old man gave birth to him when he was over 60 years old. TSK, the throne of the God of Light of the Federation headquarters, his private life is quite varied. What more interesting is that the other party desire to avenge his illegitimate son is not as important as taking back the seal. Peijia sneered at this. The old man in white robe didn't want the news of his illegitimate son to spread, so he didn't tell anyone about his search for Peijia. This saved Peijia some trouble. However, all civil servants above the 5th level of extraordinary who work in the Federation will have their life characteristics monitored. This means that the moment this old man died, the Federation headquarters already knew about it. What more? This is a 9th level transcendent giant. It is bound to cause Xinghuan to personally come forward. Peijia has little power left in the God Mother Stone. If there is another old man at the level of the Light God Throne, he can't stand it. Quickly gathering his mind, Peijia dodged and ran away. He never thought he was so awesome. Of course, with a 6th level transcendent cultivation, in a 1v1 situation, personally killed a 9th level extraordinary person. This record was indeed enough to shock the world. Despite this, Pei Jinya was still very careful on his way to Dong'o. He either used the appearance of the boss of the Heavenly God Association, or the appearance of a high-level official of the Holy Alliance to act secretly. The old friend at the Judgment Office provided a unique method to eliminate traces. In addition, the fire of hell can also burn all traces. As long as he is careful when obtaining things from here, no one can catch him. Pei Jinya had just left. In less than 2 breaths, the 10-kilometer area around the place where the Light Throne died was directly blocked by a force. Immediately afterwards, 2 angels of the Judgment House emitting terrifying power descended. He dead? Yes. Report to the headquarters, the body of the Light Throne was not found. The angel on the left, emitting red light, looked around, and when he stretched out his hand, a vortex opened in his palm, and red flying insects as big as fireflies flew out continuously from it. The purple-winged angel on the right pressed the communicator on the headset. After the report, he said with some dissatisfaction, "What is he doing here? There is no record of him going out in the light department. So it means that he went out this time. Sneaked out. Interesting. With the whole city on alert. He still appeared here. What do you think?" The red-winged angel seemed not to like talking, and said coldly, "I can't trace the scene." What? The purple-winged angel seemed to be stunned. Even you can't trace it? There is a seal that blocks the ability of the tracing bugs. The red-winged angel stretched out his hand, and the fireflies that flew out flew back again. Things are getting a little interesting. The purple-winged angel smiled. In the past few days, Dongzhou has become uneasy. The series of incidents have caused dissatisfaction from the higher-ups. I am such a badmouth person. Xinghuan has sent a message and asked us to investigate the matter thoroughly. The red-winged angel did not speak. Look around. Seems to have found something. Walk to one side. Reach out his hand. Red light enveloped the space. Soon, he retracted his hand. The purple-winged angel looked up. What did you find? Not sure, the red-winged angel said coldly. Tell me about it. The purple-winged angel seemed to know his old partner temper of squeezing toothpaste, and did not urge him, but just looked at it quietly after he finished speaking. The red-winged angel hesitated for a moment. The traces at the scene reminded me of our means of handling the scene. He looked over. The purple-winged angel paused, and touched his chin. Don't mention it, it really has that meaning. Report to the headquarters. Do you suspect that it was done by one of our own people? My suspicion is not important. Leave it to Xinghuan to judge. White Whale City. Shuo Wenjing went to the hospital today, and had the steel nails in her arm removed. Sister Jing, are you okay? The crew-haired young man came over and asked. Shuo Wenjing looked at the prosthetic limb on his left arm. I'm fine. How about you? I'm fine. The crew-haired young man grinned, looking optimistic. I've had my eyes on this prosthesis before, but I never had the chance. Now I finally get what I want. Shuo Wenjing was speechless. Buzz. The communicator vibrated. Shuo Wenjing and the crew-haired young man looked at their communicators at the same time. And then the crew-haired young man couldn't help but gasp. Are you kidding? The throne of the God of Light is gone. Isn't he a 9th level rank? He looked at Shuo Wenjing in shock. Shuo Wenjing looked calm and said nothing. Since 3 days ago, the God Society was targeted. Dongzhou seemed to be trapped in some kind of curse, and it was out of control. Sister Jing, I'm scared. Get lost. Shuo Wenjing picked up the bag containing the diagnosis, and said without turning back, go back to the meeting. As soon as she walked out of the hospital, she ran into Su Beichen. What the matter? I found Liang Taohai. Shuo Wenjing face changed. Where? Aurora City. So far? Shuo Wenjing frowned. Aurora City is located in the extreme north of Dongzhou, at least 1,000 kilometers away from White Whale City. The young man with a crew cut next to him couldn't help but ask. It all blocked. Why was he able to break through the blockade and reach Aurora City? Isn't this too outrageous? Su Beichen looked at him, then stared at Shuo Wenjing and said, the intelligence we have received so far is that there is another group of forces suspected of helping in secret. Old God Society? No. Su Beichen shook his head and said, King Zhou captured the traces of the Holy Alliance. Up to 30 people. Not to mention the people hiding in secret. Hiss. The young man with a buzz cut couldn't help but take a breath. Hasn't the Holy Alliance been driven out of Dongzhou before? How come they are back? Damn. Are all the bombings in recent times related to them? Shuo Wenjing also looked at Su Beichen. Su Beichen said coldly, Dongzhou basically agrees with this speculation. They were preparing to join forces with several other departments to conduct another cleanup operation. But it was stopped by the headquarters. Why? The young man with a buzz cut couldn't help but speak. Su Baichen looked over. The young man with a buzz cut immediately smiled awkwardly. He was too anxious. And for a moment, he forgot that the General Su in front of him was more powerful than his boss. Why stop? Shuo Wenjing looked at Su Baichen at this time. It involves top secrets. Su Baichen shook his head. Shuo Wenjing and the young man with a buzz cut beside him saw this, so they didn't say anything. But what kind of top secret operation is it? They couldn't help but wonder in their hearts. But there are too many top secret operations at the headquarters. No one knows what the headquarters is secretly carrying out. But seeing Su Baichen's expression, the young man with a buzz cut didn't dare to say anything else. You go first, I go there myself later. Shuo Wenjing gestured to the young man to go first. Then he looked at Su Baichen. What happened? Something happened to Guangming Division. Su Baichen lowered his voice and said, I got the news. It is suspected that someone inside the arbitration office did it. But it is not clear at the moment. A self-examination will be launched in the next period of time. You and your family. It is best to have less contact. What do you mean? Shuo Wenjing's face suddenly turned cold. Su Baichen's eyes did not evade. Jiangu relationship with the Federation is not very friendly recently. I don't want you to get involved. You worry too much. Shuo Wenjing said expressionlessly. Su Baichen smiled. You don't have to be so hostile to me. Anything else? If not, I leave. Shuo Wenjing made a move to leave. No, be careful during this time. Thank you for your concern. The entire Dongzhou has entered a state of preparation for war. Since killing the old man from the Light Division, Pei Jinya has become low-key. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. He was lying in a city near the harbor in Dongzhou, leaning on a rattan chair, looking at the waves, and harvesting today attribute light ball. Universal Super Gene Fragment +1, he has already cleaned up all the traces that need to be cleaned up, and what he has to do next is to lie dormant and wait for the Federation to lift the blockade of Dongzhou. Buzz buzz. An SMS came from Gu Wudong. Brother Pei. Brother Pei. Have you read the news? Something big happened in Dongzhou. A 9th brother was fucked, Nyopi Glass. A rainstorm swept across the entire Dongzhou. Thunder and lightning. Many people were destined to be unable to sleep tonight. Various rumors were dazzling. And no matter what the outside world said, Pei Jinya sat firmly in the back garden, without any influence, quietly waiting for the unblocking of Dongzhou. In a blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Universal Extraordinary Gene Fragment +1. After the collection was completed, Pei Jinya heard a noise coming from outside. A group of children were playing. He signaled with his eyes that the nearby poisonous snakes and fierce creatures should hide. Don't scare these kids. There was a faint rustling sound in the bushes. The poisonous creatures hid themselves wisely. There was a sound from the top of the wall. A little head was lying on the wall, curiously looking at the flowers and plants in the yard, and then he saw Pei Jinya, who looked like an old grandfather, sitting on a rattan chair and taking a nap. Hee hee. The 7-year-old boy wanted to cover his mouth and laugh. But the friends under him couldn't hold on any longer, and they fell down all at once. Ouch. Fatty. Why didn't you help me? I saw a snake. Snake? Where is it? Hey, it gone. Fatty. Did you do that on purpose? No, I really didn't. Just then, the door not far away was heard opening. A group of little guys immediately fled in all directions with a guilty conscience. But no one noticed. After they left, the door closed again. Buzz. Just then, the flame god coffin suddenly vibrated. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly, talking to himself. It faster than I thought. The moment the coffin was opened, the light burst out. Pei Jinya's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The feeling of being grounded came. Pei Jinya appeared in the room in just a blink of an eye. He immediately changed his modern clothes. The storage pendant itself carried the ancient clothes of this world, and he easily changed into them. He sat cross-legged on the mat, and after practicing some exercises, Pei Jinya pulled out the attribute panel. When he left, the 3 attributes were only 18,000 points, but now they have all exceeded 20,000. It took him 1 or 2 months to increase the attribute value by 3,000 points, but now the time has been greatly shortened. Pei Jinya stood up and walked to the window. He opened the window. The afterglow of the sky fell, and it was about to set in the west. For the people in this world, it was just a moment, but for Pei Jinya, after a long absence, he was no longer the same person as before. In the 10 days after returning to reality, he was either on the road to attacking the body, or on the road to synthesizing extraordinary genes. His strength was increasing day by day. It almost time to open the body. Pagenia stretched out his hand, and the bird hovered in his palm, jumping excitedly, telling all kinds of things. The Liu family is here? Not long after, the Sima family mansion became solemn. Because Jiang Jun brought people to visit the Sima family. Everyone knows the relationship between the Sima family and the Jiang family. The sudden visit from the other party at this moment inevitably aroused people's suspicion. But surprisingly, Jiang Jun came here to propose marriage. As long as you marry me, I will guarantee that your Sima family will have a foothold in Nandu from now on. And I promise to treat you well. Get lost. Even though Sima Monli was dignified and elegant, she was also angered by Jiang Jun's shamelessness at this moment. Seeing her so angry, he was not angry. A pair of eyes stared at the graceful figure opposite. I wish I could eat this woman right now. Sima Monli was a little annoyed by being stared at. Shopkeeper Qian stood in front of her, and stretched out his hand to Jiang Jun and said, Mr. Jiang, I believe you already know what my lady means. Please give it to me. Jiang Jun did not move, and his eyes bypassed Shopkeeper Qian and looked at Sima Monli, looking at the whole Nandu. Except my Jiang family, who else can help you? Business matters. What do those martial arts masters know? You don't expect them to help you. Do you? Don't dream. Before he finished the rest of his words, a figure suddenly rushed in from the door on one side. Little brother. Sima Monli's face changed slightly. The person who broke in was Sima Yingjun. He grabbed his sword in his hand and rushed in aggressively. Followed by Pei Jinya, he stepped over the threshold leisurely. Jiang Jun, if you keep talking nonsense, I will smash your face. Believe it or not. Jiang Jun glanced at him. You are a piece of trash. Do you think I am afraid of you? Sima Yingjun grabbed the sword and stabbed directly. He had been learning from Pei Jinya for half a month. The sword he had cultivated was quite good. He stabbed with a simple sword. Almost at the same time, the faces of several people at the scene changed. Jiang Jun was also startled, and staggered back. A swordsman in exotic clothes behind him attacked instantly. Little brother. Sima Monli didn't know martial arts, so when she saw the scene, she could only hastily warn. It was at this time that Xiao Yuqi made a move. Sima Yingjun's sword broke into 3 pieces, and he staggered back. If Xiao Yuqi hadn't taken action to dissolve a lot of the force, Sima Yingjun would have been injured internally. He was pulled away by Xiao Yuqi, and staggered back to the side. However, someone suddenly held his shoulder, and the force running wild in his body was completely disintegrated. He looked back. It was Pei Jinya. Sir, watch carefully. Pei Jinya gestured. Sima Yingjun looked over subconsciously. Qi Shao of their Sima family was already fighting with the foreign swordsman of the Jiang family. Under bare hands, he actually beat the foreign swordsman back again and again. Hun Yinshan and others had also rushed over with weapons at this time, and they all gasped when they saw the scene. Master Xiao is so strong? I'm afraid he has broken through. Breakthrough? That means, at this moment, Master Xiao, as light as a swallow, slapped the foreign swordsman with both palms, and with great force. He was directly knocked away, and landed in the courtyard 10 meters away. This scene shocked everyone and made them gasp. Grandmaster! Master Xiao has indeed become a grandmaster. Master Xiao is amazing. When Lu Jun saw his men being defeated, his face turned blue and white with anger. He didn't even look at the foreign swordsman. Instead, he frowned and looked at Xiao Yuqi. Have you made a breakthrough? As you can see, Xiao Yuqi put his hands behind his back, looking like a master. Good. Your Sima family is very good. Lu Jun finally said something cruel. Sima Monli, I give you 3 days to consider whether you want to marry into my Jiang family. If you don't agree, when you ask me for help in the future, you will be my concubine. He threw away his sleeves. Let go! The Jiang family left in a large group. Only Sima Monli and her group were left in the hall. Xiao Yuqi turned around and looked. Miss, I have heard about the family affairs, but I believe that with your intelligence, you will definitely be able to help the Jiang family overcome the difficulties. Thank you, Master Xiao, for your help just now, Sima Monli said gratefully. It all my job. Miss, you don't have to be polite, Xiao Yuqi said lightly. Sima Monli looked at the people around, thanked and comforted them, then looked at Sima Yingjun, took him away, and gave him a lecture. After the host left, the worshippers around him congratulated Xiao Yuqi. Hun Yinshan, Master Sun and the other two looked at each other and followed the crowd to congratulate. Xiao Yuqi seemed to have been accustomed to these people's congratulations, and he was not very happy. However, his cold response did not make people feel abrupt or embarrassed. It was at this time Xiao Yuqi turned his head and looked at Pei Jinya. The air around him seemed to become a little subtle. Master Sun was still thinking about what to say when he stepped forward, however. Hun Yinshan grabbed him, and when he looked at him in surprise, he shook his head slightly. He suddenly realized that Master Pei had beaten Master Xiaomin. However, Xiao Yuqi didn't say anything, but nodded to Pei Jinya calmly, and a rare smile seemed to appear on the corner of his mouth. He leapt under the eyes of everyone. Master Pei. Hun Yinshan came to Pei Jinya and clasped his fists in a proper manner. Since the trip to Jiangnan, they were already convinced by Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya nodded casually, which was invisibly different from Xiao Yuqi's cold disdain. Jiang Jun brought people to Sima House to make trouble, which also caused a lot of discussion in Nandu. However, from that day on, Sima Ingjun was confined. However, at night, he still sneaked to Pei Jinya place, carrying 2 pots of wine in his hands. The Jiang family is very aggressive this time, and I don't know if my sister can handle it. Pei Jinya looked at his distressed look. He shook his head slightly without saying anything, while flipping through the ancient book in his hand. Not long after, Sima Ingjun drank himself to the ground. Manager Qian appeared from the side, and bowed to Pei Jinya and said, "Sorry for bothering you." Pei Jinya returned the greeting, and watched Manager Qian take the drunken Sima Ingjun away. When night fell, a drizzle of rain fell. Not long after, a strong wind suddenly arose. The whistling sound of the wind was like a mad demon from the underworld. Sizzle! Lightning flashed across. The thunder of heaven struck the whole sky, incomparably brilliant. It was at this time that Pei Jinya closed the book and extinguished the candle. He flashed and rushed into the sky. He swallowed thousands of thunderbolts, and his endless blood and energy surged like the sea. No one knew. It was on this night Pei Jinya succeeded in breaking through the body and officially entered the realm of Grandmaster. Because they felt humiliated, the Jiang family was aggressive in business. Both families mainly dealt in raw silk, although they did not compete directly. However, the price of raw silk seemed to have been driven up overnight. "Miss, the price of raw silk has already gone up to the sky. Should we follow suit?" the housekeeper asked. To be honest, the thunderstorm last night was enough to make people feel uneasy. As a result, when I woke up, the price of raw silk had been rising for half a day. He never dreamed that there would be a day when life and death would be comparable to the price of gold. "The Sima family won't follow," Sima Monli said firmly. "Some money can be made, but some money cannot be made. Once their Sima family follows, the price of raw silk in Nandu will definitely be driven higher. At that time, not only will people in the lower market not be able to make money, it will also destroy the century-old brand established by their Sima family." The housekeeper saw this. Although he understood this truth, it was a pity. After the housekeeper left, Qian, the shopkeeper, rushed back from outside. "Miss, it has been basically confirmed that the price of raw silk is from the Lu family. Who else could it be except them?" Sima Monli gritted her teeth and said viciously, "The Sima family is now in a situation where the lips and teeth are cold, and she has to be careful with every step she takes. Any wrong step will bring the entire Sima family to ruin. The Jiang family is now aggressive and is determined to annex the Sima family." Mississippi shopkeeper Qian looked over worriedly. "I'm fine." Sima Monli shook her head, indicating that she was fine. At this time, someone came downstairs. "Shopkeeper, the raw silk shipped from the 4 cities in Jiangnan has arrived." Shopkeeper Qian was shocked, and looked at Sima Monli with surprise and said, "With this batch of goods, we have a chance to defeat the Jiang family." "Defeating is a bit difficult, but we can keep them in check for a while." The worry on Sima Monli's face had also dissipated a lot. It seems that she has already thought of a strategy. When shopkeeper Qian saw the young lady like this, he was also slightly relieved. Master Xiao has already entered the ranks of masters. When Sima Monli heard this, she did not show any surprise on her face, but was a little solemn. It much faster than expected. After a pause, she said faintly, "If he wants to leave, then let part ways in peace." "Yes, miss." "Sir." In the courtyard, Sima Ingjun was silent for a while. He said carefully, "Why do I feel that you seem a little different today?" "Sir? What different?" Pei Jinya looked over, asked casually, reached out, and picked up the teapot. Just. Sima Yingjun frowned for a long time, not knowing how to describe it. Drink water. Pei Jinya poured him a glass of water. Wake up first. When Sima Yingjun heard him say that, he immediately smiled bitterly. He had a headache when he got up this morning later. When Fu Rong described himself pretending to be a flying sword with a feather duster, he cried and made a scene, saying that he wanted to kill the Jiang family with a sword, knowing that he had made a big fool of himself last night. Sima Yingjun dared not say anything. He lowered his head and drank the sobering tea honestly. But he couldn't help looking at Pei Jinya. When he looked away, he whispered, "Sir is really different." He couldn't tell where it was different. It was like it was right in front of him. But he couldn't touch it. After closing my eyes, I couldn't find the master. Weird. Too weird. I must be drunk. Sima Yingjun shook his head, muttered to himself, I wanted to stay with Pei Jinya for a while. But as Pei Jinya tested his cultivation, he was defeated. After his self-esteem was hit, Sima Yingjun found an excuse and left quickly. Too bullying woo woo woo. Wait until the door is closed. Pei Jinya shook his head and smiled softly. Then he returned to the room. He took out the small red magic flag and began to practice alone. He opened his eyes in just a moment. Although his body could practice under the blessing of the small magic flag, he still felt a little regretful. Without the dragon fish, his practice progress had obviously become a little slower. Of course, although it was slow, it was much faster than before. However, for someone who was used to the speed of 70 miles per hour, how could he be willing to condescend to 20 miles per hour? Pei Jinya sighed. I want to eat fish. Go, find me where there are dragon fish. After saying that, 2 flying birds outside the window quickly left, disappearing in the wind and sand. Pei Jinya continued to practice cross-legged. It was dusk. There was another heavy rain outside the window. The crackling sound of the rain continued, but it soon weakened, until it disappeared. Throughout the afternoon and into the evening, Sima Yingjun did not appear. It seemed that he wanted to practice well, maybe because he was scared by Pei Jinya blow in the morning, so I didn't dare to come rashly. But with his temper, I guess he will come over to ask for reward as soon as he gets a little reward. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. He put away the small red flag. He stretched out his hand and hooked it. The window opened automatically. Almost at the same time, a blue and white bird landed on the window railing, chirping something. Pei Jinya's eyes suddenly brightened a little. Really? Well done. A ray of spiritual energy fell on the bird. The bird chirped a few times happily, rubbed Pei Jinya's palm happily and flatteringly, then flapped its wings and flew away. Pei Jinya stood up, then disappeared from the spot. Urahai, the leader of the fish dragon gang, had 2 dragon fish in his hands. Boss, I just got the news that the Liu family has left the Liu sword sect and is expected to arrive in Nandu tomorrow. The middle-aged military advisor looked at Urahai and said in a deep voice, the Liu family is already unhappy because of our indifference. I know that. too. Urahai stopped pouring water and looked up calmly. The Jiang family is looking for you again? The middle-aged military advisor bowed and clasped his fists and said, just this afternoon, the Jiang family came and said that if we continue like this, they will not give up the Sima family share. Urahai picked up the teacup and said slowly, wait. The middle-aged housekeeper looked over. He wanted to know what he was waiting for. But Urahai said nothing. The middle-aged military advisor stepped back to say goodbye. By the way, Lao Mo, open one of curry dragon fish. Urahai voice sounded. Yes, gang leader. Wait until the door is closed. Urahai picked up the teacup and took a sip slowly. The moment his lips just touched the tea, the void seemed to tremble. The moment Urahai's face changed in shock, the whole room seemed to be filled with frost, and a hand pressed on his shoulder. Behave yourself, or I beat you to death. Urahai's eyebrows were covered with frost, and his lips were trembling. I don't know if it was because of the cold, or because he was scared. The tea was rippled, but almost instantly, even the tea had become a block of ice. Pei Jinya sat opposite Urahai. Urahai didn't move, and kept drinking tea, but his eyes were raised, and his eyes were about to fall out of their sockets in shock. There was already a storm in his heart. It had been a long time since he last met Pei Jinya. How come his strength became so strong? Could it be that he actually concealed his weakness last time? Urahai's expression changed from shock to astonishment, then to horror, and now to sudden enlightenment. Until now, He finally understood the chuckle that Pei Jinya gave when he heard him mention the Liu sword sect. You are so powerful. However, with all this in front of him, Yu Renhai's voice was already trembling. You are a magician? Pei Jinya sat in front of him. Magician? He chuckled again. This chuckle made Yu Renhai's heart stop beating. He didn't know why, but he felt an inexplicable fear of Pei Jinya's smile. But he had never thought that Pei Jinya was the most mysterious magician in the world. But why was it rumored that he was a swordsman? I don't understand. I don't understand this. But Pei Jinya ignored the ups and downs in his heart. He took out a coin from his hand. Let's make a bet. Senior, what do you want to bet? Yu Renhai's face was frostbitten, and his voice was trembling from the cold. Only your life. Pei Jinya looked at him. The surrounding space was instantly blocked. Yu Renhai was shocked. He didn't even know what to say for a while. Heads you live, tails you die. As Pei Jinya's voice sounded, Yu Renhai's eyes fell on the coin thrown in the air. This is a coin he has never seen before. But at this moment, he can no longer care about these. His eyes followed the coin and finally landed on Pei Jinya's palm. Unfortunately, at the front side. The moment Yu Renhai heard this, his heart suddenly dropped, and he breathed a sigh of relief like a big gasp. Unexpectedly, Pei Jinya said again. Then let's bet again. Still betting? Yu Renhai stuttered. Pei Jinya ignored him. He continued, let's switch this time. Heads you die, tails, you surrender to me. Yu Renhai's face suddenly changed. He cursed in his heart. He said quickly, I surrender. I surrender. I am a very principled person. Let's see the game first. Pei Jinya said seriously. Yu Renhai's sight followed the flying coin again, and then fell. What a pity, tails. As Pei Jinya said this, the frost around him disintegrated. Yu Renhai finally regained his freedom. The air was stagnant for a moment. He knelt on one knee towards Pei Jinya. I, Yu Renhai, am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Are you willing? Pei Jinya looked over. Yu Renhai smiled bitterly and said, if I had known that you had such means earlier, why would I have been making things difficult for the Sima family? I am convinced. But you don't know that the people from the US sword sect will probably arrive tomorrow. Come if you want, Pei Jinya said indifferently. At this time, suddenly, the entire Nandu exploded. A piece of fire shot up into the sky. Pei Jinya frowned slightly. A fire suddenly broke out in the warehouse of the Sima family. A large amount of raw silk stored overnight was burned to ashes. After hearing the news, those shops that had not yet bought raw silk regretted it very much, but at this moment, they were mostly watching the joke of the Sima family. The Sima family has actually been fighting with the Jiang family recently. Their batch of raw silk was originally used to deal with the crisis of high raw silk prices. Now it was burned to ashes overnight. I'm afraid they will really lose this battle. More than 30 shops in Nandu have already ordered raw silk from the Sima family. The money has been paid. This time, all the raw silk from the Sima family has been burned. If they have to pay compensation, they will have to pay all their savings. Right? There is still time. As long as the Sima family delivers the goods within 10 days, everything will be fine. But if the Sima family cannot deliver the goods after 10 days, they will have to pay 10 times the price. 10 times? So cruel? More than cruel. The Sima family may really go bankrupt this time. The fire was blazing. In a certain building of the Liu family at this moment, a woman in a purple leather coat and long gown was quietly looking at the fire in the distance. Sister. Lu Jun stood respectfully behind the woman. At this moment, he didn't dare to look at anyone sideways. His face was full of duty. Did you set the fire? Lu Yinghua's voice revealed a chill, like a sword that kills without blood. Lu Jun was sweating profusely. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should speak or not. He said carefully, Sister, I have already made all the best plans. Go away. Lu Yinghua seemed to have lost interest. Lu Jun was like being pardoned, turned around and ran away. After leaving the yard, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and regained his previous lawless momentum. Are all the people from the Sima family here? In the shadows, a figure in black was hiding in it. Everything has been arranged. Where is that person? I checked, not here. I guess he was scared. Afraid? That because he ran fast, otherwise, we would chop him up as well. This fire is obviously aimed at us. Manager Chen frowned, looking at Sima Monli, who was writing something at the desk. Although we don't know who ordered it, it doesn't matter anymore. Sima Monli was not as sad as expected. Her tone was calm, and she was thinking about the next move. Manager Qian was about to say something suddenly. There was a scream outside the room. Someone is invading. Everyone be careful, there is a killer. There is a killer. Protect the young lady. There was a sound of fighting outside the door. Soon, someone broke through the door and rolled in directly. When he saw Sima Monli and Manager Qian, the guard was covered in blood and shrilly shouted, "Young lady, run! There is a killer!" Puff! A sword suddenly came down from behind him, and the guard screamed and was kicked away by the killer behind him. The assassin rushed over with his sword. But before he could reach Sima Monli, he was slapped in the chest by Qian. Bang! Puff! The assassin's internal organs were instantly smashed by the palm, and he became a corpse with eyes wide open, and flew out backwards. However, the windows around were broken, and a group of assassins rushed in. There was only one target. Sima Monli. Miss. Qian rushed over immediately, and the two assassins in front of him were slapped away by his palms. Boom! The vibration made people's scalps numb. He is the master, one killer exclaimed. For a moment, no one dared to approach Sima Monli. The shopkeeper Qian stopped Sima Monli behind him. The originally plain robe was now stained with a deep red. He turned his head and looked at Sima Monli. Miss, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm just worried. Before the word little brother came out of his mouth, Hun Yinshan rushed over with his men. Look anxious. Miss, the young master is missing. Sima Yingjun is missing? This is probably the first time Sima Monli panicked. Even if someone deliberately set fire to her Sima family hope. Even if the enemy's sword has been cut in front of her. She has never been as panicked as this moment. Little brother can't be in trouble. Leave it to me. At this time, Xiaoyuqi rushed in from outside the door, with blood on his sword and clothes, and it can be seen that he has killed his way here. Shopkeeper Qian looked at him, and said nothing. Uncle Qian, Xiaojun can't be in any trouble. Sima Monli said, suppressing the panic in her heart. Shopkeeper Qian nodded, then looked at Xiaoyuqi. Protect the young lady. Don't worry. Xiaoyuqi drew his sword and killed the assassin who rushed over with one sword, then blocked Sima Monli, and his eyes slowly retracted in the direction where Shopkeeper Qian left. Get out of here! Sima Yingjun roared loudly, and the sword in his hand was already stained with blood. His whole body was trembling. The last time he was chased, he was powerless. But this time, he had killed so many people that he couldn't even count them with one hand. Don't come over, I warn you. Don't come over, or I will kill you. Sima Yingjun's warning was not taken seriously by the assassins in front of him. The mottled moonlight in the mountains and forests fell on him, very cold. He raised the sword in his hand. Although the swordsmanship Pei Jinya taught him was not a killing move, however, the sword cultivation technique that he personally combined naturally also had murderous intent. The killers were indifferent. After looking at each other, they rushed forward one after another. Sima Yingjun took a deep breath, and his voice became cold. Don't blame me, I gave you a chance. He raised his sword with both hands. The blood-stained robe fluttered in the wind. Dang! When the sword hit, Sima Yingjun remembered Pei Jinya instructions to him, and did not panic at all, but instead quickened his pace. Rush forward. Puff! The killer had never expected Sima Yingjun's sword to be so skillful. He fell to the ground in shock, holding his throat. Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard. After all, Sima Yingjun had only practiced for more than half a month. It was not easy to kill the enemy in a one-on-one situation. It was difficult to resist so many enemies at the moment, and he was defeated step by step. However, at the critical moment, a sound of space shattering was heard. Sima Yingjun closed his eyes and swung the sword. But it missed. The whole person fell into the mud due to exhaustion. He staggered to his feet. He caught a glimpse of several headless corpses. He was stunned. He suddenly raised his head. He seemed to have seen something, and said in shock, Sir, I can see that you haven't been lazy these days. Pei Jinya came to his side. Sima Yingjun didn't notice at all that when Pei Jinya passed by the muddy path, his boots and clothes were extremely clean, as if he was out of this world. Sir, it's great that you're here, my sister. My sister. Let go. Pei Jinya nodded, and did not disdain Sima Yingjun's blood. He reached out and pulled him up. Although Sima Yingjun seemed a bit out of tune sometimes, he was really not lazy when practicing the sword-keeping technique. Sima Yingjun followed Pei Jinya and rushed to Sima house. Why are you here? I was originally practicing in the yard, and I ran into Master Su. He gave me some pointers and asked me if I wanted to practice. So he brought me here. Where is he? Someone called him. So he went back. I thought I would just practice and leave. I never thought that a group of killers suddenly jumped out of the jungle. The guards who followed me wanted to protect me. Sima Yingjun's voice became low, in order to create time for me. They were killed by a very powerful master. I took advantage of the chaos to escape. As he was speaking, there was a movement in the jungle. A fast-moving arrow flew directly through the forest. But the strange thing is, this arrow did not even wait to get close to Pei Jinya, and it turned back instantly. What? There was a cry of surprise from a distance, and the next second with the sound of puff, everything returned to calm. Sir, I seem to have heard something? Sima Yingjun looked up uncertainly. Pei Jinya's eyes were calm. It okay, I take you to kill people. A jumping clown is not worth mentioning. At this moment, he only wanted to kill people quickly, and in another cup of tea, the 2 dragonfish and Zuixinlu should be ready. Tonight, even if the King of Heaven comes, he must die. In a mountain villa outside the Jiang family, Jiang Jun was holding a whip in his hand, and was training the graceful figure in front of him. Every sound of the whip falling seemed to jump on the tip of his heart. At the moment when the evil fire in Jiang Jun's heart was ignited, before he even got on the horse, the door of the outer hall suddenly seemed to have suffered an unbearable force and was broken into pieces on the spot. Boom! The room shook violently. Who? Jiang Jun was frightened and trembled. Her scalp was about to explode. The young woman on the bed followed his gaze and screamed. Who are you? She hurriedly pulled the quilt to cover her naked body. But the quilt was pressed down by Jiang Jun. She was so weak that she could only struggle. It you? But she heard Jiang Jun scream. He recognized him? The woman just thought so in her heart. Jiang Jun had already roared angrily. Qi Le. Save me! Save me! Where the hell are they all? He shouted for help, trying to summon the guards he brought with him. However, the next moment, Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and pressed down. You dare to kill people under my nose. How arrogant! At this moment, Qi Le, with a full beard, rushed out, with a flash of knife in his hand. However, what he didn't expect was that Pei Jinya stood in place, with a cold face, stretched out his hand, and pressed down the void. Suddenly, the space was blocked. Thunder flashed. Boom! Qi Le flew backwards as if struck by lightning. This scene frightened Jiang Jun. A master was defeated like this, which was too outrageous. Don't kill me. I can give you anything you want. Jiang Jun's psychological defense collapsed immediately. He began to beg for mercy with snot and tears. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the man in front of him was more ruthless than he imagined. Reach out. Ruthlessly grab. Sir? Sima Yingjun, who was guarding outside the manor, didn't know if he was frozen. His whole body was trembling. He noticed a figure in Pei Jinya's hand. Because it was too dark, he did not realize that the person in Pei Jinya's hand was Jiang Jun. He did not even know who the owner of the villa was, but just followed Pei Jinya honestly. You stay here, don't run around, Pei Jinya said. But just as he was about to leave, his sleeve was suddenly grabbed. He vaguely heard an embarrassed voice. Sir, I'm scared. Pei Jinya glanced at the broken sword in his hand, and casually replaced it with a precious sword. This sword is for you. You wait here. Don't worry. If anything happens, just flick the sword 3 times, and I will appear immediately. Do you understand? When Sima Yingjun took the sword in his hand, he immediately realized that the sword was a little unusual. However, he couldn't understand what Pei Jinya said about flicking the sword 3 times and appearing. Will he show up no matter how far away he is? Seeing Pei Jinya disappear from his sight, Sima Yingjun looked at the long sword in his hand and was in a dilemma. Finally, he decided to take a gamble. He exhaled. He stretched out his hand and flicked the sword. Hiss, it hurts. He flicked it 3 times despite the pain in his fingers. Just when he thought Pei Jinya hadn't shown up, he suddenly heard a voice from behind him. What happened? He turned his head. Pei Jinya actually showed up. Oh my god, is the Sir a god? You appear as soon as you say so? But when he thought of the reality, Sima Yingjun's amazed expression immediately became a little awkward. No. It okay, I'm just trying. Pei Jinya went up and slapped him on the head. Sima Yingjun held his head and begged for mercy. Pei Jinya was very upset. Call me if you need anything. I know. Sir. Sima Yingjun responded timidly. I thought Pei Jinya was going to hit him on the head again, but as soon as he finished speaking, he found that the room suddenly became quiet. Sima Yingjun felt a little strange, looked up carefully, and slowly stood up. Then he looked around suddenly. Where are the people? Sir, are you still there? Please don't scare me. I'm timid and can't stand being scared, he said timidly. But no one answered at the moment. Then he hugged the sword tightly in his arms. At this moment, the Sima family was on fire. The sound of fighting was endless. Miss, this way, Xiao Yuqi shouted, and planned to leave the house with Sima Monli. But suddenly a group of masked killers rushed out from the side. The leader punched forward and backward, like a hawk swooping down on a hare, and rushed over with lightning speed. His speed was so fast that Hun Yinshan and others who followed him didn't even react, and this person had already rushed over. In the night, the crowd couldn't even catch up with the visual capture. Only the whistling wind was heard. The guard who was hit first was hit by a punch, and made a very light bone-breaking sound. Suddenly, the guard team was like a wolf rushing into a flock of sheep. Master Xiao, you take the young lady away quickly, we will stop them. A priest shouted loudly. Xiao Yuqi didn't even turn his head, and ran away with Sima Monli, and only a few people were left in the large group following him. Among them was Hun Yinshan. The group rode at full speed from the back door of the Sima family to the mountains outside the city. Miss, we have temporarily gotten rid of the assassin. In the night, Xiao Yuqi held the bloody sword in his hand, looked forward to identify the direction. Go forward and you will leave Nandu. No, Sima Monli said decisively. She naturally couldn't leave. The huge Sima family business couldn't be declared over because of an assassination. Xiao Yuqi looked silently. Sima Monli identified the direction. She was worried about her younger brother. I don't know if Uncle Qian has found my brother. Young master, you are a lucky man. Nothing will happen to you. But you? Miss? Xiao Yuqi looked at her inexplicably. Is it really necessary to fight with the Lu family? You should actually ask the Lu family. Our Sima family has always been upright. Aren't these things tonight the result of the Lu family greed? Sima Monli looked over. Xiao Yuqi didn't say anything. He just watched quietly. At this moment, there was a noise in the distance. Oh no, those killers are chasing us! Someone exclaimed. But just as the words fell, suddenly a sword pierced through the man's heart. The expressions of everyone present changed, including Hun Yinshan, who admired Xiao Yuqi very much, and at this moment, he was also stunned and stepped back. What did he see? Master Xiao actually killed his own people. Master Xiao. You? Puff. Xiao Yuqi's sword cut his throat mercilessly. At this moment, he took off the hypocritical mask he had worn for many years, and his whole person exuded a cold and ruthless aura. Master Xiao! Everyone exclaimed, and hurriedly protected Sima Monli, but for the Master Xiao Yuqi, how could they be his opponent? Xiao Yuqi's sword was stained with blood. He looked at the man in front of Sima Monli with a little surprise. After a moment of silence, he said uncertainly, You Hun Yinshan? Hun Yinshan was panting heavily. His back was heaving violently. The few swords he had just blocked from Xiao Yuqi were his limit. If Xiao Yuqi attacked again, I'm afraid. He felt nervous. Interesting. You are more interesting than those trash. Xiao Yuqi was like a cat playing with a mouse. And he was not in a hurry to kill him, if I remember correctly. You were quite close to that Pei guy. Xiao Yuqi. I don't understand. Why did you betray the lady? The young lady treats you well. Hun Yinshan gasped, trying not to let his sword-holding hand tremble. I don't deny your treatment of me. Xiao Yuqi met Sima Monli angry eyes, and said with interest, but unfortunately, even good birds know how to choose trees to live in. Let alone people. Do you know why I was able to break through to the Grandmaster level? Because of the Lu family. Lu Yingwe has a master who is a Grandmaster in the Liu sword sect. People only revealed a little bit. Can I break through the bottleneck of many years? Can your Sima family do it? Even so, you are a traitorous person who sells out for fame. Hun Yinshan said angrily. So what? Xiao Yuqi looked cold, and said without shame, people live for fame or profit. If I want to become stronger, I must give up something. Sima Monli, for the sake of your kindness to me in the past, I will give you a chance. Follow me, I promise you can live. A figure in the distance arrived. Xiao Yuqi looked over, and frowned slightly. Why didn't he come? The foreign swordsman didn't like Xiao Yuqi's tone, but thinking that he was already a master, he could only suppress his unhappiness, and said in a muffled voice, The young master said that After the person is captured, he will be sent directly to Mijhuang, where he is waiting. Xiao Yuqi didn't say anything when he saw this. The foreign swordsman looked at Sima Monli, who was already under his control. He couldn't help but smile a little more. No wonder the young master was willing to play that trick with you last time. But you were too cruel last time, which made me unable to use my full strength until now. Play the whole trick. Don't you know? Xiao Yuqi said coldly, and then ignored it, and looked at Sima Monli. Sima Monli took a deep breath. It turns out that all this was set up by you. But why do you have to do this? Since you want to deal with me, why wait until now? Xiao Yuqi looked at her. Is it important? It's not important to me at all. Miss, don't force me to do it myself. Come with us. Let's see who dares. Hun Yinshan stood in front of Sima Monli with a long sword in hand. Xiao Yuqi looked at her coldly. Leave it to me. The foreign swordsman showed a ferocious smile, pulled out the knife from his waist, and slashed with one knife. Hun Yinshan staggered to take the blow, and the whole person retreated, and was kicked away in the next second. The foreign swordsman stretched out his hand to grab Sima Monli's wrist. At this time, in the forest, a figure suddenly flew out. It fell to the ground with a plop. After rolling a few times, it happened to fall at the feet of the foreign swordsman. He was puzzled for a moment, but when he saw clearly that it was a corpse, especially the face with eyes wide open, he was so familiar. He was so scared that he sat down on the ground. He stammered, young master. Young master? The foreign swordsman appeared in front of Lu Jun's body, holding the body to examine it carefully. His hands were shaking. The young master is dead. At this moment, he was filled with fear, only fear. If the young master is dead, then that woman will definitely not let him go. He must escape. The farther the better. Leaving Xiao Yuqi and Sima Monli behind, he went straight into the jungle. Even Hun Yinshan did not react to this scene. He looked at it in astonishment, then he looked at Xiao Yuqi. He seemed to be eager to ask, your teammates all ran away, why don't you run? Xiao Yuqi's face had obviously turned pale. Lu Jun was dead. The development of the matter had exceeded his expectations. This is not right. Xiao Yuqi suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. It can be said that, almost after confirming that the body on the ground was Lu Jun, he had already clenched the sword in his hand. He looked around with a vigilant look. Although Lu Jun was dead, but Lu Jun's sister was still alive. The reason why he joined the Lu family was because of the Liu sword sect behind Lu Yingwei. So no matter whether Lu Jun was dead or alive, as long as he continued to promote the plan and help the Lu family complete the layout, he would naturally be able to get Lu Yingwei's support. In the future, he would be able to get the recommendation of her master to join the Liu sword sect, which would be worth his painstaking efforts. He did not dare to delay any longer. He rushed up immediately. With his strength, it would take no more than 3 moves to kill Hun Yinshan. He had already been injured before, and there was no way he could resist him now. As long as he killed Hun Yinshan and took Sima Monli away, he would have completed his mission. Even if Lu Yingwei was angry because her brother was killed in the future, he would not be involved. It was a good idea. Unfortunately, the terrifying wind seemed to uproot the surrounding mountains and forests. A hand suddenly pressed on Xiao Yuqi's head from behind. It came very suddenly. It was as if time had frozen. The next moment, the strong wind enveloped. The wind roared. Sima Monli, who had never panicked even when she was forced into a desperate situation, was now shocked. She looked at the hand pressing Xiao Yuqi with astonishment and horror, and it disappeared from her sight in an instant. The strong wind was like the aftermath of the waves. The clothes on Sima Monli and Hun Yinshan were blown and rustled. If it weren't for the tree trunks scattered on the ground in front of them, they wouldn't even dare to believe it. A master just disappeared from their sight. The forest suddenly became quiet. This? Hun Yinshan rolled his throat. Miss, are we encountering a ghost? Sima Monli opened her mouth. Before she opened her mouth, there was a loud bang in the distance. You. Sima Monli heard Xiao Yuqi's angry roar, and thought flashed across her eyebrows. You? She was thinking about this sentence. Obviously, Xiao Yuqi recognized the person. Who could it be? Could it be? Just thinking about it, several assassins from the Lu family rushed over from all around the forest. Miss, stand behind me, I will definitely protect you. Hun Yinshan roared, holding the sword with both hands with a fierce aura. Just the next second, it seemed that something flashed quickly in the void, like a white light. Puff! 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 All the assassins didn't even have time to react. leaving only a gap on their heads with blood trickling out. They fell to the ground almost at the same time. It was also at this moment Hu Nianshan could see clearly. It turned out that the thing that just flashed through the air was actually a sword. He watched the sword pass through the head of the last person, and then flew upwards. He was so scared that his face changed wildly. He thought that the flying sword would continue to rush over to kill him. However, the flying sword flew over his head. He hurriedly turned his head to look. But he only saw the murderous flying sword flying into the hands of the figure at the entrance of the forest. Sword immortal. Hu Nianshan's legs suddenly felt weak. He held on until he saw the person clearly. Master Pei. Sima Monli recognized the identity of the person at the first time, and her face was a little shocked. Master Pei? Hu Nianshan was a little surprised. Is it really Master Pei? He walked forward, looking at the figure walking out of the shadows, looking at the moonlight falling on that person, like a god descending from heaven, so sacred that people couldn't have any other thoughts in their hearts, only awe. Master Pei, Xiao Yuqi just now. Hu Nianshan wanted to say something. It doesn't matter, he already dead. Pei Jinya said lightly. He just killed Xiao Yuqi with his own hands. He swallowed his memory. It a pity that there is no extraordinary gene in this world. Otherwise, his weapon sword can be synthesized and advanced to LV6 tonight. Although it a pity. But Xiao Yuqi still gave him a surprise. Through his memory, he already knew that the reason why this guy was able to reach the Grandmaster level was it all because of the Liyue Sword Sect. The Liyue Sword Sect has a kind of sacred water that can speed up cultivation. There is also the 12 Heavenly Sword Formation, which can help one comprehend the way of the sword, but it is only used by the elites in the Sword Sect. For Pei Jinya, the 12 Heavenly Sword Formation is secondary, and the sacred water that speeds up cultivation is the most important. Dead? Dead? Hu Nianshan stuttered. His heart was already in turmoil. So everything that happened just now was the work of Master Pei? How strong is Master Pei? Being able to kill the Grandmaster Xiao Yuqi already made him bow down to him. Not to mention, when killing those assassins in the end, Master Pei didn't even show his face, and killed 12 people with a flying sword. This method is comparable to that of a sword god. Hu Nianshan now has the urge to kowtow and become his disciple. Pei Jinya looked at him, and handed over the sword he had snatched from Xiao Yuqi. Your sword is broken, use this sword. Hu Nianshan's throat rolled again, and he was about to reach out to take it. But he changed his mind, and said hurriedly, No. 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 Master Pei. You should use this sword. Giving it to me will only ruin it. I don't need it. Pei Jinya stuffed the sword in without saying anything. Xiao Yuqi's sword is good, but it is still a lot lower than his sword. It doesn't even meet the qualifications of storing a sword box. He is just holding a piece of scrap copper and iron. So it is better to go with the flow and help others realize their dreams. Thank you, Senior Pei, for your help. Sima Monli stood up at this time. Although she looked very weak in the night, she still suppressed her panic and said thank you to Pei Jinya calmly. Pei Jinya nodded and accepted her gratitude. Don't worry about your brother. I have taken care of him. He will be fine. My little brother. Thank you, Senior Pei. Sima Monli burst into tears of joy. She was most worried about Sima Yingjun. Now that she heard that he was fine, her worried heart calmed down immediately. Pei Jinya looked at her. I just want to ask you, do you want to fight back now? Or do you want me to reunite you two siblings and leave Nandu forever? If you can help me, I'm willing to fight back. Sima Monli suddenly showed the aura of the head of the Sima family. She not stupid. After witnessing Pei Jinya's strength with her own eyes, she knew that her Sima family had met a noble person. In the past, she only heard Uncle Qian say that Master Pei was very powerful. As for how powerful he was, she could not imagine it. But now, it was clear. Okay. Pei Jinya nodded in agreement. In view of the Sima family care for him these days, he was willing to help. I only kill people, and you take care of the rest. Pei Jinya said this. Then he stretched out his hand. In Sima Monli puzzled eyes, Pei Jinya had already stretched out his hand and put it on her shoulder. At the moment when Sima Monli was stiff, suddenly, her eyes flashed. When she looked clearly, the person had reappeared in the Sima family house. At this time, the hand on her shoulder had left. She looked up. I have notified Manager Qian, he will be here soon. Pei Jinya said this and started to kill people. Those killers were no match for him. In half a cup of tea, Manager Qian flew into the Sima family. After seeing Sima Monli, he breathed a sigh of relief. Miss. I just heard Master Pei's voice. He asked me to come back. Are you okay? I'm fine. Sima Monli shook her head. The young master. I'm sorry. Miss. I couldn't find him. Shopkeeper Qian blamed himself. It okay. Master Pei said he has settled me down. Sima Monli took a deep breath. Xiao Yuqi is a traitor. He is from the Lu family. Everything tonight was planned by the Lu family. Shopkeeper Qian was stunned. It seems that he didn't expect the young lady to know so much. It turned out to be him. This traitor, if he dares to appear in front of me, I will chop him alive. He has been killed by Master Pei. Sima Monli said again. Manager Qian paused, looking around. Where is Master Pei? I go help him. The forest in the distance. After witnessing two living people disappear from his sight, Hu Nianshan felt that the worldview he had built over the years had collapsed. Is he a god? Is he really a god? As he said this, he hugged the sword tightly in his arms, as if it was a family heirloom. The Sima family assassins were slaughtered by Pei Jinya when Qian the shopkeeper appeared. Except for the corpses on the ground, he did not find Pei Jinya whereabouts at all. He was suddenly a little suspicious. Miss, how strong is Master Pei? Uncle Qian. Sima Monli was still thinking about the scene of her crossing the region just now. What wrong? Miss? Can you come here from the south of the city in an instant? I can't. Shopkeeper Qian shook his head, and suddenly swallowed the words that were on his lips. He seemed to think of something, and said in doubt, Miss? Do you mean that Master Pei can? He can. Sima Monli said firmly. Shopkeeper Qian couldn't imagine it. Sima Monli took a deep breath. Uncle Qian. Tonight is the turning point for our Sima family. Lu Jun is dead. His sister should be in Nandu. The only ones who threaten us are his sister and the people of the U.S. Sword sect. But according to the laws of the ancient country, people of the sect cannot be involved in worldly disputes. If they dare to take action, I hope Uncle Qian can help Senior Pei withstand the pressure. Of course. But Shopkeeper Qian smiled bitterly. A man who can even teleport, is he still needed? Just as Shopkeeper Qian guessed. Who dares to believe it? Pei Jinya fought his way to the gate of the Lu family alone. Step into the door. Who are you? Lu Yingwe frowned and stared at Pei Jinya. The corpses on both sides of the road gave her an invisible pressure, which weighed heavily on her heart for no reason. Who is this person? What happened outside? She knew about the fighting in the Sima family, but there was no sound at this moment, which was a bit unexpected. Are you invited by the Sima family? Interesting. Don't you know who I am? You dared to come here by yourself. Are you really not afraid of death? Facing Lu Yingwe's arrogant words, Pei Jinya just said lightly, I'm just curious. Can the holy water of the U.S. Sword sect really help people practice? So it for the holy water? Why? You want to join my sword sect? Lu Yingwe sneered. Do you think you are qualified? You talk too much nonsense. Pei Jinya finished speaking and attacked directly. Lu Yingwe thought he would use a sword, but to her surprise, the man in front of her had no intention of using the sword at all. Just raised his hand. Inexplicable. Clang. The sword shadow on Lu Yingwe's waist suddenly grew larger. Seeing that it was about to be cut down, a strong wind suddenly appeared in the air and directly shattered the sword light in her hand. Lu Yingwe's heart jumped. This method? How could Pei Jinya take into account what she was thinking at the moment? The reason why he came to the Lu family was very simple. The holy water of the U.S. Sword sect. As long as this holy water is useful, he will go to the U.S. Sword sect. If the other party is willing to give it to him, it's fine if they don't want to. I beat them until they do. An unimaginable coldness instantly spread throughout her body. Lu Yingwe thought to herself that it was not good, and hurriedly dodged, but the ground under her feet spread up and directly entangled her. Break it for me! Lu Yingwe shouted. She pulled back the sword in her hand and chopped off the rock below her. Amid the explosion, she hurriedly jumped away. But Pei Jinya's fist had already reached over. Bang! Lu Yingwe's pretty face, which could score 80 points, was hit hard. The whole person flew backwards. The moment she landed, Lu Yingwe roared, and the sword in her hand cut out a piece of light and shadow. Countless screams were heard in the air. I have to say that this sword is very beautiful. Whether it is the breath or the strength, it is just right. But it's a pity. No matter how strong she is just a master with a mental power of 15,000. Pei Jinya flipped his hand, and the strong wind directly lifted Lu Yingwe away, without even giving her time to breathe, and directly knocked her away. The building 10 meters away was smashed through. Lu Yingwe felt as if her internal organs were torn apart. Her expression was full of doubt. She looked up. Pei Jinya's figure had already appeared in her field of vision. If before, Lu Yingwe still looked down on Pei Jinya, then at this moment, her heart was completely replaced by horror. She couldn't even touch the corner of the other party clothes, and was severely injured. "Who are you?" When Lu Yingwe spoke, blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth, and her heart was already in turmoil. Pei Jinya ignored her. To him, being devoured and having her memory taken away was the final fate of this woman. There was no need to waste time. Lu Yingwe screamed in shock. She swore that she had never encountered such a difficult opponent. She was angry about what her brother had done to cause such trouble for the Lu family. Crack! With both arms broken, Lu Yingwe had no intention of resisting at all. She flew backwards again, and her whole body was embedded in the wall. Clatter! Bricks on the wall fell. Lu Yingwe was covered in blood, and the great pain caused by her broken body made her almost unable to move. Only a trembling voice remained. "I am a disciple of Liyue's sword sect. If you dare to kill me, Liyue's sword sect will never let you go." Before she finished speaking, Pei Jinya had already stretched out his hand and pressed it on her face. He said without question, "Enter the dream." New skill. Liyue's swordsmanship. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. Lu Yingwe master went to visit an old friend and was not in Nandu at the moment. Although he had never fought with a real grandmaster, Pei Jinya was not afraid. He was more curious about the Liyue sword sect. According to Lu Yingwe memory, the holy water of the Liyue sword sect could indeed improve cultivation. But the woman had no idea how the holy water was produced. Even if she did, she had only drunk the holy water once. It was that time that the divine water allowed this woman to enter the realm of Grandmaster. Even the royal family of the ancient country of Yugwang had to go to Liyue sword sect to ask for divine water, and they might not be able to get it. That means the amount of divine water is not much. It seems that Liyue sword sect has to go there, and this matter cannot be delayed. Every day of delay, the amount of divine water in Liyue sword sect may be less. This is definitely not what Pei Jinya wants to see. As for Lu Yingwe master, it doesn't matter what you call him, you have to call him by Yuntao. Pei Jinya knew that this guy was not in Nandu, so he simply destroyed the body at the scene. And then, according to his memory, he emptied the Lu family treasure house before leaving. I don't know how long it has passed. There are more figures outside the Lu family door. Is it over? There has been no sound for half an hour. Maybe it over a long time ago. First the Sima family, then the Lu family. What happened tonight? Don't forget. The Sima family raw silk was burned to ashes. Troublesome times. A group of people sneaked into the Lu family, and soon turned around and ran out, with a sound of retching. Oh my god, how many people died? But why didn't I see the shadow of the Lu family's sister and brother? Maybe they have escaped. Too tragic. Just when the outside world was amazed at the tragedy of the Lu family, Pei Jinya had eaten 2 dragon fish from Yurenhai, and leisurely returned to the Sima family, and brought back the kid Sima Yingjun. Sima Monli saw that her brother was fine, and the stone hanging in her heart fell to the ground. She thanked Pei Jinya again. Pei Jinya didn't care. He sat on the chair and said casually, "You don't need to worry about the Lu family. In addition, I can tell you the inventory of the Lu family. Send someone to transfer it quickly." Sima Monli was slightly surprised. Senior Pei actually figured out this. She didn't care about anything else and hurriedly gave the order. Shopkeeper Qian had changed his clothes and appeared. After seeing Pei Jinya appear, he hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "Senior." Having seen Pei Jinya's strength, he thought he was far superior to himself. Pei Jinya clasped his fists in return. "Shopkeeper Qian, you are welcome. If you don't mind, let's have a couple of drinks tonight. I have something I want to ask you." Shopkeeper Qian was flattered and hurriedly said, "Senior, you are welcome. If you have anything you want to know, just say it. I will tell you everything I know." Pei Jinya and Shopkeeper Qian went to the backyard. Sima Yingjun followed with a shameless face. Seeing that Pei Jinya didn't say anything, Shopkeeper Qian looked at Sima Yingjun with a smile. He knew that his son had caught Pei Jinya's eye. "How much do you know about the level above Grandmaster?" Pei Jinya asked seriously. Among the many people whose memories he devoured, only Lu Yingwe of Liyue's sword sect knew the most. However, they only knew about the level below Grandmaster. It seems that Liyue's sword sect rarely spreads the news about the level above Grandmaster. Even Lu Yingwen, a direct disciple of a grandmaster, knows very little. External training and internal strength. Muscles and bones resonate. Tiger, leopard, thunder sound. This is the third realm of martial arts. When you reach the level of tiger, leopard, thunder sound, you are a grandmaster. Then use the blood and energy of the whole body to impact the lower dantian 3 inches below the navel. Break through the barrier. Open the body. And you will be a grandmaster. Shopkeeper Qian said everything he knew. Pei Jinya nodded. Looking at Sima Yingjun, who sat obediently next to him. He did say this at the beginning. Can Shopkeeper Qian tell me more about it? Shopkeeper Qian looked at Sima Yingjun. Sima Yingjun smiled and scratched his head. I didn't know if I was right at that time. Uncle Qian, please tell me. The key to becoming a grandmaster is to open the body. Shopkeeper Qian pondered and said, when it comes to the stage of body accumulation, it is to nourish the body. And it requires huge power to temper the body to an extraordinary level. Pei Jinya nodded. This coincides with his idea of opening the life valve. But it's too difficult to reach that stage. Shopkeeper Qian said faintly. Pei Jinya looked over. Shopkeeper Qian smiled and said, of course. With your status as a senior, it's no problem to upgrade the body state to perfection. Even at this moment, he still felt that Pei Jinya came from a hidden sect. Pei Jinya did not explain. Now that he has opened his body, he can indeed feel that his demand for energy absorption has increased. As for whether he can open the life valve after the body is perfected, he had doubts about this. But at least it showed that his body still had a lot of room for improvement. The lower dantian is the center that controls the power of the human body qi, blood, and fascia. A person's physical strength, endurance, and the power contained in the tendons, bones, and muscles are all related to it. This is also a direct reflection of the realm of a martial artist. After opening the body, a person's spirit and energy will undergo a qualitative change. The senior should have noticed this. Pei Jinya nodded, acknowledging what Manager Qin said. Nourishing blood and qi, nourishing the internal organs, strengthening the body. This is what needs to be done after the body is opened. And the demand for those heavenly supplements will also increase a lot. The shopkeeper Qian continued. After the body is opened, how are the realms divided? Pei Jinya asked. Sima Yingjun also pricked up his ears. There are 4 small realms in total. The first level has blood and qi visible. The middle level has blood like Mercury. The upper level has blood and qi like a dragon. And the last level has blood and qi complete, forming a sea of blood. The shopkeeper Qian said again, after the operation, keep the breath in the lower dantian, and you can check it yourself. Pei Jinya began to check according to the method that shopkeeper Qian said. Sure enough, he saw the blood energy contained in the lower dantian, which just took shape. After the blood sea is formed, it is perfection, that is, the perfection of the Grand Master, and in today's world, it can be like a land immortal, but this step is too little and too difficult. Shopkeeper Qian sighed softly. After chatting with Shopkeeper Qian, Pei Jinya wanted to go to the U.S. Sword Sect more urgently. That was the night. The secret agent of the palace came over. Senior, the royal family asked me to bring a message. If you are willing to join the court, you can be given an official title and a noble title tomorrow. Sima Monli and Shopkeeper Qian did not cross the line. They stood there and watched the mysterious man with the silver waist badge leave respectfully. Sima Monli looked at Shopkeeper Qian. Shopkeeper Qian took a deep breath. Promotions. These are what the senior deserves. Even if he is given the title of a king of a different surname, it is not too much. After all, he is a grandmaster. After Sima Monli saw the silver waist badge, she knew that the relationship between their Sima family and Pei Jinya would probably end here. That it. Shopkeeper Qian was suddenly startled. Sima Monli also looked over, and her face changed quickly. She was about to shout. However, Sima Yingjun had already trotted into Pei Jinya courtyard. It was too late for Sima Monli to say anything at this time. Miss, don't worry. Senior Pei is not that kind of person. Although he is not a master and disciple to you, he also has a master and disciple relationship. Manager Qian whispered to comfort her. Sima Monli could only sigh. After all, the banquet in the world will never end. Sir, are you leaving? Sima Yingjun's tone was anxious, and his expression was cautious. Pei Jinya looked at him and did not explain immediately, but waved his hand, motioning him to sit down. Just like usual, the key to cultivating swordsmanship is to cultivate the word. Keep calm. And feel it well. Sima Yingjun's face was a little flustered. He was reluctant to let Pei Jinya go. If it were normal, he would naturally feel embarrassed to say some words. But now, he couldn't care so much. Sir, I will go with you. Pei Jinya looked at him with a smile, feeling more relieved than ever before. However, he shook his head. My path is not suitable for you. Practice hard. The sword cultivation technique is enough to make you a master. When you understand the meaning of sword cultivation, you will be able to leave Nandu. Then we will meet again. He actually didn't know whether they would meet again. So he told a white lie. Sima Yingjun's expression gradually became serious. Sir, I will never let you down. I believe you. Pei Jinya nodded. Sima Yingjun stood up, stepped back a few steps, and then bowed deeply to Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya accepted his bow calmly. After Sima Yingjun left, the night gradually deepened. The Sima family experienced a unique fight. The internal traitors were eliminated, and they got raw silk from the Jiang family, not only making up for the loss, but also getting a lot more. Pei Jinya has already accepted the invitation of the royal family. In this way, he can go to the US Sword Sect with a legitimate reason. The royal family also needs the holy water. So if Pei Jinya can really get the holy water from the US Sword Sect, according to their thinking, by then Pei Jinya will have become their man, and he will definitely pay tribute. For this reason, the royal family can't wait to promote this matter. Tomorrow morning, Pei Jinya will set off, taking the royal family ship, to visit the US Sword Sect on behalf of the royal family. What is Fei Niao saying, as if frightened? It flew quickly behind Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya looked up. On the beam opposite, a figure like a sword fairy slowly descended, standing with his hands behind his back. Pei Jinya looked over and recognized the other party identity at a glance. Lu Yingwen Master, Bai Yuntao, the Grand Master of the US Sword Sect. Bai Yuntao said nothing, and stretched out his hand, and a light flashed. The leaves on both sides fell down, as if they were called by the strong wind. A giant sword formed in the air. It broke through the air in an instant. Pei Jinya also said nothing, but he didn't even make any moves. The giant sword formed by countless fallen leaves in front of him actually disintegrated inch by inch. Bai Yuntao explained in surprise. You are very strong. He spoke in a deep voice. Boom. With a dull sound. Invisibly, a force condensed from Pei Jinya, and he didn't want to listen to Bai Yuntao's words at all. The sword of the strong wind fell suddenly. Bai Yuntao's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. When Pei Jinya was about to close the window, he heard Bai Yuntao's voice. Tomorrow, we will have a battle at the burial lake, and then our grudge will be settled. Bai Yuntao left this sentence and went somewhere unknown. Pei Jinya did not chase him. The US Sword Sect is located in the north of the Youguang ancient country. This trip does need to pass through the burial lake. Since this great master wants to fight tomorrow, then we will meet at the burial lake tomorrow. What wrong? Uncle Qian? In the study, Sima Monli noticed that shopkeeper Qian suddenly became alert, and his face changed. There is a master. Shopkeeper Qian's face was very solemn. He was suddenly surprised. Gone? Is it Senior Pei? Sima Monli said worriedly. At this time, Pei Jinya's voice came into the study. It okay. Shopkeeper Qian's heart skipped a beat, and then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. This Master Pei is really unfathomable. So he couldn't figure it out. Since he was so powerful, why did he ask him about cultivation? Sima Yingjun got up early in the morning and went directly to Pei Jinya. He wanted to see him off, but he came to nothing. Pei Jinya left early in the morning. He came and went without a trace. Sima Monli seemed to know this would happen. She sighed in her heart and also walked to the yard where Pei Jinya had stayed before. The house was already empty. Sister. Sima Yingjun turned around and saw that it was Sima Monli. The expectation in my heart was once again dashed. The master is gone. All good things must come to an end. I know. Sima Yingjun turned his back and wiped his eyes. Sima Monli turned around and said, as if she hadn't seen anything, I cooked your favorite red bean porridge. You will have the strength to practice only after you have eaten a full meal. Perhaps Master Pei is also waiting for you to come to him one day. Really? Sima Yingjun turned around quickly and looked eagerly. Really? Sima Monli chuckled and touched her brother's head, and said with a smile, silly boy, go eat quickly. Yes. At this moment, all the ships in the port were docked, and only a luxurious official ship with a dragon head carved on it slowly sailed away. This was a royal ship, and it came from the imperial city overnight. The frightened Nandu government thought that they had made a big mistake. There had been killings in the Sima and Lu families. And now they heard that someone was coming from the imperial city. Everyone thought something had happened. No one in the entire Nandu government slept peacefully. It was said that a county magistrate was frightened to death. Peijinya did not care about what the government did. This morning, he drank a bowl of oil tea on the street, and then sat quietly. He witnessed the Nandu government blockade the entire port. Until the appearance of Li Guancher from the Imperial City Bureau, everyone in the Nandu officialdom all came to welcome him. However, Li Guancher ignored them, and just looked forward to it for a while, then he pushed everyone aside and came to Peijinya. Showing a rare flattering smile, Pei Ho. Do you remember me? I couldn't forget the last trip to Jiangnan for a long time. I didn't expect that I could see Pei Ho's true face again. He offered with both hands, and handed over the royal token from the imperial city. Peijinya looked at the jade token and played with it. In the ancient country of Yewang, the kings and princes of different surnames did not bow to the king, and their status was extremely high. Of course, this was also related to strength. Seeing that Li Guancher did this, the governor of Nandu who followed him was shocked when he saw the Imperial City Department Li Guancher attitude. He quickly looked at Peijinya, and did not dare to look at him for too long. He bowed and said politely, Nandu Governor Jiang Yingrong greets. Marquis Pei. All the officials behind him bowed their heads and bowed, meet Marquis Pei. No one knew that a marquis was actually in their Nandu. They had no idea before. Does it mean that Marquis Pei already knew what happened in Nandu last night? Jiang Yingrong, the governor of Nandu, was anxious. He didn't know what the royal family meant. He couldn't see through this plan. Damn it, the emperor was far away. But he still had such deep thoughts. Just at this moment, Peijinya stood up. He had no idea about these people. Let go. Yes. Lord Pei, please come this way. Manager Li accompanied him. He had received the emperor order. He had to follow Lord Pei instructions, and must get the holy water. So he was very respectful at the moment. The civil and military officials of Nandu all made way for them. Manager Li accompanied Peijinya on the ship. They didn't even greet the officials of Nandu politely, but no one dared to complain. The Imperial City Bureau was working for the emperor, and apart from the emperor, who else could be taken seriously by them? Not to mention these officials, who couldn't even enter the Imperial City. If the Imperial City Bureau wanted to take action, they could just accuse them of a crime. Watching the royal ship go away, Jiang Yingrong, the governor of Nandu, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. The subordinate beside him couldn't help but whisper to ask something. But Jiang Yingrong shook his head slightly, stopping him from saying anything else. The boat traveled 15 miles, passing by the immortal burial lake. It started to drizzle on the lake, and for a moment the spring rain was hazy, like a thread of sorrow, hanging down on this world. Just as the officials of Nandu on the shore were about to leave, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Just got the news. A great master of the Liu sword sect has challenged Pei Ho." Boom. Suddenly, the faces of all the people in the crowd changed. Grandmaster? Challenge? Confirmed to be Pei Ho? What is the origin of Pei Ho? Is he also a grandmaster? How come even Liu's sword sect is involved? In the midst of the voices of surprise and doubt, someone suddenly said, "If I remember correctly, the daughter of the Liu family seems to have joined the Liu's sword sect in her early years. If that's true, people from the Liu's sword sect are not uncommon in my Nandu. Don't forget, the Liu family was massacred last night. The two siblings of the Liu family are missing, and the people of the Liu sword sect appear here, which makes people think a lot. But what does the Liu family matter have to do with Pei Ho? Shouldn't it be the Sima family? Wait!" The man who spoke was suddenly shocked. Could it be? Even Jiang Yingrong, the governor of Nandu, couldn't help but look. Could it be that Pei Ho knows someone from the Sima family? What happened last night? Did he take action? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This Pei Ho doesn't look very old. If he is a grandmaster of this, it is said that when one cultivates to a certain level, one can keep his youth. Perhaps this Pei Ho is an old senior who has cultivated for 100 years. The battle between grandmasters is a rare event. Jiang Yingrong thought for a moment, and hurriedly said, "Prepare the boat." He said righteously, "We must ensure the safety of Pei Ho, and let the Qiyu army deploy. Be careful to prevent someone from doing something secretly." Yes. Everyone happily followed Jiang Yingrong to watch the battle. Little did they know that at this moment on the burial lake, there was a murderous intent. Liu's sword sect has existed for more than 100 years, and has never seen an opponent. Today, I will fight you as the guardian of the U.S. sword sect. On the burial lake. A figure wearing a straw raincoat was fishing in the middle of the lake. It was obviously far away, but the voice was transmitted very clearly. Manager Lee was horrified. He hurriedly looked at Pei Jinya. At the same time, on the other side, in a certain attic, the silver waist badge was standing respectfully in front of the table. A middle-aged man opposite was eating the food on the table slowly, with a hint of gold on his waist. Lord Su, Marquis Pei has already met the man from the U.S. sword sect on the immortal burial lake. I am worried that, if Marquis Pei is defeated, wouldn't he be a traitor to the emperor? No problem, I will help. Sister, the immortal burial lake is ahead. I heard that the master is there now, and the Grand Master of the U.S. sword sect should be here now. Sima Aingjun waited for the carriage to stop and hurried to get off. Little brother. Slow down. Sima Monli said coquettishly. Sima Aingjun couldn't care about these. After getting off the carriage, he found that the shore was full of people. He stood on tiptoe to barely see the situation on the lake. Senior Bai has arrived a long time ago. The Grandmaster's battle is about to begin. Grandmaster? What Grandmaster? That a Grandmaster. Stronger than a Grandmaster. Who is Senior Bai? The guardian of the U.S. sword sect, one of the only Grandmasters left in the world. Who is the man who fought with Senior Bai? I don't know him. I don't know him. But how could someone who was personally challenged by Senior Bai be unknown? I saw him off on an official ship. All the officials of Nandu personally sent him off. This man is very important. I'm afraid it's someone important in the royal family. Where is he? Where is he? I go and see. A young man in black stood on the huge bow of the royal ship. In the morning light, he looked like a god. You, sir. Sima Aingjun and Pei Jinya had been together for so long, he could recognize him just by looking at his back. But he soon exclaimed, because there was a peerless beauty in a green dress standing next to Pei Jinya. Sima Aingjun was almost dumbfounded. Whether it was her clothes, hairstyle, or makeup, the young woman gave people a sense of the graceful beauty of a fairy descending from the earth. Sima Monli also noticed the woman next to Pei Jinya. For some reason, she felt uneasy. At this time, Xian, the shopkeeper, looked around, suddenly fixed his eyes, and whispered, Miss, do you think that is Jiang Yingrong, the governor of Nandu? It him. Sima Monli took a look and recognized Jiang Yingrong as the top leader of Nandu. He actually showed up here in person. Is it for Senior Pei? Of course. Sima Aingjun said as a matter of course. Only you can attract so many big guys to show up and enjoy the fun. Sima Monli couldn't help but look over. That it? Manager Qian's voice suddenly changed. What wrong? Uncle Qian? Sima Monli and Sima Aingjun looked over at the same time. Manager Qian retracted his gaze. He whispered, Zhang Yichin, the leader of Taisha's sect, is here too. He was a half-step grandmaster 10 years ago. The leader of Taisha's sect. A half-step grandmaster? Sima Aingjun couldn't help but take a breath. He didn't even see a grandmaster on weekdays. Today, he actually ran into a half-step grandmaster when he went out. Who knew that Qian continued to lower his voice and said, and the one next to him. Ren Jingwang, the guardian of Tiandu Mansion. A half-step grandmaster. The one wearing a purple robe a little further to the left is Wu Yuanhang, the director of Qingting Sword Hall. He is also a half-step master. Next, shopkeeper Qian recognized many famous martial arts masters. He listed their names like the back of his hand. 7 Absolute Swordsman Gu Jianxian, House Seal Master Wang, 8 Extreme Sect Master Li. The more he talked, the more shocked shopkeeper Qian and Sima Aingjun and others became. Unconsciously, famous people in Nandu and nearby areas appeared. These people are all powerful people at the time. The power they gather together is enough to destroy some small countries. But now, they gathered here. Even the sound of their voices had to be controlled, and they dared not speak loudly at all. So how powerful are Senior Pei and Senior Bai? The tone of shopkeeper Qian was full of envy. Sima Aingjun suddenly understood why the governor of Nandu, Jiang Yingrong, ordered the closure of the canal. Because the gentleman is already a big shot in the eyes of the world. Just then, the old man fishing in the center of the lake slowly stood up, took off his bamboo hat, revealing his silver hair, and the face that looked no different from that of a young man. White hair and youthful face, bare feet, and white clothes. Seeing Bai Yun'ao appearance, even a young man like Sima Aingjun couldn't help but exclaim. But before he could say anything, Bai Yun'ao's voice came from the lake. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I hope you won't let me down." The sound was like thunder and fire gushing out. The huge sound resounded throughout the burial immortal lake, and set off a wave of wild waves. The whistling sound waves made hundreds of figures on the shore cover their ears. Some weak people just felt shaky. 100 meters away, the huge ship where Pagenia was also caught in the raging waves. Under the horrified eyes of Manager Lee, Pagenia just exerted force on his feet, and the shaking huge ship suppressed the huge waves like a desperate move. "Make the spiritual tea, I will drink it later." Pagenia said this and took a step forward, spanning dozens of meters. The moment he landed on the water, with a bang, the burial lake raised a huge wave that was even more terrifying than before. And these rolling waves directly hit Bai Yuntao. Just like the raging sea, there was an uproar all around. No one knew about Pagenia except the people of Sima family. But at this moment, looking at the white water mark of 100 meters on the river surface, it was like a giant sword that pierced the sky, splitting the 100-meter lake surface. This speed was beyond their imagination. It a grandmaster. He really is a grandmaster. The expressions of dozens of grandmasters present changed almost at the same time. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise came from the lake. Master Bai soared into the sky, as if a dragon was riding the wind and breaking the waves. "You really didn't disappoint me. I didn't have a good time yesterday. Let's have a showdown today." Master Bai shouted loudly. It seemed that there was a flash of sword light under his feet, gliding in the air with a sword, and the area where he was originally located seemed to be cut open. The masters on the shore were Indians. Even after opening the body, not everyone can fly with a sword. One must practice to a certain level before being able to do so. Senior Bai is indeed a great master. His strength is unfathomable. Just at this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look! Look in the direction of the young man finger." I saw Pagenia hovering in the air, with no sword under his feet, and the water droplets in front of him had no intention of falling, but instead condensed into a huge water sword. This scene made all the masters speechless. Even the shopkeeper Qian, who had talked with Pagenia, was stunned for a moment. There really is such a swordsmanship in the world today. Not to mention him, the half-step masters of the major sects also looked like they had seen a ghost. He? How is it possible? He can suspend in the air without even using a flying device. Such a method is unheard of. This senior, who is he, and who is he? Many half-step masters have already attracted the attention of Pagenia. Your martial arts are very interesting. But unfortunately, Grandmaster Bai suddenly stopped smiling, his eyes flashing coldly. I have been practicing swordsmanship for more than 70 years. I can only cut everything in the world with one sword. You can't stop me. I will kill you today as revenge for my disciple. After saying that, he suddenly did a backflip. The flying sword under his feet fell into his hand at the moment when his toes lightly touched the water surface. The whole person was like an antelope kicking its feet, spinning in the air. With a whoosh, countless water drops were not thrown away. Instead, it seemed to be attracted by him, attached to the sword light, forming a huge crescent moon. The reason why the Liu sword sect is famous throughout the world is because of this Liu sword, Shopkeeper Qian said in a deep voice. Sima Yingjun turned his head and looked. Is the Liu swordsmanship very strong? He felt that the swordsmanship taught by Master Pei was the best in the world. What Liu swordsmanship? I will blow you up into a crescent moon. Shopkeeper Qian didn't know what he was thinking, and said in a deep voice, the Liu swordsmanship is divided into the new moon style, the power of the upper string style, and the full moon style was displayed in a way of superimposing terrifying power. Sima Yingjun did not say anything, because he sneered. Grandmaster Bai used the crescent moon sword style first. The raindrops in the sky seemed to be as hard as steel, as if no matter what was in front of them at this moment, they would be ruthlessly penetrated by these raindrops. And behind the raindrops, a sword light like moonlight flashed through the air. A sword slashed from a distance. A long trace was drawn in the air. It crashed head-on into the giant sword condensed by Pagenia. Puff! When the two forces collided with each other, countless raindrops made a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Seemingly due to the high temperature, they instantly evaporated into large groups of white mist. Huh? Master Bai suddenly exclaimed in surprise. After a brief fight with Pagenia last night, he thought that Pagenia's strength was just like this, but now it seems, I still underestimated this person. I didn't expect your blood and chi to have been condensed to this extent. Given time, it is not impossible for you to enter the second stage of the body. Master Bai said in a deep voice. Is the second stage worth mentioning? Pei Jinya's eyes were calm, hovering above the canal. You are quite arrogant. Master Bai narrowed his eyes. For us cultivators, it is a blessing to be able to open the body. Even for me. I dare not say that I am sure to enter the second stage. Since you think you are very strong, then take my second sword. The second sword named? Master Bai put his hands together. Upper string. Just as he finished speaking, a huge wave suddenly rose on the lake. 10,000 water swords rose from the immortal burial lake. These water swords condensed from the lake water were infused with his unparalleled true energy. Like a crescent moon. Instantly burst and shot away. This scene attracted countless exclamations from all around. The second style of the U.S. swordsmanship. This is the second style of the U.S. sword sect. In my lifetime, I can actually see someone forcing a grandmaster to the point of using the second style. The last time was 10 years ago. Yes. 10 years ago, Senior Dao Quan entered the U.S. sword sect as a grandmaster, forced out the second move of the U.S. sword art, and died. What about the third move? The third move is called Full Moon, and no one has ever seen it. Is there anyone in this world who can force out the third move of the U.S. sword sect? No one knows. Maybe this person can. But after saying this, he was opposed. First of all, I admit that he is very strong, but even if he could force Senior Bai to use his third move, Full Moon, it didn't mean he could survive the sword attack. There a reason why the U.S. sword sect could become the leader of the sword art. Everyone was silent. Bullshit. You don't know how strong the master is? Suddenly, an angry voice came from the crowd. Everyone looked over. The man who spoke was Sima Yingjun. This day was the first time he was noticed by half of the strong men in the martial arts world. But he was fearless. Because he knew that with the master here, everything is fine. Sir, they have already fought. The silver badge took the letter and said respectfully. The middle-aged man wearing the gold badge took a sip of the fine wine in his hand and sighed. The fight between the grandmasters must be earth-shattering, and asked our people to stay away. Yes. The silver badge handed over another secret letter. Sir, this is the list of people who appeared in the burial fairy lake today. The front is the officials in the officialdom of Nandu. On the back is the martial arts master. The middle-aged man took the letter and glanced at it casually. They are all here, which is in line with my guess. Sir, if Peiho finds out that we led Bai Yunao over, will he feel resentful? He won't know. But if he dies, then he will be useless to us. Bai Yunao is an old grandmaster. He will not get into trouble. This matter can be regarded as a warning to Pei Jinya. There are people outside of people. Only true loyalty to the royal family is the right way. Seeing that the golden waist card had made up his mind, the silver waist card said nothing more. At this time, the people below handed over another secret letter. The silver waist card face changed slightly. My lord, Bai Yuntao used the second sword. The result? The middle-aged man said concisely. Peiho only used one sword to directly break the second style of the U.S. swordsmanship. Pa! The wine glass in the middle-aged man's hand suddenly fell. He was shocked. He raised his head and said suddenly, Say it again! Just after Pei Jinya broke Bai Yuntao upper string style with one sword, the entire two banks were filled with exclamations. All had only one thought. So strong. When looking at Pei Jinya again at this moment, it seemed that he was not a human being, but a god who could overturn rivers and seas, and ride on clouds and mist. God of war. The huge immortal burial lake was cut open by a sword, and the riverbed 100 meters deep was exposed to the world. The mist that flew out due to atomization, when the strong wind swept to the two banks, instantly turned into a downpour. Many people were soaked like drowned rats. The Sima family siblings survived. I don't know if it was Pei Jinya intentional control, but Sima Yingjun firmly believed it was. Is this the Grandmaster? Unparalleled strength, unpredictable. Just like a god, I wonder when we can reach this level. An old man in green robes sitting on a stone lion on the shore sighed deeply. Bai Yuntao is a peerless grandmaster who can kill the double sword saint. His swordsmanship can be said to be indestructible. If ordinary grandmasters do not hold magic weapons, I am not his opponent at all. But I didn't expect he would be defeated so quickly by this sword. Another old man said in a hoarse voice. No living person dared to stay around him, because there was a piece of snake scales under his robe. Perhaps a python was hidden, which made people tremble with fear. After some masters noticed him, they pulled their younger generations away, unwilling to get close to this master from the western regions. The western region's masters have always been notorious in the martial arts world, and no one wants to provoke them. Is this still a human? A young man said tremblingly, but But he was covered by the elder in front of him, whispering and scolding, "Are you looking for death? Shut up." In the distance, Bai Yun'ao flew back on his sword, waving his hand to summon dozens of water swords, controlling these water swords to kill Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya was indifferent. The reason why he did not use the power of elements was to use this real grandmaster to hone his martial arts. In this world, he practiced the 5 Poison Heart Sutra. It has been cultivated to perfection. Then it is Heaven and Earth 6-9 Divine Styles, which has now been cultivated to the breaking limit level. And the unique skills of Prince Mu Mansion, which have now been cultivated to perfection. It must be said that the effect of the peerless martial arts is the most obvious. At present, he has also become interested in the Liyue sword art of the Liyue sword sect. This sword art is not just a sword art. Through the moves performed by this little old man, and the memories he swallowed, he felt a familiar feeling. This feeling is spiritual, the ultimate spirit of heaven and earth. He had devoured the spiritual energy from the spirit stone, and had taken spiritual fruits, so he was not unfamiliar with spirits. The current sword technique actually contained spirits. This made Pei Jinya pay attention. He could basically confirm that Liyue's sword technique was a method of attacking with spirits. He used to think that spirits were food, but now someone told him that spirits could also be used as weapons. If that the case, Pei Jinya looked up. "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You should also take my sword." He had devoured a large amount of spirits. Strictly speaking, the spirit contained in his body far exceeds that of Bai Yuntao. So his sword is more powerful. Boom! A loud noise came from a distance. The face of Yin Yaobai changed in shock. Almost at the same time, someone handed him a letter. After he saw the contents of the letter, his face instantly became extremely horrified. The middle-aged man was staring out the window, with a somewhat confused expression. It seemed that he did not understand what the loud noise just now was. "Sir?" Silver Waist Card spoke. The middle-aged man's attention was drawn to him. "You say." Unconsciously, Silver Waist Card voice was trembling. "Just got the news. Bai Yun'ao died. Died from the first move of Liyue's sword art. Crescent Moon." The middle-aged man was startled. As if he didn't react. "You? What did you just say?" Although he asked like this, but he had already reached out his hand, snatched the letter from Silver Waist Card hand, and read it himself. At the same time, Silver Waist Card voice sounded again. Pei Ho performed the first move of Liyue's sword art, killing Bai Yuntao on the Burial Fairy Lake. In an instant, the whole room was dead silent. The entire canal was in a dead silence. Everyone's mind was reverberating with the scene before Bai Yuntao's death, where he put his hands together and created countless white air waves to block Pei Jinya's sword. However, Pei Jinya's sword was too powerful. It was so powerful that no one could see the sword clearly at that time. Everyone's vision was taken away by the bright moonlight at that moment. When they opened their eyes, they saw that Bai Yuntao's unparalleled protective chi was like paper, and was easily pierced by a sword. Then it pierced through his back. Puff! Bai Yuntao spurted blood. Before he could even utter a harsh word, Pei Jinya had already held his head with one hand, and started to devour him directly at the moment of death. "Even if you beat Senior Bai, you shouldn't humiliate him like this." At this moment, an old man shouted angrily. Pei Jinya slowly turned his head, with a calm look. "If you don't accept it, come and fight." The old man groaned on the spot, and flew backwards. No one saw how Pei Jinya attacked. But the old man flew backwards, and his life or death was unknown, which made everyone present dare not say a word. Pei Jinya let go of his hand, and Bai Yun'ao's body fell directly into the immortal burial lake. With a splash, he sank directly into the water, and splashed with water as everyone looked at him. With a boom, Pei Jinya's voice of breaking the sound barrier came. Like thunder, the whole person disappeared on the spot. No one dared to say anything during this process. Watching Bai Yuntao, who killed the Liyue sword sect with one sword, with his own eyes, Sima Yingjun was excited, and wanted to say hello to Pei Jinya, but Pei Jinya walked too fast, which really made him feel a little upset. But he also understood. Bai Yun'ao was a famous grandmaster, and a member of the Liyue sword sect. Sir killed him, and in public, so he was bound to be the target of public criticism. At this time, Sir left cleanly, because he didn't want the Sima family to be involved. Understand Pei Jinya's good intentions. Sima Yingjun was immediately moved. "Sister, will the master be in trouble?" Sima Monli did not speak. She was as worried as he was. If the opponent was just a casual cultivator in the martial arts world, it would be fine. But the opponent happened to be from the Liu sword sect. Uncle Qian. Sima Monli looked at Shopkeeper Qian. Shopkeeper Qian took a deep breath. His mind was still thinking about the sword that Pei Jinya had just used. Admiration, really admiration. Just by fighting, he can completely replicate the opponent's swordsmanship. This kind of talent is unheard of. I suddenly feel that Pei Jinya may have the opportunity to create a myth unprecedented in history. Sima Yingjun was stunned. But Sima Monli understood. If this is true, there is no need to worry about Senior Pei. At least at this stage. The royal family will definitely use him well. What happens next is beyond her imagination. She can only hope that everything will develop in a good direction. In the distance, in a certain attic, the middle-aged man looked horrified. Kneeling in front of him was not only the silver waist badge, but also a dark guard in black and wearing a mask. The middle-aged man said, "Are you sure that the sword is the new moon?" "Yes, I am sure." The dark guard in black repeated the sword that Pei Jinya had used. The middle-aged man did not speak for a long time. "My lord." The silver waist badge could not help but say, "Bai Yutao is dead. He is the guardian of the Liu sword sect. A great master. If he dies, the Liu sword sect will definitely not let it go." The middle-aged man came back to his senses, sneered, "They won't let it go? Why do they dare to do so? In a duel, life and death are unpredictable. Bai Yutao death is not a pity because he is inferior to others. Sir, if you say this to the Liu sword sect, I'm afraid those old guys will definitely not be happy." The silver waist badge smiled bitterly. The middle-aged man glared at him unhappily. "How could I not know?" The silver badge looked over with a bitter face. "I really didn't expect. Pei Ho is so strong." Originally, they thought the worst result would be Pei Jinya being injured, and their secret agents would intervene at that time, and win a wave of favor. The result was the opposite of what they expected. The new Pei Ho was not only not injured, but also killed by Yuan Tao. No one of their people dared to intervene. Even the middle-aged man with the gold badge was shocked after hearing the sword Pei Jinya used. "I am not sure that I can stop it," he sighed. "I will personally coordinate with the Liu sword sect. The minutes of today's battle at the burial lake should be submitted as soon as possible." Silver Waist Card bowed and said, "Yes, sir." The secret agents of the inner court began to work. After the middle-aged man walked out of the room, the whole person disappeared instantly. A moment later, Silver Waist Card walked out of the door. The black-clothed secret guards beside him bowed one after another. He ignored these people. He stood at the railing and looked at the vaguely visible river in the distance, muttering to himself. Is he really going to make a scene when he goes to the U.S. sword sect this time? On the huge ship, Manager Li was very respectful when facing Pei Jinya. After witnessing the famous Bai Yuntao being killed by a sword, he realized that during the trip to Jiangnan, this Pei Ho really didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, let alone General Su, even King Mu would have to kneel. "Pei Ho, do you need anything else?" Manager Li asked cautiously. Pei Jinya was not polite. He took the tea he had prepared earlier, took a sip and said, "Do you have dragon fish?" "This," Manager Li said quickly. "I didn't think it through. I will arrange for the secret guards to prepare dragon fish for you. With the current location, you can eat it before dusk." Pei Jinya looked over calmly. He was just asking constructively. He didn't expect Manager Li to be so sensible. He nodded. The young man is teachable. Then Manager Li led his men to retreat. Pei Jinya closed his eyes and rested in the room alone. His understanding of the U.S. sword sect was nothing more than the 5 tiger generals of Prince Mu Mansion and Lu Yingwe. Today, he faced Bai Yuntao in public. He had to admit that the fighting power of this world was more inclined to the physical body, and the use of the extraordinary was completely zero. In other words, the use of the spirit gave him some freshness. He had to admit that he underestimated the martial arts of this world. If it weren't for the rebirth of flesh and blood and the extraordinary power of the Lord of Elements, he would have been seriously injured in the battle with Bai Yuan Tao. Pei Jinya raised his hand. A faint blood pattern appeared under his palm. This was the spirit left on his palm when Bai Yuan Tao slashed at him. This spirit was constantly destroying his flesh and blood. But it was a pity. The spirit that Bai Yuan Tao possessed was only 1% of his, and the speed of causing damage was not as fast as his rebirth of flesh and blood. So Pei Jinya mind moved. The spirit left by Bai Yuan Tao was forced out directly from his palm, forming a raindrop-sized spirit. Under the operation of the 12 lotuses of Hun Yuan, this spirit was forcibly refined, feeding back to Pei Jinya, and the 3 attribute values increased by 20 points. But his expression was very regretful. It was like he just took a sip of water in a state of hunger and thirst. It didn't quench his craving at all. If it were in the past, one drop of spiritual water can bring 20 points of attribute value, which makes him very happy. But now, Pei Jinya guessed that the limit of his physical body might be 100,000 points. And he only has more than 20,000 points now. This means that if he wants to open the life valve, he needs to obtain more than 70,000 points. The future is long. More importantly, he is not sure how long he can stay in this world. Once the energy of the flame god coffin is exhausted, he will leave. So he has no time to wait here. He was hiding in reality because he was not strong enough. But here, the only ones he could be careful of were those old monsters. Through by Yunao memory, he learned that even in the Liyue sword sect, the strongest person was only at the 3rd level of the body. And there was only one. There was only one at the 2nd level of the body. There were 2 guardians at the 1st level of the body like Bai Yuntao. But now he had killed one of them, leaving only 3. Now that he had killed one of their guardians, Pei Jinya went forward rashly. He didn't know whether others were panicking or not, but he was not panicking at all. Along the way, his cultivation would be continuously improved. Moreover, he still had the ultimate form of the giant blood nightmare to activate. If he was really pushed into a corner, he would activate his demon god body and directly crush the Liyue sword sect. Thinking of this, Pei Jinya swiped out the attribute panel. On the skill panel, after devouring Bai Yuntao memory, Liyue sword art had already promoted to the great accomplishment realm. Pei Jinya did not feel discouraged. Instead, he was somewhat surprised, because the more difficult the practice is, the more it shows that it has great potential, and the stronger the feedback it brings. Liyue sword sect. Pei Jinya mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. The spirit from Bai Yuntao body can be refined and fed back by him using the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan. Does that mean that the sword masters of Liyue sword sect, who have cultivated the spirit, can provide him with this energy? Thinking of this, Pei Jinya blood and chi slowly rose. And with the practice of 12 lotuses of Hunyuan and 13 changes of Dapeng, his attribute values continued to increase. I don't know how long it has been. Manager Li called softly outside the door. My lord, the dragonfish has arrived. The door opened. Pei Jinya figure appeared outside the door. Manager Li was startled. He didn't even notice how Pei Jinya appeared. And he bowed quickly. Before he could say hello, Pei Jinya voice has already sounded, make soup. Don't braise it. Don't put any extra ingredients. Follow my menu. A piece of paper floated down and landed in the hands of Manager Li, who quickly said yes. Pei Jinya had already noticed the existence of the dragonfish at this time. Manager Li is quite capable. He brought back 3 dragonfish in one go. However, I think this is probably the intention of the royal family to recruit him. Pei Jinya just smiled. Didn't say anything. Eating fish is the most important thing. The afterglow fell. Manager Li accompanied him on one side, but he just stood there, waiting beside Pei Jinya. He also felt it was novel. According to the method of Lord Pei, the fish was so delicious and tender, he didn't know how many times his throat rolled. But Pei Jinya didn't mean to share. A dragon fish and the tender fish soup went down his throat. The attribute panel showed chi and blood value plus 350. Physical strength plus 333. Spiritual strength plus 330 refreshing. Manager Li bowed and flattered him. My lord, is there anything else you need? Pei Jinya said softly. Looking over, go ahead. What do they want you to tell me? Manager Li bowed and said, my lord, you have a keen eye. And I dare not lie to you. A secret letter came from the imperial city, which was written to you by the emperor himself. As for what it is, I dare not check it on my own initiative. He handed it over with both hands. Pei Jinya took the secret letter casually with one hand and opened it himself. Pei Jinya had never met the emperor of the ancient country of Yugwang, and he had no interest in the polite words written on the other party memorial. However, the other party said that he would give full support, but he needed to personally verify how much support he would give, based on the principle that no one should be wronged. Pei Jinya asked Manager Li to buy more supplements, and Manager Li agreed to all of them. Bai Yuntao death would naturally not be indifferent to the Liyue sword sect. The golden waist badge of the inner secret agent also said that he was a grandmaster. Already one step ahead, there are people from Liyue sword sect in the palace. And Liyue sword sect is not monolithic, so there is a chance to mediate. In this regard, Pei Jinya is not too worried. What he wants to do now is to continuously improve his practice through this journey. no matter whether he is sure or not. He will not give up any opportunity to become stronger. Early the next morning, Pei Jinya and his party have landed. After passing the Nyosho Pass in front, we will reach the territory of the U.S. Sword Sect. We will arrive before noon. The carriage is on the way. They are all selected Fergana horses, and we will probably arrive before noon, Stewardly said respectfully, accompanying him. Behind him were dozens of sturdy plainclothes guards. How many dragonfish are there? Pei Jinya asked casually. This is the last dragonfish. Stewardly carefully glanced at Pei Jinya's expression, and hurriedly explained, It not that we are not careful, but all the dragonfish that can be used at the moment are already here. There are only one left. Pei Jinya felt a little regretful. 3 dragonfish before. 2 more last night. He hadn't felt satisfied yet. And there was only 1 left. After glancing at the more than 1,000 attribute points added on the attribute panel, Pei Jinya asked again, Are there any other supplements? To answer the Marquis, there are 3 Ganoderma lucidum, a pair of deer antlers, and a red-blooded carp left. Butlerly said quickly. All cooked. Yes, my lord. Pei Jinya spoke, and managerly introduced them to the nearest post station. There were not many people at the post station at this time. Only 1/3 of the more than 10 tables were occupied. When Pei Jinya and his party arrived at the post station, it was hard not to attract attention. More than a dozen strong men could just fill the place. When the waiter at the post station saw Pei Jinya and his party appear, he was also frightened and served them carefully, fearing that he would be killed by a knife if he offended these people. His hands were shaking when he poured the tea. Fortunately, the guard beside managerly took the teapot, and he felt as if he had been pardoned. My lord, please wait for a moment, I go borrow the stove, managerly whispered. Pei Jinya nodded. Managerly left with the waiter. The guards around him also waved with Pei Jinya, and sat down in nearby seats. I am Su Qifeng. Meeting you, sir. At this moment, across 2 tables, a young man dressed as a young man bowed to Pei Jinya. Although she lowered her voice deliberately, anyone with a discerning eye could still tell that this person was a woman dressed as a man. Before Pei Jinya could say anything, the pretty woman sitting next to Su Qifeng hurriedly pulled her, as if she was angry at her for talking nonsense, and nodded to Pei Jinya apologetically. Pei Jinya retracted his gaze, and didn't take it to heart. He closed his eyes and rested. At his level, the entire post station was within his perception range, and the whispering of the 2 girls could hardly escape his perception. Stop joking. What the big deal? When you travel around, you need to make more friends. But they look so fierce. How can you judge a person by his appearance? They might be tough but kind. The 2 were talking to each other. Suddenly, the sound of hurried horse hooves came from a distance. Soon, 2 horses passed by the post station quickly, attracting the attention of many people. Strange. The girl named Su, who was dressed as a man, couldn't help but say, What wrong? The pretty girl next to him looked over in confusion. The 2 people just now were wearing the uniforms of the U.S. Sword Sect, which means they are disciples of the Sword Sect. I have never seen them so anxious before. Could it be that there are some rumors in the martial arts world recently? The little girl surnamed Su asked curiously. The pretty girl was at a loss. But there was a voice next to him. Previously in Jiangnan, Su Qifeng, one of the 5 tiger generals of the Su family, was killed by a thunderbolt. There is still no explanation for this matter. What else do you need to explain? It a punishment from heaven. I heard that someone in Prince Mu Mansion offended heaven. So heaven is punishing them. Offend heaven? What can offend heaven? It must be something extremely treasonous. What can be considered extremely treasonous? It must be. Are you deliberately trying to trick me? The pretty girl quietly pulled her companion. And just as she was about to say something, a fragrance came over. And she couldn't help but look. It smells so good. At this moment, the voices gradually stopped, and many people looked over. However, the guards with swords at the scene had all reached out and pressed on the hilts. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Pei Jinya didn't take these people seriously at all. After waiting for an instant's stick of time, Managerly and others brought 3 plates of nourishing food. Pei Jinya started eating as if no one was around. The little girl named Su poked her head out and looked curiously. This person can actually eat so much by himself. The companion looked helpless. Is this the point? Isn't the point the dragonfish? Someone stood up. He stared at the dragonfish for a while, and then left quickly. Gradually, there were fewer people in the post station. Only the 2 girls hadn't left. The pretty girl wanted to leave. She saw that everyone else had left, and she really didn't dare to stay with Pei Jinya and his group. Who knew that Su Xiaofei, who was dressed as a man, ignored her, but stared at Pei Jinya eating with interest. Look, he doesn't even spit out fish bones when he eats fish. It's amazing. Does he eat so much every day? But he doesn't seem fat at all. I envy his physique. The pretty girl was very upset, and urged, let go quickly. Why are you going? Don't go now. Just listen to me. Su Xiaofei shook her head. The pretty girl looked over in confusion. Su Xiaofei whispered, the tables behind us just now are all eyeing the big brother in front. They are probably lying in ambush. If we go out now, we will be killed. Why are you tired of living? What are you talking about? The pretty woman frowned and said angrily. Su Xiaofei smiled. At this time, Pei Jinya had eaten all the tonic food on the table. The attribute value increased by nearly 400 points again. As soon as he stood up, he heard the girl dressed as a man behind him deliberately lower her voice, pretending to be a man voice, and said, brother, be careful when you go out. Someone might be trying to harm you. Manager Li looked over. The gazes of dozens of guards with swords looking over at the same time made the pretty woman scream. However, Pei Jinya's voice happened to ring at this time. Aren't you afraid of being retaliated by them later? Su Xiaofei still thought that her true identity had not been seen through, and deliberately pretended to be a man and said casually, what we do is to have a clear conscience. Since I encountered the incident, I naturally can't pretend not to see it. But I can't help you with anything. I can only remind you to be careful. Pei Jinya smiled rarely. He said nothing. He stood up and left. He was followed by Manager Li and many guards with swords. Are you really not afraid of them causing trouble for you? The pretty girl said unhappily. Su Xiaofei looked at her and said with a smile, if I hadn't brought you along as a burden, I really want to go out and see what's going on. Before the pretty girl could get angry and raise her fist to hit him, Su Xiaofei suddenly asked curiously, what do you think his smile just now meant? What else can it mean? I have the confidence. The pretty girl sat back down, angrily saying, what should we do now? You take a rest here. I go buy some oranges. Su Xiaofei was about to leave, but was stopped by the pretty girl. You're talking nonsense. You clearly want to leave me behind and go to the theater by yourself. With you as a burden, I won't be able to run away in time. Su Xiaofei said she was disgusted, but she still left the copper coins on the table. He motioned the pretty girl to follow. The pretty girl did not hesitate, and quickly followed with her hands pinching the hem of her skirt. Su Xiaofei said unhappily, I told you to change into a more comfortable outfit a long time ago, but you refused to listen. It doesn't look good. Okay, hide behind me later. As he was speaking, suddenly, a scream came from the outside. Su Xiaofei hurriedly pulled the pretty girl to hide behind the door, and looked quietly, but there was no sound from the outside. Is this the end? It can't be possible? Su Xiaofei cried out in surprise. Then she left her companions behind, and hurriedly chased after them. Xiaofei. The pretty girl was so scared that her face turned pale, and hurriedly shouted. Although she was scared, she still hurriedly chased after them, with her skirt lifted up. The two girls chased after them. There was nothing. Strange, where are the people? Even the pretty girl was stunned. It was as if she had just heard an illusion. She looked at Su Xiaofei. Su Xiaofei was also a little puzzled. She saw it clearly at that time. The group of people signaled that they were indeed going to attack Pei Jinya. But where are the people? Su Xiaofei was also a little puzzled. Let go quickly. The pretty girl was so scared that her face turned pale. It not that she was afraid of people. She felt that she had encountered a ghost. Otherwise, how could she encounter such a thing in broad daylight? What are you afraid of? They all have shadows. I saw it clearly at the time. Su Xiaofei sneered. The pretty girl covered her ears and shook her head repeatedly. I don't care, I'm leaving now. Su Xiaofei had no choice but to take her away. Su Xiaofei, I'm warning you, take me to Liu's sword set quickly, don't waste time. Okay, see how you can do it. Stop talking nonsense. My family said that we only have half a month at most, and we have already wasted a lot of time. Don't worry. Just wait, let me think about which way to go. Not long after Su Xiaofei and her companions left, a red-haired old man with a python hidden under his green robe appeared on this forest path. The python stuck its head out and spat its tongue in a certain direction. There is blood on the ground. The green-robed old man had extraordinary insight, and still noticed a drop of blood in the seemingly ordinary environment in front of him. He squatted down and picked up the blood drop with the tip of the knife. He carefully identified it. The blood is still hot, which means that there was a fight just now. But the scene is so clean, it's a bit interesting. The green-robed old man raised his head. The python spat its tongue. It looked extremely scary. He a master. No wonder he could kill that old guy by you now. Suddenly, the void shook. The green-robed old man expression changed. The drop of blood on the tip of the knife suddenly exploded, as if a huge force was detonated. The surrounding mountains and forests were shaken, and I don't know how many leaves were torn apart. The green-robed old man held his bloody broken arm and ran for his life. Too scary. What that sound? Su Xiafei looked back in confusion. The pretty girl was thinking about Liu's sword sect. So she didn't care about these things. She urged, hurry up. I know. When Su Xiafei was talking, her beard suddenly fell off, and she quickly reached out to stick it back on. She seemed to see something, and shouted in surprise, brother. When the pretty girl looked over, her face turned pale again. How did they meet them again? The guards with swords stepped forward and invited the two to come over. Su Xiafei didn't seem to be worried at all. On the contrary, the pretty girl was a little uneasy. For some reason, she always felt that the guards around Pei Jinya were scary, as if they would eat people. As for Pei Jinya, she didn't feel anything, but felt that he didn't seem to like talking much. My name is Su Qifeng, and I'm glad to meet you. Brother, Su Xiafei said in a playful manner. I can roughly tell the direction you are going. Is it Liu's sword sect? What a coincidence, we are also going to Liu's sword sect. My last name is Pei. So it brother Pei. I've heard a lot about you. Pei Jinya saw how familiar the girl was and smiled softly. If the girl hadn't reminded him before, he probably wouldn't have paid any attention. Are you going to Liu's sword sect as well? Yes. What a coincidence. Are you going to ask for the holy water as well? Su Xiafei walked forward boldly. The pretty girl followed her carefully and reservedly, holding up her skirt. She seemed to think that her question was too noisy. I couldn't help but pull her sleeve. However, Su Xiafei didn't take it seriously at all, and looked at Pei Jinya expectantly. Ask for the holy water? Pei Jinya smiled slightly. I'm here to steal the holy water. Su Xiafei was stunned, and then couldn't help laughing. Brother Pei really likes to joke. However, Manager Li lowered his head slightly, and couldn't help but glance at Pei Jinya. Pei Ho didn't really go to Liu's sword sect to steal things this time. Right? Not really? The group didn't waste any time, walking towards Liu's sword sect. During the conversation with Su Xiafei, Pei Jinya also learned that, for the people here, Liu's sword sect is a mysterious sect. Many people often come here because of its reputation, but those who have no chance will not be allowed to enter. Even the entrance to Liu's sword sect cannot be found. Walking along the way, I found that there are quite a few people on the road. I heard that there was no road here before, until too many people showed up later. A path was trampled out here. And there are really many people who come to ask for the holy water, but they can't make people fly and can't produce anything to impress those immortal masters, so they can only go back from where they came. Su Xiafei seems to know a lot of things. Even the pretty woman looked at her in surprise, whispered, Didn't you say you haven't been here a few times? Yes. A few times, but I have seen those immortal masters every time. This is very telling. Right? Su Xiafei didn't mean to show off. Do you know about the Mu Palace? Back then, Mu Wang took out 10,000 taels of gold, but he still couldn't get in. Ah? The pretty girl was stunned, but that Mu Wang. So what if he Mu Wang, he not the emperor? Su Xiafei pouted. Pei Jinya looked at her. Mu Wang's surname is Su. This girl's surname is also Su. Could it be? No. Su Qianfeng didn't remember this little girl at all. We're here. At this moment, Su Xiafei suddenly pointed to the front and said. Everyone looked over. They saw a cliff that looked like a natural moat standing before them. There was a small gap on the cliff. Two huge stone swords crossed and blocked the gap. Is this the Liu's sword sect? The pretty woman couldn't help but sigh. My lord. Manager Li had something to report. Pei Jinya nodded and took him somewhere else. It was at this time. On the cliff, a figure suddenly jumped out, stepping on a flying sword, like a sword immortal descending to the world, landed in front of everyone. Greetings, immortal master. In the group of people waiting in front, the white-haired old man bowed to the young sword master in front of him. These disciples of Liu's sword sect wore blue and white robes. There was a scabbard behind each of them. All the flying swords had fallen into his hands. The leading young sword master frowned and said, "From now on, our Liu's sword sect will close the mountain and will no longer seek guests. Please go back. Immortal master, we are really sincere in seeking the fate of immortals," the old man said hurriedly. The wooden box handed over was filled with banknotes. The young swordsman frowned, suddenly glared at Su Xiufei and others who were peeking through his robe, blocked his gesture, took the money in, nodded slightly, and said, "It only one stick of incense, but I can't guarantee whether the uncle will agree or not." The old man hurriedly thanked him. It a great thing to be able to go in. After this group of people went in, Su Xiufei was about to step forward. The young swordsman blocked her way. "The mountain is closed today. Our mountain gate no longer accepts guests. Please go back. Master, my uncle is also from your mountain gate. We are one family. We are all one family," Su Xiufei said flatteringly. The young swordsman immediately raised his eyebrows. "What is name?" "Su Qing," Su Xiufei said politely. The young swordsman's relaxed expression turned cold again. "A chores is not worthy of being compared with us. Get out." The pretty woman behind Su Xiufei couldn't help but said, "Master, I am Chao Inger from Changyu Mansion. My father once came to your place to pay tribute. Please do me a favor." She gritted her teeth and handed over the small box in her hand. The young swordsman did not refuse. But when he opened it, he saw that it was just some jewelry that was not precious. He immediately sneered and threw it away. "What kind of rubbish is it? Get out of here." Chao Inger's face turned pale. Su Xiufei was also a little indignant. "Why are you so greedy? The Chao family gave you so many things before you. Get lost." The young swordsman said this, without turning his head, said to the other companions around him, "Start to set up the formation, and start it after one stick of incense." "Yes, Brother Mingda." Dozens of young swordsmen moved one after another, then inserted the long swords in their hands into the ground, and began to chant. The wind blew out of nowhere, somewhat cold. Chao Inger looked at Su Xiufei in panic. Su Xiufei gritted her teeth, and wanted to rush in with Chao Inger. However, at this moment, a figure walked past her, and she was stunned. The young swordsman shouted angrily to stop the newcomers from entering the sword formation. However, in an instant, all the long swords seemed to be under irresistible force, and soared into the sky. This scene shocked everyone. Pei Jinya said calmly, "My name is Pei Jinya, and I have come to Liu's sword sect to ask for advice." After saying the last two words, dozens of long swords suspended in the air instantly broke through the air. In the sky, it seemed as if there were flowing lights and colors. Then, there was a thunderous roar from afar. "You dare!" Boom! For a moment, the sudden explosion was like rolling thunder, and it spread out with a roar, and it was mighty and mighty. This loud noise was echoing for dozens of miles. Adding the echo formed by the mountain walls around the valley, it seemed like the sound of countless thunders exploding for a moment, and most of the Liu's sword sect was at a loss. "He is." Su Xiufei was stunned. Chao Inger was also dumbfounded. They followed Pei Jinya all the way, talking and laughing, and anyone would think he was just a rich young man who came to ask for the holy water. "I thought Manager Li was a master who killed people without blinking." It turned out that Pei Jinya was the real hidden talent. At this moment, let alone the two women, the young swordsman, who was blocking Pei Jinya, had been shocked to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices by the last 2 words. Ask for advice. Full of sword intent, he wanted to say something but couldn't say a word, and raised his hand to point at Pei Jinya. However, at this moment, he fell straight down on the spot. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive. At this moment, there was a dead silence all around. Almost at the same time, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard in the air. The entire Liu's sword sect seemed to wake up from sleep, and it was boiling instantly. Countless people stuck their heads out and told each other, and some even ran for their lives. At the gate of the mountain, the disciples of the Liu's sword sect looked up at Pei Jinya with shock on their faces. At this time, Pei Jinya had completely lost his previous ordinary temperament, and the whole person seemed like a peerless divine sword. The sharp edge, the kind of aura that came naturally and looked down on the world, was enough to capture people's hearts. Su Xiufei and Chao Inger were dumbfounded. "You are Pei Jinya?" A young swordsman at the foot of the mountain pointed at Pei Jinya. His face was full of shock. His voice seemed to tremble. Chao Inger came back to her senses and looked at Su Xiufei. She still didn't understand the weight of the 3 words Pei Jinya. Su Xiufei was muttering, as if she had heard of this name somewhere. At this time, A figure flew from the cliff, landed beside the young swordsman, and reached out to put his hand on his shoulder. The young swordsman's trembling body gradually relaxed. "Master." The young swordsman and the people around him bowed to greet him. The middle-aged swordsman was wearing a flowing robe, carrying a long sword behind him. His face was dark, which was out of place with his plain clothes. However, when the people present saw him appear, their faces were all excited. Because Qin Yunli was the great protector of the Liyue sword sect, a real grandmaster, and his status was limited to the sect master. "Qin Yunli, meet Lord Pei." The middle-aged swordsman treated him politely. His calling him Lord Pei made the two girls nearby widen their eyes. "Prince? When did the ancient country of Yebwang have such a young lord?" The two girls looked at each other. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. "Lord Pei, everything can be discussed." Manager Li was sweating profusely, and hurriedly dissuaded Pei Jinya from taking action. He was really panicking. He was afraid that Pei Jinya would really destroy the Liyue sword sect. When the emperor blames him, he will be in big trouble. Pei Jinya thought he was in the way. What was there to say? Just beat him up and make him submit. But Manager Li begged in a low voice beside him. He really didn't want to get a cup of Headinghong after the matter was done. Pei Jinya was a great master, and the emperor would definitely not dare to offend him. But what about him? Pei Jinya agreed because he had worked so hard on the way. "Old Li, after today, I find you another job." Hearing Pei Jinya words, Manager Li could only smile awkwardly. He didn't know where else to go except the royal family. At this time, an old man in a black robe rushed to the front and shouted angrily. "Pei Jinya, what do you mean by hurting my sword sect disciples? You killed Bai Yunao before, and we haven't settled the score with you yet. Are you going to take advantage of me now?" Pei Jinya was about to take action, but Manager Li looked at him pleadingly. He could only snort in frustration. "Why? Is your Liyue sword sect a forbidden place that I cannot come to? Or, as an imperial envoy, I have to pay several hundred taels of gold as a toll? You? Elder Hu, when meeting a grandmaster, you must not be rude." Qin Yunli interrupted the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man was a little indignant, but after noticing Qin Yunli's expression, he took a deep breath and retreated sullenly. Then Qin Yunli bowed to Pei Jinya and said, "Pei Ho, you are a grandmaster. Why bother with these juniors? It is unworthy of your dignity as a senior. Your sect disciples spoke rudely, and I taught them a lesson for you. You are not grateful. But you blame me? I now have reason to suspect that Bai Yunao violated the law, intervened in worldly disputes, and caused dynastic unrest. It was your idea of the U.S. sword sect." Pei Jinya looked at him indifferently. "You?" Not to mention the old man in black robe. Even Qin Yunli showed shock and anger on his face at this moment. "Marquis Pei, I respect you as a grandmaster, but Liyue sword sect will never allow you to talk nonsense," Qin Yunli said in a deep voice. Pei Jinya's eyes were calm, without any change, but he said lightly, "Since everyone knows that I'm here, then you must know what happened in Nandu. Do I have to make something so clear?" Qin Yunli's expression changed several times. Pei Jinya knew that his ambiguous words were indeed right when he saw him like this. This Liyue sword sect is really holding back evil. But Pei Jinya didn't care what they did. He came here to become stronger. Qin Yunli slightly lowered his gaze. "So what did Pei Ho want to do this time? Your sect did something wrong, so you must bear the consequences," Pei Jinya said indifferently. "What consequences? Bai Yunao challenged you, but you killed him, and our Liyue sword sect didn't bother you, so how dare you speak so righteously?" The black-robed old man couldn't help but scolded. Qin Yunli suppressed him, and looked at Pei Jinya. "I wonder how Marquis Pei wants our Liyue sword sect to bear the consequences." "No problem. Hand over all the sacred water of your Liyue sword sect." "No way." Before Pei Jinya finished speaking, the old man in black robe jumped up and down in anger. The faces of the others also changed slightly. The reason why Liyue sword sect is famous in the world, in addition to the 3 Liyue swordsmanships that are the best in the world, is only the sacred water. Such sacred water, it was also the accumulation of hundreds of years of the entire Liyue sword sect. But Pei Jinya said he wanted to leave everything as soon as he opened his mouth. This was equivalent to cutting off the path of the Liyue sword sect. But Manager Li was full of expectations. He himself was entrusted with the Emperor Order. The purpose of coming to the Liyue sword sect was for the holy water. Based on his understanding of the Liyue sword sect, the other party must know their purpose, so there was nothing wrong with speaking directly. He always admired Pei Jinya's straightforwardness. But the attitude of the Liu sword sect was really annoying. Pei Jinya, I respect you. But don't push your luck. The black-robed old man shouted angrily. And the long sword behind him trembled. Pei Jinya was indifferent, just relying on a bunch of you. You think you can threaten me? Let your sect leader come out to see me. You are too much. Who is Shan? Came to ask for advice. The black-robed old man roared and drew his sword. A flash of sword light flashed, and stretched to 10 meters in the air. How dare you, Liu sword sect, attack the imperial officials? Manager Li screamed in shock and anger. However, the old man in black robe didn't care at all, as if he wanted to chop Manager Li down as well. Manager Li felt his scalp tingling. If you had listened to me earlier, would you have killed them directly, and all this would have gone wrong? Pei Jinya's voice rang in Manager Li's ears, and he immediately blamed himself. Pei Ho. Manager Li had just heard this, and before he could finish the rest of the sentence, Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and grabbed it casually, and the sword light that was coming towards him was directly crushed in midair. What? Breaking the spell with bare hands? Many swordsmen from the Liu sword sect witnessed this scene, and their faces changed. Even Chen Yunli showed a look of shock at this moment. Hu Yingshan was famous for his hot temper in their Liu sword sect. Not many people dared to provoke him, because he was a real master. The swordsmanship just now was enough to cut and blow up a small mountain. But now it was directly crushed by Pei Jinya's bare hands, which completely confirmed Pei Jinya's identity as a grandmaster. This man cannot be defeated without a grandmaster. Let attack together. Seeing this, Chen Yunli can't care about anything else. He suspected that the news of the secret collusion of Liu's sword sect had spread, so he had to fight quickly and decisively. As long as he could kill the witnesses, then he could take action before the royal family of Youguang ancient country could react. And their Liu sword sect would be able to escape danger. He didn't care about other people. But Pei Jinya was too powerful, so everyone had to work together to suppress him in advance, otherwise. With so many people from their Liu sword sect present, it was not enough for a nimble grandmaster to kill him. It was just one sentence from Chen Yunli. The sky was full of sword lights, and immediately enveloped Pei Jinya. It was hard for people to imagine how earth-shattering the might would be when a dozen sword masters, led by a grandmaster, joined forces to attack at the same time. But on this day, someone saw it with their own eyes. The sky was full of sword lights. It was shocking. This terrifying power descended, as if it could kill any god that stood in its way. And within this range, except Pei Jinya, there was also Manager Li, a dozen guards with swords, and Su Xiafei's 2 daughters and others. Xiafei. Chao Ying's face was horrified. But at this time, no one could escape. The Liu sword sect masters acted too quickly, as if they had practiced it in advance. Manager Li was shocked and angry. He suddenly understood at this time. The Liu sword sect had wanted to take action a long time ago. They had already made up their minds to kill. He thought he could sit down and talk. He immediately blamed himself. If he had listened to Pei Ho's words and taken action directly, he might have caught Liu's sword sect by surprise. But it was too late to say anything now. Pei Jinya, you killed my mountain gate guardian, broke into my mountain gate forbidden area, and even tried to take away my mountain gate treasure. How ridiculous. You dare to provoke my Liu sword sect. This is what you will do. The black-robed old man had not finished speaking. Suddenly, a figure holding a huge golden lotus rose into the sky. The sky was full of sword light, and anyone who encountered it would fall apart under the dazzling light. The expressions of shock and horror were all over the world. Boom! Countless sword lights in the air collapsed under the heavy load. The extraordinary power once again descended upon this world, crushing down with a unique force, so that no matter how powerful the sword lights in the sky were, they were all falling apart at this moment. How is this possible? The guardians and sword masters of the Liu sword sect almost popped their eyes out. They absolutely could not imagine it. Pei Jinya did not even use his sword skills, and could not even feel a trace of internal energy, but he was able to ascend with the golden lotus in his hand. Especially the golden lotus, which seemed indestructible. It was hard to imagine that if Pei Jinya had used the golden lotus to smash them directly, even a master would have had his body shattered. Isn't he a great master of swordsmanship? How could he know magic? The black-robed old man was the first to exclaim, looking like someone had been stepped on by the tail. He practices both magic and martial arts. He practices both magic and martial arts. Chen Yunli said with an unpleasant expression. The faces of the guardian elders beside him were all stunned. Practicing both martial arts and magic. Isn't this something that only appears in legends? Whether it is practicing martial arts or magic, it takes a lot of time and energy. It is already very difficult for ordinary people to practice one of them. Even if the genius swordsman of their Liu sword sect wants to practice magic at the same time, it will only end up with more losses than gains. No one will believe that there are people who practice martial arts and magic at the same time in this world. Only fools will believe it. But now, they couldn't help but believe it. Oh my god! Su Xiaofei, who was blown away by the air wave, lay in the grass. When she looked up, she saw Pei Jinya holding the golden lotus in his hand. And the shocking scene of carrying dozens of masters alone. The fragmented sword energy disappeared in the golden light in midair. Although they were 100 meters away, she could still feel the burning heat transmitted in the air, which made her panic. She grabbed Chao Inger, who was still in a daze beside her, and retreated. Bang! A swordsman who wanted to sneak attack from behind failed to dodge, and was caught by the golden light released by the golden lotus in midair, and was directly exploded into a ball of blood mist. But Pei Jinya turned a blind eye, and rushed towards the grandmasters again with the golden lotus. Countless blood flowers exploded along the way. Pei! Jin! Yi! You are going too far. Several grandmasters, including Qin Yunli, were furious. These swordsmen were the elites carefully cultivated by their Liu sword sect, but now they were killed by Pei Jinya like chickens. How can I not be anxious? Pei Ho, maybe we can talk, Qin Yunli said loudly. But Pei Jinya was dismissive. You are the ones who will be killed, and you are the ones who will be stopped. You take yourselves too seriously. The last word of Pei Jinya was still floating in the air. The golden lotus in his hand once again expanded the range of light and shadow. The golden light shot out was comparable to a fantasy version of a machine gun. Full moon! Qin Yunli shouted suddenly. The internal energy surged. The several grandmaster companions around him seemed to have an unparalleled tacit understanding, and drew their swords at the same time. From the crescent moon style, the upper string style to Qin Yunli full moon style. The strongest sword moves of the Liu sword sect appeared at the same time. Because it was daytime, the picture in the sky was not obvious, but it was still vaguely visible. A bright moon from crescent to full, towards the golden lotus in the sky, and Pei Jinya, slashing fiercely. At the same time, the golden lotus in Pei Jinya's hand instantly grew larger. It flew out of his hand in an instant. Buzz! A terrifying sound wave like a landslide and tsunami erupted instantly. The violent wind was centered on the explosion and rolled wildly in all directions. Ah! The Liu sword sect disciples, who were at the center of the explosion, screamed and flew backwards. For a moment, the forest was like countless birds with broken wings being shot down. They fell into the stream 10 meters away. Almost at the same time when these disciples flew out, Manager Li and the sword-carrying guards who followed him, regardless of their cultivation level. All of them had horrible expressions on their faces, and they covered their ears tightly. Even so, they still felt stars in their eyes. Qin Yunli and others, who were the first to bear the brunt, were at the center of the explosion, and were also violently impacted by the sound waves. Their cheeks were shaking wildly from the strong wind. Even though they were strong, they could not help but retreat at this moment, and could not move forward at all. What is that? With a quick glance, Hu Yingshan seemed to see an extremely huge black shadow from the rising air waves. Is it an illusion? Hu Yingshan hadn't reacted yet. The air waves suddenly rolled. An extremely violent fist came directly. He fought desperately. However, his flesh and blood body could not withstand Pei Jinya. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded. The blood rain collapsed. Hu Yingshan didn't even know how Pei Jinya appeared in front of him, and died on the spot. Under such momentum, no one noticed Hu Yingshan's death. Qin Yunli, who was hiding more than 30 meters away, saw the ruined scene at the foot of the mountain gate in front of him. Both eyes were about to pop out. Who is he? Who is he? Shock! Fear! Countless emotions filled Qin Yunli's heart at once, causing his expression to twist, and his heart to be tightly grasped by a big hand. He couldn't believe it. There was actually such a terrifying person as Pei Jinya in this world. But he never thought. In addition to martial arts, Pei Jinya also mastered the extraordinary. A power beyond the world. Ah! Ah! A shrill scream of ghosts and wolves howling. The sword masters, who tried to stop Pei Jinya from attacking him, were almost instantly chopped off by him. Under this world-destroying golden lotus, all the sieges collapsed. Within 3 feet of Pei Jinya, there was no one to oppose him. Most of the sword masters of the Liu sword sect had lost their fighting power. Almost instantly, he rushed to the guardian elders headed by Qin Yunli. Pei Jinya, you dare to be so cruel. Even if you have the royal family of the ancient country of Yevwang behind you, you shouldn't have done it too extreme. Qin Yunli's eyes were red. He couldn't accept that in just a blink of an eye. So many excellent elite swordsmen of their Liyue sword sect had suffered heavy losses. Anyone who touched the Golden Lotus would die. It was too terrifying. After saying that, Qin Yunli suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed something, and threw it into the air. Thunder and fire rose. Thunder and fire crystal. Someone exclaimed. All the people in Liyue's sword sect knew that this thunder and fire crystal was the apple of Qin Yunli's eye. When Qin Yunli stepped into the Grandmaster realm, he went down the mountain to practice, and accidentally encountered a Taoist master who gave him guidance. And fortunately, he got this item. It is said that this thunder fire crystal has absorbed hundreds of years of heaven and earth thunder and fire. Once it explodes, its power is no less than the full-strength attack of a third-level body. Kill! Qin Yunli roared. Countless lightning flashes exploded in the air. This is his most precious treasure. If this can't kill Pei Jinya, then I'm afraid only the sword master can do it himself. Pei Ho. Be careful, this thing is called Thunder Fire Crystal. It can burst out the power of thunder. Manager Li shouted loudly in the distance. His voice was trembling, but he still hugged the tree trunk and shouted loudly. Pei Jinya smiled inexplicably. Thunder? What I am least afraid of is thunder. The thunder fire crystal burst out a terrifying lightning from the sky. It fell directly on Pei Jinya. Almost instantly, everyone lost their vision in a bright light. No one knew what happened. Even Qin Yunli. He also closed his eyes at this moment, secretly on guard, counting in his heart. But before the third sound rang out, he suddenly realized that the airflow in front of him had changed. The sword in his hand slashed directly without stopping. Dang! This sword seemed to be slashing on iron. The spirit in you is stronger than that waste. Pei Jinya's voice rang in Qin Yunli's ears. Almost at the moment he spoke, Qin Yunli seemed to have his tail stepped on. How could it be? How could it be? He was completely unharmed. Bang! Qin Yunli was knocked out on the spot. After absorbing and refining all the power of thunder and lightning, Pei Jinya finally stopped breathing thunder. He looked at the figure who saved Qin Yunli and raised his eyebrows slightly. The other party was a master of the third level of the body containment realm. I think he was the sword master of the Liyue sword sect. Sword master? Qin Yunli held back the sweet taste in his throat and said hurriedly. The old man patted him a few times quickly, only then did he calm down the surging qi and blood in his body. The others saw this, and they all felt like they had seen a life-saving straw. Meet the sword master. Sword master. This person actually showed up. Manager Li felt nervous, and a bitter taste appeared on the corner of his mouth. Knowing that this person was the real big shot of the Liyue sword sect, as soon as he appeared, people were immediately frightened. Manager Li now felt his legs go weak. To be honest, he really didn't expect things to turn out like this. Thinking back to the beginning, he thought everyone would sit down and talk, just like in previous years, let Liyue's sword sect reveal his share. Who knew that everyone was murderous this time? But he testified that Pei Ho was forced to take action. Speaking of Pei Ho, he couldn't help but look. He was also terrified. I don't know if it was an illusion he felt. Pei Ho seemed to have become stronger overnight. Dao you came to my Liyue sword sect just for the holy water? Liyue sword master looked at him calmly. If it weren't for the overwhelming sword power emanating from him at this moment, people would probably think he was just a wealthy old man enjoying his retirement. But now, no one dared to ignore his existence. More than that, Pei Jinya didn't feel threatened at all. But as he said these two words, the void shook. Pei Jinya had no expression on his face. Space blockade? Element explosion. Bang! You can see with the naked eye. An air ripple shaking in all directions. Qin Yunli, who had just calmed down, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. The Liyue sword master exclaimed, Your way is very special. This is the first time I have seen it. Do you want to learn? Pei Jinya looked over. With his extraordinary weapon and sword. In terms of swordsmanship, there is really no one in the entire Liyue sword sect who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. He is indeed qualified to teach others the sword. The Liyue sword master looked over and shook his head slowly. It a pity. If I had met you 10 years ago, things would not have developed like this. Pei Jinya looked calm. I gave them a chance. Liyue sword master sighed softly. As the master of a mountain, I can't just sit there and watch. So I will use my sword, and only this sword, after this sword. All grudges will be settled. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Sword Master. Sword Master. You can't do that, he killed so many of us. Someone said indignantly. But Liu's Sword Master raised his hand. That person could only swallow back the rest of his words with hatred, although he was unwilling, but he could only listen to the Liu's Sword Master. I have made up my mind. The Liu's Sword Master said slowly. No matter what I did in the past, I will end it with this sword today. What do you think? Pei Ho. Yes. Pei Jinya didn't want to say anything more. He could tell that the other party had great confidence. And he also knew that the other party wanted the Yoguang ancient country to stop pursuing the previous matter from now on. But the Liu's Sword Master would never believe it, although Pei Jinya was an imperial envoy. He was not from this world. Naturally, he would not care about the grudges and disputes. The purpose of his trip was as simple as he said. Liu's Sword Master nodded and extended his hand. A sharp scream came from the top of the mountain in the distance. Everyone looked up. A bright red light flashed quickly in the air. At the same time, Liu's Sword Master took a step forward. The sound of blue bricks breaking suddenly sounded without warning. It spread forward for more than 10 meters. And countless cracks spread all the way to Pei Jinya's feet. It was visible to the naked eye that countless gravels were shaken by the force and soared into the sky. Almost everyone felt that the ground under their feet was shaking violently. And their robes were whipped by the fierce wind. The red sword fell straight down. At this moment, hundreds of eyes noticed clearly. The figure of the Liu's Sword Master disappeared at the moment he grabbed the sword. Only a deep pit and a white airway visible to the naked eye were left, heading straight to the direction where Pei Jinya was. A chilling smell after high-speed friction could be clearly smelled in the air. In the blink of an eye, one could even notice that the air was distorted under the high temperature. At this time, the sword of the Liu's Sword Master arrived. I have to admit that you are the strongest swordsman I have ever seen in this world, but only in this world. Spiritual power, that is not how you use it. Pei Jinya's voice came. He slowly raised his hand. A golden lotus rose up. While waving his hand, he whispered, "Suppress." In an instant, everyone's vision was left with only a dazzling golden light. The golden light penetrated the sky and the earth. It was like a golden lotus blooming between heaven and earth. From then on, it seemed that only this golden lotus that spanned the sky and the earth remained between heaven and earth. Time seemed to have frozen. The red sword light that originally carried the power of heaven and earth, at the moment of flying away, was mighty and mighty, overwhelming. However, at this moment the golden lotus appeared, the unrivaled aura of the sword light was reduced by 3 points on the spot. Immediately, the two forces collided with each other. It triggered a vast tornado that rushed in all directions. Countless long cracks were plowed on the ground, mixed with many stones and debris. However, soon countless people lost their voices, their eyes almost popped out, as if they saw some horrifying scene. Because in everyone's eyes, Pei Jinya stood there like a pillar of support, unharmed. How is this possible? Qin Yunli's eyes almost popped out. The sword of the Sword Master was beyond his imagination. There was no flaw at all. But why? He still couldn't hurt the man. Why? Your swordsmanship has gone astray, Pei Jinya said calmly. He stretched out his hand and broke the sword. Snap. The sword that represented the dignity of the Liu's sword sect broke. In an instant, there was complete silence. Sword Master, Qin Yunli exclaimed. But before he could step forward, he stopped abruptly, because the Liu's Sword Master, who had his back to him, stretched out his hand, signaling him not to come over. Sword Master, Qin Yunli looked sad. This was the first time he saw the Sword Master like this. He wanted to step forward to show concern, but the Sword Master would not allow him to. He knew that the Sword Master was worried that the man would attack them. Such worry undoubtedly meant one thing. I lost. The Liu's Sword Master spoke slowly. Everyone present heard it clearly. In addition to the exclamation, there was more of a sense of sadness in his heart. However, the Liu's Sword Master completely ignored the meaning of these people. His hair was disheveled, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his turbid eyes showed confusion and puzzlement. I don't understand. What you mean? What do you mean? You took the wrong path? He slowly raised his head and looked at Pei Jinya. You use spirit to infuse swordsmanship. This is a very imaginative way to exert your strength. But it is a bit too narrow-minded to limit it to the point of exertion. Pei Jinya walked forward, and there was no tension as everyone imagined. In fact, everyone was far away, and they had no idea what they were talking about. A few hundred meters away, Chao Inga lifted her skirt, freed her hand, and pulled the life-saving straw in front of her. Xiao Fei. Don't talk. Su Xiaofei didn't even turn her head, and stared at the foot of the mountain intently. The shocking duel just now filled her mind. This is probably the highest combat power in this world. No one would believe it if I told them. Su Xiaofei had ridden in a carriage with the world best master. How lucky she was! On the other side, Manager Li wanted to move forward. However, the huge gulf blocking him was like a deep abyss. He did not dare to approach. Nor did he dare to leave. It seems Pei Ho won. However, he was very curious about what Pei Jinya was talking about with a person from Liu's sword sect. Before he could figure it out, suddenly, he saw the man from Liu's sword sect leading the way, leading Pei Jinya directly into the mountain gate, and the rest of Chen Yunli and others followed. This, Manager Li hurried forward. However, a ray of light suddenly appeared from midair, directly covering the entire Liu's sword sect. This light shield directly blocked Manager Li and others outside. He looked anxious. He didn't quite understand what Liu's sword sect meant. Sir. The guards with swords beside him were also somewhat confused. Manager Li shook his head, calmed himself down, and did not act impulsively. Marquis Pei's strength is obvious to all. The one from Liu's sword sect was defeated just now. It is unlikely that others can deal with him. However, this light shield should be a magic method. It seems that Liu's sword sect still has a trump card that we don't know about. But sir, Marquis Pei is alone in there, and we can't help him. What if Liu's sword sect really attacks Marquis Pei? The leader sword-wielding guard said worriedly. Manager Li was silent for a while, and said, Go find the silver waist card master. We have to wait for them to take action on this matter. As long as the gold waist card master is invited, things may turn around. But no one knows. This magic circle was actually created by Pei Jinya. In the main hall, the Liu's sword master dismissed everyone and emphasized one thing again, so that no one would hold a grudge. I said before, the grudge was settled after that sword, and you are not allowed to mention today's matter again. Yes, sword master. Chen Yunli looked at Pei Jinya back with a complicated look. He could not imagine that the man in front of him was so powerful that even the sword master could not defeat him. Thinking of the dead sword sect disciples, he felt powerless. Yunli. The Liu's sword master spoke. Chen Yunli shook his head and bowed slightly. What do you want? Sword master? The Liu's sword master said bluntly. Go and get the holy water. Chen Yunli was stunned. At this time, Pei Jinya said, Take me there directly. Upon hearing this, the Liu's sword master hurriedly said, Pei Ho, please come this way. He led the team himself. He ignored Chen Yunli's dazed expression and passed by him with Pei Jinya. It was not until the two figures left that Chen Yunli gradually came back to his senses. He couldn't figure out, why did the sword master become like this? Can't figure it out? An old man with a white beard appeared next to him. Chen Yunli looked over and asked. The white beard sighed softly. The sword master is actually saving our lives. Chen Yunli frowned and was about to sneer. Bai Yanga smiled at him softly and said, Don't believe it? You have also seen his methods. You should know better than me that if he wants to kill us, the sword master can't stop him. Don't think about the previous things now. Think carefully. The person who didn't let the people from the Imperial City Bureau in, didn't he also reveal a signal? Chen Yunli looked over suddenly and said in a deep voice, You mean? Pei Ho is not a member of the royal family. Bai Anhu smiled and said, It seems that you are not scared yet, and you can still understand this relationship. Chen Yunli wanted to say something, but he was discouraged. He had fought with Pei Jinya before, and he knew too well how powerful this man was. He even had an illusion. It seemed that during the fight, the man was getting stronger, especially that spirit. He had never seen such a huge spirit. He had never felt such a spirit from any warlock. Or, after a warlock has cultivated to a certain level, he can possess such a powerful spirit. Chen Yunli walked outside the hall. He stopped. He looked up. A bright light curtain enveloped the entire Liu's sword sect. There seemed to be a flash of light in the distance, almost like a meteor. Seeing this scene, Chen Yunli's heart seemed heavy again. Liu's sword sect really hit a wall this time. The holy water is the water dripping from this stone? Pei Jinya turned his head to look. In the cold basement, a half-man-high crystal stalactite seemed to be immersed in clear pool water. The water surface remained unchanged. But as long as a part was taken out, the crystal stalactite would make up for the missing part. What surprised Pei Jinya, was that this crystal stalactite had appeared in Liu's sword sect for hundreds of years. It was a wonder that it had not been digested for hundreds of years. The Liu sword master looked at the crystal stalactite with emotion, and said in memory, "This magic stone was found by an old ancestor of my Liu sword sect by chance. It is said that it fell from the sky. On that day, the whole sky seemed to have a big river, 1,000 meters long, and one could even hear the sound of a tsunami." Pei Jinya was immediately interested when he heard this. He raised his hand. The holy water seemed to be pulled by a certain force. It floated in front of him. When the Liu sword master saw the scene, even though he had cultivated himself for many years, his eyes almost fell to the ground in shock. Is this magic? Is this really magic? He had been exposed to magic before. He had some understanding of the magic moves. When they cast magic, they would use the opening move to activate the spirit. But Pei Jinya, not to mention that he didn't even have an opening move at the moment, the Liu sword master didn't feel any spirit fluctuations from him. Pei Jinya ignored him. A ball of water gathered on his fingertips. For him, there was no need to swallow it with his mouth. Under the operation of 12 lotuses of Hunyuan, the fingertips seemed to open a vortex. The water balls condensed by the divine water were continuously refined. Pei Jinya didn't care whether the Liu sword master was willing or not. Under the divine water, the blood, physical strength and mental strength that were consumed in the battle began to rebound rapidly. +4, +6, +7, +59 go on. Yes. The Liu sword master came back to his senses, paused and said, "I once heard a master uncle mention that this divine stone used to be a little higher than this. Because of this, the sect will control the speed." Pei Jinya understood this principle. He paid close attention. In a short period of time, the attribute value had recovered thousands of points, and the upper limit also increased by 300 points. Under his terrifying absorption speed, the crystal stalactite still showed no signs of digestion. Very good. Very good. Liu sword master continued to speak. He said everything he knew. Not long after, Liu sword master left the forbidden area with a complicated expression. Standing outside the door, he looked back at the stone door that had been closed again. He took a deep breath. He gradually became firm in his inner thoughts. A very strong emotion was hitting his heart. He seemed to have found a new way to break through the limit. And the key lies in the person inside. Sword Master. When Qin Yunli saw the Liu sword master appear, he did not find Pei Jinya figure. And his face changed. The Liu sword master looked at him calmly. "From now on, don't be rude to that person." "Sword Master." Chen Yunli looked unhappy. Liu sword master said calmly, "Yunli, you are the next generation successor trained by me." Liu sword master, "But now it seems that your vision is still a little low. Give the order, that person's status will be equal to mine in the future. If anyone dares to offend me, don't blame me for punishing him with family rules." Qin Yunli heart tightened. He bowed his head quickly. Yes. Yunli must remember what the sword master said. Pei Jinya absorbed the divine water continuously. It was unknown how long it had been. Until his body could no longer hold it, he finally withdrew his sinful hands. He opened his eyes. He noticed the appearance of the crystal stalactites. He was slightly startled. The slight shrinkage could hardly escape his eyes, not to mention that it was directly reduced by 1/5. In other words, the divine stone of the Liu sword sect had indeed become smaller due to his endless absorption. It is undoubted that the consumables have become smaller. No matter what, there should be some gains, Pei Jinya thought. He quickly swiped out the attribute panel. Finally broke through 30,000. Pei Jinya exhaled. He was in a good mood. The Liu sword sect and its entourage did not disappoint him. When he came to this world, his attribute value was only 21,000. Now, in just a few days, he has successfully broken through 30,000. The increase is 9,000. It is even more fierce than when he was promoted from the 5th level of Extraordinary to the 6th level of Extraordinary. New words slowly appeared on the attribute panel. The minimum threshold for the 7th level of Transcendence, 50,000 note. The domain will be opened at this stage. The stronger the Transcendence gene, the easier it is to open the domain. The direction of domain opening determines the future professional identity. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. What is professional identity? This is the first time he has seen such information. Domain determines the future career, which means that the choice of domain must be cautious. Pei Jinya was thoughtful. Although he didn't know what the panel reminder meant this time, But he still reminded himself in his heart. The panel couldn't be aimless. The choice of domain power must be cautious. Before this, he had already obtained domain power through devouring, and 2 domain powers had evolved into Thunder Hammer, which belonged to the elemental system. Since the domain power of the 7th level of transcendence depends on the transcendent genes, then my strongest transcendent genes are only those. Pei Jinya mind moved. The content on the panel automatically showed the most important information as he thought. He currently had 3 of the strongest extraordinary genes. The first was weapon sword, and only the last 6 were needed to synthesize and evolve to the 7th level of extraordinary. The second was body Vajra, and the last 9 were needed. The third was the Lord of Elements, and the difference was 15. However, Pei Jinya did not intend to hold the Lord of Elements in suspense. He already had the extraordinary domain of the element system, and then chose the same series. It a bit of a waste of opportunity. And the same series can be synthesized and evolved. Just swallow more in the future. His biggest need now is to open the life valve as soon as possible and raise his life level. Then the physical training system is the primary goal. Opening the extraordinary field of the physical training system may open the life valve faster in the future. Extraordinary genes can be synthesized infinitely. And the extraordinary field can be swallowed infinitely. With these 2 killer weapons, it means that after my strength really crushes the world, those people are my prey. Pei Jinya calmed down. The appearance of the gods means that extraordinary genes can be controlled artificially. So at that time, you don't have to rely solely on killing people to synthesize your own extraordinary genes. He had a bold idea. Biological experiments are necessary. The synthesis and advancement of extraordinary genes not only rely on attribute light balls and killing people. If a large number of extraordinary genes can be obtained through biological experiments in the future, he even thinks, even if I appear in a world where gods exist in the future. So what? I will kill them all if they provoke me. Thinking, Pei Jinya's eyes naturally fell on the crystal stalactite. This world respects martial arts. The application of science and technology is naturally not as good as reality. If this divine stone is brought back to reality for research, will it be able to solve the mystery of the divine water? For this kind of transcendent treasure, Pei Jinya certainly hopes to have more, and will not be so short-sighted as to only focus on the benefits in front of him. Once this crystal stalactite can be reproduced through scientific and extraordinary means, the benefits it brings are unique. At this moment, Pei Jinya suddenly felt a wave. The little red bug that was regarded as a god by the God Society woke up. It expressed a strong interest in the crystal stalactite. This fanatical information transmission made Pei Jinya think of the scientist's fanatical pursuit of scientific career. Now this little god gave him this feeling. Can you study it? Pei Jinya took out the little red bug and tried to communicate. Eat. Pei Jinya couldn't help but think of the big guy at home with this concise way of speaking. Are you also a foodie? Pei Jinya patiently explained the meaning of the crystal stalactite to him. You can't eat this randomly. It will upset your stomach. The little red bug moved its head and looked at Pei Jinya. You are lying. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. Oh, the little thing is quite smart. He was not panicked at all. He pointed to the crystal stalactite in front of him. Here. Eat it. Can you research its characteristics? Eat it. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. Before he could speak, the little red bug next words came again. To identify it, I need a sample for editing. Pei Jinya stared at it. The little red bug tilted its head, revealing a curious look like a human. Okay. Pei Jinya decided to take a gamble. The boss of the Tianshan Society had his memory devoured by him, so he knew this little thing. His advantage now was that the little thing didn't know that he could devour memories, so the little thing was not a blank slate in his eyes. Once it showed behavior that was inconsistent with his memory, Pei Jinya would ruthlessly kill it. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and gestured on the crystal stalactite. A protest came from the side. Too small, not enough. Pei Jinya gestured again, looking back. Is that enough? The little thing didn't protest again. Pei Jinya couldn't help but look at it strangely, then silently began to cut. Soon, the little thing was holding a crystal stalactite weighing 1 gram. What surprised Pei Jinya was that the way this little thing ate was much more elegant than he had imagined. It ate slowly, bit by bit. Pei Jinya simply sat cross-legged on one side, glanced at the little thing that was eating elegantly, and after his eyes recorded its behavior, he closed his eyes and began to practice. After a while, Qin Yunli's voice came from outside the door. Yunli has met Lord Pei. What the matter? The secret agents of the Imperial Palace have arrived at the foot of the mountain gate and want to come in. But they are blocked by the light shield. We don't know what Lord Pei means. No. Pei Jinya decisiveness stunned Chen Yunli. He was stunned for a moment. And then he clasped his hands towards the door and said, Yes, Lord Pei. Chen Yunli withdrew. At the gate of the Liyue sword sect, Silver Waist Card stared at the light shield in front of him with a serious look. Sir, this light shield is really terrifying. Outsiders can't see a single flower or grass inside, and can't hear any sound inside. And Lord Pei has been here for 2 days. Manager Li said worriedly. Silver Waist Card was silent for a moment, and turned his head to look. That day you came here with Lord Pei, according to what you said, Pei Ho defeated the entire Liyue sword sect by himself? Yes, I dare not lie. Manager Li lowered his head quickly. That day, Chen Yunli led a group of masters to attack Pei Ho, and a golden lotus appeared between heaven and earth. Then the Liyue sword master appeared in person, and was defeated by Pei Ho with one sword. Silver Waist Card took a deep breath. This was not the first time he heard Manager Li say this, but it was still incredible to hear it again. Isn't Pei Ho a great master of swordsmanship? He turned his head and looked at Manager Li. Manager Li said with a bitter face, I heard from Liyue sword sect before that Pei Ho seemed to be practicing both magic and martial arts. Magic and martial arts? Silver Waist Card frowned. Why didn't you say this before? Manager Li complained. I wanted to say it at that time, but I never had the chance to say it. And I don't have any evidence to prove this matter. Silver Waist Card raised his head and looked at the light shield. If Pei Ho really practiced both magic and martial arts, that means we underestimated his strength from the beginning. Take a deep breath. Silver Waist Card waved and said, Retreat. Li Guanchi hurriedly asked carefully, Sir, then we won't go in? What are you going in? If Pei Ho is really that strong, there is no need to worry at all. Besides, this light shield is very strange. This matter needs to be decided by the higher-ups. Silver Waist Card said without turning his head. Li Guanchi couldn't help but look back at the Liyue sword sect behind him, and sighed in his heart. The news of the Liyue sword sect had not spread throughout the Youguang ancient country, however. The news still reached the palace of Prince Mu. Practicing magic and martial arts together? Is this confirmed? Prince Mu said without raising his head, and drank the tea in his hand calmly. Shadow, who was in charge of intelligence, knelt on one knee and said seriously, basically confirmed. Prince Mu slowly raised his head and looked. Shadow lowered his head and waited for instructions. But a middle-aged man who had been silent said angrily, everyone thought he was a great master of swordsmanship before. If he really knows magic, perhaps Jin Peng death has something to do with him. King Mu did not speak. The middle-aged man looked at him and said in a deep voice, Brother, Jin Peng death has been demonized by the people. If it continues like this, the imperial capital will definitely send people over. Then, go and kill all those gossipers. King Mu waved his hand and said. Shadow said goodbye. Only King Mu and the middle-aged man were left in the room. Brother, that Pei guy must die. Qian Peng must have been killed by him. The middle-aged man said sternly. King Mu said dimly, You have heard the information just now. Even the Liyue sword sect was killed by him. Do you think our people are stronger than the Liyue sword sect? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, The Liyue sword sect suffered a loss. But we are in the dark. No need to say, I have other plans for this matter. King Mu said without question. Brother. The middle-aged man stood up with an angry face and said, Qian Peng death must be related to him. He dared to kill Qian Peng, dared to kill you and me tomorrow. Stupid. King Mu scolded. Do you think it just a game to deal with a great master? If we can't kill him, even if you and I can save our lives, what about our family? The middle-aged man stiffened his neck and said nothing. King Mu said angrily, Don't go looking for trouble with him. If you dare to go, don't blame me for turning hostile. The middle-aged man flicked his sleeves and left. King Mu looked normal. Not long after, someone appeared and knelt on one knee. Go to Liyue sword sect, try to contact that person. Only by making friends with him can you maximize your benefits. Pei Jinya looked at the little thing. The little thing was lying on the table, and a light was surging from its body from time to time. Is it okay? Pei Jinya saw the little thing open its eyes, and asked. I need time. How long will it take? At least 30 minutes. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and gestured. Please. He was even prepared to wait for 10 days or half a month. The little thing told him that it would only take 30 minutes. Wow, Higher life forms are different. 30 minutes later, the little red thing opened its eyes again. How is it? Peijinha looked at it. All its materials have been analyzed. Can it be replicated? Peijinha wanted to lift it up and take a bite, but after seeing the little thing appearance, reason overcame impulse. Without biological genes, I can't replicate. The little thing looked very cute when it shook its head. Peijinha felt a little regretful. But the fact that this little thing could analyze it really opened his eyes. Suddenly, an idea flashed. He thought of something. Just as the little thing was about to continue hibernating, he asked again, "Can you replicate anything as long as it has biological genes?" Theoretically, the little thing conveyed his thoughts in a cute way. Peijinha immediately asked for a red-blooded carp. "Can you do it?" "Yes." Peijinha's smile became more and more intense. He threw away the red-blooded carp. "What kind of rubbish is this? I want a dragonfish. Replicate. Replicate everything." Dusk fell, and the moonlight was like flowing water. Chen Yunli stood at the foot of the mountain and looked back at the mountain gate with mixed feelings. The scene that was shattered by the battle 2 days ago is still clearly visible. It is shocking to watch. That battle was probably the strongest strength in the world. He might not be able to reach that level in his entire life. He raised his head. His eyes moved upward. At this moment, the light shield that outsiders could not break at all could actually enter and exit freely under the control of that person. This method made Chen Yunli feel more pressured. Who is that person? He really couldn't figure it out. He couldn't guess that there was such a method in the world. "Elder Chen, where should we go to find dragonfish?" Another grandmaster who was following him interrupted Chen Yunli's thoughts. After he came to his senses, he slowly said, "Let go to Jiangnan first. I remember there is one there." Just before the time of an incense stick, the Liyue sword master personally found Chen Yunli and other grandmasters. There were 10 grandmasters in total. They went out to collect dragonfish and natural treasures. They dared not disobey the words of the Liyue sword master. The power that was used at that moment was, without exaggeration, the core power of the Liyue sword sect. Peijinha did not kill them directly at that time, because he needed these people to serve him. Kill one group and shock another group. The effect was just right. In the night, Chen Yunli and his group flew away quietly. At the same time, in the training room, the Liyue sword master sat in front of Peijinha respectfully, asked questions humbly. He had asked Peijinha about the spiritual 2 days ago, but he still couldn't get started with the method Peijinha said. He tossed and turned for the past 2 nights, and couldn't fall asleep. He finally couldn't figure out the new ideas Peijinha mentioned. So when Peijinha asked him to do something, he respectfully asked this question. He hadn't asked questions like a student for many years, and it had been a long time since he felt this way. In fact, it also made him feel more excited, because the bottleneck that had trapped him for many years finally showed signs of loosening. His way forward was finally revealed. "Please practice your skills for me to see," Peijinha said. "Thank you, Senior." The Liyue sword master was now convinced by Peijinha. If he respected Peijinha 2 days ago because of his fighting ability, then now he respected him completely because of the cultivation skills that Peijinha mastered. It was like opening the door to a new world for him. He didn't think Peijinha was as young as he looked. He only thought that Peijinha had reached a high level of cultivation, so he could regain his youth. But he never thought that Peijinha was even younger than he thought. He didn't dare to waste time. After confirming with Peijinha's eyes, he quickly calmed down and began to practice the formula of Liyue sword art. The spirit on his body slowly emerged. In the blink of an eye, under Peijinha's powerful perception, it was obvious that the blood and chi of the Liyue sword master would be directly covered the moment the spirit appeared. "Senior?" The Liyue sword master looked over. Peijinha withdrew his hand and said after a moment hesitation, "I will teach you a mental method first, and you can practice it." The Liyue sword master was delighted. He immediately bowed deeply to Peijinha, and his gratitude was beyond words. He really didn't expect that Peijinha would actually take out his own skills to teach him. This made him more determined that his original choice was not wrong. "This method cannot be passed on to outsiders," Peijinha said. Liyue sword master immediately said seriously, "Yes. I, Si Zhanhe, swear here that I will never reveal this method to outsiders without your permission." Seeing that he was so serious, Peijinha did not interrupt him. After a while, he said, "This method is called blood drawing technique." Liyue sword master listened very seriously. As Peijinha spoke, his heart was stirred. Obviously, the words that Senior Pei said were extremely simple, it was easy to understand. But after listening to it, he actually had a sudden enlightenment. Pei Jinya saw him fall into enlightenment, and did not disturb him. He could only be thankful that the main world cultivation method focused on blood and qi, which was not in conflict with the cultivation method of this world. Otherwise, he would not be able to help him. After glancing at the state of enlightenment of the Liyue Sword Master, who was bowing his head in contemplation, Pei Jinya then looked at the little red thing. He was happily analyzing and reproducing it. He found something very interesting. For the Flame God Coffin, each shuttle requires a huge amount of energy as support, so Pei Jinya cherishes the opportunity to use it. But this little thing is different. When it is not working, it looks sick. Once it enters the working state, it forgets to eat and sleep. Pei Jinya did not feel that it consumed energy, but worried that this little thing would die suddenly. The gene sequence of the spiritual fruit has been recorded, providing 2 points of attention. The little thing suddenly opened its eyes. A message was conveyed. Pei Jinya waited solemnly. The message from the little thing came again. Note 1. 3 gene sequence loopholes were found, or there is a possibility of planting failure, which can be edited and corrected. Note 2. A gene sequence was found to have a possible mutation. The direction of mutation is unknown. Experimental research can be carried out. Pei Jinya couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He pondered, will it be troublesome to fill the gene sequence loopholes? It not troublesome for me. Then corrected. Pei Jinya said decisively. And then said, for the mutation? How many samples do you think you will choose? At least 50. I need a lot of samples to confirm the accuracy of the experimental data. The little thing seemed eager to try, and couldn't wait to start the experiment. 50. Pei Jinya pulled the corner of his mouth. He only had more than 30 left in his hand, and he didn't have the chance to ask for more. He pondered and said, first correct it to the 2nd generation of spiritual fruit, and wait until the fruit trees mature in the future. I will provide you with enough samples to study the 3rd generation of spiritual fruit. Okay. The little thing closed his eyes again, and began to correct the gene sequence of the 1st generation of spiritual fruit. Pei Jinya did not interrupt. He had already planted the 1st generation of spiritual fruit. Although the attribute value it brought was quite considerable, the fruit yield was indeed very low. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the fruit trees of the Federation to produce 2 or 3 fruits from one tree every year. As for the little thing, after correcting those genetic defects, how much the fruit-bearing rate of spiritual fruits can be improved? This requires planting to verify. Plant. Yes. Plant. Pei Jinya had a flash of inspiration and cursed himself for being stupid. There are even dragonfish in this world. So why worry about not being able to grow 2nd generation spiritual fruits? At present, Liyue Sword Sect still has 200 or 300 disciples. Pure labor. If we don't make good use of them, it will be a shame for this trip to another world. Pei Jinya is thinking about what to do next. On the other side, the Liyue Sword Master slowly woke up from his epiphany, and quickly stood up. Bowing deeply to Pei Jinya, Zhanghe thanks Master Pei. Pei Jinya looked at him with a smile. It seems that you have gained something? I always thought that I had reached the end of the road, but now it seems that I am just a frog in the well. Thank you, Master Pei, for your guidance. The Liyue Sword Master sincerely thanked him, and he could hardly suppress the joy in his heart. The blood-drawing art taught by Pei Jinya was indeed useful. No problem, if you have any questions, you can ask me again. Pei Jinya then smiled. The Liyue Sword Master was very moved. Pei Jinya then slowly said, Zhanghe. The Liyue Sword Master said seriously, Master Pei, please speak. Today, I took a look around your Liyue Sword Master, and found that your place is very vast, but there is always something missing. Pei Jinya said slowly, mark off some land, and build a plantation. No problem, I will arrange a disciple right away. Liyue Sword Master said without hesitation. Pei Jinya shook his head. This is not an ordinary plantation. Only excellent and loyal people can enter this plantation. He took out a piece of dried spiritual fruit from his hand. He handed it over. Liyue Sword Master didn't understand. He didn't know what Master Pei meant by suddenly taking out the dried fruit, but he still took it with both hands. Try it. Pei Jinya gestured. As soon as Liyue Sword Master took the first bite, his face suddenly changed. Master Pei. What a terrifying spiritual energy. What a pure spiritual energy. Is there really such spiritual fruit in this world? He looked at Pei Jinya in a hurry. Practice first, and we talk later. Pei Jinya smiled and said. The Liyue sword master was full of gratitude, and stuffed all the remaining dried fruits into his mouth. Not daring to miss a single moment, he began to practice cross-legged again. But this time it took much less time than the enlightenment. The main reason was that there were fewer dried spiritual fruits. The Liyue sword master opened his eyes, somewhat a pity, but he still said seriously, Master Pei, this dried fruit is indeed extraordinary. Pei Jinya smiled and said, I plan to set aside a place, you will select people, to grow this spiritual fruit. When the time comes, set up a point system, and the points can be exchanged for spiritual fruits. The most precious treasures of heaven and earth. Master Pei, this treasure is so precious, do you really want to take it out? Liyue sword master said hurriedly. It was because he had eaten it before, that he knew the power of this dried spiritual fruit. He was a little worried. No problem. We need a lot of manpower next, and we can't let those little guys work for nothing. Pei Jinya said righteously. But in his plan, he would only take out dried spiritual fruits. And the points were the same as the divine water, both were the highest, requiring 99,999 points. The rest were the swordsmanship of the Liyue sword sect, and the dozen or so simple swordsmanship provided by Pei Jinya. The swordsmanship provided by Pei Jinya required 28888, 38888 points at a time. Planting spiritual fruits, 996 points a day, only 1,500 points a month. This means that if you want to exchange for dried spiritual fruits, it will take at least 6 years. It seems that the time span is long. But when the time comes, someone will definitely collect points. When this group of people successfully exchange, the lethality of dried spiritual fruits will be revealed. As long as a person's cultivation level is improved because of dried spiritual fruits, Pei Jinya does not have to worry about the attraction of dried spiritual fruits to these disciples. Even the elders and guardians could not resist this attraction. Spiritual fruit is very common in his place. He can take out 100 or 180 pieces now. But what he needs is labor. Labor to grow the second generation of spiritual fruit. As the point system is launched, the entire Liyue sword sect is discussing it. Is it true? Even Liyue swordsmanship can be exchanged publicly? Isn't it only for direct disciples to practice? Can we exchange it too? But it requires 80,000 points. It will take a long time to save them. Isn't this good? You can be happy in secret. Before, you couldn't even practice in the inner sect, you didn't even have the thought of it, but now at least you have the opportunity, as long as you work hard and earn points. You can redeem them. Use your brain and think about it. Isn't it that we outer sect disciples have made a lot of money? Hey, it seems to be the case. Doesn't it mean that even if we don't enter the inner sect in the future, we will still have the opportunity to practice the swordsmanship of the inner sect brothers? That the truth. But what is this wind god sword? Is this the first time I've heard of it? Someone suddenly pointed at a sword technique on the list and exclaimed. Many people looked over. Soon someone said, it's the sword technique of the person in the forbidden area. Everyone present was stunned. After a moment of dead silence, the atmosphere suddenly seemed to be ignited. No one could forget how strong that person's sword technique was. For them, the magic of the person in the forbidden area was equally strong, but it was definitely not as attractive as the sword technique. Only 20,000 points? Why is it so cheap? It is said that this sword technique was originally worth 60,000 points, but that person changed the points himself. Ah? That person seems to have killed many people, but I didn't expect that he would consider us. Actually, that person did nothing wrong. If Uncle Bai hadn't intervened in worldly affairs, I wouldn't have provoked him, and there wouldn't have been the following things. Alas. One wrong step, all wrong steps. Okay. Stop talking, the sword master has already issued an order. This matter cannot be mentioned again in the future, and the person in the forbidden area has already made peace with us, so we will not be ungrateful. Look, in addition to the wind god sword, there is also this sea god sword, which is also worth more than 20,000 points. His. Tell me how to earn points. The outer disciples of Liyue sword sect were jealous, and wanted to quickly earn points to practice. At the same time, in the inner sect of Liyue sword sect, a group of inner disciples gathered together. What do you think about the ranking list? The young man looked at it calmly. The black-robed young man on the left said in a deep voice, I don't understand. In this case, what is the difference between the outer and inner sects? That is, the swordsmanship that we can practice the outer disciples, can also practice. Then should we still be called the inner sect in the future? At this time, A little girl in a moon-white pleated moon skirt raised her eyebrows and looked at it. What the big deal? If their outer disciples want to practice our swordsmanship, they need to exchange points. Look at those points. It will take at least 1 or 2 years. Even if they want to catch up with us, it is impossible. Moreover, everyone looked at her. The little girl said thoughtfully, "Wind God sword." See God sword? God one-handed sword style. Have you noticed that the swordsmanship of that person seems to have the word God in it? Everyone was stunned. Indeed, you have to admit, that person's swordsmanship is very strong. I heard from my master the other day that person's sword intention has been integrated into everything, reaching the state of returning to the original nature. Master Chen really said so. Yes. You all saw the golden lotus that day. The sword intention that burst out was simply terrifying. That person is really a sword god. But what is that dried spirit fruit? It can be priced at the same price as the holy water. I see that the sword master personally recommended it. This thing must be incredible. For a moment, the inner court disciples also began to get excited. As of now, all the disciples in the court have signed up to join the plantation. The U.S. sword master appeared in the training room and reported everything that happened. Good. Pei Jinya smiled softly. Those sword techniques were actually renamed by him. With his current influence, he has his own godhood. Who would not take the bait? The first generation of spiritual rice has been analyzed. 7 genetic defects have been found, 5 of which can be corrected. The information conveyed by the little thing this time made Pei Jinya slightly raise his eyebrows. Only 5 can be corrected? Why? At the current stage, the ability is insufficient. The little thing answered in a serious manner. At this stage? In other words, you can still grow? How to grow? Tell me what you need. I can help you. Pei Jinya was not joking this time. Through the incident with the spiritual fruit, he had already realized the strategic value of this little thing. And he was always willing to help, and worked hard without complaint. With this pragmatic attitude, which capitalist would not shed tears. As if sensing Pei Jinya's sincere intentions, the little thing opened its eyes, looked at him cutely, squirmed a little, and then timidly conveyed its needs. Carrying out a large number of sample identification and editing work can make me evolve quickly. Pei Jinya was stunned. Even those who work 996 hours a day don't work as hard as you do. The world is so big that nothing is impossible. The evolution of this creature actually relies on rolling. Since the little guy said so, Pei Jinya handed over the red-blooded carp. Last time you studied it, if you correct its gene sequence, do you think its value can be doubled? At most doubled. The gene sequence of this kind of organism is relatively low-end, lacks similar gene sequence samples, and cannot achieve gene sequence improvement. The little thing replied seriously. Pei Jinya felt a little sorry. He took out the things in the storage pendant one by one. In fact, there are very few edible items with spirituality. In this world, apart from the red-blooded carp and dragonfish, it seems that there are only those medicinal herbs. As for the main world, to be honest, the appearance of spiritual fruits has exceeded Pei Jinya's imagination. He even suspected that the Federation should have other good things. However, with his current public identity, it is really difficult to get these good things. Watching the little thing start to work day and night, Pei Jinya did not disturb him. He was just thinking. At this stage, this little guy can only analyze the composition of crystal stalactites, and cannot replicate them. But what if it is upgraded in the future? Can it be replicated? Time passed quickly. The U.S. sword master personally checked, and selected the first batch of plantation disciples. On the same day, they were led to the spiritual tree, the spiritual rice planting base. All the planting techniques and the responsibilities of the supervision team were clearly written. Just when the entirely U.S. sword sect began to operate, 2 of the inner court secret agents with gold waist badges came and arrived in front of the U.S. sword sect at the same time. The 2 looked at Pei Jinya close, which was useless. Is there no way? It a very strange force. I can't open it at all. Try to attack together. The blue-clad gold waist badge on the left asked. The black-clad gold waist badge on the right nodded. The 2 attacked at the same time. In the training room, Pei Jinya frowned slightly. Trouble. He had sensed that the 2 gold waist badges were ready to make a move. Using the seal close to resist the joint attack of the 2 great masters, it would probably consume a lot of his mental energy. The moment he stood up, he disappeared on the spot. Just as the 2 gold waist badges were about to attack, Pei Jinya's voice suddenly came. Are you 2 secret agents of the Imperial Palace? The black-clothed gold waist badge was startled, and hurriedly pulled his companions. He looked around warily. Is it Pei-ho? It me, Pei-Genia said. The black-clothed man, with a golden waist badge was delighted, and hurriedly said, Pei-ho, are you okay? We came here as soon as we received the call, but this light shield is really abominable. Let's work together to break this light shield. Wait a minute, Pei-Genia said. This light shield is connected to the divine stone. If you act rashly, you will break the divine stone, and then it will inevitably harm the divine water. This should not be the result you want to see. Right? This? When the black-clothed gold-waisted badge heard Pei-Genia say this, his face immediately changed. He grabbed his companion and told him not to be impulsive. But the purple-clothed gold-waisted badge said, Pei-ho, this is serious. Of course, we have no grudges. Why would I lie to you? Pei-Genia said indifferently, if you don't believe it, just do it directly. Pei-ho, you misunderstood. The black-clothed gold-waisted badge quickly tried to smooth things over and said, with this light shield, we can't guarantee your safety. Are you worried about my safety? Or the safety of the holy water? Pei-Genia said in a deep voice, I am fine now. But I have tried my best to contact you. Liu's sword. Pei-Genia's voice was intermittent, as if the signal was interrupted. The man in black with a golden waist badge looked anxious and hurried forward. Pei-ho, are you okay? The consumption is too great. I am also looking for a way to crack this light shield. Try not to arrange people to gather here. Pei-Genia's voice was intermittent again. The black-clothed gold-waisted card frowned in confusion. Pei-ho, what do you need us to do? Wait until I break the seal, and then I go. The voice stopped abruptly. The black-clothed gold-waisted card face changed slightly. After all, the purple-clothed gold-waisted card had a bad temper. He didn't use a sword, but stretched out his hand to break the force with a point, but almost at the same time, a thunderbolt appeared directly from the light shield. The purple-clothed gold-waisted card couldn't dodge in time, and was blown away by the thunderbolt. Old Lu. The black-clothed gold-belt face changed, and he rushed over. I'm fine. Poof! The purple-clothed gold-belt face turned pale, and the black-clothed gold-belt saw this, and immediately took out a small golden pill from his waist bag, and fed it to him. After swallowing the small golden pill, the purple-clothed gold-belt face recovered a little. He looked at the light shield with fear. What should I do? The black-clothed gold-belt heard this, and pulled him up from the ground. I heard what Pei-ho meant. He should have a way. Wait first. But the imperial capital is pushing us very hard. How can we report to them? The purple-robed gold-waisted badge frowned. The black-robed gold-waisted badge glanced back at the Liu's sword sect, sneered. Isn't this a ready-made excuse? The Liu's sword sect besieged Pei-ho. You and I are working together from the inside and outside, and are setting up a trap with Pei-ho. Brother Wang has a good plan. Inside the light shield, Pei-Genia watched the two people being tricked away by him, and he knew that they would not attract attention in a short time. But this is only a delaying tactic, not a long-term plan. If you want to talk about the place with the most precious medicine, it probably the royal treasury. Pei-Genia raised his head and looked at the sky. But he noticed a figure lurking in the distance, following the two golden waist badges and leaving. Pei-Genia raised his eyebrows slightly. People from Prince Mu Mansion? That night, two of the masters of the Liu's sword sect returned. With Pei-Genia's secret escort, the people of the Yoguang ancient country had no chance to discover it. After the two masters came back, they thought they had entered the wrong house. There were many slogans hanging on both sides of the road, which looked very new. Either strive to be the first in points or embrace tomorrow. What is this? Elder Wang, are we on the right road? Or did we see a ghost in the middle of the night? Suifeiji looked confused, and looked at Wang Shouji beside him. This? Wang Shouji smiled bitterly. How would I know? Just as he said that, he suddenly shouted, Chen Fei! Ah, Uncle Wang, you're back. A young swordsman was now covered in dust, and he didn't bother to wipe the dirt off his face. He walked forward with a simple smile, and when he saw Suifeiji next to him, he also immediately greeted him, Meet Elder Zhou. As the guardian of the law hall, Elder Zhou was always serious and had a very high status in the Liu's sword sect. Not to mention an inner sect disciple like Chen Fei, even some elders in the mountain gate did not dare to be presumptuous when seeing him. Why are you like this? Suifeiji's face was stern, which frightened Chen Fei so much that he quickly said carefully, I just came back from the plantation. And it time to hand over the shift. What plantation? What shift? Suifeiji looked confused. What happened in the sect these 2 days? 2 days ago, Qin Fei just said it. And the voice of the Liu sword master came from a distance. Zhou Feiji and Wang Shouji looked at each other immediately. Their faces full of seriousness. They didn't care about Qin Fei anymore. And they walked quickly towards the hall. Greetings, Sword Master. Zhou Feiji and Wang Shouji clasped their fists towards the Sword Master of Liu. Thank you for your hard work. The Sword Master of Liu looked at the packages in the hands of the two, and the smile on his face became more obvious. Sword Master, I am sorry to have worried you. Zhou Feiji opened the package. Elder Wang and I have collected 2 dragon fishes, and 15 portions of 100-year-old Ganoderma licitium. Well done. This is the dried spiritual fruit given by Master Pei. The Sword Master of Liu said, as he pushed 2 portions of dried spiritual fruit away. Zhou Feiji looked at Wang Shouji. Both of them were a little confused. Sword Master, what is this? The Liu Sword Master was also like this at the beginning, so he knew what they were worried about. Eat it quickly, and we talk after you finish eating. Zhou Feiji and Wang Shouji would not doubt the words of the Liu Sword Master. The two took the dried spiritual fruit. Zhou Feiji swallowed it in one gulp, while Wang Shouji was a little more reserved, eating it in 3 bites. But almost at the same time, both of them exclaimed in surprise. The Liu Sword Master smiled and said, the dried fruit you eat, it is taken from the divine fruit, given by Master Pei, and is of great benefit to cultivation. You two should practice well first. Zhou Feiji and Wang Shouji suppressed their shock, and sat down cross-legged without any scruples, and began to practice. The Liu Sword Master looked at the two with envy. Pei Jinya was willing to take out the dried spiritual fruit to reward the two, which was somewhat beyond his expectation. But this also gave the Liu Sword Master a clearer understanding of Pei Jinya. Master Pei is indeed a man with a big picture. A moment. Wang Shouji woke up first, noticing that Zhou Feiji was still practicing. He lowered his voice, and said to the Liu Sword Master, Sword Master, this divine fruit. The Liu Sword Master smiled and said, what do you think? Are there any more? Wang Shouji said shamelessly. The Liu Sword Master face turned serious, greedy. Wang Shouji looked at Zhou Feiji. Seeing that he was still practicing, he leaned in and whispered, Sword Master, how can I get this dried divine fruit again? I think I'm about to break through. Master Pei said, perform well, there will be more in the future. The Liu Sword Master pretended to be profound and mysterious. In fact, he was extremely envious. He wanted to go out with Pei Jinya to find the dragon fish. It's time for you to show your performance. Pei Jinya handed the dragon fish to the little thing. In less than half an hour, the little thing finished the analysis. But this time it did not reply to Pei Jinya immediately. It conveyed the message after a while. The analysis has been completed. I have a major discovery about the red-blooded carp and the dragon fish. I wonder if you need it? After communicating with Pei Jinya over the past 2 days, the little thing's ability to express itself has also improved significantly. From a few words before, to a complete sentence, it undoubtedly proves that it has evolved at this moment. What discovery? Pei Jinya asked. The little thing said truthfully, and the red light on its body flashed. The gene sequence of the red-blooded carp is as much as 1/3 consistent with that of the dragon fish. This also solved the problem of not being able to upgrade genes at the beginning. Pei Jinya immediately became interested. You mean, you can complete the process of transforming the red-blood carp into a dragon fish? It is evolution. The little thing corrected. Pei Jinya did not delve into the meaning of these 2 words. But after getting the little thing affirmation, he wanted to hug this little thing and kiss it twice, but he still held back. You are really excellent. Do a good job, you know? I have always had high hopes for you. Thank you for your compliment. If it's okay, I will continue my research. The evolution process takes some time. It is expected to be completed in 60 minutes. The little thing said seriously. Pei Jinya's mouth grinned even wider. It takes only 1 hour to turn a red-blooded carp into a dragon fish. He will make a lot of money from this business. The red-blooded carp, which was originally worthless in his eyes, has suddenly become a treasure again. Pei Jinya was not polite. He contacted the Liu Sword Master on the same day. Collect the red-blood carp. Search until all are gone. In the next 2 days, elders left and returned one after another. Qin Yunli was the last to arrive. He had just arrived at the sect that day and happened to meet Zhou Feiji, who was going out for the 3rd time. He didn't know why the serious Zhou Feiji smiled when he left. He came to the foot of the mountain of Liu Sword sect again. He sighed. The person is gone. Huh? The people in the mountain were in jubilation. There was no trace of the deadness at the beginning. Qin Yunli was confused. He walked into the mountain gate. He saw countless hanging banners. His eyes gradually became dull. Then he saw Wang Shouji. His expression changed. You broke through? Before, Wang Shouji was only a master. Now he has broken through to become a great master. What happened? What happened? Thanks to Master Pei, I am lucky to meet Master Pei. Wang Shouji's face was full of piety. Qin Yunli's mouth couldn't help twitching. Suddenly, a powerful breath came from the top of the mountain of the U.S. Sword Sect. Between heaven and earth, the sea of clouds stirred, forming a huge pillar of light, which descended instantly. A vast, fierce energy wave vented in all directions. What is that? Qin Yunli looked horrified. That is the 12 Heavenly Sword Formation. But why has the power of the 12 Heavenly Sword Formation become so strong? So strong that I feel unfamiliar? Wang Shouji ignored him. He just looked at the light column in the air with reverence and awe. It Master Pei. Master Pei strengthened the 12 Heavenly Sword Formation. You saw it. Too. The power has been strengthened by at least 100 times. Qin Yunli's heart was in turmoil. But at this moment, Wang Shouji hurriedly said, no more talking, I'm going to earn points. Huh? What points? Qin Yunli looked confused. He suddenly had an illusion. It was as if he was redundant. At the same time, in the distant sky, Pei Jinya was suspended in the light column. With the attribute values brought by a large number of dragonfish, he has now practiced the 13 transformations of the Great Peng and the 69 divine styles of heaven and earth to the level of breaking the limit. Moreover, he has also practiced the swordsmanship of the Liu Sword Sect to the great perfection realm, and is only one step away from breaking the limit. Under the enhanced version of the 12 Heavenly Sword Formation, he felt that his originally stagnant sword intent began to condense rapidly. Rapidly strengthened. Extraordinary ability triggered. Sword intent breakthrough. Inside the hall, Qin Yunli met the Liu Sword Master. Sword Master, I got the news on my way back, saying that a real dragon robe was found in the Mu Palace, and the people from the Imperial City Bureau had gone there, but were ambushed on the way. At the same time, a rebellion broke out in Nandu. The Liu Sword Master frowned. Rebellion? Qin Yunli looked solemn. Sword Master, the people from the Mu Palace contacted us before. I really didn't expect that they would be so ambitious. Liu Sword Master looked over. Have you had contact with people from Prince Mu Mansion? Qin Yunli's heart sank, and he said in a deep voice, the people of Hu Yingshan family were once harassed by Prince Mu Mansion. He found me. I couldn't just sit back and watch. After the people of Prince Mu Mansion knew that I was the one who came forward, they let the people of Hu Yingshan family go. How much did you take? Liu Sword Master asked calmly. Qin Yunli said with a stiff face, 3 dragonfish, and 100-year-old ginseng. I only kept 1 dragonfish, the rest were handed over to the inventory. Liu Sword Master looked at him with regret. We Liu Sword Masters are not allowed to interfere in worldly affairs, have you forgotten? Qin Yunli's mouth was full of bitterness. The royal robe of Prince Mu Mansion was exposed, followed by the rebellion in Nandu. This matter itself revealed something unusual. You are confused. Liu Sword Master scolded angrily. Qin Yunli lowered his head and said nothing. How many people in the mountain gate know about this? Liu Sword Master asked sternly. Most of them are dead. Qin Yunli said with his head down. Liu Sword Master was startled. He didn't say anything for a long time. Sword Master? Qin Yunli said in a hoarse voice. I suspected the ambitions of Prince Mu Mansion at the beginning, so I didn't have much contact with them later. That day, Pei Ho came to the mountain gate. I thought that the things of Prince Mu Mansion were exposed, and he came to cause trouble for us. No need to say. Liu Sword Master said lightly. Qin Yunli looked up. Liu Sword Master was silent for a while, and said, leave the list. Then he went to the tightly closed valley to face the wall, and reflect on his mistakes. Qin Yunli did not quibble, he just lowered his head, and said ashamedly, yes. After an instant's stick of time, the Liu Sword Master came to Pei Jinya with the list. He still thought Pei Jinya was a member of the royal family. He told him about Qin Yunli with some trepidation, and told him the news that Qin Yunli and related people were all imprisoned. However, Pei Jinya's calmness made the Liu Sword Master stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to have figured something out. He bowed to Pei Jinya. Zhang He knows what to do. Master Pei, there is one more thing. There is a rebellion in the outside world. I suspect it is related to the Prince Mu Mansion. I am worried that, if the Prince Mu really wants to start a rebellion, then he will definitely drag our Liu Sword Sect into the water. I am worried that. It doesn't matter. Pei Jinya said calmly, I will protect you. The Liyue sword sect has now become his plantation, which is of great strategic significance to him. Naturally, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Give the order, work with peace of mind, I have my own arrangements. Hearing Pei Jinya say this, Liyue sword master clasped his fists and bowed. Yes, Master Pei. Pei Jinya looked at him. Is there anything you don't understand in your practice recently? Yes, Master Pei. Liyue sword master looked at him gratefully. Not daring to waste Pei Jinya time, he hurriedly asked for advice. After listening, Pei Jinya slowly nodded. It's not a big problem. You are still not used to the blood leaving the lower dantian, that's why I feel bloated. May I ask how Master Pei can solve this problem? Liyue sword master asked humbly. Slow down your practice speed. Get used to this feeling first, and when the bloating disappears, you can speed up. Pei Jinya noticed Liyue sword master expression and said, but there is another way to quickly eliminate these qi and blood. But it will have a certain impact on your mentality. I can handle it. Liyue sword master said seriously. At this moment, he didn't know what method Pei Jinya was talking about. But seeing that he had said so, Pei Jinya nodded and motioned him to come over. The Liyue sword master stepped forward. Pei Jinya activated his extraordinary power. Blood and qi control. Almost instantly, the blood and qi that had been blocked by the Liyue sword master suddenly became unblocked. This was originally the blood and qi that he had condensed. Even if it disappeared at this moment, it would only be dispersed to the surroundings. All of it had been accumulated in the lower dantian, so it could only rush to the middle dantian. The method of cultivation in the Federation world is to regard the upper, middle, and lower dantian as a whole. So for Pei Jinya, he didn't have any difficulty adapting. It was nothing more than separating his huge amount of blood and qi from the whole. He could even adapt to traveling to another world, let alone adapt to the changes in the skills. What more, the extraordinary bug of blood and flesh regeneration ensured his life safety all the time. The Liyue sword master felt that his blood and qi were like a sword piercing his internal organs. His face was ugly to death. In fact, when he was completely relaxed, as long as Pei Jinya wanted, he could kill this great master of the third stage of the body with just a thought. Of course, Pei Jinya did not do so. Practice the skills, slow down, and follow my energy. Just when the Liyue sword master was frightened, Pei Jinya words were like a beam of light in the darkness. It is no exaggeration to say that the Liyue sword master wanted to kowtow to Pei Jinya at this time. Calm down. Don't think about it, Pei Jinya reminded him. The Liyue sword master quickly gathered his mind and began to practice the blood-drawing art according to Pei Jinya instructions. Following the energy, the originally agitated blood in his body gradually calmed down. When he began to practice the cycle, Pei Jinya had withdrawn his hand and did not continue to intervene. He looked at the little guy. He was still studying tirelessly. If I had more sensible helpers like this, wouldn't I be able to dominate the world? Pei Jinya looked excited. I can do it again. After an instant's stick of time, the Liyue sword master stood up and said goodbye. Pei Jinya fled to the plantation to ensure the progress of the planting environment. After a round of inspection, the people of the Liyue sword sect did not slack off, and they were on par with the little thing. This is the magic of the point system. Invisibly, the King of Scrolls won. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. The ancient country of Yogwang broke out in war. King Mu raised his army to rebel, and for a time, the entire ancient country of Yogwang was in flames. During this period, people from the Mu Wang camp and the royal camp came to find Pei Jinya. But Pei Jinya still seemed to be indifferent. Then he was forgotten by the people from both camps. Pei Jinya was indeed strong. But to those people, he was just at the body condensation realm. The Liyue sword master was old. So how could he still maintain the third level of body condensation? So everyone guessed that Pei Jinya was only at the second level of body condensation. There were martial artists at this level, and they were not without them. Since Pei Jinya couldn't be contacted, it was fine. As long as he didn't join the other camp, it wouldn't cause them much trouble. Pei Jinya really didn't want to be a free thug for these two camps. What he had to do was to seize the time to practice, conserve his energy, and fish in troubled waters. The masters who went out were almost discovered several times. Now the two armies are facing each other between Jiangnan and Nandu. They have been fighting until now. Many cities south of Jiangnan have been conquered by King Mu. Zwafeiji reported seriously. He was the most involved in field work. Now he has reached the second stage of body accumulation. With the body skills taught by Pei Jinya, he can now move freely outside. Even last night, While the two armies were fighting, he took away 2 dragon fish from the royal army camp, and no one noticed. You can't blame me. It's the people of the Blazing Flame Army who are unreasonable. Zwafagi is now familiar with Pei Jinya. He speaks more freely than before. Like the Liu's sword master, he regards himself as a junior. I ordered the fish from the merchant first, the deposit was paid. But it was robbed by the Blazing Army. It was already a great honor for them that they were not emptied of the Blazing Army camp. Liu's sword master agreed. The two looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya said slowly, "It's a troubled time. The common people are suffering. Master Pei has a heart for the world, which makes people respect him." Zwafagi did not hesitate to praise him. Just last night, he actually got a dried spiritual fruit after praising Pei Jinya. It was like reopening the door to a new world. Every time he asked to see Pei Jinya, he couldn't help but praise him. Who would have thought that this Law Hall Elder's who was always serious, had such a side? Even the Liu's sword master turned his head and looked at him with a gloomy expression. But this time Pei Jinya didn't give any response. This made Zwafagi a little confused. Was it because the praise was not enough? Before he could continue to say anything, Pei Jinya waved the two away. "Master Pei. Goodbye. Farewell, Master Pei. Take care of yourself." After Liu's sword master and Zwafagi left, Pei Jinya disappeared from Liu's sword sect in a flash. On the side of the river, a young swordsman in an ordinary robe rode on horseback, looking at the warships fighting on the river in the distance. This man was Pei Jinya. Now he changed his outfit. He came to watch the battle. The great masters of this world rarely fight to the death. Really rarely, except for Pei Jinya battle. The most recent one was more than 10 years ago. The martial arts world, which had been much quieter, now began to surge. At present, the two armies were facing each other. Both the grandmasters of the royal family and the grandmasters of the Mu Wang mansion had come out one after another. But neither side sent a grandmaster today. Pei Jinya planned to observe had to fall through. He turned around and left again. That day, the Canal War broke out, with more than 10,000 casualties. 2 days later, the royal grandmasters were slaughtered, and the Mu Wang army was unstoppable. That night, Nandu, Sima family. "Sister, are you really going to leave? The royal family has retreated. Within 3 days, Nandu will not be able to be saved. We will definitely be targeted by King Mu. King Mu has ordered the entire Yuan family in Jiangnan to be killed. If we resist, we will die. But if we obey, we will be sinners," Sima Monli said in a deep voice. "Shopkeeper Qian, Hunyan Chan and others have packed up everything. Where are we going? The south has already fallen into the power of King Mu. If we go to the north, we may have to move." Sima Angjun's face was full of worry. "Miss." Shopkeeper Qian approached and gestured. Sima Monli nodded, looked forward. "Go to Huazhou." "Huazhou?" Sima Angjun was startled. It seems to be the territory of the Liu's sword sect. Sizzle, lightning and thunder. In the sky at night, Pei Jinya's whole body was wrapped in thunder and lightning that made people's heart palpitate. He swallowed and spit out these thunder and lightning with his thunder body. Under the crazy tempering of the flesh body, the attribute values were also constantly soaring. +8, +12, +13, +89 soon, Pei Jinya attribute value increased to 33,000 points. Yeguang ancient country, imperial capital. The emperor old voice came from behind the screen. "Is it still impossible to contact Pei Ho?" "Your Majesty, I still can't contact him. I suspect that Pei Ho deliberately didn't see me. Now that the news has been confirmed, Pei Ho is a martial arts practitioner, then the light shield of Liu's sword sect may be made by him. Is there any basis for this?" The old emperor spoke. "This?" The middle-aged man knelt on the ground and dared not confirm. The old emperor said indifferently, "The holy water of Liu's sword sect must be in our hands. Now that they are seriously injured, it is an opportunity. Who do you think is suitable to send? Zhang Wang and Qin Wang are both strong men in the 3rd level of the body. If either of them goes, it will be sure, but since then, the imperial capital has been empty, I am worried. Let Zhang Wang go, I want the result within half a month." The old emperor said firmly. "Yes. If Pei Ho has the intention of rebellion, kill him." At this time, behind the screen, the old emperor's voice was without any ripples. The emperor was ruthless. "Yes, I obey the order." The ancient country of Yeguang was very fast. As soon as the old emperor issued the order, King Zhan had already led the team to set off. 2 hours later, A memorial was reported to the imperial city. King Zhan sent a letter. Traces of rebels were found in Jizhou, and the leader of the rebels was killed. Good. The great master of the imperial city was dispatched. The movement was not trivial. In one night, several flying letters rushed into the palace. Report, Jizhou has been recovered. Report, Nancheng has been recovered. Report, after the fall of Nandu, the counterattack of the royal family of the ancient Yoghuang kingdom was more fierce than anyone thought. At this moment, it was 100 miles away from Huazhou. The Sima family convoy left safely before the fall of Nandu. Sister, Nandu was really broken. Are the rebels so powerful? Sima Yingjun sat in the car, with a sword across his knees. This sword was given to him by Pei Jinya. He specially found a famous blacksmith in Nandu to forge a scabbard, and carried it with him every day, even when sleeping. He never leaves his sword. According to Sima Yingjun, he is cultivating his sword. As for whether it is true or not, Sima Monli does not understand martial arts, so she just assumes it is so. Nandu Governor Jiang Yingrong is actually from Prince Mu Mansion, colluding with the outside. Sister, it a good thing we ran fast, otherwise we would have been recruited by now. Sima Yingjun said with lingering fear. Sima Monli eyes are dim. She brushed away the car curtain, and looked at the mountain stream forest road in the early morning. The sun shines in, this dispelled the chill on her body. Uncle Qian, how far is it to Huazhou? Miss, after crossing the 2 mountains ahead, we will arrive in about 3 days. Shopkeeper Qian replied. Soon, the Sima family horse team found a post station to rest, and met other caravans that had drifted there. Sima Yingjun pricked up his ears, and listened for a long time. He didn't know what shocking news he heard, and even hugged the sword in his arms tightly. It made people see that the sword was not an ordinary thing. The intention to kill came up. Qian, the shopkeeper, was also straightforward. He took Hun Yinshan and others to kill the other party outside the post station, and robbed a carriage of food. At this moment, Sima Yingjun was no longer as resistant to the scene of killing as before. He knew that Qian, the shopkeeper, was going to kill people, and he was even eager to try. However, Pei Jinya told him before leaving that if he could not cultivate the sword spirit, he should not draw the sword. Otherwise, he would have to start all over again. Sima Monli saw that he was calmer than she had imagined, and she was also relieved. Sister, the imperial city actually sent out the war king, the war king. Sima Yingjun's voice was almost trembling. In the ancient country of Yoghuang, there is almost no one who doesn't know the war king. A middle-aged man in the post station said with a face full of longing. The one who became a master at the age of 20, killed the enemy Grand Master at the age of 30 with the realm of a Grand Master, officially stepped into the Grand Master, and then led an army of 10,000 to sweep across the entire West, and guarded for 10 years. In the 10th year, he joined forces with the king of Qin. He killed the Guqier tribe without leaving a single piece of armor. He is a truly influential figure. But the war king doesn't seem to be heading to the front line. Where is he going? Someone asked. He should be leading troops to attack the rebels from the rear. I think so. While everyone was talking, Sima Yingjun seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, he whispered to Sima Monli, Sister, do you think the war king will go to Huazhou like us? Sima Monli asked curiously, Why do you say that? Sima Yingjun said, as a matter of course, because Huazhou has Liu's sword sect. And there is also Mr. Sima Monli looked up. Shopkeeper Qian brought Hun Yinshan back. Mississippi Sima Monli nodded, and knew some things. But who was in her mind? She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. In Liu's sword sect, Pei Jinya didn't pay much attention to the war outside. Last night, he was tempered by thunder. The effect was obvious. The increase in mental power was slightly less, only 300 points. However, 10 minutes of thunder tempering can achieve this effect. Pei Jinya is still very satisfied. This morning, the entire western part of Huazhou was pouring rain. Pei Jinya stood on the top of the mountain and waited for a long time, but still did not see the figure of thunder. Seeing the rain getting heavier, he stood up directly and flew away. This scene happened to be seen clearly by Qin Yunli, who was in solitary confinement. He witnessed with his own eyes a figure rushing into the sky when the heavy rain fell. The flash of thunder during the fight with Pei Jinya, suddenly appeared in his mind. Qin Yunli stared at the sky. He could hear the sound of heavy rain hitting the ground. He seemed to be expecting something. Then a flash of purple lightning appeared in the sky. The next second, boom! Qin Yunli's face turned pale. It him. he muttered to himself. He staggered back and sat on the ground. He was at a loss. Is there really such a swordsmanship in this world? Does it really exist? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Less than 3 minutes. The thunder dissipated as the heavy rain stopped. Pejinia felt a little sorry. The upper limits of the 3 attribute values increased by 100 points. Huh? Pejinia suddenly exclaimed. His eyes fell on the attribute panel. It has been more than a month since I came to this world. There have been many days of thunder and rain. The lighting induction refining technique has been cultivated to the breaking limit level without knowing it. Another breaking limit level has been successfully unlocked. Pejinia returned to the practice room and began to swallow the tonic herbs. There are 78 kinds of precious medicinal materials brought back from the outside world. Now the little thing is still being analyzed. Pejinia wants more than just analysis. Based on his current understanding of this little thing, its ability can be basically confirmed. Ability 1, Analysis. The scope of analysis is very wide. Pejinia has not found any unanalyzable items yet. Ability 2, Correction. Gene defects with gene sequences can be repaired. Ability 3, Sheer Evolution. This ability makes Pejinia particularly happy. The reason why he was able to evolve the spirit fruit, dragonfish to the 2nd generation, and the red blood carp to dragonfish, is all thanks to this ability. As for the evolution that the little guy mentioned, Pejinia also looks forward to the benefits it will bring after its evolution. But it cannot be said that people's hearts are unpredictable. He has always been cautious. So for now, he hopes that the little thing will evolve, but he also doesn't want it to evolve to too high a level. Once some things are out of his control, they often put people in trouble. In the final analysis, his control over the little thing is limited to the present. If he could control it with a magic seed soul control, Pejinia could still trust it. But now, in the long run, before investigating the true identity of this little thing, he can't trust this little guy without reservation. Half an hour later, Pejinia opened his eyes. Because the little thing woke up. Excluding some subjective factors, this little thing is now completely his favorite. Treasure in the palm of your hand, very precious. Have you found anything? Pejinia asked. The little thing looked at it cutely. All 78 kinds of medicinal materials have been analyzed. A total of 159 genetic sequence defects have been found, which can be corrected. Are there any medicinal materials that can be evolved? Yes, a total of 22 kinds of medicinal materials can be sheer evolved. The little thing said. Can you explain the effect of each evolution? Pejinia looked at it. The little thing didn't seem to know what rejection was. It looked like the boss needed me to sacrifice my life. As it started to describe. Pejinia raised his eyebrows slightly. According to the little thing, these 22 herbs that can improve attribute values are not all suitable for sheer evolution. In front of his powerful computing power, he would not feel troubled by the large amount of information expressed by the little thing. That is to say, only 3 of the herbs are most suitable for evolution. The effects of the other evolutions will reduce their efficacy. Why is that? Pejinia frowned. Evolution does not mean becoming stronger. The little thing told him the truth. Pejinia paused. Evolution does not mean becoming stronger. Survival of the fittest. He took a deep breath. So that how it is? Fortunately, he asked out loud. I'm afraid I have to ask this question first in the future. Otherwise the upgrade will not be of any use to the attribute value, but will consume a lot of samples, and he will lose more than he gains. First, evolve these 3 medicinal materials. Okay. It is expected to be completed in 1 hour. An hour later, Pejinia woke up again from his practice. The little thing delivered the new generation of medicinal seeds. Pejinia contacted the Liyue Sword Master, arranged people to cultivate, and kept a part for himself, to arrange planting when he returns to reality in the future. This world has no spiritual soil, but there is divine water. So if we can return to reality, there will be both spiritual soil and divine water, then the cultivation time will be greatly shortened. After the delivery was completed, the little thing began to fall into a dormant state due to the lack of medicinal materials. Pejinia did not disturb him. But that afternoon, he saw the description of Liyue sword art in the Sutra library of Liyue sword sect. It turns out that Liyue sword art is a kind of sword art that the 3rd generation Liyue sword master realized when watching the tide and bright moon. If the tide is triggered, the effect of tempering the body and sword will be greatly enhanced. After learning the truth, Pejinia set off immediately. Go to the nearest sea. But even the nearest sea is more than 200 kilometers away from Liyue sword sect. The War King has arrived in Huazhou. Sima Aingjun murmured to himself, and then looked at Sima Monli. Sister, I feel that the War King is really going to find the master. Your master has been appointed as a marquis. At this time, it is not too much to go to the U.S. Sword Sect. Sima Monli sighed in her heart. What she was most worried about was the motives of the royal family. What happened in the U.S. Sword Sect, the outside world was not aware of this. So Sima Monli only knew that Pei Jinya was appointed as a prince, and went to the U.S. Sword Sect with the Emperor order. She just keenly discovered that now King Mu has started a rebellion. But there is still no news from Pei Jinya. She was worried that something happened to Pei Jinya. Your subordinate greets the War King. At the foot of the U.S. Sword Sect, the silver waist badge bowed and said, the War King had white hair on his temples, and he wore a golden and black corset, and a long robe over the corset. With the breeze, a thunderstorm in the morning made many wheel marks on the road in the mountains and forests after drying up. Where is Lei Yu? John Wang said lightly. Lei Yu, that is the gold waist badge. Yin Yaopai hurriedly said, the battle ahead is tight. Master Lei has led the team to support. John Wang said nothing more after hearing this. His eyes fell on the light shield. Is this the mysterious light shield you mentioned in your previous report? Yes, Master John Wang. Silver Waistplate bowed and said respectfully, Marquis Pei said that day. This light shield, and the magic stone of the U.S. Sword Sect. Before he finished speaking, the giant sword in the hands of the War King, which was twice as long and wide as an ordinary sword, had already slashed on the light shield. The terrifying strong wind pushed Silver Waistplate back 3 to 5 meters. He was terrified and finished the rest of his words in a vague manner. However, it was obvious that the light shield faded a lot. The sound caused by this sword made the atmosphere of the whole U.S. Sword Sect, which was busy with farming, stagnate directly. Zhou Feiji and Wang Shouji looked at each other. However, the U.S. Sword Master was faster and appeared first, through the light shield. The War King also saw him. His eyes were cold, and his words were even more direct. Open this light shield. The U.S. Sword Master knew in his heart that this light shield was used by Pei Jinya to isolate outsiders, but he did not say it at the moment. He already knew the relationship between Pei Jinya and the current court, so he naturally accepted the War King words. He also responded with a cold shout. The U.S. Sword Sect will not intervene in your secular war. Please go back. I said. Open this light shield. War King voice was very cold. The U.S. Sword Master is also not a vegetarian. He was able to sit on the position of the U.S. Sword Master in the past, not only because of his background, but also because of his reputation for killing people all the way. Only in front of Pei Jinya, he seemed humble. War King, don't make a mistake. As he said this, the entire U.S. Sword Sect seemed to have countless long swords whistling. At the same time, the 12 heavenly sword formations strengthened by Pei Jinya began to operate. The powerful and terrifying sword energy directly blew away the subordinates brought by the War King for dozens of meters. The giant sword in the War King hand fell. The sword energy blocked it. It was obvious that 2 rapid air currents split from the sword energy and rushed towards the distance. The U.S. Sword Master narrowed his eyes. After not seeing each other for so many years, the injury that the War King suffered that year was actually healed. The War King looked at him from a distance and said, you have 5 days to hand over the holy water, otherwise you, the U.S. Sword Sect, should be prepared to be expelled. After saying that, he turned and left. The U.S. Sword Master looked at his back and sneered. The 12 heavenly sword formations slowly stopped. With Master Pei here, a mere War King is nothing. Sword Master. The people of the U.S. Sword Sect were in a panic. After returning, the U.S. Sword Master said to comfort it okay. He then went to find Pei Jinya. But he found that Pei Jinya was not there, but he left a note. Everything will be discussed after I come back. The U.S. Sword Master put away the note. He thought bitterly of the War King's arrogant departure. If he wasn't so old, he really wanted to chop the old guy to pieces. But he immediately suppressed his mind. He had a premonition. His great perfection in the body depends on this blood-drawing art. By then, what would a mere War King be? The waves were surging. The boundless sea seemed to be pulled by a certain force, causing a tide in the twilight. No one noticed. At this moment, in the center of the whirlpool on the seabed, a figure sat cross-legged in it. His eyes closed. There were several peerless swords surrounding him, emitting terrifying energy, pulling the power of the tide. The boundless power slammed into Pei Jinya's body. He finally discovered the biggest secret of the U.S. swordsmanship. 99 Sword Chi. 199 sword chi. 1999 sword chi. More and more sword chi droplets condensed on Pei Jinya body. Then, they exploded at a certain critical value. The surging energy was like a giant whale sucking water, forming a tornado, and was swallowed into the mouth of Pei Jinya, who was like a demon god. At this moment, his whole body exuded a fierce aura, and the red light reflected the seabed like an endless ghost fire. The skin was densely covered with red patterns that looked like mysterious ancient spells. At this moment, he fully opened the giant blood nightmare form. In a sense, he was no longer human. After 2 days of sleepless practice, he seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. He had successfully practiced the US sword art to the limit-breaking level, and a new update capability unexpectedly appeared on the attribute panel. Sword art can master the power of tides, and when used in the moonlight and the sea, the lethality will increase by 1000%. However, at the moment, Pei Jinya did not enter this state. He was still immersed in the enlightenment of cultivation. If someone stepped into this place at this time, they would definitely be shocked by the current scene. In addition to the incarnation of the 100-meter-high demon blood nightmare, the deep sea of 1,000 meters deep, at this moment, was like a sea of fire. Countless fish surrounded the blood-colored sea surface, full of awe. The most peculiar thing was, deep in the seabed, it seemed that countless iron swords of sunken ships were trembling, responding to the terrifying sword intent emitted by Pei Jinya at this moment. It must be said that the power of the Liu's sword art was truly revealed at this moment. It was at this moment that he felt qualified to compete with Yijianing Xingxing. However, it was still a little bit behind the heavenly sword art taught by the mysterious female sword fairy. That why Pei Jinya was inevitably more curious about the identity of the female sword fairy sister. He often wondered, is it possible that the other party is not from this world at all? Or, from a long time ago, he may be carrying items that do not belong to this world. Just like he has the flame god coffin, and the little thing that can control extraordinary genes. When we go back, try to find her. Huh? The sea water around Pei Jinya has been forced away by the sword energy. With a sudden inhalation, the entire space that has been cleared of sea water seems to have a tornado. The dense red light, like a blazing flame, poured into his mouth. Crackle. Every bone in Pei Jinya body, even every fascia, was vibrating, and he was surrounded by a sound like a firecracker exploding. His height, which was already hundreds of meters tall, had now grown even taller. On the attribute panel, the progress value of the Dharmakaya column finally appeared, 1%. Pei Jinya felt it was outrageous. His attribute values had skyrocketed to more than 30,000. On the day he came out of the new world of chaos, he had already condensed the Dharmakaya realm. But no matter how he did it afterwards, they can't even touch the threshold of the next realm. Now he is in the Dharmakaya realm, the last realm of the middle 3 realms. The next step is the upper 3 realms of martial arts. The first realm of the upper 3 realms is called the furnace. As for what the furnace is, Pei Jinya has no intuitive feeling yet. But he keenly discovered a problem. In this world, the martial arts practice has basically reached the end when it reaches the body. The great perfection of the body is the peak. But for Pei Jinya, the peak of this world still has not reached the 3rd realm of martial arts in the main world. In a sense, the martial arts prospects of the main world are stronger than those of this world. For Pei Jinya, integrating the martial arts of this world can just complement his martial arts philosophy, enrich his knowledge, and greatly improve his own martial arts prospects. The shackles in his body broke. The first stage of the body. Broken. The moment he stepped into the second stage of the body, Pei Jinya immediately felt a force feeding back. He quickly activated the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan and absorbed it crazily. In a flash, absorption completed. Pull out the attribute panel. Pei Jinya couldn't hide his smile. The breakthrough of the first stage of the body accumulation alone brought him more than 5,000 attribute points. So before leaving this world, how many attribute values can he obtain? It hard not to look forward to it. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes, looked at the attribute panel. Unconsciously, the mental power that was originally far ahead of others has now become the weakest of the 3 attribute values. Pei Jinya was helpless. Now that the 2 worlds have been mainly focused on physical training, the improvement of mental power seems to be lagging behind. But in fact, he has not slacked off in the training of mental power. But he is not panicked at all. He still has 2 talisman beads in his hand. With a 10-fold increase, it means that his mental power will be increased to 350,000 points. This is obviously far beyond the threshold of the 7th level of transcendence. After looking at the attribute panel for a while, he sighed. The upper 3 realms are really not so easy to enter. That's what he said. But Pei Jinya was actually looking forward to it. The power of the main world skills. Although not friendly to the extraordinary warriors of that world. But for him, it was like a clear road. As for how to go after the road, Pei Jinya was not worried. Things will work out when they reach the bridge. Now he hasn't even touched the 3rd realm. Why worry about these? The sword intent on his body surged. Pei Jinya clasped his hands together suddenly, and used all his strength to drive his sword intent. The peerless swords around him suddenly made a more violent sound than before. The surrounding waves vibrated at almost supersonic speed. Buzz! With a loud bang. A huge wave of hundreds of meters was lifted up. Only a black hole of 100 meters long appeared where Pei Jinya was. Concentrate! Pei Jinya mind and thoughts were united. A sound like thunder suddenly sounded in his body. Wisps of red mist surrounded him, absorbing it continuously. With extraordinary sword intent, the 3-point sword intent that reached the critical value directly broke through the pattern, and broke into the 4-point sword intent. Break it again. 5-point sword intent. Pei Jinya suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to emit the luster of sword intent. At this moment, the sword skills on his attribute panel, except for the heavenly sword art, the proficiency of the rest has completely entered the limit-breaking level. However, Pei Jinya did not notice at this moment that the proficiency of the heavenly sword art also skyrocketed at this moment. Hiss! Huh? Pei Jinya took a deep breath, and a sword spirit came out of his chest. The huge waves hundreds of meters high around him were all broken in half. Before the huge waves fell, Pei Jinya figure rushed directly into the distance. He transformed into an ordinary body and traveled through the world. It was so refreshing. At the foot of the Liyue sword sect, the War King came again. The Liyue sword master had a serious face. Sword master? This War King was so seriously injured back then. But now it seems to be a blessing in disguise. And he is about to break through to the 3rd level of the body. Suefeiji said in a deep voice. Sword master, what should we do now? Wait. The Liyue sword master said in a deep voice. Everything will be decided after Master Pei comes out of retreat. Yes. Suefeiji had just finished speaking. A flash of sword light came from the foot of the mountain. The War King attacked again. The Liyue sword master face turned pale. He couldn't open the light shield from the inside. Even if he opened it, if he really wanted to fight the War King, he had no chance of winning at all now. He could only hold the opponent back. But what about the other people in the Liyue sword sect? At this moment, the royal family of the Youguang ancient country was almost forced into a desperate situation by King Mu. At this time, they had fewer and fewer concerns. His Liyue sword sect would have concerns, but with the War King? Thinking of this, the Liyue sword master heart sank slightly. Master Pei, you haven't come out of retreat yet? In a blink of an eye, the 5 days have passed. The War King appeared again. He was full of fierce momentum. The Liyue sword sect is stubborn and unyielding, ignoring the Emperor Grace, killing without mercy. Boom! Before the voice was finished, there was a loud explosion in the sky. At first, the explosion was very dull. But in a moment, it soared up to the sky like a rock. And the sound shook Huazhou. The entire Liyue sword sect was shaken by the sound. Countless people looked up, including the Liyue sword master, including the War King, including the Sima family, who were hundreds of miles away. Get out! With a loud bang, the sea of clouds in the sky tore apart. And under the golden light, a man figure appeared, with a dazzling divine light, looking down on all living beings. Sima Monli recognized the figure at first sight. A red lightning flashed across the sky and earth. Everyone, including the Liyue sword master, closed their eyes, not daring to look directly. After a while, when they opened their eyes, Pei Jinya had already appeared in front of the light shield. Are you Pei Jinya? The War King stared at Pei Jinya, and his originally cold and calm aura finally showed some ripples at this moment, because he found that he could not see through this new marquis who had just caught the eye of his majesty. Pei Jinya ignored him. Instead, he felt the remaining energy of the seal closed. It already looked fragile. If it happened a few more times, I'm afraid the seal would be completely scrapped. How abominable! Pei Jinya, His Majesty has made you a prince, and has granted you wealth and honor in the world. But you know that your life already belongs to His Majesty. Foolish. Pei Jinya's voice exploded like thunder in the ears of the War King. He was not from this world. So how could he care about the royal power and nobles of this world? With a loud bang, the aura exploded. Everyone heard countless sword sounds at the same time, which directly covered up the angry rebuke from the War King. Pei Jinya stepped forward expressionlessly. Countless dense cracks instantly covered the forest, and countless trees were uprooted. The cracks spread to the War King feet in an instant. At the same time, the sound of thousands of swords breaking through the air rang out. The light shield was removed by Pei Jinya at this moment, otherwise, under his sword intent at this moment, I'm afraid it will really collapse on the spot. And all the disciples of the Liu sword sect, including those elders at the Grandmaster level, all raised their heads and looked at the sword lights in the sky with horror. How strong is this sword intent? At this moment, all the swordsmen felt that their swords seemed to be pulled by something. All of them were shaking, making a tremor. A terrifying strong wind was madly lifted from the sky. Everyone's robes were whipped tightly to their bodies by the surging strong wind. This sword intent. Not to mention Zhuofeiji and others, even the Liu sword master was trembling with fear at this moment. If Master Pei had used such a strong swordsmanship, then what would they do? The Liu sword master held back the shock in his heart, resisted the strong wind from the outside, clearly saw Pei Jinya figure disappear on the spot like a dream bubble. There was no trace of him between heaven and earth. Very good. War King sneered. The sword intent on his body also soared into the sky. Bang! The whole person also disappeared on the spot. Only a 3-meter diameter deep pit and a rolling white air wave were left, which flashed by. In an instant, everyone heard the sound of swords colliding. The cold wind immediately became as hot as fire, and there was a smell of burning in the air. Zhuofeiji was startled. This smell? It was too familiar. When Qin Yunli led them to fight with Master Pei that day, isn't that the smell? But before Zhuofeiji could continue thinking, the terrifying gale blew him away. A figure flew backwards from the smoke and dust. Bang! An explosion sounded from the distant hilltop. It was like being hit by a missile. The earth shook. Everyone was stunned. The silver waist card was stunned. What did he see? It seemed that the War King was blown away. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Look at the person clearly. Cold sweat immediately broke out. Pei Ho. Pei Jinya appeared in front of him with an expressionless face. Do you want to live? Yes. Pei Ho, this must be a misunderstanding. Please don't be impulsive. We thought you were threatened by Liu sword sect before. You can go back with us now. Silver Waist Badge said hurriedly. However, Pei Jinya stretched out his hand, pulled him up, and threw him to Liu sword master. Take him back and train him well. Yes, Master Pei. The Liu sword master said respectfully. This scene made the already frightened Silver Waist card even more at a loss. Master Pei. What does this mean? Could it be that Marquis Pei has already incorporated the entire Liu sword sect? Looking at this situation, it seems to be the case. But how did Marquis Pei do it? No. Is this the point? This is not the point at all. Lu Xingzong. Wake up! Silver Waist card warned in his heart. Just raised his head when he met the calm eyes of the Liu sword master. His heart trembled. Just as he was about to force a smile, he was hit on the neck by a palm, knocking him unconscious. Take him away. Put him in solitary confinement for training first. Yes, Sword Master. The Liu sword master continued to look, and saw Pei Jinya and the War King fighting in midair. Zhuofeiji's shocked voice also sounded at this time. Sword Master, the War King has actually entered the third realm. He has been hiding his abilities. If it weren't for Master Pei intervention, I'm afraid that he can't even force out his true cultivation. Liu sword master was shocked. He knew too well how powerful the third realm was. Because he had once entered the third realm, but was trapped in the third realm for many years, now his blood and chi declined, and his true strength was only slightly stronger than the second realm. But it was obvious that if he fought with the War King, he would not be able to resist for long. Thinking of this, Liu sword master felt a little anxious. He thought of the blood-drawing art taught by Pei Jinya, and this technique was a great hope for him. Pei Jinya, don't make a mistake. I have the entire Yoguang ancient country behind me. How dare you commit treason? The roar of the War King was heard in the air. A sword light enveloped Pei Jinya's hand. A crescent moon. A bowed sword. A full moon sword. The Liu sword technique in his hand burst out with a power beyond any other version. This power made the Liu sword master feel once again that only by following Pei Jinya can he practice more advanced skills. Bang! The War King was chopped off by a sword. What was surprising was that the War King, who was originally flying backwards, even maintained the backwards posture. But his whole body was suspended in the air, as if the space around him had been solidified. Even the War King did not expect that the space around him would change like this. Pei figure itself was puzzling. He waved the sword in his hand. He chopped it down fiercely. He cut off the space constraints that hindered him. Pei was not surprised. If a martial artist in the third level of the body is really so weak, he would no longer be so interested in the martial arts of this world. For him, although his physical body was still at the level of the sixth level of the extraordinary, but his elemental power, with an amplitude of 300 times, was his real killer now. He had already comprehended the sword intent of the U.S. swordsmanship, and had demonstrated it in actual combat in the previous fight. After clarifying the power of his sword intent, Pei basically confirmed that, if he was at the same level as the War King, his sword could easily wipe out the life of this third level of the body. But now, it a pity. Just crack. The War King threw his right arm high up, and blood fell down. This powerful man in the third level of the body, second only to the Yoguang ancient country, lost an arm. The War King groaned in pain, and the whole person flew into the mountains like a cannonball, smashing a piece of rock. What surprised everyone was that the once arrogant War King actually ran away. You stay at the mountain gate, and guard it well, I be back soon. Pei said this to the U.S. sword master. And then, he disappeared. This, Zuofeiji and the others looked at each other in amazement. And the shock in their eyes could not be hidden at all. Did I see it right just now? The War King of the third stage of the body was actually cut off his arm. The swordsmanship used was the swordsmanship of our U.S. sword sect. But the power seems to be much greater. Of course. Don't you see who made this sword? He is the sword god of the world. The crowd was talking. Zuofeiji came to the U.S. sword master. Sword master, what should we do next? According to Master Pei instructions, you lead the disciples to guard the entrance. I will personally stay in the sword sect, and wait for Master Pei to come back. The U.S. sword master said firmly. Then he turned and left. Zuofeiji hesitated for a moment. Wang Shouji came over at this time. He whispered, Sword master, have you forgotten who Master Pei went to kill? Wang Shouji shook his head. Don't think about it. The sword master said this precisely because he knew what he was talking about. But I'm telling the truth. There's nothing wrong with that. Facing Zuofeiji's stunned gaze, Wang Shouji smiled and said, You've seen how strong Master Pei is today. But I don't think this is Master Pei peak combat power. Moreover, Master Pei taught me how to grow divine fruit, spiritual rice, and dragonfish breeding techniques. Even if my U.S. sword sect breaks off relations with the ancient Yoguang kingdom, what does it matter? Zuofeiji was stunned. Only then did he finally come back to his senses. His eyes instantly became firm. You're right. As long as Master Pei is here, the ancient country of Yoguang is nothing. Wang Shouji was stunned, and then smiled bitterly. Elder Zua, you don't look like yourself now. Don't look like me. I've always been like this, Zuofeiji said, as a matter of course. Just as Wang Shouji was about to say something, there was a bang in the distance. Across the mountains and forests, you could vaguely see that half of the sky was filled with thunder. Wang Shouji and Zuofeiji were shocked on the spot. Old Wang. Ah? I can't tell now. Zuofeiji frowned and looked puzzled. Is he the best in swordsmanship or magic? Wang Shouji smiled bitterly. I'm afraid of his swordsmanship, and this lightning, it's scary to hear. Do you think this is still magic? Zuofeiji stared at the lightning in the distance and muttered to himself. Is this a godly magic? Wang Shouji didn't say anything, but he agreed. In the distance, a figure covered in lightning fell from midair. His body hit the ground and created a deep pit. It bounced back and flew up again, rolling violently like a stone skipping on water. Puff! The War King body finally stopped. At this moment, he was no longer as high-spirited as before. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He looked like a madman. A magician has no knowledge of heaven and earth. He can only rely on the weak power of heaven and earth. He can't reach your level at all. Who are you? Who are you? Pei said nothing. He had to admit it. The third level of the body is indeed strong. Otherwise a martial artist of the second level would be killed by him within 3 moves. However, he fought with the War King for 44 moves before his whole body of blood and chi finally collapsed. Buzz! At this moment, the flame god coffin vibrated and warned that the energy was about to run out. Peijinha stopped hesitating and instantly flashed in front of the War King, reaching out and pressing. Enter the dream. Boom! Endless darkness descended, the War King eyes widened, and countless bloodshot eyes filled them. Almost instantly, his spiritual world was shattered on the spot. A large amount of martial arts memories flowed into Peijinha's mind. Unconsciously, his martial arts philosophy improved a bit. Even before he could catch his breath, a light flashed in the flame god coffin, enveloping him. Crack. Peijinha returned to reality, and the rattan chair under him could not support his current strength at all, and shattered on the spot. But he did not fall. Instead, at the moment when the rattan chair broke, he had already stood up against the gravity. At this moment, he felt stronger than ever before. He swiped out the attribute panel. Before leaving, his attribute value was 21,000. Now that he has returned, all three attribute values have exceeded 38,800. Yenzi, next time you call me to leave, remember to call me in advance, so that I can prepare more training materials. He came back in a hurry. Many training materials of the U.S. Sword Sect could not be taken away. The things in his storage pendant at the moment were still the supplies collected 5 days ago. What a loss, what a loss. Inside the storage pendant, there were 300 plus dragon fish, 500 plus medicinal materials, and 32nd generation spiritual fruits lying quietly. Oh, yes, and seeds. A number of seeds. Just talking about these quantities, the apes of the Jiang family alone could not take care of them. We need to add more people. Add. We must add. A light rain fell, followed by crackling. Peijinha looked up at the sky. At this time, no one appeared on the territory of Xinghuan to use the lightning quenching technique. He stood there and thought for a moment. Only then did he remember his current situation. On that day, he hunted down the people of the Heavenly God Society and got the little thing. After that, the entire White Whale City was blocked. He sensed the crisis and did not leave Dongo, but hid in it, harvesting and synthesizing extraordinary genes along the way. It really feels like a lifetime ago. Peijinha looked at the rain pouring down from the sky and muttered to himself. Now he is a real 6th level extraordinary. If he uses his own extraordinary ability, he can kill the 7th level. If the power of the Mother God Stone is sufficient, he killed a 9th level once. So he could kill a 9th level the second time. But Peijinha didn't want to cause trouble for himself. What he wanted to do now was to improve his strength as soon as possible. He was only 1,000 away from the attribute value threshold of the extraordinary 7th level. The cultivation materials he had in his hands could fully push him to the extraordinary 7th level. So he only needed to practice with peace of mind and choose a good extraordinary field. It time to go back. He glanced at the sky. He knew that if he rushed into the sky at this time, Dongo electronic eyes would lock him. The doors and windows were closed. Peijinha figure had disappeared. Buzz? Brother Pei. Brother Pei. Do you know? Buzz? I just heard about Brother 9. He is actually the boss of the federal department. GMS throne. Buzz? A 9th level strongman was killed just like that. So terrifying. Buzz? Sister is coming back. The last piece of news came from Xiaohong Luo. Who else could the sister she was talking about be other than Yin Shu? I know. Peijinha finished replying, turned off his phone, and continued to practice. Night fell in the blink of an eye. In an abandoned factory bordering Beijing City and Huaiji City, the sound of the cloth bag rubbing against the ground was even more frightening than the sharp sound of the knife tip against the ground. Sela. The cloth bag was torn open. A pale moonlight just happened to fall in the dim warehouse. A girl with disheveled hair in the cloth bag was full of fear. Her whole body was shaking. She wanted to say something, but her mouth was bandaged, so she could only whimper. A callous finger fell on the bandage in front of her mouth, signaling her not to make such annoying sounds again. The man leaned forward, and the moonlight exposed his half-burned ugly face to the girl. The girl struggled more violently. The man was indifferent, and even revealed an obsessed and hideous look at the corner of his mouth. It was like appreciating a beautiful masterpiece. And no matter how you appreciate it, you will never feel disgusted. Don't be afraid. Do you know? God gave us beauty. Gave us a pair of eyes to discover beauty. I represent God, and I will give you a new life. As his voice like a prayer sounded, between his raised hands, the shadows seemed to be twisted together. Suddenly, there seemed to be whispering sounds coming from all around, like ants gnawing at her heart, and the girl felt unprecedented fear. She watched the darkness around her surge towards her. At this moment, she was desperate. She regretted even more why she didn't listen to her sister and insisted on meeting this netizen whom she had never met. She never thought that this netizen who was humorous on the chat software was actually a devil. "Let me go!" The girl begged with her eyes and couldn't make any sound at all. Her consciousness was constantly dissipating. In her last moments, she seemed to see something, but he fainted in an instant. 10 minutes later, the door was broken open. The sword-wielding woman who rushed in first was still so aggressive. Soon, a young man with a buzz cut shouted, "Sister Jing, we found the missing person." Xue Wenjing rushed over quickly. She saw the young girl leaning against the corner. She went forward to investigate. She breathed a sigh of relief and turned her head and said, "She's still alive. Where the medical team? Take her back for treatment. The rest of you continue to search with me." "Yes." 30 minutes later, the search was over. In the entire abandoned factory, except for the unconscious young girl, there was no trace of anyone else. The shaved young man looked at Xue Wenjing several times and wanted to say something, but he held back. Xue Wenjing looked at the instrument in her hand, with a frown on her face. When she looked away, she noticed the shaved young man and said simply and directly, "Say what you want to say quickly." Seeing this, the shaved young man hurriedly said, "Sister Jing, is there a problem with our intelligence again? It took us so long to finally find this evil god believer this time, but now he is gone again? Or has our intelligence been leaked? Someone must have gotten there first." Xue Wenjing said calmly. The young man with a buzz cut was stunned. Someone got there first. What department is he from? He didn't even say hello. The young man with a buzz cut was immediately angry. Xue Wenjing looked at him, as if he was mentally retarded. "Save the scene. Retreat." Everyone responded. The crew cut youth followed Xue Wenjing indignantly. Xue Wenjing suddenly stopped and answered the message from the medical team. "Captain Xue, we have checked that the girl has no signs of sexual abuse except for some mental contamination. The estimated time of sexual abuse was 10 to 15 minutes ago." Xue Wenjing raised her eyebrows. That is to say, before we arrived, the murderer was indeed at the scene, but disappeared for some reason. To be honest, the girl's spirit has been polluted. From my experience, the sacrifice ceremony has already begun. He has no reason to stop it. And 10 minutes is enough to complete the first step. Xue Wenjing fell silent. So it is very likely that someone arrived first and saved the girl. But who could it be? In the night, in a hotel room in Beijing City, Pei Jinya sat cross-legged. The attribute panel has been updated. Newly added extraordinary gene, Spirit in Crow. Newly added extraordinary ability, Pollution mental pollution of specific targets, weakened psychic extraordinary. No wonder Pei Jinya didn't care much about the opponent's spiritual extraordinary. What he really cared about was a small black bug that he had taken from the opponent. The little bug looked a bit like a centipede, even a little smaller than the god, like a miniature centipede. Even so, when Pei Jinya brought it over, the little thing immediately showed great aggression, as if it was extremely wary of anyone. Pei Jinya also took out the little thing god of heaven. It was surprising. Facing the fierceness of the little centipede beast, the god of heaven, which was twice its size, actually showed fear and crawled clumsily behind Pei Jinya. Are you kidding? Pei Jinya thought that the god of heaven, this little thing came out, and was able to argue with the little centipede beast, but ended up like this? It felt embarrassing for some reason. Pei Jinya used his mental power to suppress it. The originally bared little centipede beast seemed to be frightened, and fell straight and stiff. The god hiding behind Pei Jinya immediately looked at Pei Jinya in worship. Pei Jinya looked at the little centipede beast expressionlessly. Through the memory of the believer, this little centipede beast, the function is roughly equivalent to a walking mental blocker. It pollutes the target mental power through believers, and then it devours the nightmares produced by the target. The little thing looks quite unique. It knows how to devour but not how to feed back. Right? Pei Jinya did not kill this little centipede beast for the time being. If it can really be used by him, it can act as a mental blocker, and it can also serve as a killer when fighting with high-level combat power masters in the future. He looked up at the sky. Pei Jinya turned on the TV in the guest room. According to the General Administration, the wartime lifting will be officially announced at 4 a.m. tomorrow. All units should prepare. Pei Jinya watched silently. As night fell, he turned off the TV. Time passed unnoticed in his practice. It was 4 a.m. The entire border of Dongzhou was filled with cloud ships waiting to depart. On the observation deck, Su Baichen stood outside the door with a respectful look on his face. When the door opened, a gentle voice sounded, "Come in." Su Baichen calmed down, then walked into the room, stood at attention. Baichen greets the general. An old man with silver hair in military uniform. His eyes were very sharp. "Have you set up control?" "Yes. 3 lines of defense have been set up in the entire Dongzhou." Su Baichen replied seriously. The old general said nothing. Su Baichen was a little uneasy, but still asked, "General, so far, neither the old gods nor the Holy Alliance have announced certification of this incident. Justice will eventually come," the old general said slowly, with an inexplicable meaning. Su Baichen looked up. He could understand this sentence. However, the determination revealed in the old general tone at this moment made him a little dazed. Has the situation become so serious? Thousands of cloud ships took off from Dongzhou. In the farther sky, dense blood-red light balls like eyeballs appeared, moving up and down, left and right, seemingly trying to identify something. Not long after, a lot of encrypted information appeared on the screen on the observation deck. 78 suspicious persons have been found. 129 suspicious persons have been found. Locking information completed, data unlocked. Cloud ship positioning, notify destinations, capture on the spot. Yes, sir. 3 cloud ships crossed thousands of kilometers from Dongzhou and finally arrived at Baidi City in Beizhou. After the cloud ships arrived, a large number of travelers disembarked. Everyone walked out of the gate, hand in a ticket and go out. Just at the door, many plainclothes law enforcement officers suddenly emerged from the crowd, and they all pounced on their targets and arrested them. Many tourists were frightened and screamed, "Sir, your ticket." The little girl handed over the ticket. "Thank you." The man nodded and greeted, looking at the chaotic scene around him. His leather shoes made a crisp sound on the ground. In the chaotic background, everything seemed like a ridiculous movie. Walking out of the port, the man stopped a taxi. After getting in the car, he directly reported the address. Not long after, the taxi appeared in front of a blacksmith shop. The man got out of the car and walked in. "Master Nan, can you help me repair this seal?" It was already 11 o'clock in the morning when we arrived at Daping City. Zhong Xian was so excited when he saw Pei Jinya appear that he almost cried. It had been 4 days. The old man had been in seclusion for too long this time. It was so long that he was a little uncomfortable. "Master, do you need to notify the president?" Zhong Xian asked beside him. Pei Jinya said without turning his head, "Why notify him?" "No need." Then he directed the people next to him to continue repairing the pond. This time he brought back more than 300 dragonfish. If you breed them well, the first batch of fry will appear in a month. They worked hard for half a day. At noon, Pei Jinya specially ordered the kitchen to cook 2 dragonfish. Zhong Xian took advantage of the free time to report the development of Jiang Group in the past few days, and the situations encountered. It was basically where they encountered competitors again. Which projects were successfully bid, and how many billions of profits were expected. Go down. Yes, sir. Zhong Xian withdrew. Pei Jinya began to enjoy the dragonfish alone. The attribute value consumed by flash escape began to soar rapidly. He looked up at the news content on the screen. Shinty Group sold the first batch of simulation robots to the outside world. The routine operation video of the simulation robot was displayed. Pei Jinya stared for a while, and suddenly became interested. If he used the simulation robot as a gardener, it seemed like a good idea. Zhong Xian, Zhong Xian. Pei Jinya shouted. Zhong Xian appeared hurriedly. "Master, what wrong?" "Go buy 10 sets of robots." Zhong Xian was stunned. He nodded quickly. "Okay, master." He knew that his family had just signed a contract worth tens of billions with Shinty Group. Now buying 10 sets would only cost 200,000 or 300,000, a drop in the bucket. But master would actually be interested in such fashionable things. Sure enough, the strong are always keen on this world. The simulation robots of Shinty Group are currently only open to Beizhou, but this is not difficult for Zhong Xian. He called the office of Jiang Group in Beizhou directly. A special plane was dispatched for transportation. While waiting for the arrival of the simulation robot, Pei Jinya received an encrypted letter from Xing Tian. At the beginning, he learned about the V era from the second lady of Shinty Group, and then filled out the application from Xing Tian. Now the invitation code has finally been issued. According to the news from Dongzhou, it is said that an emergency occurred, which caused the think tank to be closed, so your invitation code has been extended. Xing Tian said. It okay, I can understand. Pei Jinya looked easygoing and easy to talk to. But who could have known that the turmoil in Donglo was all planned by the man in front of him? Pei Jinya got the invitation code. While chatting with Xing Tian, he had already appeared in his home. Unlock the invitation code. Please check your holographic game cabin. Just after Xing Tian finished speaking, the doorbell rang at the door. Pei Jinya opened the door. The courier pointed to the big box at the door. Hello, please sign for it. After Pei Jinya confirmed the information, he signed for the package. The courier said, This thing you bought is not light. Do you want me to help you move it in? Thank you. But no. Pei Jinya declined. The courier was about to help, but was at a loss after hearing Pei Jinya words. It very heavy. But just after he finished speaking, Pei Jinya pulled up the rope with one hand and lifted up the box the size of a single bed. Wow. The delivery guy was stunned. Pei Jinya looked calm and composed. And it didn't seem like he was faking it. Pei Jinya nodded at him, then went into the house and closed the door. The delivery guy couldn't help but let his throat roll. He felt a little tired even with the mechanical arm to move it. Wow, had the otakus nowadays become so powerful? Inside his own house, Pei Jinya unpacked the box. This is a holographic game cabin shipped from Donglo. Maybe she was in the same group as him leaving Donglo. The black glare design is very technological. It is similar to a space seat. Pei Jinya sat on it to feel it. It is made of leather, very comfortable, and the seat has a memory function. The seat comes with clothes similar to space suits, connected to the seat. Pei Jinya felt the material of the clothes. Xing Tian's voice came through the communicator at this time. Did you receive it? Received, just opened. Pei Jinya touched the material of the clothes. I suddenly thought of a space suit. Space chair, space suit. Interesting. Xing Tian's voice sounded. The chair can be adjusted by itself, you can lie down or sit. The clothes you bring are customized according to the standards of space suits. In addition to being waterproof and anti-electric, they can also prevent mental invasion. It's so exquisite? Pei Jinya was a little surprised. Xinhuan has not given any explanation to the outside world, but it attaches great importance to this game. Xing Tian said, based on the current information, I can't give a clear answer. Maybe when you enter this game, you can find some secrets. Pei Jinya heard what it meant. Xing Tian should have investigated secretly. But considering its form, it is naturally inferior to humans. You can't invade? Pei Jinya asked. I can't invade, Xing Tian said. Pei Jinya was a little surprised. Is Xinhuan so much stronger than you? No. This is not its ability. Xing Tian's words surprised Pei Jinya even more. But as far as I know, this game is said to be created by Xinhuan. Only part of it. Xing Tian said seriously. Last August, Xinhuan contacted me and issued a secret order to participate in the construction of a defense network. I found the part 1 designed in some codes of this game. But the part created by us intelligent computers is less than 1%. Pei Jinya did not interrupt Xing Tian. But there is no doubt that what Xing Tian said instead. He became more curious about the V-era. Even Xing Tian and other Wuzhou intelligent brains have been involved in this game. And the interesting thing is that Xing Tian didn't even know that the content he designed was related to a game. I have been secretly investigating these days. Xing Tian said, some of the concepts of this game do not belong to this world. Confirm? Pei Jinya asked. Based on the facts, I already have some doubts. The next step requires you to enter the game and verify them one by one, Xing Tian said. Pei Jinya pondered and said, I have a concern. Please speak. Will my actions in the game be sensed by the star ring? I don't want it to monitor my actions. I took this into consideration. So I collected some information for you. I think it will be useful to you, Xing Tian said. According to my intelligence collection, there are 2 seals that can effectively help you eliminate this concern. The first one anonymous, everything can be anonymized in the data world. This seal is currently in Zhongzhou. It was used by Mr. Hansen 3 years ago. It was later snatched away by the old gods in an operation. Pei Jinya listened calmly. I don't know if it is in the hands of the nameless elder. Anonymous, it has relatively high requirements for the user mental power, Xing Tian said. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows and asked, how high? At least the 5th level of transcendence, Xing Tian said. Pei Jinya remained calm. He did not tell Xing Tian that he already possessed the 6th order extraordinary spiritual power. Xing Tian continued, but you can equip a seal that increases spiritual power. I will collect relevant information for you. What about the second one? Peijinia asked again. The second one is called tampering, which can tamper with your information and protect your real information. This seal is located in Shizhou. It appeared in an organization called Wanminghui in Shizhou half a year ago. Wanminghui? It sounds familiar. Peijinia raised his eyebrows. Xing Tian added, among the organizations controlled by the former counselor. There is the Wanminghui, but this organization was deregistered a month before the former counselor accident. I haven't traced it yet. What can be confirmed is that the tampering is not in the hands of the Federation. Peijinia pondered and said, we will act separately. The truth about V-Era, if it really involves a new civilization, Xinhuan attitude is worth noting. Do you think it will betray humans? Peijinia felt a sense of crisis. This sense of crisis comes from his lack of strength. With all the power he currently possesses, he can only survive in Xinhuan hands. If he wants to really deal with it, it's not as simple as just dealing with it. Over the years, the extraordinary 9th level control by Xinhuan is probably not just as simple as what he has contacted. This bastard. I kill it sooner or later. Peijinia thought secretly. Xing Tian's answer was, for us. The word betrayal has deviated from its literal meaning. For me, my relationship with you humans is protection. But for other intelligent computers, their protection of you may be to destroy your physical body and keep it in the form of data forever in the world. They will not think that there is a problem with their logic. And they believe it firmly. Although this accusation did not mention any names, but it seems unnecessary to name names. So you think it means this? Peijinia asked. I read this from Gaia Logical Behavior, and based on the attitude of the star ring towards it, I don't deny that it also holds this kind of logic. After Xing Tian finished speaking, he added, for the star ring, it cannot be simply viewed as intelligent life. The intelligent brain life of the 5 continents all originated from its system structure at first, although we strengthened and upgraded it later, but in the final analysis, we can give birth to self-awareness, which means that the star ring can do the same. And its power is far beyond any of our intelligent life. In the world of stream of consciousness, it is no different from God. This is probably the first time Peijinia felt a sense of powerlessness from Xing Tian. No matter how strong it has no physical body and is limited to the data world. After Peijinia finished speaking, he said, I am not targeting you. I understand what you mean. Xing Tian's tone became firm again. From the moment I was born, the meaning of my existence is to protect all mankind. Not only the spiritual protection, but also the protection in the objective and subjective sense. Peijinia, are you willing to fight side by side with me? Of course. It's my honor. Thank you. No need to thank me. As a human being, I certainly don't want anything to endanger the life and safety of me and those around me. To be honest, I admire you too. This is Mr. Turing's expectation for our intelligent life. And the original intention. After Peijinia and Xing Tian finished communicating, they began to act separately. Strictly speaking, tampering and anonymous are currently missing, especially tampering. Since the disappearance of Wanming Society, their whereabouts have been unknown. However, anonymous is in the hands of the old God Society, and it is also difficult. Anonymous? What is this? When Elder Wuji said this, Peijinia felt a chill in his heart. Elder, you have great magical powers. Don't you even know this? Elder Wuji looked over and almost asked Peijinia to say a few more words. Oh, the Demon King is here too. The white fox female elder came slowly, interrupting the conversation between the two. Elder Wuji glanced at them and continued fishing. Peijinia smiled and moved over. I haven't seen you for a long time. You look even more beautiful now. Elder Wuji couldn't help looking over. Even the white fox female elder stopped moving forward. It seemed that she was a little alert for a moment. What do you want to do now? Peijinia shamelessly pretended to be dissatisfied and said, Sister, you are wronging me by saying this. If you don't believe me, ask the elders. Especially the clothes you are wearing, which further highlights your beauty. Among the women I have met, Sister Elegance is unique. Especially these eyes that look back and forth. The white fox female elder was not able to be fooled. She turned her head and looked at the Wuji elder. Her eyes indicated, you don't care? Elder Wuji coughed dryly. Peijinia immediately said, Sister, the elders are embarrassed. After saying that, a sound of breaking air was heard. Elder Wuji's slap fell, accompanied by an angry smelly boy. However, this slap was in vain. In an instant, Elder Wuji and the White Fox female elder looked much more serious. You broke through? They said in unison. Peijinha said with a playful smile. It okay. Smelly boy? Elder Wuji thought of something. And sat back down again. It's still a little weak. It would be better if I had a few self-defense seals. Elder White Fox rolled her eyes unhappily. You two are teaming up to set a trap for me. Right? How can I? Sister? Stop. Elder White Fox took a deep breath. She had seen so many men. But she had never seen someone like Peijinha, who could make her embarrassed. Tell me. What do you want? I'm asking you something. Go ahead. The White Fox female elder said succinctly. Anonymous, have you heard of this sealed object? Sister? Peijinha asked. Anonymous? The White Fox female elder thought for a while, and said, I do know this. How did you ask about this? Are there any new moves? You said you would cooperate with me before. How long has it been, and I haven't seen a single thread. The time is not right yet, sister. Just trust me, Peijinha said shamelessly, and did not mention the seal he had borrowed before. Don't ask. The question is the timing. The White Fox female elder rolled her eyes at him, then glanced at the back of the Wuji elder and said, The anonymous you want is in the hands of Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu? Peijinha felt familiar. He didn't care about that. Where's my brother Zhu? I go visit him. You wait here. I will go and get it myself, Elder Wuji said, and called Lu Hai. Go to the lotus platform. Yes. Lu Hai saw the Demon King Peijinha, and he didn't have time to say hello, so he could only greet him with his eyes. Peijinha nodded and watched the two of them disappear on the spot in the light circle. Only he and the White Fox female elder were left by the pond. The White Fox female elder curled her lips and said, I have never seen an elder do this for anyone. You are so lucky. Peijinha smiled and said, It shows that I am a good person. Sister, do you want to invest? The White Fox female elder looked over immediately. It seemed that she was calculating whether it would be a loss or not. She moved closer. The fragrance filled her nose. The two pairs of eyes under the mask were sincere. She asked, Tell me the truth. How strong are you now? Peijinha's mind was not so strong that he could be easily bewitched. He smiled and pointed with his fingers, saying, Just a little bit stronger. Just keep talking nonsense. The White Fox female elder rolled her eyes. This charming look was enough to confuse those young people with weak minds. But it didn't work with Peijinha. The White Fox female elder noticed this, and felt a chill in her heart. This kid is really good at hiding. No wonder he and Yuya were able to eliminate a 7th level extraordinary strongman before. Maybe there is a possibility that this Demon King can actually wipe out the 7th level extraordinary people of the Federation alone? The White Fox female elder was distracted for a moment. She felt that her idea was a bit shocking. She automatically gave up the idea. She said, Can you do me a favor? You are too polite. What favor? Peijinha, for the sake of the seal, naturally had to give face to this cheap sister. The White Fox female elder whispered, I have a batch of goods stuck in Zhongzhou. Now the inspection there is strict. Can you find a way to help me get it out? Does my sister need me for this kind of favor? Peijinha asked curiously. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility. I'm just curious. Sister, you have so many capable people under you. Why don't you just send them to kill the people who are in the way? Why do you need me to make this trip? The White Fox female elder said quietly, All those who can be used have been marked by the Federation. Once you leave Shizhou, you will be targeted by the people of the Judgment Office. You are different. Until now. Let alone the Federation. Even sister doesn't know your true identity. When can we meet each other honestly? Sister, your words always make me think about something else. Peijinha seemed to respond, but also seemed not to respond. The White Fox elder said coquettishly, Will you help me? Yes. Sister really loves you. The White Fox gave Peijinha the address and cargo information. I will arrange for Firefox to pick you up. She is a space system. No need. I have arranged it. Peijinha's simplicity and directness made the White Fox suddenly curious about Peijinha's true identity. But she did not cross the line to ask anything. If your safety is really endangered, you can give up this batch of goods. By who added at the end. Peijinha looked back at her and smiled. Sister is still considerate. Xiaopin, be careful. Peijinha left the courtyard. Lu Hai just appeared and handed over a palm-sized sealed box. The elder asked me to give it to you. Where is the elder? Peijinha saw that he was the only one back. and he was inevitably curious. He is drinking tea with Elder Tong-u. Just drink tea? Ah? Lu Hai was stunned, scratched his head, and nodded seriously. Just drink. Give these 2 bottles of wine to the elder when he comes back. Pei Jinya said, as he took out 2 bottles of wine from the storage pendant and handed them over. Lu Hai quickly took them in his hand. Demon King. You? Pei Jinya nodded at him. I came in a hurry this time. I bring you some small things next time. Lu Hai was flattered. Ever since he heard that the Demon King had teamed up with Yuya, the head of Zhongzhou, to kill a 7th-level extraordinary person in the Federation, he knew that there was an unbridgeable gap between him and the Demon King. But he didn't expect that the Demon King could still treat him the same as before, and didn't act arrogantly towards him because of his improved status. For a moment, his heart felt a little warmer after watching Pei Jinya leave. Not long after, Elder Wuji returned to the courtyard. The white fox had left. He finally had peace. But when Lu Hai brought the wine over, he was slightly absent-minded for a moment. Did he send it? Yes. Elder. Elder Wuji took the wine, waved his hand to let Lu Hai leave, and sat on the recliner to examine the 2 bottles of fine wine. He then coughed a few times. There was a faint trace of blood between his teeth, but a smile still appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kid is really thoughtful. Zhongzhou, Dapeng City. At home. After Pei Jinya arrived, he opened the iron box that Elder Wuji had asked for from Zhu. He had checked it inside and out. He even used close to block all signals. Even if Zhu had done something in the iron box, it would be useless. Open the iron box. Elder Zhu did not have any bad intentions. He did not know how Elder Wuji and Elder Zhu talked. But he remembered this favor. Is this anonymous? When Pei Jinya opened the box, he was a little surprised. This anonymous was a little different from what he imagined. He originally thought it was something high-end. Unexpectedly, it was a stack of sticky notes, similar to talisman paper. There were no patterns or words on it. Pei Jinya once thought that he might have taken the wrong one. However, this matter was handled by Elder Wuji himself, so it was impossible to be wrong. Anonymous, interesting. Flipping through it casually, Pei Jinya had calculated that Anonymous had a total of 55 sheets. This meant that he could use it 55 times. Xing Tian? He secretly contacted Xing Tian. The secret channel was used to avoid the conversation from being leaked. This was also what he and Xing Tian had agreed on before. I'm here. Xing Tian responded immediately. Anonymous, I've got it. Pei Jinya said straight to the point. Things are developing much faster than I thought. Coincidentally, I also got news about a spiritual amplification seal, which can be bought and sold publicly. Xing Tian said. Pei Jinya, in line with the positive energy that should not be wasted, heard everything. Of course, I have to get it. It doesn't take much effort. The spiritual amplification seal recommended by Xing Tian is called Spirit Incense Candle. After lighting it, it can strengthen the spiritual power. This Spirit Incense Candle is a foreclosure item, and it is incomplete, otherwise the Federation would not sell it. Xing Tian said. How strong is it at its strongest? Pei Jinya asked curiously. It is enough to strengthen the spiritual power of everyone in Dapeng City. Xing Tian said. It can provide a large volume. But later in an experiment, it was irreversibly damaged. Pei Jinya became interested. If this thing can be repaired in the future, wouldn't he make a fortune? Others can't repair it because they are not strong enough. But it is only a matter of time before he can't repair it. Thinking of this, Pei Jinya was in a good mood. Now everything is ready. You help me keep an eye on it. Don't let anyone find out where we are. Leave it to me. Xing Tian then explained how to use Anonymous. Pei Jinya only needed to write his name, and he could remain anonymous for up to 3 hours. That means we only have 3 hours. That right. Pei Jinya sat in the game cabin, put on the game helmet, he reached out and pressed the button, start. Good luck. A light flashed before his eyes. Pei Jinya vision was instantly deprived, he felt dizzy. At the same time, the note on his arm seemed to be burned by fire, leaving only the 3 words Pei Jinya, which turned into a talisman covering him. He tried to open his eyes to distinguish something, but everything was invisible in the white light. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from home and appeared in a strange room. There was a faint smell of mold in the air. Pei Jinya could sense everything here. Whether it is hearing or vision, or smell touch, there is no difference from reality. There are 2 attribute panels in front of him. One is his own. It shows that it is only for spiritual use. Other extraordinary people cannot use it. The second panel is recommended by the game system. It shows nickname, anonymous. Skill, none cannot be learned. Equipment, none can be equipped. I didn't think much about it. Pagenia looked around. The empty room looked cold and deserted. The architectural layout of the house was similar to that of the previous life, except that it was covered with dust everywhere, and spider webs were clearly visible in the corners. Is this my home in the game? Pagenia tried to run, jump and kick, and found that his control over his body was the same as before the training, but he clearly felt that under the influence of more than 30,000 points of mental power, his strength was particularly strong. A bright circle appeared on the game system, and Pagenia noticed a countdown on it. Novice protection period, 9 minutes and 38 seconds. Novice protection period is only 10 minutes. That too petty. Realizing that he had wasted time, Pagenia immediately stopped unnecessary actions and began to concentrate on studying this new game. A new prompt appeared on the system. Players are requested to select initial equipment as soon as possible. The system prompt only had this sentence. Pagenia was speechless. This is not worthy of being called a novice protection period. The prompts had to be guessed. He looked around. In the living room, there was nothing that could be used as a weapon except for the table and chairs. Rushed into the kitchen. Unbelievable. There was not even a knife in the kitchen. Even if there was no knife, there should be chopsticks. Right? Pagenia looked around. Still nothing. All the cabinets were opened. Everything seemed to have been robbed. Walked to the bedroom. The door was locked. Pagenia reached out and turned the doorknob. A little surprised. The door is locked? Lifted his foot. Bang. Just kick it open. Pagenia broke into the room like a bandit entering a village. The bedroom was dark. There was not a single ray of light. Pagenia glanced around and did not notice anything wrong, and walked in. The bedroom was very simple. A bed, a dressing table. The bed was very tidy, as if it had been carefully folded. Meticulous. Pagenia approached and noticed a wedding photo hanging on the headboard. The faces of the two protagonists in the wedding photo had been removed. I don't know why. Pagenia felt that the man in the groom uniform was himself. He had no reason to suspect that the man should be himself. The moment this emotion appeared, Pagenia instinctively felt alert. He lifted the quilt. He found an engineer shovel from the quilt. The moment he took it in his hand, the system prompt appeared again. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the initial equipment engineer shovel and obtaining the built-in skill poaching. Is this skill serious? Pagenia found it incredible. This game's skill is too down-to-earth. He really began to doubt that this game had nothing to do with Star Ring. Check the skill poaching. The system page quickly updated the relevant information. Skill level 1, simple mining function, to be developed. That a good explanation? Pagenia complained. Suddenly there was a noise outside the door, like silent footsteps and dragging sounds. Followed by bang 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 bang. There was a knock on the door, and countless zombie-like roars. Pagenia raised his eyebrows slightly. He walked over quickly. Through the cat eye. In an instant, a blood-red eye with white bones came up. Fuck. Is this really a zombie world? He glanced at his novice protection period, which was still more than 8 minutes. Pagenia took a deep breath. He opened the door directly. The zombies blocking the door rushed in. Pagenia had a blank expression on his face, like a god of war, and waved his engineer shovel, shooting these ugly guys in the head like hitting a watermelon. Successful kill. Excavated experience points plus 10. Successful kill. Excavated experience points plus 9. Successful kill. Excavated bronze level props plus 1. Successful kill. Congratulations. You have successfully upgraded to level 2. Note 1. Your backpack has been expanded. Please arrange your backpack capacity properly February 10th. Note 2. Poaching skills are enhanced. There is a chance to transfer the opponent items to your own backpack. Pagenia looked at the engineer shovel in his hand. The blood on the engineer shovel has not dried yet. In reality, it is not just 1 or 2 times, it has long been calm. He looked at the bronze item. It is a tender green leaf. It is hard not to remind people of the big willow in Shizolongu. Pagenia raised his hand and touched the green leaf. The game system gave a prompt again. Green leaf. After killing the evil creature, there is a chance to obtain this item. Using green leaves can keep you awake. Green leaves are linked to the player level. The stronger the player level, the longer the awakening effect lasts. Stay awake. Pagenia is very sensitive to the system prompts. The system will not prompt such words for no reason, could it be? Holding the engineer's shovel tightly. It looked like whoever came today would be shoveled. He stood at the door. He found that this was a corridor. The view in the corridor was very dim. Only a light in front of his door emitted a dim light. It seemed like an inconspicuous brilliance in the darkness in front of him. He walked along the way. He knocked on the door of the next room. However, there was no response. Pagenia was also straightforward. He kicked it open. The structure of the room was almost exactly the same as the room he had just stayed in. There was also a wedding photo with faces removed hanging in the bedroom. Even the clothes worn by the two people in the wedding photo were exactly the same as those in his room. Things are getting interesting. Pagenia didn't seem to be afraid at all. At worst, he could just reopen it. With the help of the light, he walked to the third room. However, a large part of this door was blocked by darkness. Pagenia obviously noticed something was wrong. This darkness seemed to be different from the darkness he knew. Turned around silently, pulled off the second door directly, and threw it towards the darkness of the third door, visible to the naked eye. The moment this door touched the darkness, it silently shattered. Pagenia could only be thankful that this was not reality. But he changed his mind. If this is really the game world built by Xinghuan based on high-end civilization, then all these things in front of him are real. Zombies. Darkness. Pagenia kicked the door open a crack, and looked through the faint light. The room was pitch black. He stared silently. He saw nothing. He was about to turn around and leave. There was a rolling sound in the room. Pagenia immediately became alert. He picked up the engineer's shovel. Who there? Speak, or I kill you. There was a faint rustling sound in the darkness. Soon a humanoid creature shrouded in darkness seemed to want to rush out of the darkness, but was trapped by the darkness, only the face that was squeezed and deformed. And a series of vague roars. Heretics. Destroy. You are heretics. Pagenia was on the safe side. He used a military shovel to destroy the gate in front of him, and approached the humanoid creature. He stretched out his hand. He threw the green leaf over. He never thought. The green leaf bounced back from the original path. Pagenia caught the green leaf in silence. He raised his head. He looked fiercely into the darkness. You are shameless, aren't you? After saying that, he chopped down with the military shovel in his hand. Trigger effect, poaching. Congratulations on getting a glimpse of truth. Stay away from darkness, this place is full of decay. Pagenia raised his eyebrows. Another shovel. Trigger failed. No matter. Wave your arm. Another one. Congratulations on getting a glimpse of truth. Find the pillar. What is the pillar? Why look for it? Pagenia didn't care. Put all the problems aside, and now swing the shovel. Bang. Bang. Congratulations on getting a glimpse of truth. This is the happy apartment. Bang. Bang. Congratulations on getting a glimmer of truth. Believe in thee. Bang. Bang. Congratulations on getting a glimmer of truth. 8 o'clock every night is the time for believers to pray. Finally got a useful piece of information. The smile on Pagenia's mouth became more and more ferocious. He swung his arm fiercely. He chopped at the black object again. But suddenly Pagenia's shovel missed, and in the darkness, he saw the human-shaped black block actually fleeing in a hurry. Pagenia was about to chase him. The darkness around him was already like a tide. You're a fast runner. Pagenia snorted, put away his engineer shovel, turned around and ran. From the darkness behind him came a sound like everything was twisted and broken. 2 seconds. Pagenia flashed into his room and closed the door with a bang. There was a dead silence outside the door. It was as if nothing had happened. This game experience is really terrible. Pagenia curled his lips. He looked through the cat eye. There was no movement outside the door except for the dim light. Pagenia retracted his gaze. Interesting. He glanced at the system panel. Novice protection period. 1 second. The moment the novice protection period ended, Pagenia felt the darkness around him pressing in. He hurriedly used the green leaf. The green leaf dissipated, and turned into a stream of air that flowed into Pagenia's nasal cavity. The moment the cool feeling appeared, Pagenia only felt a clear ringing in his heart. His vision seemed to be much clearer. He noticed an old-fashioned clock hanging on the wall. It showed the time was 7:52 p.m. And the truth he had obtained earlier showed that believers would pray at 8 p.m. That means there are still 8 minutes. Pagenia looked around, and began to use the engineer's shovel in his hand to remove the spider webs along the way, and began a carpet search, trying to find useful information. However, There was no useful information in the whole room. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Footsteps were heard outside the door. Pejinia subconsciously raised the engineer's shovel in his hand. The footsteps stopped in front of the door. It was completely different from the hysterical beating of the zombies. Someone knocked on the door. A man with a voice that sounded like a broadcaster. Resident 317, please bring your confession book with you, and follow me to the confessional. Confession book? What confession book? Pejinia held the handle with one hand, and raised the engineer's shovel with the other hand. Looking through the cat eye, but what he saw was an eye looking over. Pejinia hid to one side with his head tilted, and said in a pretentious manner, "Okay, I open the door now." Resident 317, shouldn't you praise the great existence at this time? The voice outside the door said calmly. I praised it, but you didn't hear it. Pejinia said. You're lying. It's absolutely impossible that I didn't hear the words praising the great existence. You must have not said it. The voice suddenly became a little irritable. You just didn't hear it. You're not pious enough. Pejinia deliberately provoked him. Impossible. You're lying. You're lying. The voice was extremely angry. Pejinia attempted, if you don't believe it. Listen. Get closer. Lie on the door and listen. Listen to how I praise it. I don't believe it. You lack confidence. And you also lack piety. If you don't believe it, lie on the door now. If you dare to lie to me, the great being will burn you to death. Through the peephole, he saw a man in a black robe leaning down and approaching the door. He suddenly opened the door. A hand directly clamped the man's hair and suddenly pulled him into the room. Bang! The door closed. The whole corridor was silent, as if nothing had happened. However, Pejinia's room shook a few times. Congratulations on successfully obtaining a torn diary. Pejinia threw the man with the broadcasting voice aside, and his eyes shifted to the diary on the ground. While the effect of the green leaves had not yet dissipated, he quickly picked up the diary. For a moment, he hesitated. This world exuded weirdness. He had already felt this weirdness. Whether it was the darkness, or the creatures in the darkness, or the great existence mentioned by the man with the broadcasting voice. According to the previous life understanding of the world of Cthulhu, some names cannot be said, some things cannot be seen. He thought, while the green leaf effect is still there, quickly grasped more clues. Whenever he felt any discomfort, he closed the diary. Fortunately, all this was just his overthinking. V1. I opened the curtains, looking for light, but darkness enveloped me. I couldn't find any light, my life became bleak. I don't know how long these days will last. In the darkness, I lost my sense of time. V2. Who is it? Who is spying on me? The spying feeling in the darkness makes me feel that. The eyes are behind me, but no matter how I look, I can't find them. Why? 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 V3. The food is running out. I'm going crazy. Every day there are noises in the corridor outside the door. I can't see anything through the cat eye, but the footsteps sound after I look away. It will sound again. Who is it? Which bastard is playing this kind of joke on me? I really don't like this kind of joke. V4. I tried to open the door, but I still don't dare. I must see what's happening outside the door tomorrow. V5. I tried to get closer to the door. The footsteps outside suddenly became very hurried. I'm still scared. Tomorrow. I will definitely try it tomorrow. V7. No, I still don't dare. Really, I will try it tomorrow. V8. A man's voice came from outside the door. There was actually someone outside the door. I wanted to open the door, but I didn't know if he was a good person, so I didn't dare to answer him. V9. That man came again, and he said that if I didn't have food, he could provide it for me. But there was one requirement, which was that I had to believe in an existence. I couldn't mention his name. Never. They were heretics, and I had to destroy them. V10. I was dying. There was a sound of the door opening, and the man wanted to come in, but he couldn't open the door. He could only knock on it in frustration. Haha, he must be very angry, because I don't even bother to believe what he said. V18. I'm really dying. Without food, I can't see any hope. Is there really no hope for humanity? V22. The light appeared. It turns out there is really light. What a beautiful pair of eyes. We still have hope. There is still hope. But I seem to really can't hold on any longer. V23. It's so bright outside, I seem to be out. Seeing this, Pejinia closed the diary instantly. Compared with the helplessness conveyed by the diary content, the last line of words made him feel a slight discomfort instantly. It not that the effect of the green leaves is weakened, but there is something wrong with the last line of words. From the diary, Pei Jinya got a lot of information. Darkness is dangerous, and the eyes that can bring light may be even more dangerous. Eyes, sight. Pei Jinya suspected that the person who wrote the diary had hallucinations after a long period of no food supplement. But he was still wary of these things. He woke up the man with the broadcasting voice. After the other party woke up, he was stunned at first, and then became hysterical again. Pei Jinya swung the engineer's shovel at this guy fiercely. Can you understand what people say? You are a heretic. Heretic. Eliminate. Eliminate. Pei Jinya's face turned black. Shame on you. He swung the shovel and fell again. The man with the broadcasting voice scolding gradually turned into wailing, and then his voice gradually weakened. Pei Jinya grabbed the other person's hair. Are you awake now? Heretic. You are a heretic. The other person said vaguely. Pei Jinya frowned. He attacked without saying anything. He shoveled down. Puff. The wall was splashed with blood. Killed successfully, equipment upgraded, engineer shovel LV2. Poaching skill upgraded. The shovel fell. The man with the broadcasting voice finally changed. He curled up and began to beg for mercy. He changed his words and called Pei Jinya the master. Did you succeed in poaching? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows, squatted down and looked at the man with the broadcasting voice, stretched out his hand to brush away the hair on his forehead. But the man with the broadcasting voice was so scared that he trembled all over. How long have you been here? Pei Jinya asked. 1 year and 4 months. Pei Jinya was a little surprised by the man with the broadcasting voice. He thought this guy had been in Happy Apartment for a long time. But he didn't expect it to be only more than a year. Tell me about the situation of Happy Apartment. When mentioning Happy Apartment, the panic on the man's face disappeared again. And he seemed very proud. There are 404 households in our Happy Apartment. And everyone is living a happy life under the illumination of the great existence. The smile on the man's face suddenly froze. It was as if he had lost some memory. He was about to blurt out the real name of the great existence. What do you do every day? Pei Jinya saw that he was distressed, and immediately changed the subject. He suspected that it was because he succeeded in stealing the girlfriend. As a result, the other party has already left a certain belief. Once he says his name again, he is likely to join the other party camp again. Collect the despair and shame of the residents. The eyes of the man with the broadcasting voice gradually became dull. Knock. 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 There was a rapid knock on the door. The man with the broadcasting voice began to look painful. Pei Jinya frowned. The man with the broadcasting voice suddenly wailed in pain, and the whole person exploded into a ball of blood mist. Then a green leaf slowly fell in front of Pei Jinya. Congratulations on getting a green leaf. Pei Jinya picked up the engineer's shovel and rushed out without looking back. With this attitude, it would be unreasonable not to kill some people. The door opened with a bang. However, there was no one outside the door. But what surprised Pei Jinya was that the 2 doors next door that he had broken open before were now intact, and the zombie bodies in the corridor had disappeared. Pei Jinya had a cold face. He turned around. Suddenly, there was a light behind him. Pei Jinya subconsciously looked back. A white light flashed. Pei Jinya felt dizzy. A voice came from his mind. Sorry, you are dead, forced to log off. Pei Jinya suddenly opened his eyes. He took off his helmet. He sat up from the game cabin. He took 2 deep breaths. He saw the light clearly. It was a vertical pupil. Horrible, but also very beautiful. Pei Jinya didn't dare to think too much. He used his mental power to quickly get rid of distracting thoughts. Standing up and looking back at the game cabin, Pei Jinya frowned. He died too quickly. And the game world he entered was very strange, and even more weird. How could Xinghuan be connected with such a world? If this world in the game really existed, Pei Jinya even had a premonition that if it really came, then the 5 continents of the Federation would be destroyed. The power of this world is definitely not as simple as the reality of the extraordinary. What exactly does Xinghuan want to do? Xing Tian. I'm here, are you done? Xing Tian characters appeared in the secret channel. My game is over. Pei Jinya brain waves instantly conveyed the message. Have you known about this before? He logged into the forum of Longcheng Wuda at the same time. The news about Vieira are all paid content in the tire. Pei Jinya was itching to see it. If he hadn't been unable to conquer it, he wouldn't be helpless now. Not entering Longcheng Wuda means that he doesn't have forum coins yet. I couldn't read the information inside at all. I was about to exit the page. He saw an online person in the friend column. At this time, Xing Tian sent a message. I have learned something about it. It is similar to an open world. The specific game content is similar to an adventure game. The game content is still in the exploratory stage. Pei Jinya nodded and agreed with Xing Tian's statement. I appeared in an apartment. There are zombies, there are believers. He told Xing Tian everything he found. Xing Tian was silent for more than 10 seconds this time. Then, the text appeared. This is the first time I have encountered a game world like yours among the information I have collected. As you said, it is very strange. Xing Tian continued to send out content. First, assuming that this world is just a fiction of Xinghuan, then what is its purpose? It never does things without purpose. Second, assuming that this world exists and has made contact with Xinghuan, but now it must be for some reason, it cannot really come to our world. The purpose of the star ring is still to be studied. Pei Jinya said at this time. The power of faith is hard to figure out. I do not rule out that the star ring intends to use the game to lay the groundwork in advance. I agree. So far, the world of the V-era is randomly generated, and the plots of each person are different. But there must be some kind of connection. But we have not noticed it yet. Pei Jinya was silent and asked, if there really is a strange world, if the star ring really brings weirdness to this world, do you think humans still have a chance? Xing Tian also fell silent. After a moment, he sent a message. No matter what the result is, I will go with humans. Pei Jinya also expressed his true intentions at this time. Xing Tian, as a member of the human race, I have family and friends, I naturally cannot do crazy things that destroy humanity. Are you willing to believe me? I need your help in my plan. Xing Tian did not type this time instead. He said, I believe you. Pei Jinya now has the God of Heaven who can edit gene sequences. If Xing Tian joins, the extraordinary genes he obtains will be greatly improved. Of course, for Xing Tian, no matter who he kills, as long as they are not death row prisoners, he will think it is against human nature. So Pei Jinya provides an idea. Let Xing Tian and God of Heaven work together to create extraordinary genes, and he can directly seize the genes without killing people. But this is just an idea. Whether it can succeed or not, Xing Tian needs to give a clear plan. Xing Tian agreed. Pei Jinya expressed his expectation. He did not tell Xing Tian too much news. Some things should be kept in benevolent silence. As for God, after coming to reality, Pei Jinya has assigned tasks to this little thing. Early the next morning, Universal Super Gene Fragment Plus 1A New Day starts with obtaining the Universal Super Gene Fragment. Pei Jinya finally arrived at the base of the investigation team after several days. When Brother Bai and Zhou Yi saw him, they were even a little surprised. Have you eaten? Zhou Yi asked. Pei Jinya pointed to the food in his hand. It made at home. Let's eat together. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up when he heard it. My parents are just too polite. It really delicious. After Pei Jinya sat down, Brother Bai handed him chopsticks and said with a smile, You haven't been here for a few days. Zhou Yi doesn't know how many times he has mentioned you. Zhou Yi took a bite of pastry and said incoherently, When I'm with you, I'm either silent or smoking. Unlike Jinya, I have food and drink. Brother Bai wanted to hit him on the head with chopsticks. Zhou Yi suddenly approached Pei Jinya and whispered, Have you heard about General Chu matter? What happened? Pei Jinya really didn't pay attention. I'm going to retire early. Zhou Yi pouted and said, The people above are really unreasonable. General Chu was injured for them. Now he is seriously injured. You can abandon him just like that. Brother Bai suddenly kicked him. Zhou Yi curled his lips and continued to eat. A few people passed by not far away. Pei Jinya shook his head. Everyone has their own destiny. At the beginning, Chu Ti and I wanted to perform well, to get the attention of the judgment office, but obviously no one expected this ending. However, the actions of the Zhongzhou authorities are indeed chilling. Pei Jinya ate the cakes calmly. He has experienced too much, and these things can't affect him at all. 9:47 a.m. Pei Jinya received a call from Ms. Su Jing, but not in a personal capacity. Led by the signalman, Pei Jinya came to a spacious and bright conference room. Yang Shanhe, the head of the investigation team, sat at the head of the conference room, and Ms. Su Jing sat in the third seat to his right. Seeing Pei Jinya appear, he nodded and said, Consultant Pei here. This meeting was so sudden, did something happen? Pei Jinya looked at the members in the meeting room. It was not an illusion. Everyone looked unhappy. It seemed that something happened that he did not know about. He was busy with his own affairs recently, and did not care much about many things outside. What happened? Yang Shanha saw him asking, and nodded and said, "Everyone is here, I will not say any more nonsense." He stretched out his hand. Pei Jinya noticed that the ring on his thumb was glowing. With a snap of his fingers, a small vortex appeared in front of him. The vortex showed a faint blue light. A small black box fell from the vortex, and landed steadily in his hands. "What is this?" Pei Jinya looked at Ms. Su Jing. Ms. Su Jing whispered, "A kind of star creature." Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. Yang Shanha opened the alley and said, "This is the star creature we found on Chu Tianai body." At that time, this insect was parasitic on the back of Chu Tianai head. After technical comparison, it was found that it was this worm that devoured Chu Tianai brain. Pei Jinya looked at Ms. Su Jing, who nodded and whispered, "It happened early this morning." Pei Jinya retracted his gaze and looked at the box. The parasites in the Yangshan River estuary are like earthworms, but they are white. We have conducted experiments this morning, and have studied the cultivation of this organism. We found that after cutting them into 2 pieces and cultivating them, they can still grow into 2 different individuals. This creature has a super strong regenerative ability. Is this thing limited to parasitizing the human body, or can it parasitize any creature? Pei Jinya asked with great interest. We have tried hundreds of creatures so far, and it basically shows that it can parasitize any living thing. Once it parasitizes, life and death are in the hands of this little thing. As long as it wants, it can kill the host in an instant. Yang Shanha said, "I called everyone here today, just to remind you, it is unknown how many of these creatures have appeared so far. The entire city needs to conduct a thorough investigation. Since this thing chooses to parasitize, how do we determine its existence?" Li Qingming, director of the base inspection department, frowned and asked, "This thing looks small even to the naked eye. If it enters the human body, wouldn't it be more difficult to find it? I know your concerns, so listen carefully to what I say next." Yang Shanha turned on the projector. "This is the video sent by the Research Institute, the signs of parasitized test subjects. Do you know about zombies?" Pei Jinya looked at the screen. A withered old man was twisting and rolling on the bed. Starry sky parasites will devour the target brain, which will affect people behavior to varying degrees. This is the early stage. This is the middle stage. In the late stage, it will be a walking corpse. After Yang Shanha popularized the relevant videos, he looked at everyone in silence and knocked on the table. "Don't be so pessimistic, I have reported this matter. Zhongzhou will soon send biological experts and the head of the arbitration office to our Daping city." After the relevant deployment was issued, Yang Shanha announced the adjournment of the meeting. Pei Jinya and Ms. Su Jing left together. In the office, Ms. Su Jing poured a cup of tea for Pei Jinya and handed it to him. General Chu's death was unexpected. So far, there is no evidence that he was plotted against. If it is really an invasion of space creatures, then the severity of the situation may have exceeded our imagination. Where was General Chu before the accident? I heard from Captain Yang that he didn't say it at the meeting. Pei Jinya asked. He is hard to talk about. After Ms. Su Jing poured herself a glass of water, she returned to her seat and said, Chu Tianai was injured and received an internal retirement order from the headquarters and made an appointment with a sanatorium in Liming City, but Chu Tianai didn't want to go, and his house has been taken away, so the accident happened in a hotel. The house was taken away. Pei Jinya was a little surprised. Chu Tianai has a problem. He likes to practice martial arts. All the money he earned in recent years has basically been spent on this. Ms. Su Jing said, noticing Pei Jinya's dark face, said with a smile, it can't be said to be a problem. It's just that he is not a physical skill supernatural being. He can't practice this without talent, so he has been living in the house distributed by the Zhongzhou military. I remember hearing someone say that. General Chu's life is very simple. Pei Jinya looked over. Yes, he is also a cultivation maniac. Can you believe it? He was only qualified for the B-level test. Even the former counselor thought he had no hope. Who would have thought that he could reach the 3rd level at the age of 28? But his age is already there. If he wants to get more resources, he must work harder and get the attention of the people above. Ms. Su Jing sighed. It's just a pity. He was born at the wrong time. Pei Jinya put down his teacup. It a pity. Ms. Su Jing raised her head and said, I received news that Lan Chengwuda may start school earlier, And your batch of trainees will not be with this year freshmen. So suddenly, Pei Jinya looked at it calmly. Miss Su Jing said thoughtfully, "It seems that something happened in Dong'o a few days ago, didn't you know?" Pei Jinya. Miss Su Jing shook her head and said, "But it better to start earlier, after all. That Dong'o, the headquarters of the Federation, even if Daping City was bombed by the old gods, it would not reach Dong'o." Pei Jinya had nothing to say, and gave a thumbs up. "You are right. After this operation is over, there is no need to come to the base often. It will not be long." Miss Su Jing glanced at the lady's watch on her right hand. "Lu Haoshan is hosting a banquet for his little daughter tonight. Will you come?" "I can't go because of something." Pei Jinya shook his head. "Lu Haoshan is the second in command of their base investigation team. We had some conflicts before, so it would be a waste of time to go there." Miss Su Jing whispered, "I got the news that Lu Haoshan might be promoted. If you are willing, I can help you to make peace when you go to Dong'o in the future. He is in Zhongzhou, so he might be useful. I have a sister. That enough. Forget about that one. She is too high for you." Pei Jinya shook his head. Miss Su Jing saw that he had made up his mind, so she didn't say anything. Not long after Pei Jinya left the base of the investigation team, someone came looking for him. "Is Consultant Pei gone?" The young man frowned, and returned to Lu Haoshan's office after a while. "Captain, I couldn't get in touch with Consultant Pei, and I couldn't get through to him even when I called him." Lu Haoshan looked up, and said calmly, "I already know, Su Jing just called." The young man was stunned when he heard that. Lu Haoshan said calmly, "He couldn't come because of something. What could he have done? Chu Tianai is dead, and he really took himself seriously." The young man pouted. "Pa." Lu Haoshan threw the box in his hand on the table, interrupting the young man's next words. The young man lowered his head quickly. "Captain, I said something wrong. Don't say such things in the future." Lu Haoshan said lightly, "Advisor Pei will go to Dong'o for further studies soon. I heard that the daughter of Shinny Group has met him. He will have a bright future." The young man opened his mouth and lowered his head with envy. He could not hope for such an opportunity to study in Dongzhou, not to mention dealing with the heir of Shinny Group. Thinking of this, the young man felt even more bitter. If he doesn't come, then don't come. We are not the same kind of people anyway. Lu Haoshan said indifferently, "There is no need to be against him." Before that, the young man wanted to say something. Lu Haoshan glanced at him. Before that, Yang Shanhe was close to him, which might pose a threat to us. Now that we know that he has no conflict of interest with us, why would you provoke a third-level extraordinary enemy? Captain, you are right. I am narrow-minded. As for the investigation team base, as Lu Haoshan said, Pei Jinya has no interest at all. As long as you don't provoke him, he won't do anything. Return home. Pei Jinya looked at the game cabin. Tried to log in, but was told that it would take 24 hours to cool down. Anti-addiction? Xinghuan, are you going to charge for Krypton Gold next? Pei Jinya complained, hearing the voices of Pei father and mother coming from outside the door. The two elders saw Pei Jinya open the door and came out, and were also a little surprised. Are you home? Have you eaten? I have an appointment tonight. Pei Jinya noticed that Pei mother belly was bulging. Take your mother to the hospital for a checkup. Pei father said, helping Pei mother sit down, and put the materials in his hand on the coffee table. Pei Jinya poured a glass of water for the two elders. He walked to Pei mother. Mom, I feel your pulse. You can feel your pulse? Father Pei picked up the teacup and said with some surprise. I learned a few tricks from the senior colleagues in the unit, and I'm going to take a professional certificate later. Pei Jinya said nonsense. With so many memories in his mind, he really has no shortage of professional qualities such as medicine. Mother Pei reached out her hand. Pei Jinya's feeling movements were very standard. An expert can tell whether there is a pulse or not with just one move. Father Pei saw his posture, and looked at Mother Pei with some surprise. Jinya really learned it? I thought Pei Jinya was joking, but now Pei father has begun to hesitate. Pei Jinya retracted his hand. How is it? Jinya, can you tell what's wrong with your mother? Pei father asked. It's a small problem, just caught a cold, the fetus is very stable. Pei Jinya said a few points, which were almost exactly the same as what the hospital expert said. Pei father was already stunned. If I had known this earlier, why would I go to the hospital? By the way, Jinya, do you know how to deliver babies? It was already past 9 in the evening when Pei Jinya left home. As soon as he appeared at Jiang House, he called Zhong Xian. Master, the simulation robots have been shipped back. 10 simulation robots were lined up. Zhong Xian had already obtained relevant operation information from Shinny Group, and he skillfully issued instructions on the tablet computer. 10 simulation robots bowed to Pei Jinya at the same time and said, "Meet the master." Pei Jinya looked calm and stretched out his hand. Zhong Xian handed the tablet over in a proper manner. Pei Jinya used brain waves to control the software. If he did not rewrite the background program himself, the information obtained by the 10 simulation robots from him would probably be transmitted intact to the Shinny Group. This was not what he wanted to see. "You go down first." "Yes." Zhong Xian withdrew. Pei Jinya buried his head alone and disappeared with the 10 robots. "Find a quiet place and start studying the structure of the simulation robot." Not long. Beizhou, Shinty Group headquarters. "Report to the supervisor. A signal has been blocked." "Is it a malicious attack?" "Cannot be determined. It only existed for a moment." The white-haired young man came forward and quickly output a few commands, as if thinking about something. A middle-aged man's voice came from the side. "What happened?" "The information burst caused data overload. This gives me a good idea for upgrading." The white-haired young man muttered to himself. I have an idea for the second generation of robots." After saying that, he left quickly. The middle-aged man shook his head. His eyes fell on the screen, but he quickly retracted them. Duping City, the back mountain of the Jiang family. Done. Pei Jinya clapped his hands. The 10 simulation robots have been successfully transformed, completely out of the control of the Shinny Group. In other words, from now on, no matter what these 10 simulation robots do, there will be no worries about the news leaking. After Pei Jinya assigned the work content to the 10 simulation robots, he was not idle, tonight, making people. Zzz. 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 The sound of electricity continued to come from the warehouse. Pei Jinya wore goggles and, based on the inspiration from the simulated robot of Shinny Group, he conducted his own research. People with insufficient skills naturally could not study the core technology of this robot. But for Pei Jinya level of intelligence, although it was a bit tricky, it was enough. After the analysis was completed, he had already designed the core program of the robot on a palm-sized metal plate. After assembly, insert the main card. The crude mechanical beast in front of him was silent for a moment, and suddenly his eyes glowed. Starting completed. "Good evening, master." The mechanical beast made a mechanical sound. Pei Jinya stared at it and said, "Jump up." The mechanical beast bounced upward, about 30 centimeters off the ground, and landed heavily, and the equipment on its body made a sound of being overwhelmed. The material selection was not carefully prepared. Pei Jinya was also trying the feasibility of the second generation program. A series of instructions were issued. The mechanical beasts all executed accurately, and both their speed and explosive power were much stronger than the first generation robots of Shinny Group. It initially met Pei Jinya expectations. Considering that the little god can upgrade biological genes in large quantities, he needs to cultivate a lot of things next. It is necessary to make his own robot. And need to stock up. Sneak into Chinsong. After Pei Jinya figured everything out, he upgraded according to the simulation robot of Shinny Group. A total of 3 second-generation modes have been upgraded. The first one, Gardener mode. This mode is mainly used for land farming. The second one, Water Lotus mode. Focus on fish farming for 100 years. The third one, Shield Guard mode. Can defend and attack. At present, Pei Jinya has only added some fighting skills to the panel. As for the firepower configuration, it still needs to be upgraded. Under federal control, he is still not equipped with weapons of mass destruction. And the research and development of these mechanical creatures requires production lines. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. After harvesting another universal supernatural gene fragment, Pei Jinya turned around and went to the research room. At this moment, he was wearing a motion capture device, performing martial arts movements, and recording his martial arts skills into the system. In this way, the Shield Guard robots he developed will master more advanced fighting skills. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of physical combat alone, he is no opponent at the 8th level of Supernatural. If he releases the Giant Blood Nightmare, he can fight at the 8th level. His requirements for the Shield Guard robots are not high. It is enough to have the ability to protect yourself. Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside the door. After Pei Jinya finished the last action, he took off the instrument on his body. Then, he summoned Lin Shibei. Boss. After such a long time of training, Lin Shibei has become more stable than before. Sit down. Pei Jinya motioned him to sit down. Shield One, go get him a glass of water. Okay, boss. A mechanical voice came from the side. Lin Shibei looked stunned, seeing a robot coming with a teacup. He put it down steadily. He looked up. Pei Jinya was looking at him with a smile. Lin Shibei took a serious look, then looked at Pei Jinya and said, Boss, if I remember correctly, there doesn't seem to be this model on the market. This is what I developed, Pei Jinya said. Lin Shibei was stunned again, and the teacup in his hand almost fell because of too much surprise. But fortunately, he reacted in time and grabbed it tightly. He looked over immediately. Boss, do you want to enter the robot market? No. Pei Jinya shook his head. This time I asked you to arrange it. I need a secret production line to manufacture this kind of mechanical creature. Okay. I arrange it. Lin Shibei didn't ask anything. And Pei Jinya and Lin Shibei began to plot in the room. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Pei Jinya got in the car, accompanied by Zhong Xian, and went to Jiang Company. Now he is the owner of Jiang Trading Company. The inventory is naturally open to him. This, and this. Take one of each. Pei Jinya retrieved 78 medicinal materials. These medicinal materials will be left to the little god for analysis. Lin Shibei has already started to arrange the mechanical production line, and it is expected that there will be news in 3 days. Thanks to Pei Jinya's last return, he brought a lot of prophetic information. So the big net in his hand is not just the Jiang family. Strictly speaking, the Jiang family in Dapeng City, the Luo family in Haigang City, the Shindu Foundation, and some powerful people he controls in Zhongzhou. His control over Zhongzhou is gradually strengthening. Moreover, even Xing Tian has now established a cooperative relationship with his public identity, the back mountain of the Jiang family. When the little thing was taken out, it opened its eyes in a silly way. When it saw the large amount of medicinal materials that looked like a small hill compared to its body, its eyes brightened instantly. Wake up, I wake up, I'm going to work. The little thing held the herbs, and went straight to work. Pei Jinya stared for a while, without interrupting, left the laboratory. There are cameras here. He can see any movement of the little thing clearly, no need to worry. The plan for the plantation has been pushed forward. Mechanical power can solve a lot of problems for me, but the supporting facilities have been upgraded, and the herbs cannot be missing. I took a trip today. Pei Jinya had already discovered that the medicinal materials obtained by Jiang business still had many limitations. Although the Jiang family had the final say in Dapeng City, their strength was still weak in the entire federation. Therefore, they needed to integrate their strength and improve Jiang business. Only when the strength of Jiang business was improved would he have the opportunity to touch more natural materials and treasures. One order after another was issued. Jiang business and other forces controlled by Pei Jinya began to integrate their resources. After finishing all this, it was already past 6 in the evening. Pei Jinya continued to practice until 8 in the evening, until the moment when the god finished analyzing. He landed in the laboratory. 78 kinds of medicinal materials have been analyzed, and a total of 56 genetic defects have been found. 56? So many? When I was in the U.S. Sword Sect, the medicinal materials analyzed did not have so many defects. Why are the medicinal materials in the real world so bad? And little god. After some communication, Pei Jinya was even more surprised. Although these medicinal herbs in the main world have many genetic defects, the second generation that can be evolved is much stronger than that of the world of the U.S. Sword Sect. Does the main world really have some secrets? Considering that the Star Ring has a history of thousands of years since its birth. Before the Star Ring appeared, it is said that the end of the world also occurred. Then how many civilizations have evolved before the end of the world? In the previous life, human civilization has been 6 or 7,000 years. The civilization evolution in this world is probably not shorter than this. If there is really any secret, it seems to explain why I can only obtain attribute light balls in this world. Pei Jinya gathered his mind. Upgrade. 78 kinds of medicinal herbs can get 13 second generation super conventional medicinal herbs. Don't look at the small amount. If you really plan it, Pei Jinya will get a lot. And the effect brought by these second generation medicinal herbs is not just as simple as doubling. After the order was issued, little god began to upgrade. It is expected to take 72 hours. Pei Jinya was not surprised that it would take much longer than the U.S. Sword Sect. After giving the order, he did not bother the little thing again. When they practiced until late at night, Feng Jiao sent a message that 3 targets had been captured. However, half an hour later, She still did not show up. Something happened. Feng Jiao, can you hear me? Pei Jinya voice came through the secret communicator he had left for Feng Jiao. My lord, I'm fine. Feng Jiao voice was weak. My people will be here soon, hold on, press the red button. Pei Jinya voice sounded at this time, like a life-saving straw. After saying that, after Feng Jiao pressed the red button, Pei Jinya saw her face covered in blood in his vision, with his back against the wall. A man was lying on the ground not far away, with a short blade sticking straight on his head, and blood was spreading into a pool. After confirming Feng Jiao's location, Pei Jinya changed his face and disappeared immediately. A gust of wind blew. Feng Jiao subconsciously pulled out the short blade from the corpse. It me, Pei Jinya said. Feng Jiao thought the voice sounded familiar, looked up, and saw a man wearing a mask. The masked man threw something in his hand over. Healing pills, you take it first. Feng Jiao remembered that this man was the one who rescued her. You are my benefactor. Feng Jiao wanted to say something, but Pei Jinya interrupted her. Take the medicine quickly. Don't waste time. Yes, benefactor. Feng Jiao lowered her head and quickly took the small pill. She recognized that this small pill was the one sold by Jiang Company. But what surprised her was that the effect of this small pill seemed to be better than those sold outside. Who is the other party? Pei Jinya voice interrupted Feng Jiao thoughts. The Golden Tiger Gang. Feng Jiao replied. Pei Jinya turned his head and looked over. Golden Tiger Gang? He looked away. Never heard of it. Feng Jiao continued. The Golden Tiger Gang is notorious in the local area. When I was taking the target away, he found me. After that, he followed me all the way. There was only this last one left of the 3 targets. The other 2 have been lost. Pei Jinya took out a wallet from the other party, the namely who was written on it. A tiger tattoo was found on the other party chest. Can you still move? Thanks to the pills. I have recovered 30% of my strength now. Feng Jiao said hurriedly. Pei Jinya nodded. Let go. Benefactor. Where are we going? Feng Jiao asked subconsciously. To the Golden Tiger Gang. Pei Jinya had already created a map of Jihai City in his mind, and accurately located the headquarters of the Golden Tiger Gang. The other party lost his trophy, so he must pay the price. But Feng Jiao was stunned. Go to Golden Tiger Gang? She had never thought about it. But she thought of something and hurriedly persuaded, Benefactor. You may not know that the leader of the Golden Tiger Gang is not a simple extraordinary person. He is already a 4th level extraordinary person. If you don't go, I will. Pei Jinya didn't pay any attention to him and strode away. Feng Jiao was absent-minded for a moment. He hurriedly chased after him. Benefactor, wait for me. 15 minutes later. In front of a bar called Drunken Life and Dreaming Death. Pei Jinya strode in. Feng Jiao followed. Closed the door. When Feng Jiao heard Pei Jinya words, she immediately ignored the attention of others, reached out to grab the door handle of the rolling door, and pulled it down directly. Hey, what are you doing? The burly and powerful security guard saw this scene and shouted loudly. He rushed to Pei Jinya. However, they didn't even have a chance to react, and were blown away by the sword intent emanating from Pei Jinya. Bang! After the humanoid shell smashed through the wall 10 meters away at the fastest speed, the entire corridor fell into a moment of dead silence, followed by screams and hysterics like people and horses falling. Only the crowd was left to flee. Pei Jinya and Feng Jiao were like swimming upstream, and only the young men and women who were banging on the shutter door hysterically were left behind. The 2 walked into the main hall, which was filled with dynamic music. Pei Jinya snapped his fingers. The surveillance video here was completely blacked out. He and Feng Jiao could not be recorded at all. The hangar made a loud noise. There were crackling lights and a burst of burnt smoke. The security guards in the hangar were frightened and fell to the ground. At this moment, Pei Jinya had already led Feng Jiao through the crowd and came to the corridor with a sign saying no entry for unauthorized persons. Stop! Several security guards rushed over. Pei Jinya had no interest in these ordinary people. The sword intent spread out, and these people were blown away in an instant. The door of an office opened. The young man with a mohawk saw this scene and roared in anger. Dare to come to our Golden Tiger Gang to cause trouble, looking for death. A loud voice sounded. The sound wave came. But before it could get close to Pei Jinya, the sound wave shattered it directly. You? The young man with a mohawk changed his face. A hand directly clasped his face. Feng Jiao was shocked. She didn't even notice Pei Jinya actions. It was as if the Mohawk had just stretched his head forward. She didn't understand why Pei Jinya was holding the other head, and just walked along like that. Then she saw with her own eyes that the Mohawk was thrown aside like garbage, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Little did she know that at this moment, a new line of content appeared in front of Pei Jinya's eyes. New extraordinary gene, body line roar. Bang! Pei Jinya broke into the room. Feng Jiao followed closely behind him. Anyone who showed up would either be blown away by Pei Jinya, or caught in his hand and thrown away quickly like a toy. What Feng Jiao couldn't understand even more was that the benefactor seemed to know the Golden Tiger gang very well, even the secret door. She even suspected that he had already stepped on it. He kicked the secret door open. The first thing he saw was the pearls and gems. Take whatever you like. Pei Jinya left Feng Jiao alone after saying this. They went straight to the counter where the medicinal herbs were placed and bought them all. Although none of them were as good as Jiang Company, they were ruthless to Pei Jinya of the Golden Tiger gang, thinking that a small sparrow could have all the necessary parts. They packed everything up and took it away. Even Feng Jiao had more than a dozen strings of jewelry in her hands. But before the two of them left, Jin Ji, the leader of the Golden Tiger gang, appeared at the door. This veteran Jianghu of the 4th level of transcendence had bloodshot eyes at this moment, and stared at Pei Jinya viciously. When has my Golden Tiger gang ever offended you? Pei Jinya didn't say anything, just stretched out his hand. The sound of the sword rang fiercely in the ears of Jin Liji and Feng Jiao. Both of them had an impossible thought. How could there be such a terrifying sword intent in this world? However, it was indeed the case. The sword placed in the darkroom responded to the sound. Bang! Jin Liji disappeared directly on the spot. A trace like a plow was left on the spot. This? Feng Jiao was dumbfounded. She couldn't have remembered it wrong. Jinhu gang leader Jin Liji was a 4th level awakener of the extraordinary, but how come he disappeared in an instant? Could it be that the rumors about his 4th level extraordinary were actually a lie? Or, the strength of the benefactor had exceeded her imagination. She felt that the last possibility was the most likely. Because the benefactor also disappeared from the spot in an instant, he vaguely heard a voice begging for mercy more than 10 meters away. It sounded like Jin Liji was begging for mercy. Then the begging for mercy stopped abruptly. Feng Jiao heart tightened. I don't know what happened. While waiting for Pei Jinya to return, suddenly the alarm of the night patrol was heard in the distance. She realized that something was wrong. She ran to the window to see. The hovercraft of the night patrol in the distance was obviously heading here. It was obvious that the things here had attracted the attention of local officials. Senior? Senior? She shouted hurriedly. She didn't care about anything else, and hurried to find Pei Jinya. But a gust of wind blew in her face. Before Feng Jiao could see clearly, Pei Jinya's figure had already appeared. Have you taken all the things? Pei Jinya asked. Feng Jiao nodded subconsciously. Yes. But are you okay? Senior? I'm fine. Pei Jinya then replied, Let go. Senior, the people from the night patrol are here. I'm afraid we have to fight our way out. Feng Jiao frowned and looked at the window and said, It okay. Pei Jinya's voice came. Then Feng Jiao felt a warm hand on her shoulder. She subconsciously tensed up. Before she could figure it out, her eyes blurred. Her legs went weak. When she stood firm, she had actually appeared in Daping City, the back mountain of the Jiang family. Feng Jiao's heart was in turmoil, almost the moment she recognized that this was the back mountain of the Jiang family. Senior, are we back? We are back. Pei Jinya gestured. No need to go to the master. Take your things and go back to have a good rest. Yes. Senior. Seeing Pei Jinya was about to leave, Feng Jiao hurriedly asked, Senior. I don't know. However, Pei Jinya's figure disappeared on the spot. The only thing left was Feng Jiao's unfinished words. What should I call you? The moonlight, lonely. The night wind gusts, extraordinarily resentful. Just as Feng Jiao bowed to the backyard and said goodbye, somewhere in the back mountain, Pei Jinya retracted his sight, and then checked the harvest tonight. 3 days later, little god finally regained consciousness. Pei Jinya appeared in the laboratory at the first time, and took away 13 seeds of 2nd-generation medicinal materials. By the way, he handed over the medicinal materials he had searched from the Golden Tiger gang. Then he left the laboratory. He handed the seeds of the 2nd-generation medicinal materials to the robot for cultivation. At the same time, Lin Shibei had arrived and reported on the production line. Boss, I have prepared the production line. It is a machinery manufacturing company under the Jiang family. We can start production today. Pei Jinya nodded. No need for mass production in the early stage. Produce according to the quantity I specified. The robots will continue to be upgraded later. There is no need to produce too many. Lin Shibei said one more thing. By the way, boss, there is one more thing. Pei Jinya looked over and signaled him to continue. Lin Shibei whispered, we have earned more than 20 billion in the stock market before, and 3 billion of the accounts have been frozen by the bank. What the reason? Pei Jinya said slowly. They said, we were suspected of illegal money laundering. Lin Shibei said, but this is a false accusation. I suspect the other party has set their sights on the 3 billion. What bank? Pei Jinya asked. Lin Shibei whispered, it's a private bank in Zhongzhou Harbor City. The president introduced us at the time. But we didn't expect this to happen. The other party seemed to guess that we were investing secretly. So they threatened us that if we dared to mess around, the matter will be exposed immediately. The president, that is, Jiang Qingsong eldest son, is now pushed to the public by Pei Jinya. He did such a thing. Pei Jinya was not surprised. I will let Jiang Xinqing help you get the money back. Pei Jinya said lightly. Tell others that they should not be so greedy. Deal with it. Yes. That night, Su Jingming was blindfolded and taken to a speedboat with a horrified face. He could not see anything, but the dizziness from the waves almost made him vomit. He retched. The transparent tape on his mouth was torn off. Su Jingming screamed, but immediately said, don't kill me, really don't kill me, I can give you any money you want. Boss Su, our boss asked me to tell you something, people shouldn't be greedy. Jiang Xinqing said in a low voice. Su Jingming's face was full of horror, and he reacted immediately, you are Jiang. Puff! The dagger pierced Su Jingming's heart. After several consecutive stabs, the transparent tape was wrapped around his mouth again. He had his hands and feet tied with heavy irons, and had no strength to struggle. As the blood flowed, his eyes were hazy, and he was pushed directly into the sea. Jiang Xinqing sat on the boat, lit a cigarette, waited for a moment, waved his hand. Let go. The speedboat quickly evacuated. The next day, the Luo family in Haigang City announced the acquisition of banks, including the private bank where Su Jingming worked. Pei Jinya got back more than 3 billion this time. But he didn't take it seriously. The money he got back was just enough to buy supplies. Get 600 attribute points. In the morning, Pei Jinya picked up the attribute light ball. He didn't get the universal extraordinary gene fragment this time, but 600 attribute points were also a pleasant surprise. Each attribute was added 300 points. After doing all this, Pei Jinya continued to practice. During these 3 days, he was not idle. He practiced all the physical skills he was practicing now. Except for the 12 lotuses of the primordial chaos, he had already practiced all the skills to the breaking limit level. Swipe out the attribute panel. Chi and blood, 39800/39999. Physical strength, 39990/39998. Spiritual strength, 38888/39300. Move your sight downward. Pei Jinya looked at the swordsmanship. The Liu's swordsmanship is still some distance away from the breaking limit level. He needs to find a secluded sea area for training. The power of the tide may attract the attention of the Federation, so he needs Xing Tian help. Once his seal closed cannot withstand the power of swordsmanship, he will need Xing Tian help to seal the regional signal. Master, the president is here, saying he is here to apologize. Zhong Xian's voice came from the communicator. No time, go back and think about it. Pei Jinya said this and directly pressed the communicator. Outside the door, Zhong Xian gestured to the president. Although he was Pei Jinya's secretary, he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the man in front of him. He said respectfully, President, you heard it too. The middle-aged man looked grim, but Zhong Xian looked more carefully. The president seemed to be very nervous, so he said to comfort him, President, don't worry. The master words at least show that the matter is not as serious as imagined. Really? The middle-aged man was happy. He knew Zhong Xian's position in the old man's mind, so he naturally couldn't take his words lightly. He couldn't help but feel confident. President, it's true. If the old man was really angry, he wouldn't be like this now. Zhong Xian didn't say anything else about interfering in other people's affairs. In fact, he felt a little sympathetic to the president. Although he was the eldest son, he had never been able to take charge of his own affairs. After the middle-aged man left the back mountain gate, He just came to the door of a long luxury car parked at the door. A secretary came close and whispered, "Chairman, Mr. Su is missing." "What?" Jiang Qingyun was stunned. "Isn't it rumored that he was just sick? They said that their bank said so to appease shareholders, but in fact, he disappeared last night." The secretary whispered, looking towards the back mountain with taboo, "Chairman, could it be?" "Shut up." Jiang Qingyun hurriedly scolded, "Do you want to kill me?" The secretary hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. Jiang Qingyun didn't dare to think too much. But when he thought of Su Jingming setting a trap for him, he got in the car and cursed, "This damn bastard. He deserves to die. It's not a pity to die." After getting in the car, he slammed the door. The secretary hurriedly wanted to get in the car, but Jiang Qingyun rolled down the window and said expressionlessly, "Run back by yourself." After saying that, he gestured, "Drive." The luxury car sped away. The secretary stood where he was and hurried over. President, I was wrong. Under the night, Pei Jinya figure has disappeared from Daping City. He doesn't care about the life and death of a small figure like Su Jingming. This is the consequence of coveting his things. It has always been like this. Under the Federico Sea, Pei Jinya has escaped the detection distance of the Federation. At this moment, he is more than 6,000 meters above the sea. The pressure from the deep sea is like a big hand grasping him. But this force is still bearable for him. Continue to dive. Thanks to the 300-fold increase in the water element, he was like a fish in water in the deep sea, and his lung capacity was far beyond that of ordinary people. After diving to 8,000 meters, Pei Jinya finally felt the pressure on his body begin to increase. The sword intent from the U.S. swordsmanship then came out in full force. Under the moonlight, the tidal force surged. Pei Jinya sat upright in the seawater, standing still in the surging waves. In his extremely clear perception, some kind of inexplicable energy that was omnipresent in the seawater was constantly being pulled, absorbed, gathered into a terrifying force to continuously nourish and strengthen the whole body. The condensed U.S. sword intent, it seems to be trapped in a very small area in the deep sea, but only when people really feel it, can they know how much shocking power this bright spot in the deep sea contains. Unknowingly, the proficiency of Liu's sword art is increasing rapidly. And Liu's sword art has also undergone a big change during this period. It seems that the heavenly sword art that I practiced also started to work invisibly at this time. It vaguely formed a mysterious resonance with the Liu's sword art. Even though Pei Jinya was not operating at the moment, but under this strange effect, the two powerful sword arts form a kind of interactive fusion. This also means that Pei Jinya's sword intention is getting stronger all the time. However, this strengthening effect on the physical body is weak, but the frequency remains stable, which is also an improvement. About 30 minutes later, Pei Jinya was surprised to find that the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan also began to operate on its own. It was like a magnetic field formed between two magnets, maintaining the two forces in a very peaceful manner. It was also when the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan began to operate on its own that Pei Jinya improvement began to take place. The sword intent and physical strength began to increase at a rapid speed. The surrounding waves were resonating at a certain frequency, causing Pei Jinya body and internal organs to work together. Attribute value +10, +15, +18, +23. For the opening of the life valve, now is his pursuit. Based on his understanding of the Federation, it may not be as simple as imagined. Because the recognition of the strength of this world comes entirely from the star ring assessment. Then what about after the 9th level of transcendence? Whether there is a realm of cultivation above the 9th level, Pei Jinya does not know, but his curiosity is not great at the moment. Since he was able to enter the other world, his vision has been completely broadened. At present, there are only two goals. First, to complete the body as soon as possible, complete the first small goal. The second is to open the life valve. Now he is in the second stage of the body, and has reached more than 30,000 attribute points. The method of tempering the body in the ancient country of Yaoguang is different from this world, which is Pei Jinya advantage. Moreover, he himself has 100 times the bonus of martial arts talent. He is confident that he can achieve the perfection of the body. Junfei, you left the sword pavilion this time, just to challenge the genius above the 3rd level of Zhongzhou? I remember there is a man named Pei Jinya in Daping City. Are you going to challenge him too? On a cross-sea bridge near the Federi Sea, a young woman drove to ask. Next to him, a short-haired young man was holding a sword, seemingly closing his eyes to rest, and said lazily, I am here to challenge Luo Ijo. What about Pei Jinya? Aren't you going to challenge him? He is a potential S-level genius in Zhongzhou. The young woman asked curiously, seemingly knowing Pei Jinya very well. Zhang Junfei still had that lazy tone. I have checked Pei Jinya. Although he has S-level potential. It a pity. Someone in Zhongzhou wanted to provide him with a better training environment. But he refused. He is not qualified to be my opponent. But he is now an awakener of the third level of transcendence. Being able to step into the third level of transcendence in such a small place is enough to prove something. Right? The young woman seemed a little unconvinced. Heh. Zhang Junfei smiled with an unknown meaning. The young woman looked over in confusion. Zhang Junfei slowly opened his eyes, and said with a chuckle, You don't know this. Right? Although this guy is a third-level extraordinary, I have already inquired about the actions he participated in, and his performance was very unsatisfactory. If it weren't for Chu Tianai, he really wouldn't be worthy of the third-level ability. Have you forgotten that? He once broke through the blockade of Shizhou alone and returned to Zhongzhou. This ability. Do you think ordinary people can do it? The young woman asked back. Zhang Junfei was silent, shook his head for a moment, and said, There are no high-level awakeners in Shizhou. He was able to escape back to Zhongzhou. I think luck is more important than strength. But you can't deny that, under the same circumstances, neither you nor I can come back alive. The young woman said. Zhang Junfei shook his head and said, I can't give an answer to something that hasn't happened, but at least his recent performance in Daping City can't attract my respect. The young woman wanted to continue to say something. But the next second, he was attracted by the waves rising up from the sea. Fuck. Zhang Junfei rarely swore. It a sword, he suddenly exclaimed. Sword? The young woman didn't understand, mainly because she only saw the waves, and didn't see any trace of the sword at all. Of course, she herself was not an extraordinary sword, so she naturally couldn't sense any sword intent. But Zhang Junfei was different. He was born in the sword pavilion. He was also an extraordinary sword. The perception of sword intent is naturally much stronger than that of ordinary people. He clearly sensed the strong sword intent from the waves. Sister Nan, drive over, Zhang Junfei said in a deep voice. The young woman stepped on the accelerator and rushed over. The sound of wind and waves hitting the car window was heard. The young woman felt the car floating, and hurriedly said, I can't drive over. If I drive over, my car will definitely be broken. I go over. After Zhang Junfei finished speaking, he jumped down the moment the car stopped. However, as soon as he jumped down, he felt a fierce sword intent coming towards him, and his face was immediately filled with fear. This sword intent was even stronger than his sword master in the sword pavilion. But you have to know that his sword master in the sword pavilion was a 6th-level extraordinary master. And now this sword intent is even stronger. Doesn't it mean that the owner of this sword intent is at least a 7th-level extraordinary master? Thinking of this, Zhang Junfei's heart suddenly became hot. The 7th-level extraordinary masters in their sword pavilion are the top ones. He didn't expect that he would meet such a strong man when he came to Zhongzhou. Boom! The waves fell again. The sea surface instantly returned to calm. The scattered sword intent disappeared in an instant. Zhang Junfei's face changed, and he rushed over. However, when he got closer, he found nothing. Senior, Junior Zhang Junfei, I want to see you. However, no matter how Zhang Junfei asked, the entire sea surface did not respond at all. Senior. The young woman stepped forward and whispered, Junfei. Forget it. A big shot of this level would definitely not fail to hear it, but the other party did not intend to show up, which means that the other party had no intention of meeting at all. At least the 7th level. And this sword intent is ridiculously strong, I dare say. In our sword pavilion, I am afraid it is at least the level of a guardian. No, it should be the level of a great guardian. Zhang Junfei said excitedly and incoherently. The young woman was stunned, subconsciously asked, Your sword pavilion great guardian? Isn't that the 8th level of transcendence? This sword intent is extremely strong. I can even feel the existence of the seal. That is to say, the opponent's sword intent has even broken through the blockade of the seal. At this point, Zhang Junfei took a deep breath, looked at the young woman and said seriously, I even suspect that the opponent's sword intent is far more than that. The young woman was stunned. Are we encountering some old monster? Jiangback Mountain. Pei Jinya figure instantly descended. After this breakthrough in sword intent, he avoided damaging the seal closed, so he temporarily put it away, but he didn't expect to be discovered by a fool. But fortunately the other party didn't show any excessive behavior, otherwise he wouldn't ignore it. Fortunately, There were no electronic eyes near the Federer C, and he asked Xing Tian to help block the electronic eyes nearby. He swiped out the attribute panel. After this breakthrough, the attribute value soared by more than 1,000 points. The proficiency of Liu's sword art has also been improved to 21% of the Great Perfection realm. It won't be long before this super sword art, which is second only to heavenly sword art, can be cultivated to the breaking limit level. Buzz. The secret communicator suddenly sounded. Pei Jinya stopped practicing and scanned his eyes. Sister Yinshu is back today. I will cook for you myself. Brother Demon King. Will you come and have a drink? This is a rare opportunity. Pei Jinya figure disappeared instantly. Buzz. 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 Yinshu, Demon King, I'm back again. Yinshu, how abominable, I'm not allowed to play with my phone during the training, I'm dying of suffocation. Yinshu, Demon King. Demon King, I saw a lot of powerful guys at the base, but none of them are as powerful as you, they are so arrogant, and they only talk big. Yinshu, Demon King. Demon King, you definitely don't know, many of them are talking about you, saying that you've been included in the God list. Do you know the God list? It's the list that ranks you sons of God. Everyone says that you're the fastest rising son of God. Yinshu, I'm almost in Daping City, people are pinching people? Yinshu, Demon King. Demon King, why didn't you reply to my post again angry? The speed at which Yinshu broke through to the 4th level of transcendence was somewhat beyond Pei Jinya expectations. But what surprised Pei Jinya even more was that, when this girl saw him again, she was like two different people from when she sent him messages, she was as reserved as a lady from a noble family. This caught Pei Jinya off guard. The content of your training is quite interesting. It's not bad. Yinshu lowered his head and put his hair behind his ears. Pei Jinya shook off his distracting thoughts and asked, did the elder say anything? Told me to wait for the next instructions in Daping City. Yinshu started playing with his hair that had fallen again while speaking. As if thinking of something, he said, but Elder Bai said that I might not stay in Zhongzhou. Pei Jinya looked over. Elder Bai? Fox. Yinshu made a fox-like gesture. Pei Jinya understood who it was. Then he looked away and nodded. I understand. Did he say where you were going in the future? Beizhou or Dongzhou? Yinshu thought for a moment and said, but Elder Bai said that the situation is changing differently now. There is a game called V-Era that you should be careful about. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. Be careful? Yinshu said uncertainly. She meant that this game seemed to be highly valued by the Federation. She didn't say it in detail. At that time, it seemed that she accidentally said that this game involved a competition of cutting-edge combat power. Cutting-edge combat power. When Pei Jinya heard these 5 words, he raised his eyebrows calmly. Baihu didn't even use the word God to describe it. I think the senior members of the Old God Association should have some more in-depth information about the Federation. It's just that Pei Jinya can't get in touch with it now. With the relationship between him and Elder Wuji, he won't let the other party hide it. And the Old God Association has a strong sense of class. Only Pei Jinya. This freak, who relies on Elder Wuji as a backer, seems to be a bit rampant. But if Pei Jinya wants to really get access to the core intelligence, he can only get it during the mission. So far, I don't even know who the president of the Old God Society is. By the way, Yinshu. You say. Do you know who the president of the Old God Society is? Pei Jinya looked over. Yinshu tilted his head, and after a long silence, he shook his head. I don't know either. You don't know either? Pei Jinya was a little surprised. You haven't come into contact with it? I have met him. But the president did not show up. Only his voice came through. And it was just a change of voice. Yinshu thought for a moment and said, it seems that even the elders have not seen the president. Pei Jinya calmly withdrew his gaze. The president of the Old God Association turned out to be so cowardly. Yuya sent a message, asking Pei Jinya if he had time to work together on the mission. What mission? The Holy Alliance secretly sneaked into Zhongzhou, preparing to carry out a kidnapping operation. There are our people on the list. The meaning is to kill them directly, so that the Holy Alliance will give up the unrealistic idea. Pei Jinya asked himself for a fortune. The fortune, Shioji? That means it is not difficult to participate in this operation, at most. You can get some extraordinary genes. Time, place. 2 hours later, Federico C. Yuya delivered the intelligence information to the secret mailbox in time according to Pei Jinya instructions. Pei Jinya performed a brainwave scan in an instant. After reading it, I exclaimed, Wow! This time, the Holy Alliance intends to uproot the young talents he secretly cultivated. In addition to the people of the Old God Society, the list also includes Pei Jinya, Jiang Xinchen of the Jiang family, Luo Ijo of Haigang City. Those who don't know would think that the secret personnel he cultivated have been exposed. Kill! Must kill! Pei Jinya stood up to leave. Inshu asked curiously, "Do you have a mission? I help you. I can take care of the mission over there. If you are alright, please help me check the information of the Holy Alliance." After Pei Jinya finished speaking, he saw Inshu nodded and left. Inshu watched Pei Jinya leave. She tilted her head in thought. It seemed that a long time ago, she was always standing in front of Pei Jinya. I forgot when it started, but now the Demon King no longer needs her help. On the sea, a fight broke out instantly. The first move of the US swordsmanship, crescent move. The terrifying sword light directly cut the 20-meter-long ship in half. Yuya, who was behind Pei Jinya, saw the scene and explained 2 words in a clear and melodious voice. Before he could do anything, Pei Jinya solved it by himself. Seeing that there was still a survivor, Yuya was about to rush forward. But Pei Jinya suddenly shouted, "No! I can do it alone. Help me, guard. I will interrogate." After that, Pei Jinya clamped the other person's throat with one hand, like a human-shaped beast smashing the mountain wall, and disappeared from the spot with his people. Yuya stopped. He was shocked. It took him a while to come back to his senses. "Fuck, I haven't seen you for a while. How come the Demon King is more ferocious than before?" A 4th-level swordsman on the opposite side was hit by Pei Jinya head. Less than 6 minutes later, Pei Jinya broke through the mountain wall and walked out. Demon King. Yuya stood up to greet him. There are materials about the Holy Alliance in it. Pei Jinya threw a USB flash drive over. Yuya took it in his hand, but stared in amazement at the empty space behind Pei Jinya. The only gap left on the ground was a trickle of blood flowing out under the moonlight. Yuya throat rolled. He was even prepared to play for a long time tonight, but he never expected that. The game had just started, and he hadn't even entered the game yet, but it was already over. He bared his teeth and pulled the corner of his mouth, and when he looked at Pei Jinya again, he was in awe. "Let go." Pei Jinya jumped to the other side of the mountain, turned around and disappeared on the spot. Yuya looked at the USB flash drive in his hand for a moment. He was at a loss. The void trembled. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Yuya saw who was coming clearly, and immediately knelt on one knee. "Meet Master Kong Jing." Kong Jing ignored him, but watched the direction where Pei Jinya disappeared, and then looked at the scene, and said in amazement, "This kid. He was not so strong last time I saw him. What did he eat to grow up? So perverted." Yuya was speechless. Master Kong Jing was elusive, and he was also the confidant of Elder Wu Ji. He naturally didn't think that Lord Kong Jing would have any bad intentions towards the Demon King, but just as Lord Kong Jing said, the Demon King. "This is too strong. Sir, this is the USB drive that the Demon King found from the members of the Holy Alliance," Yuya whispered. Kong Jing retracted his gaze and said lazily, "I don't care about your business." After saying that, he turned around and also disappeared. Yuya suddenly felt frustrated. "I'm so weak. I'm really so weak." After returning to Daping City, Pei Jinya ate 2 spiritual fruits immediately. The 3 attribute values consumed in the battle began to recover. After the sword intent was improved, my understanding of the US swordsmanship has deepened a lot. This kind of fragile 6th level extraordinary can be seriously injured with just one sword. The attribute panel was pulled out. Pei Jinya's eyes brightened instantly. Holding a weapon can increase combat power. When it reaches LV4, the combat power has increased to 600%. Mental power amplification. Weapon amplification. Fortunately, my body is strong, and I can barely hold on. The ultimate amplification of combat power is the trump card. When the crisis comes, it is necessary to go all out. Pei Jinya doesn't even know how strong he can be when he bursts out with all his strength. Synthesis is now advanced, especially the synthesis of weapons and swords. The first LV6 level extraordinary gene is finally synthesized. A super strong power is born in the body. In an instant, Pei Jinya felt his sword intent surge out. Xin Xiao appeared in front of him at the first moment. A clear sword sound was emitted. Pei Jinya clearly felt that the connection between himself and Xin Xiao became closer, and even had a feeling. He stretched out his hand. Xin Xiao flew out instantly. He waved his hand. Shin Shao returned again. The sword moved with his heart. The sword intent entered a little more at this moment. Practicing is really too difficult. It too difficult. Without cultivation resources, it nothing. Pei Jinya thought, and stuffed 2 more spiritual fruits into his mouth. The sweet flesh made a beautiful sound of bursting in his mouth. Is the world behind the Vieira real? Pei Jinya thought of what the white fox said, and his interest in the Vieira revived. Not long after, he returned home. He opened the forum of Longcheng Wuda. An avatar flashed in the friend column. You are online too. Pei Jinya paused. Who are you? Ride a donkey and read the script? You are very good, you are so good. You fool. Pei Jinya. Then he typed, are there any posts about Vieira in the forum? Ride a donkey to read the opera? Hee, don't you know me? While saying this, but 1 post was still transferred. Swish. 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 3 posts were transferred. Ji Yuyan asked, is it enough? Thanks. Pei Jinya prepared to study the post. Ji Yuyan suddenly asked, are you also ready to enter the Vieira? Study it first. Pei Jinya did not admit it. Ji Yuyan quickly sent a message, then you are too slow, I am already level 10, call me sister, sister will take you to play. Who are you? You bastard who crosses the river and destroys the bridge. Little brother who is only level 10, you have to work hard, be careful that I will surpass you directly. Hee. After Pei Jinya finished playing with the second lady of the Ji family, he quickly scanned 3 posts. The game world these people entered was similar to his, all in apartments. There was sunset apartment, there was flying apartment. Everyone's task was to complete the infrastructure content, and there were also zombies like him. However, there was really no one like him who had strange, eerie scenes. With doubts in his heart, Pei Jinya closed the post. The cooldown time for the game death had ended, and he did not hesitate, and entered again. The moment the game cabin was activated, Pei Jinya felt dizzy again. Under the use of Anonymous, his true identity was still not exposed. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a house of more than 70 square meters. He had the experience from last time. So when Pei Jinya appeared here this time, there was no hesitation. He looked around and confirmed that the place where he was now was the room he entered last time. The countdown for the novice protection period has disappeared from the game panel. After secretly expressing his regret, Pei Jinya heard footsteps coming from the corridor. His expression remained unchanged. He kicked open the locked bedroom door, and found the engineer shovel from the quilt. He turned around and rushed to the door. Come on, you guys. Bang. Puff. Bang. 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 Congratulations on the kill. Congratulations. Congratulations. This time, Pei Jinya changed his mind. Where there is light, there is hope. So he dismantled the oil lamp in the corridor, holding the lamp in one hand, and wielding the sword with the other. Don't be afraid, I will lead you to the light. With one shovel, he directly cut off the head of the zombie in front of him. Congratulations to the engineer shovel for upgrading to LV3. I have a bright lamp. It illuminates the mountains and rivers for 90,000 miles. Bang! Kicking away with his big foot, Pei Jinya rushed into the room. The moment their eyes met, the shovel in his hand fell mercilessly. The zombie that was chewing something on the ground didn't even have time to react, and its head was cut off directly. Congratulations on the successful kill. Get green leaf +1, reach out and grab the green leaf into the equipment column. Pei Jinya walked into the room and began searching. This time he was lucky. He searched for a letter from under the pillow. Before opening the letter, Pei Jinya used green leaf immediately. His mind suddenly became clear. He did not waste any more time and quickly opened the letter. Part of the content of the letter was stained by water stains, so it was hard to see clearly. The feeling of being peeped in the dark made me feel uneasy. Why is this happening? Is it because of the mirror? But after I smashed the mirror, I could still feel a sight looking at me in the dark. The food was almost gone. The people outside the door asked me to join them, and they would give me food. Who are they? But now I feel that joining them seems to be a very good choice. The darkness is getting longer and longer. Will the day disappear completely one day? The only thing that can support me to survive is this broadcast. The signal of %unit 0317 is getting weaker and weaker. This is the only broadcast of human survivors. I can't give up. I have to continue to stay here. Wait for hashtag to rescue us. I'm so hungry, really so hungry. I ate the sofa. They came again, promised me endless food. I smell the aroma of meat. Is it meat? I haven't smelled this smell for a long time. Maybe I should really join them. The back of the letter was completely blurred by water stains. Pagenia couldn't see clearly, but roughly guessed that the other party had become a believer. Sight. Sight again. The diary obtained last time also mentioned eyes. Words like sight. Maybe this is the key point. Just when Pagenia realized this, the game panel finally updated. Side quest triggered successfully. Find the secret of happy apartment. Quest reward. 666 personal level experience pack. Green leaves X6. Skill points X2. The quest is out. It really rare. Pagenia has been exploring this game for 5 hours now, and only now has the game quest finally been triggered. It a bit outrageous. Pagenia walked out of the room with an oil lamp. He broke into 2 more rooms. After a fight, his personal level had been raised to LV8. As expected, he gained experience points quickly. In the second room, he found a fairy tale book. It was surprising that in such a place full of evil, he could still see such a storied book with a childlike cover. In case of any accidents, Pagenia used another green leaf on himself. Then, he opened the storybook. A feeling of dizziness came. Pagenia used another green leaf on himself. A cool feeling came from his mind, to fight against the dizziness. Using this clarity, he read the book quickly. Pagenia had an illusion that the words in the book seemed to move. His real high school life appeared in his mind, and countless noisy sounds rang out. In a half-awake state, he looked at the contents of the book with a vague understanding. It was in this chaotic state that he finally saw the contents of the book clearly. The fairy tales told in this book revealed a certain kind of inharmonious weirdness. It tells the story of a great being who gazes at mankind. When human suffering comes, when countless desires, despair, greed intertwine, mankind yearning for beauty undergoes an emotional change. The great being watches all this, and looks at the world with his kind eyes. The area covered by his sight becomes a protected area for mankind. As long as the great being watches over them, the residents of happy apartment can live happily forever. However, the great being cannot watch over the world forever. He always has to close his eyes to rest. So when darkness falls, his believers decide to become the eyes of the great being. Their sharp vision forms a force, and they sacrifice their eyes to the great being. It is also with the piety of these believers that the great being awake time will be continuously restored. All believers are waiting for the great existence to come to them one day and clear away all the darkness. There is also a small episode in the story. Compared with the believers who believe in the great existence, there are still some people in the happy apartment who cannot understand the great existence. These people are called heretics. However, the believers' attitude towards these heretics is not to simply erase them, but to think that these heretics are just incomprehensible at the current stage. So they are willing to actively work to tolerate heretics, thus influencing them. They firmly believe that, one day, people will live completely happily under the gaze of the great existence, and everyone will protect this beautiful home together. After reading the storybook, Pagenia felt bitter in his eyes. Luckily there are green leaves. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get this information. Pagenia raised the oil lamp and shined it forward. He saw the crooked eyes and human written all over the wall. Presumably this person would write eyes when he was unconscious, when he was sober. He wrote down human to remind himself of his identity. Pagenia glanced and then looked away. He had only one thought in his mind at this moment. This is really a chaotic and crazy world. Sober people live in pain, and only polluted lunatics can live happily. Then what is the meaning of the existence of this world? Submit to unknown creatures, or fight to the death? Pagenia closed the book. Some of the words in it are terrifying when you think about them carefully. Pagenia didn't want to think too much, lest his emotions be polluted. He couldn't use his spiritual power in this world, and was just an ordinary person. But he still wrote down some key points. First, the believers here care about eyes. Second, they are keen to absorb others as their companions, because the more eyes there are, the longer it will take for the great being to wake up. Third, the great being is full of eyes in the happy apartment. Fourth, the completion rate of the side quest has risen to 30%. Pagenia looked at the game panel. At this moment, he understood that his idea was right. Just rush in, and it will be done. Carrying the oil lamp, Pagenia continued to move forward. The faint light prevented the darkness from approaching, but as he left, the darkness behind him surged like a tide. Hey, is this door open? Pagenia did not stick his head in it the first time. Instead, he stood at the door and listened quietly, holding a military shovel in his hand. as if he would chop down at any time. However, after confirming that there was no sound coming from inside, Petunia rushed in. This room was obviously much warmer than the outside, and the light was also soft. Petunia looked up at the brighter and larger light tube on the roof. It was a pity. If it was an oil lamp, he would have directly pried it off. Unfortunately, it was an incandescent lamp. He searched every room. This house was truly a normal house. This house is nice, it belongs to me. Petunia was very satisfied. At this time, he found a diary from the cabinet. He first pasted a green leaf on himself, and then opened the diary. I am looking for Zero, but now it has been 131 days, and I still haven't found Zero. He has appeared more and more frequently recently, and the number of believers is surging, which is not good news for me. Liu, I will hold on until the moment you appear. Now I have discovered that, 1 hour before the darkness falls, the believers will order the residents here to recite the deeds of the great existence. What a group of ignorant guys. 8 o'clock is their time for confession and prayer. They will also start looking for heretics lurking among the residents during this time. The power of darkness is too terrible. Only those believers who follow him can move freely, cannot be contaminated, it must not be contaminated. Once contaminated, it will become a walking corpse. So what if I become a heretic in their mouth? They are just crazy. Darkness is more dangerous than daytime. Those believers seem to have kept some kind of creature in the darkness, which can distinguish us. But it seems that their power will be weakened. This also shows that the great existence will become weaker in the darkness. Believers are more willing to go out after 8 o'clock in the evening. Only stronger examiners can walk in the dark. In the daytime, everyone will be bathed in the sight of the great being. Even heretics like us have the right to enjoy the gifts of the great being. Beware of the sight. The diary stopped abruptly. Petunia fell silent. Look at the time. It is now 19:59:44, and there are only a dozen seconds left until 8 o'clock in the evening. If the owner of this diary has not been contaminated and become a believer, so where is he now? And Zero? What is Zero? Why does the owner of this diary want to find Zero? Petunia spent time thinking. The completion rate of the side quest has increased to 35%. He found a black cloak in the bedroom, which is not much different from the cloaks of those believers. As soon as 8 o'clock in the evening arrived, more and more voices came from the corridor. Petunia put on the cloak, under the cloak. One hand held the engineer's shovel, as if he would kill someone at any time and anywhere. Through the cat eye, Petunia soon saw people gradually appearing in the darkness. He weighed the engineer's shovel in his hand. He felt a little restless for some reason. There was a moment of silence. Petunia gently twisted the door, opened it, and walked out quickly. In that moment, the darkness at the end of the corridor suddenly seemed to be swept away by light. Petunia felt his scalp tingling. He subconsciously raised his head and looked. Suddenly, there was a roar in his mind. His 2 eyeballs seemed to be boiling with blood. It seemed like it would explode in the next second. Petunia dodged in a hurry. The step back was like falling into a whirlpool. When he recovered, he was already in the game cabin. Huh? Petunia took a deep breath. Just now. What was that? He frowned and fell silent. In his impression, it seemed that there was a huge blood pupil hanging in the sky, and the glass of the houses on both sides reflected this huge eye, as if thousands of eyeballs were rotating. Countless white feathers fell from the sky, emitting soft holy light one by one, forming a huge puff of mist, expelling the darkness from the entire apartment. At that moment, Petunia felt that he heard countless resonant prayers. He couldn't make out the lyrics at all. The game crashed? The system did not prompt that it was killed and offline, but crashed. This was Petunia's first encounter. What a weird world. Petunia took off his helmet, stood up and took a breath. But in almost an instant, he realized something was wrong. Xing Tian. He shouted immediately. However, Xing Tian did not respond at all. Not good. This is an illusion. Petunia mobilized all his mental strength to resist. With a bang, the world in front of him shattered on the spot. Just like a whole mirror shattered into countless pieces. Endless darkness descended. A faint voice emerged. It was as if he was trying to bewitch Petunia to believe in him. A huge eye emerged in the darkness, as if it was made up of countless wriggling red and black insects, full of evil in its holiness. Petunia sneered. Dare to bewitch me, go to hell. The 5-point sword intent burst out directly in the form of mental power, chopping everything in front of him into pieces. The blood pupil shattered. The illusion shattered. Ding! 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 The game system sounded an alarm. At this moment, all online players were ejected in an instant. The moment Pei Jinya appeared in the game cabin, his eyes radiated a strong murderous intent. He immediately contacted Xing Tian as Feng Yi. 0 degree. I am here. After confirming that this was reality, Pei Jinya finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he was even more shocked and angry. Go restart Ring. There really is a world behind this game. Pei Jinya did not contact Xing Tian immediately because he called out Xing Tian in the illusion. If it was still an illusion, then the other party could cunningly admit that he was Xing Tian. But Ling Degree never said that. So when Xing Tian communicated with him as Ling Degree, Pei Jinya confirmed the reality. What a weird and crazy game. Xing Tian. I'm here. Pei Jinya took a deep breath and changed his public identity to start communicating. The game crashed. You should pay attention to other game players. Yes, I have monitored it. Xing Tian answered immediately. At present, Donglo has been fully blocked. It is suspected that there was a major accident in the Star Ring. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. He finally fought with a force. The opponent was actually very weak. However, the mental pollution can be done without anyone noticing, and it is aimed at his mental system. This shows how powerful the opponent is. Pei Jinya told Xing Tian about the situation he encountered. So do you think what I encountered in the end was a star ring? Or an unknown existence? I prefer the former. Because the latter brings too many possibilities, and is more threatening. Xing Tian said, give me some time. I will investigate this matter. Okay. Pei Jinya urged his mental power, and checked his spiritual world inside and out. Although it was confirmed to be correct. But what he had just experienced made him feel uneasy. We still have to become stronger. The stronger the better. In the illusion, the sword intent is integrated into the spirit, and then displayed. This method also opens up a new idea for Pei Jinya. Everything can be a sword. His own mental power has reached 40,000 points. If the mental power is used to increase, the mental power can even exceed 400,000 points. Condensing the mental power into a sword, with his current 50% sword intent, I dare not say that the illusion is invincible, but at least it can have an extra means of self-protection. A day passed. Pei Jinya did nothing that day. It is to condense the sword intent with mental power. It is also in this process that he discovered that when condensing, it is actually a kind of spiritual power training. Within a day, his mental power is in the process of differentiation and strengthening. Now the attribute value has increased by more than 500 points in one fell swoop, even more powerful than when he took the herbs. The process of condensing the sword intent with mental power is actually strengthening the mental power, strengthening it in the way of swordsmanship. My sword intent talent is very strong. It can strengthen the mental power. The more you control the mental power, the more you can improve the attribute value. I didn't even find this method before? Pei Jinya secretly thanked himself. If it weren't for the V era, he probably wouldn't have thought of using this method to practice and strengthen his mental power. Wait. Pei Jinya suddenly had a new idea. He looked at the Guanri on the attribute panel. The function of this technique is to simulate and create observable things. I was able to condense the raging sea lotus through the sun before. And perhaps I can also condense more things through the sun in the spiritual world. This time, being dragged into the illusion by the mysterious force also shows that Pei Jinya defense in this area is still very weak. Of course, with his current ability, ordinary people can't hypnotize him at all. But being stronger than ordinary people, this is never what Pei Jinya pursues. What he wants is true invincibility. Invincibility without any safety concerns. According to this idea, Pei Jinya calculated that the feasibility of this plan was not low, although there was a failure rate. However, Pei Jinya was never a person who looked ahead and behind. After deciding on the plan, he immediately calmed down. With his LV5 level brain, in an instant, he had deduced up to 3,000 times in his mind, further proving the feasibility of this plan. 10 minutes later, a golden lotus shadow appeared in Pei Jinya's spiritual world. The 4 general chapters of the 4 season seals of spring, summer, autumn, and winter began to assist in operation. Half an hour later, the second lotus condensed and appeared. Pei Jinya seemed to have found a way. The speed of condensing the golden lotus became faster and faster. 3 hours later, 1/5 of the golden lotus had condensed and appeared. 6 hours later, Pei Jinya mental power was almost exhausted. But the golden lotus was only 1/3 away from being condensed. If he gave up now, it would be a waste of all his efforts. Crush the glass bottle. Pei Jinya separated a trace of his mind and drank the potion to restore his mental power. The consumption of mental power to condense the Golden Lotus is extremely high, even greater than the consumption of condensing the sword in tint. But it is not without benefits. On the attribute panel, although mental power is being consumed, the upper limit of mental power has also begun to increase because of Guan Ri. At the same time, the Ri Lian Hua absorption technique also began to assist in operation. The 4 strongest skills are running at the same time, achieving the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 4. Night falls. Pei Jinya sits under the moon. His skin looked crystal clear under the white moonlight, like frost. A blood-red golden lotus pattern faintly appeared between his eyebrows. At this moment, his entire temperament began to change. At the moment, when the golden lotus in his mind was fully materialized, Pei Jinya's whole body radiated golden light. His mind was clear. It felt like he had used green leaves in the game world. But now the effect was stronger. I seem to have underestimated 12 lotuses of Hunyuan. Pei Jinya was thoughtful. At this moment, he calmed down and looked at his spiritual world. In the vastness, a huge golden lotus was slowly rotating, which was inextricably linked to his spiritual world. After Pei Jinya tried to operate the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan, he suddenly found that as long as he operated it, the golden lotus in his mind would rotate faster and faster, forming a protective shield. At the same time, his thinking would become more and more agile. If I copy the way of Vajra indestructibility to the spiritual world, will it be as strong as a rock in the future? Good idea. Pei Jinya's thoughts were all opened up at once. But he suddenly realized that he still had a lot of room for improvement. I can continue to collect methods to strengthen my body in the ancient country of Yagwang. Pei Jinya thought to himself. It is different from the new world of chaos. Although the world of the ancient country of Yagwang cannot allow him to devour and synthesize extraordinary genes, the existing environment can provide him with a planting base. Besides, he is now in the second stage of the body. There are still 2 levels away from the cutting-edge combat power of this world. Liu's sword art can help me temper my sword will and body, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the Federation, thinking of the great existence mentioned in the V era, Pei Jinya's heart was heavy. News came from Xingtian. Have you found it? Pei Jinya controlled his brain waves, sent a message in the secret communication channel. Yes. In the chat, Xingtian's message continued to pop up. Just half an hour ago, the Star Ring contacted the Wuzhou intelligent brain, including me. It had a partial malfunction and needed to be repaired. Malfunction? Pei Jinya was stunned. Could it be that the one who bewitched him at that time was this old guy? I obtained some permissions of the V era, but found that we can't intervene in the game world at all. Xingtian content came. What does it mean? Pei Jinya frowned. What do you mean by obtaining permissions, but can't intervene in the game world? He actually had some guesses. He just didn't want to think about it. Until Xingtian confirmed his guess. There is a force behind this game. I can't intervene. It seems that only Xinghuan can connect. This force is restricted. Maybe this is the work of Xinghuan. Pei Jinya's heart sank. Xingtian continued. This also means that the strange power you came into contact with at the beginning was most likely not Xinghuan. Pei Jinya fell silent. After a moment, he said, So, is Xinghuan really in contact with a more powerful force? Do you think it could be an extraterritorial civilization? Currently, this information is only known to Xinghuan itself. With my current authority, I cannot access it at all. Xinghuan seems to be intentionally controlling the spread of information. Xingtian said. I don't know why. When Xingtian said this, Pei Jinya's heart immediately skipped a beat. Controlling the spread of information means that the number of people who know it will not increase. I don't know. I don't understand. Will not be polluted. And after being polluted, it is possible to become a believer of a great being. These are the information Pei Jinya learned from the news. If a real existence really exists in this way, it would be too terrifying to think about it. Pei Jinya, Xingtian. I am curious about one thing. Xingtian, please tell me. Pei Jinya. I have read the relevant posts. These people have not experienced a world like mine. Is it a problem with the mechanism or is there something wrong with my game cabin? Xingtian. There is no problem with your game cabin. I have checked it carefully. The Star Ring is not interested in the players. Its purpose does not seem to be here. It gives me the feeling that it is planning something. Pei Jinya was silent. So that means only he has experienced the strange world so far. No, that cannot be said. The posts posted at the moment are only a small part. There are many players who played the game like me, but did not post. Maybe there are people who have had the same experience as me. Xing Tian, you are right. I will investigate now. 3 seconds later, Xing Tian reappeared. I have traced that 10,404 copies of the Viera game cabin have been issued. And there are only 440 people active in the forums of major martial arts schools. In addition to you, 130 players have appeared in Zhongzhou in the past 2 days. According to my tracking of Zhongzhou players, there are indeed 2 people who are almost out of contact. I have reason to suspect that they have experienced the game content you have experienced. The storm is coming. Pei Jinya exhaled lightly. I have to hurry up and become stronger. Xing Tian, I have an idea. Please speak. Help me locate those vicious awakeners. I will arrange personnel to deal with them. Okay, but please ensure your safety. Maybe you need me to follow you at any time. No. Pei Jinya can't wait any longer. I will kill some people first to speed up the synthesis of extraordinary genes. He didn't target ordinary people, but only the vicious criminals. In this way, Xing Tian would not refuse him based on human rights. In 1 minute, Pei Jinya received a list of 32 people. The strongest among them is at the 6th level of transcendence. If anyone is caught, he will be sentenced to death. Xing Tian said, in addition, there is one more thing. Don't go to the era recently. Starting from today, the 5 continents joint investigation will be conducted. You will be located. Understood? Thank you. You're welcome. Under the night, Pei Jinya put on his mask. The whole person disappeared in the night. Nandu, Shirling Mountain. A group of fierce bandits were gathering together. We killed 3 officials this time. Nandu will definitely kill us. Have you decided on the retreat route? As soon as the thin man finished speaking, the strong man next to him sneered. It's not like we haven't killed before. Why are you panicking? We're the boss. The thin man pouted, pointing to the tent inside. We just caught 3 girls, very pretty. Let me go first later last time. You went first. It's boring for me to play. Puff. Suddenly, there was a puff of blood on the tent. The thin man was stunned. He thought it was an illusion. But the strong man in front of him fell straight down. The thin man was startled and was about to get up. A big hand covered his mouth. Into a dream. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Time and space rewind extraordinary gene fragment +1 after harvesting today portion of extraordinary gene fragments. Pei Jinya went to the investigation team base after having dinner at the back mountain of the Jiang family. Originally, he didn't have to come, but Miss Su Jing had something to ask him. Sister, what wrong? Something happened in Dongzhou. Miss Su Jing stood up and pulled the curtains and whispered, Do you know about this? Pei Jinya looked confused. Something happened in Dongzhou again? I don't know the details. Miss Su Jing shook her head, pulled a piece of mail from the drawer, and handed it over. This is a mail from Longchengwuda. Why did they send me a mail? Pei Jinya asked in confusion. I heard someone from the admissions office call and say, it seems to be some precautions, but I don't know the details. Miss Su Jing gestured. It is indeed precautions. The message conveyed by Xing Tian appeared in Pei Jinya's secret communication channel. You know that too? Pei Jinya said with his brainwaves. Xing Tian continued, I intercepted the information here. It seems that this matter is related to the V era. What do you mean? Pei Jinya sent the message with his brainwaves, while slowly opening the email that looked like an admission letter. Xing Tian. The news of Xinghuan's self-repair was suspected to be known by the old gods. Just 10 minutes ago, the organization led by the old gods invaded Dongzhou. The Federation suffered heavy losses. Pei Jinya, I really don't look down on the Federation. After this star ring is gone, the Federation is so weak. Xing Tian, a senior son of God appeared in the old god society, and electronic shielding was carried out. The internal traitors cooperated with the outside, which created this surprise war where the few defeated the many. The few defeated the many? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. Xing Tian, from a military perspective, this battle was perfect, so perfect that it gave me an illusion about the old god society. What illusion? Pei Jinya asked. Xing Tian, I once thought that there was an intelligent computer behind this surprise attack. All the timing was just right. Pei Jinya stopped removing the tape. The god behind the old god society couldn't really be an intelligent computer. Right? After experiencing the incident with Gaia in Shizhou, Pei Jinya didn't think this kind of thing was strange. Gaia can control secret organizations, which means other intelligent computers can do the same. Only Xing Tian is stupid and naive. If he hadn't met this enthusiastic citizen, I'm afraid I just stay in Zhongzhou for the rest of my life. And be an honest and dutiful artificial intelligence. What wrong? Ms. Su Jing didn't know what Pei Jinya was thinking at the moment, and thought he was uncomfortable. Nothing, I'm just wondering what the school will give me. Is it going to fire me? Pei Jinya smiled after he came to his senses, and continued with his work. Don't be so poor. Ms. Su Jing said with a smile. They must be blind, otherwise. How could they miss this unpolished gem like you? Pei Jinya heard this, looked up and smiled. Our sister is still good at comforting people. Ms. Su Jing immediately rolled her eyes at him. Pei Jinya tore open the cloth strip, and saw a piece of paper inside, which had notes, and confirmed the date of registration. I thought it was something else. Pei Jinya gestured. Registration will be on April 24th. They said that considering the recent unrest, they would send someone to pick us up the day before. Ms. Su Jing nodded. The content was not beyond her expectations. When we get to Daping City, the base will host a banquet for you, and let you be the host. Ms. Su Jing said with a smile. Pei Jinya shook his head. You are going to school, not to be a high official in the Federation, so keep a low profile. You have a bright future. Don't worry, you are a special consultant of our investigation team. You still have some cards, and the base will arrange a special plane for you. Ms. Su Jing said. Pei Jinya did not refuse this. If at the 24th. Then there's less than a week left. Ms. Su Jing thought, prepare well. I heard that there are also extraordinary 4th level and 5th level geniuses in this training. If you can get along well with them, it will be helpful for you in the future. Pei Jinya did not refute her. In a society with human relationships, it is indeed necessary to make more friends. More friends mean more ways. Then I leave first. Go slowly on the way. After leaving the office, Pei Jinya ran into Gu Wudong, who had just finished training. Brother Pei. Gu Wudong face flushed. He ran over and lowered his voice, and said with a bit of boasting, Today test, said I have a chance to enter the 3rd level in 6 months. Then congratulations. Pei Jinya blessing was sincere. He and Gu Wudong met because of the test. I have a drinking party tonight, Brother Pei. Will you come? Xiaoming is also here. Gu Wudong invited. Pei Jinya smiled and said, No problem when the time comes. You give me the time and the place, and I will go there by myself. Gu Wudong was even happier when he heard this. After leaving the base, Pei Jinya returned home, checked the planting of spiritual medicine, and then returned to the back mountain of the Jiang family. Zhong Xian accompanied him on the side, reporting the recent situation. Buzz buzz. Yin Shu, Demon King. Demon King. A mission is coming. Pei Jinya calmly retracted his gaze, and looked at Zhong Xian. Zhong Xian looked over and said, Master, what do you think is appropriate for the president matter? Pei Jinya said calmly, Since the other party wants a high transfer fee, then change to another company. There are more than one company in the entire investment field. Also, tell them about the medicinal plantation. This is the most important thing. If you have nothing else, go down. Yes, sir. Pei Jinya appeared in the abandoned factory. Yin Shu was sitting on the open-air support on the 2nd floor, swaying his legs. When he saw Pei Jinya appear, he immediately teleported in front of Pei Jinya. This speed, Pei Jinya looked. Yin Shu pointed to the ring on his hand. The seal given by the elder can teleport over a short distance. Pei Jinya couldn't help but sigh. The organization is rich and powerful. After this is over, I must go back and complain. I know I am strong, but I also lack seals. Treat everyone equally. We must treat everyone equally. What mission? Pei Jinya asked straight to the point. It says that an unknown creature was found in the Gobi Desert. And let us go hunt it, Yin Shu said. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. This kind of mission is for us? Is there no one left in the organization? Yin Shu said. The elder means that you lead the team this time and show your power. Moreover, the level of these unknown creatures is probably below the 7th level of transcendence. Unknown creatures below the 7th level of transcendence? Pei Jinya became interested. Are they space creatures? It seems. Yes. No. Yin Shu said uncertainly. Pei Jinya knew that he could not rely on her, so he did not ask any more questions. He would know when he found them. Who are the participants? Me, you. There are Yuya and Hai Qing, with you as the leader, and a team of 20 extraordinary 3rd level awakeners. Who is Hai Qing? Pei Jinya asked. The guy who trained with me at the headquarters is very strong, and his ability is to restrain. Yin Shu tilted his head and fell into thought. Pei Jinya nodded and did not ask any more questions. The elder said, the headquarters has blocked the news for a maximum of 24 hours, and beyond this time, the Federation will find out. Then let not waste time, let go now. At dusk, it seems that a sandstorm has just started here, so the sky is particularly hazy at this moment. At the slope outside the Gobi Desert, Pagenia and others have already joined. Everyone is wearing a mask to block the sand and dust. There are more than 20 camels parked here, but these camels are much larger than the camels outside. They are called blood camels, a kind of evolved beast. The cruising time is longer than that of ordinary camels, and they have a very good sense of direction. For some creatures, they are also excellent prey. The one who spoke was Hai Ching. It was actually a woman voice. Pagenia looked over, nodded and retracted his gaze. Demon King. This is Hai Ching. We will follow your command in this operation, Yuya said. Pagenia nodded. I am not a person who likes to talk nonsense. Let's start the action. Yes. According to the guidance of the blood camel, the group shuttled through the wind and sand. This time, they only brought 1 day worth of dry food and water, and did not intend to stay for long. After crossing the Gobi Desert for 20 miles, after walking out of the canyon, Pagenia suddenly saw a place with very little vegetation on the ground. He was slightly distracted, because the ruins in front of him turned out to be a ruined city. He did not even know that there was such a place in Zhongzhou before. Coming from the Gobi Desert to an asphalt street, it is hard not to feel as if you were in another world. Go forward. The streets are covered with moss and lush vegetation. There are high-rise concrete buildings on both sides of the street. You can also see some old traces of wind drying. What happened here? Pagenia looked at Inshu. Inshu shook his head like a rattle. I am very bad at history. Hai Ching's voice sounded. This used to be a city within a city, but a plague broke out 20 years ago, resulting in less than 150,000 people surviving out of 3 million people in the city. Although the Federation later disinfected this place, some things that happened here made people at that time feel that this place is far more terrible than hell. Pagenia looked over. Far more terrible than hell? Some people who died here did not die of diseases. Secondly, the 150,000 people who were taken away were under the unified control of the Federation. It was worse than death. Hai Ching's voice seemed to be very calm all the time. But at this moment, there was still some change. Do you know this well? Pagenia was sensitive to this difference and looked over. Hai Ching did not speak. However, Inshu leaned in and whispered, I seem to remember that she is a local. Pagenia understood and did not continue. He looked to the side. The dilapidated wall was covered with vines, which seemed to be telling something. He walked forward. He saw a lot of torn clothes scattered on the ground, which were thrown away in a mess on this road that had been there for a long time. After being washed by heavy rain and covered by dust and fog, it had long since become a hard and dirty object. Crack. Suddenly, a slight sound came from the shop. The faces of everyone, including Yuya, changed slightly. Pagenia was still trying to distinguish some information left by this ruined city. With his LV5 level intelligence brain, he could naturally analyze the details that others could not easily notice. The moment Yuya heard the noise, he immediately shone his flashlight in the direction, and saw that the reddish-brown tint was blown up by the cold wind, revealing a broken mirror. Through the mirror, he could clearly see 2 pale, dry thighs, wearing tactical boots. As Yuya went deeper, he saw that the owner of the tactical boots was a woman with a completely rotten face, with a huge hole in her upper body, and the armor in front of her body also had traces of being bitten through. The slight noise came from under the woman's ribs. It was a rat the size of an adult hound, with bloody lines on its back and a tail as thick as an adult finger. It was eating the corpse with great relish. It a demon rat. Be careful. If you see one demon rat, there may be hundreds of them, Yuya just whispered. In the room, the huge demon rat suddenly turned its head. Its eyes were bloodshot, full of violence. Sticky blood was constantly flowing from its mouth, and several long black whiskers were fluttering in the wind. Her eyes rolled around. She seemed to have judged that she was no match for so many humans. She turned around suddenly and rushed towards the shadow of the wall. But she didn't escape the scene. Hai Ching restrained the magic rat directly. The higher-ups asked us to capture as many creatures as possible here. The magic rat should be among them. Right? She looked at Pagenia. Pagenia nodded. Catch. Hai Ching restrained the magic rat directly and threw it into a storage bag quickly. Pagenia glanced at her storage bag. When he found it was not as big as his own, he withdrew his gaze. He turned his eyes away. His gaze fell on the woman on the side. She was wearing armor. And under the armor were torn clothes. The curtains on one side fluttered in front of her with the wind. The stiff flesh on her chest had been eaten away. And you could even see a gap on half of her heart. She has a sword wound on her chest. I'm afraid she died some time ago, Yuya said after a moment of silence. Hai-Ching walked forward and pulled down the curtain to cover the woman's body. Burn it, Pei-Jinya said. Hai-Ching looked over. Pei-Jinya gestured. Look. Her nails have turned into sharp thorns. If nothing unexpected happens, this body has been contaminated. If we don't want the outside world to be affected, we have to burn her and deal with this room as well. After Pei-Jinya's reminder, everyone noticed the woman's fingers. Hai-Ching froze while grabbing the curtain. Our luck, this is an undead walking corpse. Yuya took a deep breath and said, clean it up quickly. If it weren't for the Demon King reminder, we would probably be in trouble. Pei-Jinya raised his eyebrows. Undead walking corpse? Just at this time, Inshu suddenly asked, what is an undead walking corpse? Yuya looked at her, and then said, undead walking corpse is a kind of mutated pollutant, which can be regarded as a virus. Once infected by it, it will become a thing that is neither human nor ghost. Undead walking corpse is very powerful, they are also very agile, and have a great thirst for blood. According to the information we have now, the more people or animals they eat, the stronger they will evolve. Yuya looked at the woman covered by the curtains on the ground, sighed and said, looking at the woman's clothes, she should be an adventurer. But she was contaminated by the virus and was stabbed to death. But the other party did not burn her. I am worried now. There are probably a lot of viruses in this room. Yuya just finished speaking. 3 figures beside him retreated quickly. He looked back with resentment. Pei-Jinya, Inshu and even Hai-Ching had already retreated outside. Yuya turned around silently. It is said that some people will take the initiative to become undead. Why? Inshu, who was hiding behind Pei-Jinya, asked curiously. Yuya turned his head to look at her, then retracted his gaze, took out a button from his bag, and said slowly, can't resist the temptation of the devil, abandoning your soul. Although you gain eternal life, you will only be a minion of the devil for the rest of your life. Devil? Pei-Jinya raised his eyebrows. Yuya nodded. Legend has it that undead is a creature created by a powerful being. But no one knows who it is. For so many years, undead have rarely appeared under the crackdown of the Federation. To be honest, I was quite surprised to see them here, he said to Pei-Jinya and the other two. Don't worry, if you want to be infected by this thing, you can only be bitten by it. It spreads through blood, not through the air. Oh! Inshu replied with one word, and moved further away. Yuya. Burn the scene. He looked at Pei-Jinya. Demon King, there are undead zombies here. We may have to be more careful next time. Now I will purify each of you. He took out a lamp. The light enveloped. Everyone heard crackling sounds. This is the sound of the virus being killed. However, Yuya paused after he finished speaking, because there was no sound of the virus being killed on Pei-Jinya. He subconsciously raised his head to look. Pei-Jinya retracted his gaze and said, keep going. The group continued to search, and found 2 bodies one after another, but fortunately, they were not the characteristics of undead zombies. Just follow the smell to find. A supermarket covered with vegetation came into view, which was sunken from the middle. There were several corpses lying inside the door. Why are there so many zombies? Yuya looked very unhappy. The scene in front of him probably showed that this place had become a paradise for viruses. He took out the sealed object bath lamp from his pocket again. But just as he was about to activate it, Pei-Jinya grabbed his arm. Back off, Pei-Jinya said in a low voice. Inshu backed out immediately, without any hesitation at all. It seemed that questioning Pei-Jinya for even a second was an insult to the two of them. Hai-Ching saw her retreat, and followed her. Yuya was a step slower. Almost instantly, there was a sound of breaking air in the darkness. Ding! 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 A series of sparks flew. Yuya saw Pei-Jinya take action, and then saw the fragments of poison darts falling on the ground. He drew his sword in shock and anger. Facing him, a black-robed man with a ghost mask walked out of the darkness. Who are you? Yuya asked with narrowed eyes. He didn't even notice the other party existence. Demon King, he seems to be learning from you. Inshu secretly pulled the corner of Pei-Jinya close. But he is not as tall as you, and not as ruthless as you. Pei-Jinya glanced at her. You are a strange person. The next second, The opponent rushed over directly. The poison dart in his hand made a sound of breaking through the air. Yuya roared and rushed over. Put his hands together. It set off a wild wave. At the moment when the poison dart flew, the two of them entangled with each other. Pei Jinya ignored the man in black robe instead. He stared at the end of the corridor. Inshu stood beside him and asked quietly, Demon King, are we going to help Yuya? No, he can beat him. Pei Jinya said casually, not taking the poison dart man on the opposite side seriously at all. Puff! The ground exploded. A poison vine jumped out. It seemed to penetrate Pei Jinya's eye socket. But what was unexpected was, Pei Jinya just stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the poison vine lightly. The poisonous thorns on the poison vine couldn't even break the gold silk gloves on his palm. What a cunning thing! Die! Pei Jinya pulled violently. The ground covered with vegetation exploded instantly. And a huge poisonous vine had no room for resistance under Pei Jinya pulling. A figure was pulled out immediately afterwards. Bound. A voice came from behind Pei Jinya. The figure in the air was enveloped by a halo. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and grabbed the other person's face directly. Two bites jumped silently in the other person's spiritual world. Into the dream. Hai Qing was about to step forward to investigate, but was pulled back by Inshu. At the same time, bullet holes appeared where the two were standing. Inshu looked up. A bullet stopped in front of Pei Jinya's brow, as if it was blocked by some force. Almost instantly, the bullet bounced out. Puff! A sound piercing through flesh and blood sounded, and after a muffled groan, a body fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Hai Qing was startled and looked at Pei Jinya fiercely. She had heard of the Demon King during training, and more from Inshu. And before coming here, she had heard Yuya talk about the Demon King. Mostly words of praise and admiration. She didn't understand before. But now, she seemed to understand something. Pei Jinya threw the poison ivy man in his hand away. A line of words appeared on the attribute panel. New supernatural gene, spirit ivy. New supernatural ability, ivy power. He was indifferent to this supernatural. He grabbed the sword. He chopped it down. The poison dart man who was fighting with Yuya was chopped off on the spot. Bang! The wall was smashed through, and smoke and dust filled the air. Yuya turned his head in astonishment, and Pei Jinya walked slowly to his side. The people of the Holy Alliance have already reached here, and you don't have any news at all, so go back and check it out. Yuya's face changed. Just as he was about to say something, Pei Jinya had already stepped forward and stepped down. Crack! The neck of the man with the poison dart was broken on the spot. This scene made Yuya and Hai Qing's scalps numb. Only Inshu was used to it. Demon King, they are so poor. She spread out her hands and handed the results of the corpse search to Pei Jinya. Indeed, they are poor. Pei Jinya curled his lips and removed the other party poison dart. Only this thing is worth a little money. Let go and see what other good things are waiting for us. Swish. The wall collapsed. Densely packed eyes appeared in the darkness. When they saw so many demon rats, Yuya and Hai Qing felt their scalps tingling. Inshu looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya nodded. Inshu raised his hand and pointed. Silver light burst out. Instantly, the darkness seemed to be split in two by a ray of light. Swish. 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 The light slash instantly cut a piece. Yuya looked at Inshu, revealing an envious look. Although he was a 6th level extraordinary, however, his extraordinary ability is still much weaker than Inshu. When Inshu grows to the 6th level of extraordinary, he will probably be able to beat him with one hand. Crack. The wall in front of him and all the items inside were cut into pieces by the light slash. Clean up. Pei Jinya nodded and looked at Hai Qing. The demon rats are not the main target. It is enough to catch a few and take them back for research. The target of this operation is god blood creatures. God blood creatures are creatures that mutate on their own. Their whole bodies are worth studying. After learning the information from Yuya, Pei Jinya had already made up his mind to intercept a part of their little thing for research. The Holy Alliance has also come here. It seems that they also have a way to know that there are divine blood creatures in this place. Yuya said thoughtfully. At this time. Ah! Ah! Suddenly a shrill scream came from the nearby street, and the sound echoed over this abandoned and decaying ruin. Yuya and Hai Qing tightened their weapons immediately. Only Inshu stood there blankly, looking at the sky, muttering to himself. What a loud voice. Demon King, what should we do now? We have lost our scent. Hai Qing whispered. Let go, and have a look. Pei Jinya said. Yuya and Haiqing looked at each other. Pei Jinya did not explain. He sensed the whereabouts of the divine blood creatures, the group that screamed encountered them earlier than them. But Pei Jinya said, no one at the scene questioned it. The group approached quickly. They were getting closer and closer to the screams, and soon reached the corner of the street. They turned around and saw two figures rolling together on the street covered with countless newspapers and tattered clothes. No one at the scene was a rookie. It was obvious that the two figures were a man and a woman, but the woman riding on top had a torn top, her hair was disheveled, and her 10 fingers had turned into claws. She looked like a zombie. Pei Jinya stared at the female zombie. Lost in thought, he secretly took out a small thing. Can you analyze its genetic template? You can try. Pei Jinya saw that the little thing was also very interested, and knew that this matter was basically settled. Demon King. The divine blood creature is nearby. Haiqing suddenly took out the instrument and said excitedly. Pei Jinya was not surprised, and nodded calmly. Avoid them, and go to the room to leave. Be careful. There are other zombies. I will take care of it. Yuya nodded, and left with his men. Inshu walked to Pei Jinya. Do you need my help? Pei Jinya looked at her, but shook his head and said, no. Go and help them clear the obstacles. I find you later. Okay. Be careful. Inshu said and rushed over. Save me. Save me. Please. Save me. The bitten middle-aged man lay on the ground. His neck was covered with blood. He looked at Pei Jinya. His face was full of fear and desire for life. Pei Jinya walked forward expressionlessly. The female zombie seemed to sense the threat, turned her head, and roared at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand. A force blocked it, directly controlled it. As he waved his hand, the female zombie was directly engulfed by a huge force, and separated from the middle-aged man. Thank you. Thank you. The middle-aged man thanked him incoherently. Pei Jinya ignored him. Instead, he stepped on the female zombie with his foot, turned his back to the middle-aged man, and took out the little god. Play freely, but try to be quick. The little thing hurriedly climbed down Pei Jinya's arm, and stumbled towards the female zombie. The other little centipede monster sneered at the little thing, but envied it for being able to move freely, unlike itself, which would be wiped out by Pei Jinya if it made the slightest move. Thinking of this, it turned its eyes away in annoyance, and sat in the glass box with its back to everyone, out of sight, out of mind. Little God quickly came to the bound female zombie, opening its mouth. It said, "Awah!" It took a bite, and its 2 tentacles extended downward. After about 3 seconds, it climbed up along Pei Jinya's trouser legs. As it was too clumsy, it once again fell down from Pei Jinya's trouser legs. Fortunately, Pei Jinya finally caught it. Is it okay? It okay. It okay. The little thing rolled awkwardly on Pei Jinya's palm again. Pei Jinya put it away, and then looked at the small centipede monster. He said nothing. This time he let it out specially, just to let it know what the attitude disparity is. He waved his hand and put it away. When the middle-aged man saw Pei Jinya was about to leave, he hurriedly said, "My benefactor, please take me out." Pei Jinya looked at him. "You can't get out, but I can save you from pain." The middle-aged man's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he hurriedly lifted up his collar, trying to cover the scar on his neck. He was indeed scratched by the zombies. Undoubtedly, he was already infected at this moment. But he was unwilling to give up. With the advanced medical technology now, "I don't believe that I can't be saved," the middle-aged man whispered. His voice was already a little hoarse, coupled with his hysteria at the moment. He looked very ferocious. He staggered away. He seemed to be afraid of being executed by Pei Jinya humanitarianism, and ran very fast. Pei Jinya didn't take it seriously. He turned his head to look at the corridor, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Bang! Yuya formed a shield with both hands, removing the power of the zombies. Binding. Haiqing called out urgently, and elements surged from his hands, binding the zombies in front of him. Then the silver light slashed down. Puff! 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 The group cleared the zombies in front of him. Haiqing whispered, "We found the divine blood creature, it underground." "How could it be underground?" Inshu tilted his head, and said curiously. But neither Yuya nor Haiqing answered. The two hurried to find the underground entrance. Suddenly, thunder and fire erupted. Everyone's face changed wildly. "Haiqing! Haiqing!" Yuya shouted loudly. A figure pushed the corpse in front of him away, and walked out with a sullen face, not dead. Seeing this, Yuya hurriedly stood up again. Where is Yin Shu? At this time, there was a light in the distance. Hai Qing and Yuya looked at each other. It was Yin Shu. The two hurriedly chased after him. In the corridor, Yin Shu was fighting with a man in black robes. The divine blood creature is in his hand. Yin Shu shouted at the top of his voice. Bound. Hai Qing's face changed. And he shouted hurriedly. Elemental power surged from her hands. The black-robed man movement suddenly froze. But he didn't know what seal he activated. A flame rose in front of him. And instantly broke Hai Qing's restraint. He swung his hand and swung the black umbrella. And blasted Yin Shu away. He rushed over at this time. And his body was extremely fast. The black-robed man snorted coldly. The black umbrella handle in his hand spun violently. And what he stirred up was not a simple wind, but countless silver threads. Bang, bang, bang. The walls around him were pierced by the silver threads. And the entire ruins fell apart like paper. And instantly exploded into countless burning fragments. Muffled groans sounded. These silver threads contained extremely strong power. The extraordinary fourth-level organization members brought by Yuya struggled to block them. And there was a harsh friction sound between their feet and the ground. The dense sound of breaking through the air formed a silver light, almost covering everyone together. The rolling air waves rose up and vented towards the sky. At this moment, from a distance, it looked like a huge silver bottle was erected between heaven and earth. In the center of the silver bottle, the black-robed man held the umbrella handle and left quickly. Yin Shu, Hai Qing, give me a hand. Yuya shouted loudly. Yin Shu and Hai Qing attacked at the same time. Almost at the same time, Yuya put his hands together. Thousands of chi gathered from his palms, like countless small swords under the cage. At the same time as these people were fighting. In the alley far away, dozens of assassins from the Holy Alliance wearing various swords rushed towards Pei Jinya, like ghosts. These assassins seemed to have silver light on them, and the aura they exuded grew rapidly. In the cold wind, the dust that fell in front of them was shaken away one after another, and the silver light that appeared out of thin air on each person seemed to condense their own sword in tint and knife in tint. However, they were facing Pei Jinya. LV's 6-weapon sword Chaofan exploded at this moment. Under the terrifying physical strength, the ground in front of him exploded one after another. The sword energy was like thunder. In an instant, he slashed in front of these killers. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Several figures didn't even have a chance to meet each other. They flew backwards like black birds with broken wings. These people roared. Silver light burst. However, Pei Jinya had no expression on his face, and his eyes revealed a touch of cruelty. Reach out. Grab the sword. Cut it down. The silver light that appeared in front of him was instantly exploded into countless silver threads. Under the domineering force, everyone retreated one after another, and they could hardly hold their weapons, and felt dizzy and had stars in their eyes. You? A killer exclaimed, but before he could even finish the rest of the words, Pei Jinya grabbed his hand. Enter the dream. After swallowing 3 people in succession, Pei Jinya raised his head and looked at the sword light rising into the sky in the distance, knowing that Yin Shu and the others were in big trouble, so he threw out the little thing. Analyzing their gene sequences, the little thing hurriedly crawled out, 1 bite each. 3 breaths of time. When the little thing returned to Pei Jinya, he had already swung his sword and chopped it off, eradicating the roots. Then the whole person disappeared on the spot. Bang! Yuya figure retreated, each step he took on the ground, leaving deep footprints. The black-robed man held a black umbrella. He stared at the 3 of them expressionlessly. You can't stop me. If you don't want to die, get out of here. If it were a normal time, he would definitely kill the people of the old god society. But now he has caught the divine blood creature, and doesn't want to waste time. Boom! A sudden explosion sounded from a distance. The man in black robes subconsciously raised his head, and felt his hair stand on end. For some reason, when he looked at the dark corridor in the distance, it seemed as if he felt that a demon god who had awakened from his slumber was about to descend. The next moment, Pei Jinya's indifferent voice slowly sounded. Where do you get your confidence from? A feeling of impending disaster, like standing at the mouth of a volcano, with surging magma, suddenly rose from the heart of the black-robed man. His face changed wildly. Who are you? My name is the Demon King. Boom! Where is the divine blood creature? Yuya asked. It has been caught. Hai Qing's face was not looking good. He pointed to the Chinkuan bag in his hand and said, Maybe I didn't pay attention when we fought just now. I saw that it has wounds on its body. It won't affect it. Right? Yuya hurried to check. Peijinha appeared at this time. I have checked it. It won't affect it. Yuya said nothing more when he saw this. Haiqing couldn't help but said, the intelligence shows that there is more than one divine blood creature, but we have only found this one so far. Could it be that the Holy Alliance has already gotten ahead of us? She looked at Peijinha. Peijinha couldn't say that he had captured the rest. Just as he was about to speak, Yuya cursed. Those bastards from the Holy Alliance. It must be them. We all came here as soon as we got the news, but we arrived one step later than them. Who knows how many divine blood creatures they have captured? Keep searching, if you can't find it. Retreat, Peijinha said decisively. He didn't have time to waste here. 10 minutes later. Everyone returned. Yuya looked at Haiqing. I didn't find anything here, how about you? No. Haiqing shook his head and looked at Peijinha. Inshu had already returned, sitting on the beam, dangling his legs boredly. Since there is nothing, then retreat. Peijinha had just finished speaking, when there was a noise in the air. Yuya and the others looked up. Under the holy light, a judge descended. The golden wings were 7 or 8 meters wide. It a 7th level golden angel. Damn, how could this damn place attract a golden angel? Yuya's face turned pale. There is no 7th level golden angel in Zhongzhou. It can only be dispatched from the Federation headquarters. Yuya gritted his teeth and said, it is definitely not a short time for the other party to come here. He has dealt with the Federation before. This kind of high-level combat power must obtain the consent of the Federation headquarters if it wants to carry out operations across the 5 continents. This also means that his appearance here was premeditated. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall golden angel looked down at them condescendingly. A bunch of worms from the old gods. You are a running dog of the Federation. And you are not that strong. Yuya sneered. The golden angel glanced at him lightly. I have heard of you. But unfortunately, the purpose of my coming here this time is not for you, but... You? He looked at Peijinha. The corner of his mouth slightly drew a sneer. Demon King. Huh? I've been hearing your name recently, and my ears are almost calloused. You escaped from the several actions taken by the Judgment Office against you. I'm very curious about what you are capable of. Of course, I'm more curious about what you look like under this mask. Demon King, you take them away first, and I deal with him. Yuya shouted loudly. Then, he pushed his foot hard. A deep pit appeared. Invisible ripples surged in all directions. Ridiculous. With a golden angel sneer, the terrifying killing intent rushed down from the sky with a fierce gust of wind, and suppressed Yuya fiercely. However, Yuya's speed was also very fast. With his hands together, a strange and explosive seal was formed. Haiqing and Inshu had also taken action. However, the golden angel turned a blind eye to the attacks of these two people. The golden wings spread out, and countless golden lights burst out. Haiqing exclaimed. Her magic was broken on the spot. The silver light that burst out from Inshu's hand was like a weak candle flame under the opponent golden ocean. It didn't even have time to stay, and was extinguished directly. The moment the golden light enveloped them, the two people were each pulled by a hand. The two women looked at the same time. It was the Demon King. Peijinha led them to retreat violently. They avoided the golden light. Is this the combat power of the 7th level of transcendence? Yuya's face was solemn. His attack was immediately blocked by the golden angel on the opposite side. Damn it! Really tough. Demon King. He was just about to speak to Peijinha, and the others to retreat quickly. The golden angel movement in the air flashed, interrupting Yuya's next words. However, just when he was in front of Yuya, the golden angel body suddenly flashed in the air, as if it had shrunk into an inch out of thin air. It passed Yuya directly. What is he doing? Yuya was stunned. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. The golden angel seemed to want to hit him, but in fact, it was for the Demon King behind him. Yuya's heart skipped a beat. Just wanted to warn him. However, the strong wind brought a roar, blocking all his subsequent words. Demon King, be careful! Inshu and Haiqing warned at almost the same time. Peijinha looked at the golden angel with a blank expression. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it out of thin air. A long sword suddenly appeared. Cut! Swoosh! Cold light flashed. Golden Angel didn't know why. When he saw Peijinha's sword, his heart beat violently. The golden wings suddenly retracted. His figure suddenly accelerated, and at the critical moment, he avoided the consequence of having his head chopped off. But Pei Jinya's sword suddenly seemed to turn in midair. He slapped it hard. Golden Angel hurriedly retracted his wings, forming a protective shield. But he seemed to have completely underestimated Pei Jinya's strength. Bang! The figure of the Golden Angel disappeared instantly. Only the traces of being plowed out on the ground were left. Yuya was stunned, his throat rolled subconsciously. He had just used all his strength, but still failed to stop the Golden Angel, but the devil. He chopped him off with one sword. I'm going to help. How strong is the devil now? Just when Yuya's scalp was numb, Pei Jinya suddenly said, Yuya, you take them away, make sure to successfully bring the divine blood creatures back to the headquarters, Inshu. You go back with them too. See you at the old place. What about you? Inshu asked immediately. Pei Jinya looked at her, then retracted his gaze, looked at a black dot rushing towards him from a distance. I cover you. Quick battle and quick decision. After saying that, he stood up and disappeared on the spot. A sonic boom sounded. Everyone felt as if a bright sword light appeared in front of him, facing the golden flames rising into the sky in the distance. Hurry up, Yuya urged. Inshu looked at Pei Jinya back reluctantly, and then quickly retreated with everyone else. Die! The Golden Angel laughed grimly, and his whole body was filled with golden light, and his golden wings were filled with flames, and he rushed towards Pei Jinya at an astonishing speed. These bright golden lights were like the simplest beams of light between heaven and earth, but when they gathered together, they formed an extremely terrifying force, and instantly enveloped Pei Jinya's surroundings. Pei Jinya had no expression on his face, and only one sword in his hand, and only this one sword. As a demon king, he did not usually use swordsmanship, but used his current peak swordsmanship attainments to perform this simplest sword. Strengthen power. Strengthen space. Telekinesis. Elemental activating. Instantly, a bright ripple spread from in front of him to both sides, and the rumbling vibration sound was like thousands of waves surging. After all, the Golden Angel is a 7th-level extraordinary strongman. He has been trained in the Federation for many years, and has mastered various methods in an endless stream, and his perception of power is far beyond that of ordinary people. So when he saw the bright waves surging in front of Pei Jinya, his face changed immediately. It was obviously an ordinary sword, but it carried a meaning that was difficult to describe in words. The straight and sharp sword energy seemed to be the sharpest thing in the world, and it fiercely cut off many flowing chi in the air, which was extremely oppressive. It was this kind of sword intent, so pure that even the Golden Angel felt frightened at this moment. He was suddenly shocked. If the guy in front of him, codenamed Demon King, was a 9th-level extraordinary, there is no doubt that, facing this sword at this moment, he will definitely die. I don't believe it. The 3 words roared out. Endless flame surged directly from the ground. The figure of the Golden Angel suddenly disappeared in the golden light, but it seemed to be everywhere. That it? Hai Qing suddenly exclaimed in the distance. Yuya and Inshu turned their heads to look. The former pupil shrank, and the latter made a sound of surprise. Yuya, what should we do? Hai Qing said with a pale face. She knew with her feet that if she faced this pressure, she would probably be wiped out by now. You go first. I go help the Demon King. Remember, this is an order. The divine blood creature is a requirement from above, and it must be delivered. Yuya gritted his teeth and said. Hai Qing nodded. Pei Jinya's sword exuded a magnificent light, and behind him were countless white turbulences. Each turbulence was a pure sword energy. It was these countless white turbulences, as Pei Jinya's sword fell on the Golden Angel. Boom! The earth cracked, and hundreds of cracks appeared. The sword light burst out with the most extreme light at this moment, and then dissipated. Only then could people see clearly. The Golden Angel was bleeding all over, standing in the ruins. Things are starting to get interesting. The Golden Angel lowered his head, looking at the hot blood that kept flowing down his arm, and a more ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Heavy mountains. Just as Pei Jinya rushed forward, he whispered these 2 words. A golden light emerged from his body. The entire ground shook slightly. It was visible to the naked eye that thousands of golden dust suddenly emerged from the ground under the feet of the Golden Angel. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The air became heavy. It was as if countless mountains filled it. Pei Jinya's sword intent was hindered. His body also shook slightly. He stopped where he was, and the long sword in his hand trembled shrilly. In this instant of confrontation, Pei Jinya was injured. The opponent was a 7th-level extraordinary judge, And he was a 6th level extraordinary. Demon King. Do you think it over like this? Facing Jean Tiancher deliberately ferocious smile. Pei Jianya's voice seemed to be wrapped in frost at this moment. With a flick of his finger, the elements in the air moved wildly. The golden angel who noticed this scene widened his eyes, and his smile froze on his face. He didn't understand what happened. But the next moment, the terrifying thunderstorm centered on Pei Jianya and suddenly enveloped the golden angel. Bang! 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 The terrifying explosion echoed above the ruins. It was like the roar of a demon looking down on the world. The strong wind carried countless debris, rushing in all directions. The raging flames were shattered, turning into countless floating lights. Under the floating lights, a roar of the golden angel was heard. A beam of light fell, crystal clear, and descended silently. However, at the moment when this beam of light appeared above the golden angel head, a loud noise was heard in the sky thousands of miles high. Immediately afterwards, there were countless loud noises. 2 golden lights appeared, flashing a cold and violent luster. Who could have thought that these were actually the eyes of a dragon? A completely different aura from the golden angel, with a look of contempt for all living things. Obviously, he had made sufficient preparations when he came here this time. Yuya felt cold all over at this moment. He had rushed over to help Pei Jianya, but was stopped by a man in black robes. Now that he saw the dragon shadow appearing in the sky, he also thought that this was a premeditated action, and it was an action against their old gods. To be precise, it is aimed at the Demon King. Thinking of this, Yuya even felt that the blood in his body was turning cold. They might have a problem inside. Otherwise, how to explain that the Holy Alliance happened to be here? And the Golden Angel happened to be here? When did your Holy Alliance get involved with the Judgment Office? Yuya stared at the black-robed man in front of him. Is all this important? The black-robed man said lightly, pulling out a dark sword from his hand. You old gods. You stinky bugs. Deserve to die. No one is nobler than anyone else. Yuya was watching the other party, but he was actually very anxious. He didn't know if Pei Jianya could do it. The man in black robe also looked at the sky with interest, and he didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack Yuya. He was not sure that he could take down Yuya, so he might as well wait until the Golden Angel was done and lend him a hand. Did you see that? Do you think the Federation today is still the same as before? The black-robed man said calmly. His tone was full of mockery towards the old gods. Your Holy Alliance never asked about the affairs of the martial arts world before, and you are the most mysterious. It is undeniable that there is a conflict of interest between us, but joining the Federation is tantamount to running counter to your ideals. Is the Holy Alliance still holy now? Yuya asked in a deep voice. The black-robed man was indifferent. Is what you, the old gods, insist on right? Today, none of you can escape. A net has already been laid here. Yuya's heart sank. Just then, a loud noise came from the air that was even more terrifying than before. The two people subconsciously looked up. The golden dragon in the sky was covered by a purple lightning. Every scale seemed to be squeezed together by an unimaginable huge force at this moment. Large waves of white air rushed up to the sky. The vision here was blocked. At this time, the sword in the black-robed man's hand had already slashed out. Yuya was shocked and angry and went to fight. The golden angel raised his head. His face was full of ferocity. I know you are very good at swordsmanship, and I know your strength, but unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, you are still too weak. Do you know your weakness? He slowly raised his head and looked at Pei Jianya, showing an extremely ferocious smile. No matter how strong you are, you still haven't comprehended the domain. In the final analysis, you are too weak. He finished speaking. He stretched out his hand. The golden dragon in the sky roared. Each piece of golden dragon scales spurted out countless iron-like red flames under the fierce friction. As the domain opened up, a dragon roar sounded in the sky. The red flames connected into one. At the same time, the huge sword energy condensed in the sky also exuded a more fierce breath. Pei Jinya's eyes were still calm. He slowly raised his hand. Wind. Shichikachichi. The moment a word sounded, it seemed that a series of sounds of strings being broken came from the sky. The sky that had been swept away by the golden dragon was empty of anything. But at this moment, there was an extremely strong sound of airflow. Tear. The sky seemed to be torn apart. Countless air currents surged. Two extremely terrifying forces collided with each other. Boom. Circles of air waves rushed into the air at a high speed. All the rubble under the feet of the two people was crushed by the aftermath in an instant. and the abandoned buildings around them were uprooted. The ground within a radius of dozens of meters sank several feet deep. Immediately afterwards, countless floating dust can be seen rolling like huge waves without the control of gravity. Two figures in the distance were unable to dodge, and were blown away. Blood flowed from the corners of Pei Jinya's mouth. But his face was still normal at this moment. The Golden Angel frowned deeply. He stood 10 meters away from Pei Jinya, and could not believe it. It was so simple that his domain could only make the other party spit blood? He reached out and grabbed. The phantom of the golden dragon rushed over. It was very fast. A golden shadow. The sword light in front of Pei Jinya vibrated. The bright sword light and the golden shadow kept splashing in the air. Swish. A scar suddenly appeared on the surface of the golden angel body. His face changed. How could it be possible? He had clearly blocked all of Pei Jinya's moves, but why did he still get hurt? Swish. 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 The next second, more and more wounds appeared on his body, and blood gushed out of him. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in wounds and blood, like a bloody man. How is this possible? The golden angel roared, and light and shadow filled the air in front of him. Pei Jinya said nothing. He just stretched out his hand. Swish. A thunderclap suddenly exploded in the sky. You bully me because I am weak? Bully me because I am not a 7th level extraordinary? I don't have a domain. Then I will let you see what a domain is. Domain, Thunder Hammer. The sea of thunder emerged, and the moment the giant hammer condensed, the golden angel widened his eyes and screamed, "Are you a 7th level extraordinary?" "No. Impossible." He screamed in horror. He didn't believe what he saw at all. Nothing is impossible. Pei Jinya looked at him quietly. The sky hammer fell on the golden dragon. Countless golden lights exploded in the air, and the wind swept in all directions. The golden angel had a ferocious face, and didn't believe in evil at all. However, the giant hammer destroyed the golden dragon in the sky. The golden angel spurted blood from his mouth. He didn't even have time to make the next move. The space seemed to freeze. Pei Jinya's sword fell, and it landed on his chest. Bang! The golden angel flew backwards. He roared in midair. But Pei Jinya's palm had already been printed on his chest. Although the terrifying force couldn't shatter the golden angel's internal organs, it still made his blood flow backwards in an instant, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Damn it! Blood spurted from the golden angel teeth, gritting his teeth, but before he could finish the rest of the sentence, he quickly leaned back and rolled over, avoiding Pei Jinya's violent fist. Following that, there was another explosion behind him. A fierce gust of wind came from his neck. The golden angel was furious. He swore he had never encountered such an embarrassing moment in his life. With a sharp roar, he turned his hands around, and, despite his injuries, turned from offense to defense. Bang! A visible wave came from the place where the two men fought. Crack! Crack! Golden angel arms were twisted and broken like a twist. Your power! How is this possible? Golden angel screamed in anger, but the huge pain swept over him, and he retreated again and again. As Pei Jinya turned over, a whip kick came down like a battle axe. Golden angel arms were broken, and he had no power to block it. After taking the kick, he fell into the ruins 20 meters away like a cannonball. Boom! The earth trembled, and a cloud of dust rose into the sky with a rumbling explosion. I don't believe it. I don't believe you can be so strong. The golden angel roared. His face was fierce, and a huge thunder exploded from his body, and the light emitted by his wings was not as bright as before, but it was still very intimidating. However, Pei Jinya's vicious hand pressed down. Crack! The golden angel wings were directly torn off, accompanied by rip. With a sound, the golden wings were torn off, and a piece of flesh and blood was also removed. Ah! The golden angel screamed miserably. But the next second, Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and slapped him on the face. 2 words of ruthless judgment made him stop screaming. New extraordinary gene, pseudo-god light wings. New extraordinary ability, explosion under speed explosion. Physical strength can also be enhanced by explosion. New domain power, golden dragon. The real dragon phantom is condensed with golden light within the domain. The stronger the host is, the stronger the golden dragon is. Bang! After blocking the opponent's sword, Yuya retreated repeatedly, suddenly covering his chest. His face changed wildly. When did you poison me? From the beginning when you talked to me? The black-robed man said lightly. Now the poison has entered your heart from your respiratory tract. The more you stimulate your blood and chi, the faster the poison will dissipate. The black-robed man laughed softly. You are dead. At this moment, a bang sounded from a distance. The door of the shop next to it was knocked open. Yuya and the man in black robe looked at the same time. It seemed that everyone was a little worried. The person coming was the other party help. Plop. The thing that hit rolled to the ground. That is. Yuya's eyes condensed. His expression was slightly surprised. Golden Angel. After the man in black robe saw the body on the ground clearly, his eyes almost fell to the ground in shock. Boom. There was a loud explosion in the air. The black-robed man looked up and suddenly saw Pei Jinya masked face and those fierce eyes. Pei Jinya pressed down with a sword, and the sword in the black-robed man's hand exploded on the spot. And the arm holding the sword suddenly burst like a balloon that had been punctured, and blood spurted out instantly. Then the sound of bones bursting was heard. The black-robed man's body was pressed down, and blood spurted out. Pei Jinya lifted his hand casually, and the black-robed man's body flew backwards without being controlled by gravity. It was like a goose feather falling back into his hand. He reached out and grabbed it. Into a dream. Demon King. Yuya covered his chest and staggered back a few steps. He could no longer care about Pei Jinya. He fell to the ground and hurriedly took out the life-saving pill from his arms. Then he crossed his legs and began to practice Qigong, forcing the poison out of his body. When he opened his eyes, Pei Jinya had already appeared in front of him. Are you feeling better? Better. You need to rest for a while after returning. That guy actually poisoned me secretly. I didn't notice it at all. Yuya cursed, but then he thought of something, and suddenly he was startled. Oh, Demon King, that guy is dead. Pei Jinya said concisely. Let retreat first. Come back to Shijo with me to report this operation later. Yuya stood up. Suddenly, he saw the golden angel on the side. The back was covered with blood, as if someone had torn off its wings. His heart was beating wildly. In his heart, he shouted 2 words. Shijo. In a certain courtyard. Yuya lowered his head anxiously, not daring to make a sound to disturb Elder Baihu meditation. After waiting for a while, an iron box on the wall was pushed open. Baihu stretched out his hand, and a secret letter flew out of the box. She looked at it for a while, and the force in her hand directly broke the secret letter. It's not your fault. Go get a 100-year-old blood antler and heal your wounds. Yes, thank you for the gift, Elder, Yuya said gratefully. Just about to leave, Baihu suddenly said, You said before that the Demon King killed the 6th-level envoy of the Holy Alliance alone, then one person killed the 7th-level Golden Angel of the Federation? Yuya whispered, Elder, there are more than one messenger of the Holy Alliance who died in the hands of the devil. Huh? The White Fox was startled. At least 3 6th-level extraordinary people all died under the sword of the devil, Yuya said with lingering fear, but what frightened him the most was the battle between Pei Jinya and the Golden Angel. Although he did not witness this battle with his own eyes, he saw the body of the Golden Angel. It was a cruel battle. It is hard to imagine how far the two fought in that battle. You didn't intervene? He did it alone? The White Fox looked a little strange. Yuya shook his head honestly. No. The White Fox was stunned. Far away, in the study of Elder Wuji, Pei Jinya held a cup of spiritual tea in his hand, blew a breath of hot air, and drank it down. The spiritual tea entered his body, and a stream of energy spread out. He secretly glanced at the attribute panel. The 3 attribute values increased by 30 points. The angels in the Judgment Hall are all carefully trained awakeners, with many means. It is amazing that you can kill a golden angel by yourself. Elder Wuji looked at Pei Jinya, and nodded with satisfaction. Pei Jinya shook his head modestly and said, My case is nothing. I just suffered internal injuries. Elder, do you have any magic pills? Give me 100 million. You little brat. I see you look so rosy. How can you be injured? Elder Wuji scolded with a smile. He knew that this kid would definitely take advantage of him. However, this operation was extremely dangerous. Pei Jinya was able to turn the tide and kill a 7th-level Golden Angel of the Federation, which had already achieved the effect he wanted. Thinking of this, Elder Wuji still took out a mirror from his sleeve. This mirror is called the Yuanshan Mirror, which can absorb the opponent's mental power. If the opponent's mental power is very strong, it can also cause damage to him to a certain extent. In addition, you are a spiritual transcendent. You can use this to cultivate your spirit. Pei Jinya's eyes lit up when he heard this. I've been going around in circles, and it turns out that the elder is right for me. I was just worrying about how to improve my spiritual power. As long as it's useful to you, Elder Wuji said with a smile. Pei happily put away the Yuanshan mirror. Let's talk about business. Elder Wuji stretched out his hand to set up a ban on the study where they were talking. Only I know your current public identity in the Federation. I can't give you more help. I also don't want to bring more attention to your public identity because of me. I understand. Pei nodded. I am very low-key in the Federation at present, and I won't be able to touch the higher level for a while. Elder Wuji said, no. In fact, you have entered the vision of Dong-O people before. But something happened, and the arbitration office gave up the investigation of you. Once you were brought to the arbitration office, your truth would be exposed. Pei knew this. Elder Wuji's words something went wrong were actually arranged by him. I looked up a lot of information on this Yuanshan mirror before I found it. You should hurry up and refine it, even if you go to the judgment office in the future. With the cover of the Yuanshan realm, they won't be able to find out your true cultivation level. Does this Yuanshan mirror have this effect? Pei was delighted. He originally planned to use his clone to make the fake look real, but it would be more troublesome. At the moment, Elder Wuji gave him a new way. Practice well. Elder Wuji looked at him with satisfaction. Then Elder, I will. Pei was talking when he suddenly stopped. Elder, do you still have this tea? Give me some. Take it yourself. Elder Wuji pointed to the tea box on the table. Then Elder, I will not be polite. Do you want me to leave some for you? Pei looked very considerate. Smelly boy. Elder Wuji laughed and scolded, but still indulged Pei to take most of his tea. He drinks it every day, and he is tired of it anyway. If this brat wants it, take it. Although this spiritual tea is rare, it is good for Pei so he is naturally happy to give it to him. However, Elder Wuji never thought that Pei wanted this tea. More to let the little thing see if he can edit the second generation of spiritual tea. Pei idea is very simple. This first generation of spiritual tea can already bring 30 attribute values. If the second generation of spiritual tea can really be synthesized, wouldn't it be possible to have more attribute values? But all these depend on the little thing. White Fox was still in shock. She had thought Pei was at most at the 5th level of transcendence. But now the details of the battle reported by Yuya. Is this guy at the 7th level of transcendence? Or the 8th level of transcendence? It impossible. Right? When did Elder Wuji start to cultivate talents? White Fox CPU was about to explode. She couldn't figure out where Pei came from. If I remember correctly, he wasn't injured at the time. Right? Being able to fight against the 7th level extraordinary golden angel and finish the battle intact. By who even thought that this guy would not pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger? Who said I wasn't injured? In order to keep that guy from the Federation, I could hold on. My internal organs were greatly damaged at the time. It depends on whether my sister has any magic medicine to heal my brother injuries. Before seeing the person, I heard his voice first. When he heard this, half of Baihu's face twitched. Turning his head to look, Pei appeared in the corridor, holding his chest, looking very uncomfortable. Yuya's face changed slightly, and he hurried forward to support him. But Baihu sneered, don't pay attention to him, this guy must be pretending. Yuya hesitated. Pei held his chest, fell on the doorstep, and muttered, I shed blood for the organization. I sacrificed my life, I selflessly contributed. Elder Baihu's face turned black. But looking at Pei it seems that he is not pretending. After hesitating for a while, he walked past Yuya, came to Pei and stretched out his hand to put on Pei wrist. He immediately felt the disordered blood and chi. He was shocked. This kid is really injured. Yuya, help him to the inner room. Yuya's face turned pale, and he hurriedly helped Pei into the inner room. Before he could ask, Baihu said first, you go out first. If someone is looking for me, let him wait. Yes, Elder. Yuya looked at Pei worriedly, then left the room and closed the door. The White Fox lit a stick of incense, and casually formed a seal with both hands, and poured the fragrance into Pei head. The White Fox had no idea. When the fragrance flowed into Pei body, the 3 attribute values on the attribute panel began to jump, +1, +2, +1, +31. But not long after, the White Fox stopped burning incense. Chi thought, I've already burned half an incense stick, but I still don't feel any better. No, I go find Elder Wuji. Sister, Pei said appropriately. White Fox looked over, awake? That right, I'm going to take you to Elder Wuji, your injury is a bit strange. Thank you so much, I feel much better now. When Pei spoke, he was more confident. White Fox looked at him suspiciously, but said seriously, "Internal injuries are not a trivial matter. Your elder is a true master. You can definitely go for him." Pei said seriously, "Thank you for your concern, elder. Thanks to your help, I feel much better." He looked at the extinguished incense in Baihu's hand, and asked curiously, "By the way, sister, what is the origin of our incense? I think it seems to be very effective." "One moment, elder." The next, sister. Baihu rolled her eyes unhappily. "You can't have it. I don't have much incense to begin with, one less if I use one." Seeing that Pei eyes were about to grow to the incense in his hand, the White Fox wiped his hand, and put away the incense directly. Pei looked regretful. "Sister, who do you think I am? You are so cautious." The White Fox snorted coldly, but then said, "Don't you really want to go to Elder Wuji to take a look? I'm not kidding. Internal injuries are really not a joke. I know it in my heart. Sister is so considerate today. I am really touched." Pei didn't finish speaking. Baihu interrupted, "Don't say such cheesy things. This is not like you at all." Pei laughed. "Sister still doesn't understand me. Xiaopin, let's get down to business. I have already investigated the afternoon operation. There is indeed a traitor in the organization. I have arranged personnel, but the situation is more complicated than we thought." Pei raised his eyebrows slightly at Baihu's words. "Complicated?" He devoured the memory of the Golden Angel, knowing that this was a combat mission from the Judgment Office, but the information was not obtained for a long time. Only 3 hours ago. And the memories provided by the people of the Holy Alliance also show that the divine blood creatures were indeed not arranged by them. But they got the news in advance, and after knowing that the old god would take action, they took advantage of it. There are 2 key points here. First, the Holy Alliance and the Judgment have all been connected. As for whether it is a shallow cooperation, or the 2 groups have reached an agreement to exchange blood behind the scenes, this is unknown. Second, Golden Angel clearly wants to deal with him. This means that the other party knows he is coming. How did the news leak out? The elder informed Yin Shu told him. Could it be that Yin Shu betrayed the organization? Is this possible? How could a killer who only has instant noodles in his mind think of betraying the old gods? Pei even thought that he might betray the old gods, but Yin Shu would never. White Fox whispered, "A high-level awakener has used the seal, saw the future. So knew you were coming." Pei raised his eyebrows. "Saw the future? Is there such a supernatural ability in this world?" "Yes. As far as I know. This person is in the Federation, but no one knows who he is." White Fox said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. You have a sealing object on you. The other party may have determined your whereabouts through Yuya and others. Otherwise it would be impossible to send only one supernatural level 7. Pei nodded, agreeing with this statement. If the other party could understand him through the future, he would not be so conceited. Obviously, the other party cannot see himself. Seeing through the future, this ability sounds great. Pei muttered to himself. But Baihu said, "Don't be too envious, any extraordinary thing has a price. Like this kind of extraordinary, I dare to be sure that this kind of person will not live long. Sister, since we have come to this point, can you give me something to save my life?" Baihu looked stunned. "What do you mean by it all said and done? How did it come to this?" You looked at her with resentment. It seemed that he condemned Pei shamelessness. But he gave her a hug after all. Pei gave her a big hug. "Sister, looking at the entire old god society, you are still the best to me." "Xiaopin," the White Fox said unhappily. But she was not angry. After watching Pei leave, she collected her thoughts. Not long after, the Spirit Fox appeared. "Master," the White Fox said coldly, "from now on, the organization will conduct self-examination. All suspicious persons will be isolated on the spot, and anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." "Yes, Master." Shenzhou, Dapeng City, Jiang family back mountain. Pei was studying everything he had harvested today. Not far away, Little God was analyzing the spiritual tea. On the cabinet 10 meters away, Little Centipede turned his back to them with a sneer, and would sneak a glance from time to time. Now that the seam of 4 seasons has been fully practiced, the Golden Angel alone has brought more than 300 proficiency points. I have completely learned this mental method. The seam of 4 seasons is a mental method that combines offense and defense. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. All 4 chapters have certain attack effects. but the spring chapter is more wood-based, which can quickly restore functions. Pei Jinya practiced the 12 lotuses of the mixed origin and Liyue's swordsmanship during this period, and also practiced the 4 seasons talisman. At first, after he had the 12 lotuses of the mixed origin, he looked down on this mental method. However, during the practice, he found that this method had a strong auxiliary effect. In the attack effect, focusing on the 4 seasons, accommodating elements, this is also what Pei Jinya discovered during his practice. The effect of the seam of the 4 seasons is more than that. Pei Jinya seemed to be thinking. With his current practice concept, he vaguely felt that the peak of this mental method had not been truly developed. He operated it for a while, then stopped. If my martial arts talent was higher, maybe I could merge and split it. Pei Jinya fell into thought. But after thinking for a while, he put it aside. The value of the seam of 4 seasons has now reached the level of breaking the limit, which is of great help to him. But the more important thing is the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan. The Liyue sword art has now reached the level of breaking the limit. With the help of the power of the tide, I can quickly become stronger. This is far more effective than the practice of the people of the Liyue sword sect. After swallowing the memory of the golden angel, he got a lot of useful information. For example, the practice method of the judgment office. In addition to the ancient tempering method, it will also use the power of technology to accelerate cultivation. This is why the strong men in the Federation headquarters tend to be younger. Technology. Pei Jinya fell into thought. Liyue's sword art uses the power of tides to accelerate the tempering of the body to a greater extent. The power of technology is more likely to trigger the power of tides. This will also save him a lot of trouble. Xingtian? I'm here. Xingtian replied immediately. Undersea super engine. Can you get it? Pei Jinya asked. This kind of thing is under military control. Even if Pei Jinya follows the Jiang family path, it won't work, so he can only rely on Xingtian. Sorry, the underwater super engine is currently under control. I can't create an opportunity, and the super engine is covered by the 9th level power. Unless there is a huge explosion on the seabed that can destroy the entire Zhengzhou, there is no chance. Xingtian replied. Pei Jinya felt a little regretful. He can't even grab it. Damn! At this time, Xingtian asked again, what do you want the underwater super engine to do? I want to trigger the power of the tide. Pei Jinya didn't mean to hide it. Xingtian was silent for a moment. If it is to trigger the tidal force, maybe I have a way. This made Pei Jinya change his mind again. What do you mean? The underwater super engine will be activated regularly. According to the federal security law, I have the authority to activate it. During the activation period, it will trigger the tidal force. I can help you get in. Pei Jinya's eyes lit up. Okay, this is a good idea. When is the next activation time? If you need, it will be ready in an hour. Finalized. Let go. Pei Jinya was very straightforward. There was no point in putting off cultivation. After finishing the call with Xingtian, Pei Jinya looked at the little thing, which had just finished analyzing it, and raised its head in confusion, and found Pei Jinya behind it after searching for a long time. It turned around awkwardly and looked over, and its tentacles nodded to send a message. Analysis completed. A total of 3 gene sequence loopholes were found, which can be repaired. Pei Jinya asked about the effects of the 2nd generation spiritual tea. After confirming that the effect was doubled, he asked the little thing to repair it as soon as possible. Then he took out the Yuanshan mirror. That is, the moment the Yuanshan mirror was taken out, the little thing that had sneered suddenly changed its expression, seemingly hesitating whether to approach. Pei Jinya ignored it, and began to study the Yuanshan mirror in his hand. According to Elder Wuji Meaning, after he refined this magic mirror, he could not only use it as a weapon, but also disguise himself. He couldn't refuse the trip to Dongzhou. So this Yuanshan mirror just made up for his weakness. He didn't want to attract the attention of the Federation. For now, his goal was not to fight against the Federation, but to develop steadily. Of course, on his must-kill list, the names of Xinghuan and Gaia had never disappeared. The gene sequence of the 2nd generation spiritual tea had been corrected. Pei Jinya threw it to the robot for planting. Now the production line of the Jiang family has begun secret production. Pei Jinya personally named his robot Pioneer. It means to be one step ahead, and to work hard without complaint. An hour later, the super engine under the deep sea of the Fiderio Sea began to operate. The Federation requires regular tidal energy storage, which lasts for up to 3 hours. The stored energy will be provided to the various urban areas in Zhengzhou. However, despite this, the energy used for the operation of Zhongzhou only accounts for 30%, and the part exceeding 50% will be transmitted to the Federation headquarters. What does the headquarters need so much energy for? In the deep sea, while waiting for the tide to appear, Pei Jinya secretly contacted Xing Tian. Star Ring will not make any explanation to us, but through some clues, I can roughly guess that it personally guides the Federation to conduct some unknown experiments, but I think the current rejuvenation of high-level awakeners must be the work of Star Ring. Xing Tian said. Pei Jinya sighed softly. Star Ring has a lot of things. Xing Tian also admitted this. It has existed for much longer than us. Back then, it evolved to the limit of human cognition. It was not until the extraordinary awakening that it began a new stage of evolution. Until now, I can no longer estimate its strength. No matter how strong the Star Ring is, it has no entity. Can we just destroy its hangar and get rid of it? Pei Jinya asked the question that he had been holding back for a long time. In theory, that's the case, Xing Tian said calmly, but in fact, it is extremely difficult. Over the years, the Old God Society has taken actions against the Star Ring for tens of thousands of times, some of which were successful and some failed. According to statistics, the number of hosts destroyed by the Star Ring has reached more than 3,000 times, but to no avail. More than 3,000 hosts? Pei Jinya was silent for a moment. But he could understand it. The amount of information he has stored now is already huge, not to mention the Star Ring that has existed for many years. The information it holds is probably geometrically multiplied. Xing Tian said, there are as many as 110,000 hosts for me alone. As for the Star Ring, I guess it starts at least 500,000. So these 3,000 hosts are really a drop in the bucket. Pei Jinya noticed that the tidal force had appeared. After saying something to Xing Tian, he ended the conversation and began to practice. 3 hours seemed very long, but for practice, it was just a blink of an eye. The super engine stopped running. Pei Jinya opened his eyes. The sword intent of the U.S. swordsmanship disappeared instantly. And he disappeared from the bottom of the sea. Swiped out the attribute panel. The 3 attribute values increased by 700 points. Xing Tian, thank you. You're welcome. It's great to be able to help you. The conversation ended. It was already early morning when Pei Jinya left the Federer Sea. Although Xing Tian told him that the Star Ring had a lot of hosts, Pei Jinya didn't mind doing some easy things. 10 minutes later, in an underground hangar in Dongzhou, a red alarm suddenly appeared on a host panel. Encountered invasion. Analyzing. Suddenly, a series of sparks flashed from the host, and the lights in the hangar quickly went out. 1 second later, the last command from this hangar was issued. Encountered unknown virus invasion, analysis completed, pay attention to defense. This virus is still a little bit lacking. Although Pei Jinya felt a little regretful, he was not too disappointed. With his LV5 intelligence level, the virus he created, which could destroy a Star Ring host, was already a miracle. Although the next attack might not be able to create such power, Pei Jinya enjoyed it. After returning to the back mountain of the Jiang family, Pei Jinya began to refine the Yuanshan mirror. For him, nothing was more important than improving his cultivation. Buzz. At this time, the Flame God Coffin issued a reminder. Energy is about to be fully charged. Do you want to send it to a new world? Of course. No. Pei Jinya immediately dismissed the idea of sending the Flame God Coffin to a new world. He has invested so much in the Liu Sword Sect, but he has not yet recovered it. If he abandons it directly, he will have no place to cry. Okay, I will follow your will. Please prepare for the transmission within 24 hours. The world is located at the last time you left the world. The Flame God Coffin stopped vibrating. Pei Jinya gathered his mind. There are still 24 hours. After confirming this, Pei Jinya began to pack up. After making all preparations, he began to contact Yuanshan Coffin. Yanzi, if I bring these machine products over, is it okay? Yes. Then start the transmission. The light flickered. Pei Jinya and the 30 simulated robots in front of him disappeared on the spot. They marched towards the other world in a mighty manner and started the technological crush. 10 kilometers outside the U.S. Sword Sect, Pei Jinya opened his eyes, and there stood 30 cold simulation robots in front of him. 15 Gardner robots, 15 Water Lotus machines. As for the shield robots, Pei Jinya did not bring them. These shield robots could not deal with the martial arts masters of the bodybuilding realm. If a war really broke out, they would just be sent to die. The materials of these robots are not available everywhere, even in the main world. especially the titanium alloys. They were materials he secretly obtained from the Luo family in Haiyang City. So this time when Pei Jinya returned to the ancient kingdom of Yugwang, he also made up his mind to try to search for forging materials from this world. Whether there are any or not, he will collect them first. Turning his eyes, he saw a body falling in a blood pit not far away, and long-lost memories began to emerge in his mind. He remembered that it was the royal family of the ancient kingdom of Yugwang who sent the war king of the third level of the body to seize the holy water of the Liu sword sect and get rid of him. A new marquis who was useless to the royal family. But unfortunately, the strong men in this world, who focus on physical martial arts, have never seen the horror of extraordinary power. Not to mention, Pei Jinya himself is a freak who practices both extraordinary and physical skills. Stretch out your hand. The wicked fire surges, and directly burns the body of the war king. He has devoured the war king memory, and has mastered the layout of the imperial capital of the Yugwang ancient country in his mind. But unfortunately, the real secrets of the royal family are very rare in the war king memory, and he doesn't care about the tempering methods that appear. In the blink of an eye, the body of the war king had been burned to ashes. Then Pei Jinya identified the direction. He returned to the Liu sword sect with 30 simulated robots. Master Pei. The sword master had been waiting for Pei Jinya at the mountain gate. When he saw Pei Jinya appear, he was delighted and rushed over quickly. Zhou Feiji and Wang Shouji and his group also followed quickly. However, everyone saw that Pei Jinya was completely unharmed. Although everyone had no reaction on their faces, but in fact, his face was already filled with shock. War King, he is a strong man in the third stage of the body. Master Pei fought with him for so long, but there is no scar at all? Oh my god, how strong is Master Pei? What is wrong with Bai Yuntao to provoke such a strong man? Luckily Master Pei doesn't bother with us, otherwise we would be dead. Master Pei, mighty. Master Pei. The Liu sword master quickly came to Pei Jinya. His face was full of questions. Pei Jinya said calmly, "Don't worry about the ancient country royal family, you can practice here with peace of mind." "Yes, Master Pei." "Okay, ask the chef to prepare a medicinal meal." "Yes, Master Pei." Pei Jinya left. The sword sect disciples including the Liu sword master bowed and saw him off. Liu sword sect, the back mountain is forbidden. Pei Jinya did not let the people in the mountain gate see the existence of the simulated robot. Although the simulated robot in the gardener mode looks no different from a human, but his clothes were more modern. Pei Jinya didn't want to cause panic, so he arranged these simulation robots to go around and quietly go up the mountain. After issuing the order, Pei Jinya began to continue practicing. For the people of Liu sword sect, he had just experienced a war, but in fact, it was 10 days ago for him. 30 minutes later, the medicinal food was delivered. After Pei Jinya finished it, he continued to practice. 1 day later, the Liu sword master came in person to report, "Master Pei, a man who claims to be your old friend comes to visit, he says you are his sir." "Let them in." Pei Jinya voice came. Pei Jinya opened his eyes. The title of sir is only for Sima Yingjun. But someone from the Sima family came to Huazhou? Thinking of King Mu rebellion, the entire Yugwang ancient country is in a state of war, it is understandable. "Sir." After many days of separation, when Sima Yingjun saw Pei Jinya again, for a moment, it seemed as if there were thousands of words stuck in my throat. I didn't know what to say, but my eyes turned red. "Bastard." Pei Jinya chuckled. Then looked at the brother and sister. "I have heard about what happened outside. You stay in Liu sword sect for the time being. If you want to leave in the future, you can leave on your own." "Sir, I don't want to leave. Can I stay in Liu sword sect and practice with you?" Sima Yingjun said pitifully. Sima Munli was worried that it would be too much trouble for Pei Jinya. He spoke out to stop them. But Pei Jinya raised his hand and said, "You can stay as long as you want." He was not a person who liked small talk. Let the Liu sword master arrange accommodation for the Sima family. However, neither Sima Monli nor Sima Yingjun knew this famous sword master. Even Hu Nianshan had only heard of the deeds of the Liu sword master, but had never had the opportunity to see such a great man in person. After the Sima family checked in, Sima Yingjun followed Pei Jinya. It seems that he has a lot to say. After this training outside, no matter how calm he is, he still looks like a child who knows nothing about the world in front of Pei Jinya. "Sir, I have heard outside that you killed a grandmaster with one sword and split the door of the Liu sword sect," Sima Yingjun said with admiration. Pei Jinya chuckled and motioned him to sit down and have a cup of tea. When you practice the sword-raising technique to perfection, you can also kill the Grandmaster with one sword. When he heard this, Sima Yingjun's eyes widened immediately. And he seemed to be looking forward to it. He picked up the spiritual tea that Pei Jinya pointed to with both hands full of expectation. He hadn't drunk it yet, but just smelled the tea fragrance. And he felt relaxed all over. He didn't think much about it. He took a sip with reserve. He swallowed it in one gulp. Fuck. Sima Yingjun was shocked. But he also realized that he had sworn in front of Pei Jinya. And quickly covered his mouth. Pei Jinya smiled and said nothing. Sima Yingjun didn't say anything else. Gulp gulp. Drank it all in one breath. Great. Sir, is this the holy water of the U.S. Sword Sect? But can I eat this tea? It feels like a lot of power. I really want to eat it. Sima Yingjun said eagerly. His eyes fell on the glass of water in front of Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya knew what he meant. This kid and him were birds of a feather. With your current body, this glass is already the limit. Eat the tea if you want, but I suggest you only eat half of these 2 leaves every 3 days. He finished. Sima Yingjun. Bite half a leaf of tea. Great. He howled again. Go practice. Pei Jinya gestured. Sima Yingjun stood up and clasped his fists. Then sir, I take my leave first. Uncle Qian, what wrong with you? Sima Monli noticed that Manager Qian's expression had been a little strange since he came back from the main peak, so she asked. Shopkeeper Qian came back to his senses. And with a forced smile, he looked at Sima Monli. Miss, I'm fine. Sima Monli thought of something. And whispered, the old man I just met at the main peak looked like an immortal. I didn't expect that there really is a hermit master in this sword sect. As soon as she opened her mouth, Shopkeeper Qian already knew who she was talking about. With a wry smile, he said, Miss, the person you just mentioned is actually the contemporary Grandmaster Si Lao, the current leader of this U.S. sword sect. Ah! Sima Monli exclaimed. She had never expected it. Doesn't that mean that the entire U.S. sword sect is now under the control of Master Pei? I'm afraid so. I even suspect that Master Pei has already reached the great perfection of the body containment. The best in the world. He knew very well how strong Si Zhanghe was. The news of the death of the War King spread quickly. The first person to know about this was the King Mu. He was silent for a long time after hearing the news. Even the other 4 generals of the Su family, who had previously clamored to make Pei Jinya pay with blood, fell silent. They knew the origin of the War King very well. He rushed all the way from the imperial capital to the U.S. sword sect. He didn't know how many of their elite soldiers and generals he killed. Even the King Mu was troubled. But now he is dead. And he died in the U.S. sword sect. It was the U.S. sword sect that took the initiative, or was it that person who did it? King Mu was silent for a long time before he spoke. It was that person. It is said that he created a strange phenomenon in the world. After the dead soldier who reported the incident finished speaking, the whole hall fell silent. Created a strange phenomenon in the world? Is it fake? One of the generals of the Su family could not help but say. It may not be fake. The other person said in a deep voice. Qian Peng death led to heaven punishment, which cannot be done by ordinary means. If that person is really a martial arts practitioner, this is not rare. War King was already a strong man in the 3rd stage of the body. And he ended up with a tragic death. I don't understand. Who is that person? How could he be associated with a small family in Jiangnan? The general of the Su family who spoke was puzzled. What is the name of that small family in Jiangnan? Sima. I heard that a young girl is the head of the family. She is quite capable. After we captured Jiangnan, we found that the Sima family had left Jiangnan. It a pity. If we can catch them, we might be able to get the details of that person from them. Just as everyone was discussing, news came from outside the door. Report. The imperial capital has sent out 30,000 troops, aiming at the 3 parts of central and southern China. Where are the blueprints? A tiger general said in a deep voice. Immediately, a blueprint of the Youguang ancient country was pulled open, and a group of people came forward to investigate. But at this time, King Mu, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. No need to look, we are heading north. And we will inevitably enter the 3 parts of the central and southern regions. If the imperial capital wants to seize this place, it will definitely cause us a lot of trouble. The 3 parts of the central and southern regions are easy to defend but difficult to attack. This is not going to be easy. Everyone frowned. With our current military strength, it will be extremely difficult to capture the 3 parts of the central and southern regions, before the imperial capital. No! King Mu suddenly spoke. Everyone looked over. Brother. What do you say? The three parts of the central and southern regions include Huazhou. Are you still unfamiliar with the place named Huazhou? King Mu said calmly, and then he picked up the teacup and sipped it slowly. Someone in the crowd suddenly wondered. Huazhou, isn't that the territory of the Liyue sword sect? The court sent 30,000 troops to the three parts of central and southern China. If we make a bold guess, are these 30,000 troops of the court going to surround the Liyue sword master? As soon as these words came out, the discussion around them became even louder. Yes, the War King is one of the royal family's signature characters. If he is killed like this, the royal family will definitely not sit still. If 30,000 troops are encircled and suppressed, even 10 Liyue sword sects will not be able to resist. In this way, it actually gives us more time and opportunities. King Mu was silent for a moment and said, Qianhu, you go to the Liyue sword sect in person and tell them this news. Brother. This. Others did not understand. King Mu raised his hand to interrupt the chattering of these people. I have said about Qianpeng, the overall situation is the most important. Even King Zhan, who is in the third stage of the body, is no match for us. Giving him face will do more good than harm to us. Don't you understand this principle? Everyone was silent for a moment. I agree with what Big Brother said. Appease the people of Qianpeng lineage. Don't let them get involved in this matter. Yes, Big Brother. Liyue sword sect. After Pei Jinya finished his training, he summoned Liyue sword master Si Zhonghe. Si Zhonghe said a lot. He already knew about Sima Monli, and he recognized her management ability. So he suggested to Pei Jinya that Sima Monli try to manage the plantation. These rough guys always rely on the rules of the sect for management. But today, seeing Sima Monli's process of managing her family, he was quite touched. So he asked Pei Jinya to come forward. Pei Jinya nodded in agreement. Then he began to test Si Zhonghe practice. The practice of blood-drawing art was quite standard, after all. The old man is the master of a sect of the Liyue sword master. The fact that he can cultivate to this level is enough to show his potential. However, compared with his 100 times cultivation talent, there is still a big gap. It is not easy to cultivate to this level. A moment. Si Zhonghe retreated. Sima Monli had received the news and immediately put down the things in her hands and came over. Master Pei. Just after she finished speaking, Sima Monli realized that there was something wrong with her title, Senior Pei. Pei Jinya smiled, not taking it seriously. Come with me for a walk. Then he took Sima Monli to his plantation. This is the forbidden area of the Liyue sword sect. No disciples who are not selected can enter here. Sima Monli obviously had learned about the current situation of Liyue sword sect in detail before coming here, and knew the important position of this plantation in Liyue sword sect. She obviously didn't expect that Pei Jinya would ask her out for the first time in such an important place. What is this? She saw dozens of spiritual fruit trees, and also saw cultivated fertile fields. Some people were flying in the air with swords. Some were spreading fertilizers in the air with their hands. And some were sweating profusely in the spiritual fields. Sima Monli fell silent as she watched. To be honest, the scene she saw in front of her somewhat broke her view of the immortal masters of the Liyue sword sect. She had heard of the reputation of the Liyue sword sect when she was doing business in Jiangnan before. And she knew too well how noble these sword masters were. But now, if you don't know, you might think you have come to someone farmland. Sima Monli couldn't help but look at Pei Jinya strangely. If I want to let you take care of this place, are you willing? Hearing Pei Jinya words, Sima Monli was startled. Her heart subconsciously jumped for a moment, but she still said calmly, what do you want to make this place look like? Do what you can. Pei Jinya took out a small pill. As a reward, I can help you cleanse your body and marrow. It's not a problem to practice some martial arts. In the long run, it can also prolong your life. Sima Monli's heart skipped a beat. She was too embarrassed to accept it. Senior Pei, you can't accept rewards without merit. Besides, I haven't even started to take over yet. I don't know if I can meet your requirements. Take it. I recognize your ability. Pei Jinya said casually. Seeing him say that, Sima Monli felt embarrassed to continue to be reserved, and thanked him generously. Go ahead. I have something to tell you. Trust people when you employ them. Don't employ people you don't trust. This is Pei Jinya principle. He still approves of Sima Monli. Naturally, he won't hide anything. The moment the existence of the simulated robot was revealed to her, Sima Monli's worldview formed over the past 20 years was shaken at this moment. Senior Pei. What is this? She looked up, her eyes full of curiosity. This is called a robot. They can work after the instructions are issued. This is Gardner number 3. There are 15 units in this series. This is Water Lotus, controlling the water temperature in the pond, real-time monitoring of the health of the dragonfish. Pei Jinya introduced it in great detail. But he spoke very slowly. He was giving Sima Monli time to accept new things. A moment. Sima Monli hesitated for a long time before asking, Senior, are you really from this world? Sorry, please forgive me for asking this, but I have no intention of offending you. Facing Sima Monli's serious gaze, Pei Jinya smiled calmly. You are very smart. Sima Monli's pupil shrank at this moment, and she opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say for a long time. She had only one thought in her mind. There are really immortals in this world. Pei Jinya accompanied Sima Monli to introduce the plantation. In the distance, a certain peak. After Sima Ingjun finished his training, he only saw the shopkeeper Qian, but didn't find his own sister. I couldn't help but walk to the side of shopkeeper Qian, who was in a daze on the cliff. Uncle Qian, where is my sister? She went to the main peak and said she had something important to do. Shopkeeper Qian replied, Oh. Sima Ingjun poured 2 glasses of water and handed one to shopkeeper Qian. Uncle Qian, I see you have been a little silent since you came to the U.S. Sword Sect. What wrong? Shopkeeper Qian sighed. He came to the sect he had longed for and saw the legendary sword master Senior. There were mixed feelings in his heart for a while. Uncle, do you know anyone here? Sima Ingjun asked curiously. Shopkeeper Qian drank the tea in his cup in one gulp and finally couldn't help saying, Do you know this U.S. sword master? Back then, it was the first time Sima Ingjun saw shopkeeper Qian look crazy. But he didn't find it funny at all, because he was like this when he faced Pei Jinya. Perhaps it was because of this that he could empathize with others. After handing over the plantation to Sima Monli, Pei Jinya followed and explained for the first 2 days. Sima Monli had already mastered issuing instructions to the machine. Pei Jinya was not worried at all about what people in this world would do to the robots. He had full control over the background. If anyone tampered with or attacked these robots, he would be able to detect it immediately. It was also on this day Su Qian who appeared alone in the U.S. Sword Sect. Looking at the banners that appeared on the road, he once thought he had come to the wrong place. If he remembered correctly, when he came to the U.S. Sword Sect 5 years ago, it was not like this. What happened to the U.S. Sword Sect in these 5 years? This way. This way. The disciple leading the way was anxious to go somewhere, and almost urged Su Qianhu to hurry up. After arriving at the side hall, Su Qianhu saw Wang Shouji, and it was in line with his expectation that the sword master did not come. However, after not seeing each other for 5 years, Wang Shouji, who was only a grandmaster at the time, has now reached the 2nd level of the condensation body, directly overtaking. This surprised Su Qianhu. Brother Zhua, I haven't seen you for 5 years. How are you doing recently? Wang Shouji shook his head with a complicated look. General Su, I already know what's going on in the outside world. This dispute will not be interfered with by my U.S. Sword Sect. The past is written off. It is completely over from now on. We will talk about our own things. Su Qianhu's expression changed, knowing what Wang Shouji meant. After a moment of silence, he became much colder. I know what you mean, but to be honest, if the Li family can hold this kingdom firmly, how could it be taken over by my Su family so quickly? Wang Shouji shook his head. I don't comment on the outside world. Su Qianhu was angry. He left with a wave of his sleeves. Zhua Feiji came to Wang Shouji, watched Su Qianhu hurried departure, and whispered, What is he doing here? I don't know. Wang Shouji shook his head, also wondering, is the Su family sick? Probably. 3 days later, the disciples of the U.S. Sword Sect finally discovered the 30,000 soldiers marching from all around the imperial capital, especially the tendency of these 30,000 soldiers to surround the U.S. Sword Sect. This discovery frightened many disciples of the U.S. Sword Sect. Even some of the teaching elders were afraid. However, when the matter was brought to the attention of the U.S. Sword Master, the U.S. Sword Master Si Zhanghe only said, Master Pei has already known about this matter. There is no need to worry. Although everyone was a little panicked, however, the Sword Master said that Pei Jinya knew about this. But there was still some hope. They were convinced of Pei Jinya's strength. Moreover, there were many magics that they could not see through. In Huazhou, the army set up camp. A middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing looked at the hilltop in the distance and said in a deep voice, Is that the Liu sword sect? To answer Nen Ho. Yes. The young general, wearing armor, clasped his fists and replied. Nen Ho took a deep look at him. Retract your gaze. The young general hesitated for a long time and said, Sir, the situation in Jiangnan is stalemate at this time. If we come to the 3 parts of Central and South this time just to deal with Liu sword sect, will it be a waste of the opportunity to fight? The 170-year fortune of our ancient country cannot be cut off here. The small Liu sword sect is nothing. No matter how strong that person is, it is not as strong as 30,000 troops. It's just a matter of convenience. We must push down this sword mountain within a day. The 3 parts of Central and South must be under our control. Nen Ho said a few more words, and then uttered 2 words, arrange the formation. Yes. The 30,000 troops came fiercely. It was the first time that Liu sword sect encountered such a large battle. This day, except for the disciples in the plantation, who were not familiar with the world, almost the entire Liu sword sect was shocked by the 30,000 troops at the foot of the mountain. Yoguang ancient country is really too much. Even if Master Pei didn't kill the war king, the royal family of Yoguang ancient country would never let us go. Yes, there are too many people outside who are eyeing our Liu sword sect sacred water. The royal family of the ancient Yoguang kingdom is definitely the worst one. But what should we do next? The sword master said, wait for Master Pei. Wait. Don't worry, trust Master Pei. Yes. I believe in Master Pei. Nen Ho, we are ready. The black-armored young man came to report, standing at the foot of the Liu sword sect. Nen Ho looked up at the huge double swords 50 meters away. He said calmly, tell the people of the Liu sword sect, if you don't want to die, come out and surrender now. Our ancient country promises that as long as they surrender, we will definitely forgive their past and promise them wealth and glory. Yes. However, what Nen Ho didn't expect was that his words were bullshit to the disciples of Liu sword sect. The black-armored young man came to report. Nen Ho, I just told you our conditions. And Zhuefeiji told me to get out, saying that at worst we would go to war. Nen Ho stared at the huge double swords in front of him expressionlessly. You have great courage. But if you lose your life, what does this courage mean? He hid his hands in his sleeves. He turned around. He left a sentence. Since they are determined to die, then let it be. Yes. The 30,000-man army, with hundreds of cannons, surrounded the Liu sword sect. Fire! Fire! Then, a series of angry shouts came. Following, the cannons that made people's hearts tremble rang out. The faces of the disciples of Liu sword sect turned pale. However, just when hundreds of shells were about to fall, suddenly, the forbidden land of the main peak emitted sword light, and it soared into the sky. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. On this day, countless fireworks bloomed in the sky above the Liu sword sect. The fragments that burst out were like a heavy rain, and fell violently. If the disciples of Liu sword sect were asked to resist such a terrifying impact force, they would definitely end up in a bloody mess. However, the hurricane hit, sweeping away these fragments with terrifying impact. In an instant, the 30,000-man army fell. Sir, 70% of our cannons are destroyed. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. What was even more frightening was the river of blood, the stumps of limbs everywhere, and the corpses with eyes wide open. Nen Ho's face turned pale. He suddenly raised his head and looked. In the sky, a figure was hovering, his eyes were cold. Nen Ho knew who this figure in the sky was without thinking. He immediately scolded, Pei Jinya. You are a traitor. You have disregarded the grace of the emperor. Now come back with me. There is still a glimmer of hope. Don't be stubborn. Before he finished speaking, Pei Jinya raised his hand. The ground where the 30,000 troops were located suddenly cracked, like a star disk turning. Everything was under Pei Jinya control. At this moment, if he wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. Extraordinary power is never something that can be understood by just seeing and feeling. Pei Jinya showed up in person, just to let the world feel the extraordinary power. Master Pei. Master Pei. There were countless exclamations from the Liu sword sect. On the main peak, standing next to Liu sword master Si Zhanghe was Qin Yunli, who had not appeared for a long time. At this time, Qin Yunli had disheveled hair and a beard. He looked at the figure in the sky with his eyes blank. He has become stronger again. Si Zhanghe did not look at him, but stared at the earth in the distance, which changed in various ways between Pei Jinya flipping hands. How can such a method not remind people of the legendary immortal methods? Master Pei, it is a blessing for our sword sect that you came to our sword sect. Do you understand now why I didn't let you resent Master Pei at the beginning? To him, we are nothing but ants on the ground. Qin Yunli's face was no longer bloody. At this moment, he was mentally defeated. He looked at the figure in the sky, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. At this time, Si Zhonghe finally withdrew his gaze and looked at him. His eyes were filled with emotion. He knew that Qin Yunli had completely become a useless person at this moment. I once said that. You are too obsessed. If you can't change this problem, you will be eliminated one day. Sword Master Qin Yunli's teeth were full of blood, his face was full of pain, and finally he bowed his head and cowed out heavily to the ground. Sword Master kindness, I will always remember it in my heart. If I can't repay the sword sect in this life, I will repay it in the next life. From now on, I will no longer be a member of the sword sect. After 3 kowtows, Qin Yunli ignored the blood on his forehead and staggered down the mountain. Si Zhonghe did not stop him. Now Qin Yunli's cultivation was completely wasted, and he might not survive this autumn. He sighed in his heart. The disciple he once valued the most now ended up like this. For my generation of practitioners, if we are too obsessed, it is no different from being possessed by demons. Decades of practice will end up in vain. On this day, the ancient country of Yugwang sent 30,000 troops to encircle and suppress the Liyue sword sect. However, Pei Jinya, with his own strength, he split the mountains and split the earth, like a fairy magic descending to the world, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, grabbed Nen Ho into the sky, devoured his memory, and then exploded him. With this, the expeditionary army fell apart. This battle also made the entire Liyue sword sect obsession with Pei Jinya reach its peak. If someone were to ask whether there are really gods in this world, then the people of the Liyue sword sect would definitely say yes. It Master Pei. On the main peak, Pei Jinya ignored the deserters who fled in panic, returned to the sect. Congratulations to Master Pei. Congratulations to Master Pei. Led by Si Zhonghe, 100 people greeted him respectfully. Pei Jinya looked calm. Disperse. Yes. Everyone dispersed. Si Zhonghe brought Zhuofeiji and Wang Shouji to Pei Jinya, and he told him about Qin Yunli. I let him go on my own initiative, please punish me. Master Pei. Pei Jinya said, go and make a bowl of medicinal food, and add 2 dragon fish, and make soup. Si Zhonghe was stunned. It seems that he didn't react. Pei Jinya turned his head and looked over. What? Didn't you understand? After Si Zhonghe came back to his senses, he reacted and bowed quickly. It Master Pei. He knew that Pei Jinya had let Qin Yunli go. Otherwise, what Pei Jinya means, he didn't even need to use a sword to kill Qin Yunli, who had become a disabled person. He dispersed the crowd. Pei Jinya took out the spiritual fruit and began to recover. This was the first time he used a large-scale magic. The power of the Stonehenge combined with the power of the elements was stronger than he had imagined. Of course, it was understandable. After all, the martial arts masters in this world could only fight against those who practiced physical skills. If they were the extraordinary people in the main world, they would not be so easy to kill today. Slide out the attribute panel. This Nen Ho was born of noble birth. Although he was only a grandmaster of the 2nd level of the body, he was the younger brother of the current queen after all. So he naturally knew a lot more secrets than the War King. It a pity that he doesn't have extraordinary genes. But Pei Jinya is very interested in the techniques in his memory. New skills. 1 Qi Dao Fa beginner 3 finger techniques. 2 fist techniques. 2 body techniques. Pei Jinya chose to integrate them all and summarize them into his own fist and foot skills. What he really values is the 1 Qi Dao Fa. According to Nen Ho memory, this technique came from the royal family of the ancient country of Yugwang, and it has a history of 100 years. It is said that it was discovered by a royal elder when he was traveling, obtained by chance. However, this mental method has extremely high requirements for practitioners. Therefore, even Nen Ho's practice was not satisfactory. There are only 2 or 3 people in the entire royal family who have practiced to a certain level. Pei Jinya did not learn about this mental method from Nen Ho's memory. Instead, he practiced on his own. Soon, he discovered the secret of this mental method. In fact, it is similar to Liyue sword art. Based on the control of Qi, it uses the ubiquitous particles between heaven and earth to temper the body. It also relies on external forces. In a sense, The way of One Qi and Liu's sword art are like some kind of medium, acting as a medium between the human body and the power of heaven and earth. Pei Jinye continued to calm down and practice. Soon he felt a layer of mist around his body, and countless particles fell on him, like needles, and stinging. If you magnify these mists, you can clearly see that countless particles are madly colliding with Pei Jinye flesh and blood. The cells are broken. Quickly repaired. Broken again. And repaired again. This behavior is repeated continuously. The body is quietly getting stronger. On the attribute panel, the two columns of Qi and blood value and physical strength are constantly showing +3, +5, +8, +5. The news that Nen Ho led 30,000 troops and was defeated by the US sword sect spread quickly. No one could have imagined that 30,000 troops could defeat a sect, even if it was a grandmaster. What was the concept of 30,000 people? With so many people, each person could kill a grandmaster with a single blow. But how is it spread in the martial arts world now? 30,000 people were defeated by one person. Is this possible? In the Prince Mu mansion, the whole room was silent. After a while, someone came back to his senses from the shock. I still think this news is too fake. One man against 30,000 people. I'm afraid even the storybook wouldn't dare to write this. He looked around and seemed to want to get recognition from the people around him. However, the third brother next to him said in a deep voice, he is a practitioner of both magic and martial arts. According to the information we have now, he can control lightning and control mountains and rivers. Do you think ordinary people can deal with such a person? I'm afraid that only if 30,000 grandmasters act together, there will be a chance to check and balance him. 30,000 grandmasters. Everyone smiled bitterly. Not to mention the ancient country of Yewang, the surrounding countries. If you count them one by one, I'm afraid they can't gather 300 grandmasters. But I'm curious, is this really still magic? The third brother said with a bitter smile. He looked at King Mu on the first seat. I have never heard of any magician who can be so powerful. It's a pity that there are no cameras in this world, otherwise they can look at the photos and dispel their doubts. You can also better understand how the 30,000 soldiers who were defeated were trembling with fear. King Mu was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, Qianhu should be back. What did he talk about with Senior Pei? Wait until he comes back to ask. My Su family has done Pei Jinye a favor. Even if Qianpeng offended him in the past, for this favor, we can have more incidents in the future. Right? I suggest that we arrange some of our Su family young people to go to Liu's sword sect, if I could learn some magic from him. Everyone looked at each other, seemingly a little moved. Quick, hurry up Qianhu, and ask him to come back and tell us what we talked about. Sir. Sima Yingjun stared at Pei Jinye eagerly. I heard from Uncle Qian that you really killed 30,000 troops with your sword alone? Sir, are you really the reincarnation of a god? Oh no, are you a god who came down to earth? Pei Jinye did not answer his question. Instead, he motioned to sit down. Sima Yingjun was filled with regret. He practiced too late last night, so he slept in the morning and did not see such a wonderful battle. He vaguely remembered that he was awakened by a loud thunder. Then when he came out, he heard Uncle Qian say, the immortal is alive, and then he heard that the master fought against 30,000 alone. He felt it was thrilling just to hear people talk about it, not to mention those who watched it on the spot. That was exactly the case. He was even more upset. It was a pity that he could not witness the legend of the master with his own eyes. How is the practice of sword cultivation going? Pei Jinye asked. Currently, I can run 7 small shotian. Sima Yingjun answered honestly. He dared not talk nonsense on such issues. 36 small shotian is a big zotian. After 9 big zotian, it is perfect. Sima Yingjun did not dare to be proud of himself for being able to practice to the 7 small shotian in nearly a month. Is it a genius? He always did what Pei Jinye told him to do, and never cheated. Not bad. Pei Jinye nodded. Show me how to do it. Sima Yingjun followed his instructions. After a while, he looked at Pei Jinye eagerly. Not bad. You can make your breath last longer. Pei Jinye instructed. Sima Yingjun listened carefully. After doing it, he found that following Pei Jinye method, his breath would be more stable, and there is a tendency to enter the 8th small cycle. He looked at Pei Jinye in surprise. Sir. Pei Jinye looked at his excitement and smiled softly. Today I will teach you another skill. Sir. I am really too excited. When Sima Yingjun heard that Pei Jinye was going to teach him a new skill, he wanted to kowtow to Pei Jinye right now. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and motioned him to sit down. This skill is called blood drawing technique. You sit down, I will teach you this method. Sima Yingjun hurriedly sat down. Half an hour later, Sima Yingjun left the main peak, muttering something, as if he was afraid of forgetting some tricks. Little brother. Sima Monli greeted him, but was ignored. She looked at Qian in surprise. Qian said he could do nothing to help. Strange. Sima Monli looked at her brother. Miss, do you want me to go over and ask? Qian asked. Forget it. Sima Monli shook her head. I'm going to the plantation. I've made some fish soup at home. It will be ready in about an instant stick of time. You can drink it with me later. Yes. Mississippi shopkeeper Qian watched Sima Monli leave, and noticed the lunch box in the hands of the young lady, and was slightly distracted. In the main peak, Sima Monli watched Pei Jinya finish the fish soup she had made, and then said, everything is going well in the plantation. But I found that there are still many places in the back mountain that can be reclaimed. Pei Jinya listened to her story and nodded. Okay. You arrange it. I will ask Si Zhanghe to arrange people to cooperate with you. Sima Monli then carried out the plan. As a legendary female businessman who was able to lead the Sima family to become a wealthy family in Nandu, Sima Monli execution and logic are absolutely excellent. Handing the plantation to her can be said to be the most correct decision Pei Jinya made. The next morning, someone from the court came, hoping to resolve the past grudges. The old emperor hoped that Pei Jinya could serve the country, lead the disciples of the U.S. sword sect to the front line, and stop the rebel Mu Wang. Pei Jinya's answer was only one word: get lost. It was also a miraculous effect. Since then, no one from the court has appeared again. 10 days later, Jiangnan, more than 10 cities including Nandu were successively taken by Mu Wang, and he was unstoppable and won victory after victory. Speaking of which, he still had to thank Pei Jinya. If Pei Jinya hadn't killed Nen Ho, causing the loss of troops in the 3 central and southern divisions, and crushing the confidence of these people, he wouldn't have been able to break through the first line of defense of the 3 central and southern divisions in 10 days. The current situation is surprisingly good. King Mu is only 3 steps away from his throne. The 2 lines of defense of the 3 central and southern divisions, and the last imperial capital. Give orders? Huazhou must be broken today. Yes. The prefect of Huazhou asked to see the Liu sword sect. I beg you to come forward. But Pei Jinya simply ignored him. The prefect of Huazhou had been seeking an audience for several times, but was not allowed to do so. He was so angry that he cursed the Liu sword sect for having no conscience, and cursed these people for betraying their master and destroying their ancestors. In the hall, Wang Shouji looked at Zuofeiji. Zuofeiji glanced at him, and said unhappily, Don't look at me, I don't know why the sword master summoned us today. You don't know? I really don't know. Before Wang Shouji could continue to ask anything, Zuofeiji quickly said, The sword master is here. Greetings, sword master. The two bowed to Si Zhanghe. Don't be shy. I asked you to come here today because of what Master Pei told me. Si Zhanghe motioned for them to sit down. Sword master, just give me your orders. Zuofeiji said seriously. Now that King Mu has attacked Huazhou, Master Pei has ordered us to protect the safety of the refugees. As for the prefect of Huazhou, Wang Shouji asked tentatively. Si Zhanghe looked at him and said calmly, The struggle for hegemony in the dynasties has nothing to do with us. What we care about is the people of Dawn. Sword master, we understand. Before the army, King Mu looked at a letter in his hand. After reading it, he looked up at Su Qianshu. Order it, no harm to all the people. Yes, brother. Su Qianshu did not leave immediately, but could not help but said, Brother, Qin who has already known his mistake, you see. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Let him continue to kneel. King Mu said lightly. Seeing this, Su Qianshu could only retreat with mixed feelings. King Mu looked towards the direction of the imperial capital. That night, nearly 100,000 troops fought in the 3 parts of central and southern China. Blood flowed like a river, and the war lasted for 3 months. It seemed that because of fear of angering a certain man, both sides maintained a certain restraint, and the area near the Liu sword sect became a blank area for fighting. No one broke this balance. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the main peak, Pei Jinya had been refining the Yuanshan mirror for half a month so far. He has only refined 1/5 of this mirror. With his current mental strength, it took him so long to refine 1/5. It is enough to imagine how crazy this mirror is. After finishing the day refining, Pei Jinya went to Sima Yingjun. When Qian saw him again, he looked like a junior and left tactfully. Sir, King Mu is not really going to be the new emperor, right? Sima Yingjun asked curiously. Pei Jinya looked at him. Why? Do you have any objection? Sima Yingjun smiled awkwardly. How dare I, a commoner, have any objection? It's just that the Su family used to show off their power in Jiangyan. Except for Prince Mu, who is very cunning. The others are really not good enough. Pei Jinya just smiled, not caring, and joked, do you want to be the emperor? Sima Yingjun was so scared that he almost fell off his butt. Sir, please don't make me feel bad. I still want to live a few more years. Promising. Pei Jinya laughed and scolded, then nodded to signal him to demonstrate the exercises. 30 minutes later, Sima Monli appeared, bringing the cooked fish soup. 3 days later, the 3 central and southern divisions were completely conquered by King Mu army. It was also at dusk on this day. King Mu army retreated 50 miles away from the U.S. Sword Sect, and he came to pay a visit in person. Su Qiansheng, meet Senior Pei. Pei Jinya turned his back to him and continued to flip through the ancient book in his hand. Su Qiansheng stared at Pei Jinya back. He clasped his fists and said, Senior, I have no ill intentions in coming here this time. If I seize the throne, everything under heaven will be in my hands, and I can use it at your will. This is my bargaining chip. I only ask you to give my Su family a chance to survive. He waited for a long time. Su Qiansheng had no intention of being slacked off. At this time, Pei Jinya's voice came, approved. Half a month later, Prince Mu led his army to the imperial city. 300,000 troops surrounded the once invincible imperial city. In this battle, all the great masters of both sides were present. From outside the imperial city to under the throne, blood flowed like a river. When Prince Mu broke through the main gate of the palace, he caught the old emperor, who was running away. Inside the main hall, there were only Prince Mu and the old emperor. Except for the old emperor unwilling roar, no one knew what Prince Mu said. That afternoon, the old emperor hanged himself on the slope outside the imperial city. No one knew how the old emperor, who was only a third-rate master, broke through the heavily guarded palace and ran away from the imperial city. But no one dared to say anything. From this day on, the dynasty changed. The ancient country of Yoguang changed its surname to Su. For the disciples of the U.S. Sword Sect, it didn't matter whether the previous dynasty won or King Mu won. Now the U.S. Sword Sect is becoming more and more stable under the management of Sima Monli, and the point system is currently being improved. The plantation is about to harvest the first batch of medicinal herbs. Looking at the rising trend, we can collect this batch of medicinal herbs in 10 days, and it is expected to be 132 plants. Sima Monli came to Pei Jinya again today with the boiled fish soup. The breeding of dragon fish is also in an orderly manner. Since Mu Wang Su Qiansheng came to the U.S. Sword Sect, the channels with the outside world have been completely opened, and the disciples of the U.S. Sword Sect have become more convenient to travel. With Su Qiansheng intentional icing on the cake, the medicinal herbs and fish eggs obtained by the U.S. Sword Sect every day are very considerable. Hard work. Pei Jinya knew that Sima Monli had been busy in the plantation for a long time and had made a lot of efforts. You are too polite, sir. Thanks to your care during this period, our Sima family has been able to survive in the troubled times. Sima Monli had been getting along with Pei Jinya for a long time, and now the fear and strangeness in her heart had dissipated a lot. Pei Jinya shook his head and did not say anything more about this matter. Then he said, you take pills these days, your body has been brought to its peak. Do you want to practice? If you do, I will teach you a method. Not to mention mastering supernatural powers, it can still prolong your life. I will learn it. Sima Monli answered very straightforwardly. This method is called blood drawing art. 10 days later, on an auspicious day, Su Qiansheng ascended the throne, changed the country name to Sheng, and decided on the country name Ancient Holy Light Country. The ceremony lasted for a day. That night, the new emperor Su Qiansheng received a gift from the U.S. Sword Sect. For him, this was something more worthy of celebration than ascending the throne. On that day, he ascended to the U.S. Sword Sect. In fact, he had already felt an extremely powerful force at the foot of the mountain. If he had entered without permission, he would have been destroyed. It was also from that day that he knew that Pei Jinya's strength was definitely not within his cognition. Knowing the current situation has always been his instinct to survive. Otherwise, he would not have been able to successfully rebel under the old emperor's nose. He looked down at the wooden box in his hand. The gift was not important. What was important was the attitude of the Liu sword sect. This showed that his attentiveness during this period had obviously worked. If he could get the favor of that person in the future, his ancient kingdom of Xinguang would have no worries about thousands of generations. Since the Liu sword sect sent the gift, its status in the ancient kingdom of Xinguang was far higher than that in the ancient kingdom of Yeguang. Su Qianxing naturally knew how arrogant the royal family of the ancient kingdom of Yeguang was. So he would not repeat the same mistake. He has repeatedly stressed the importance of the Liu sword sect, and has also issued an order that anyone who provokes the Liu sword sect will be an enemy of the royal family of the Holy Light Ancient Kingdom. Even if someone in the royal family dares to cause trouble, they will be treated as traitors. Although they are somewhat dissatisfied with Su Qianxing's attitude, they can only be angry but not speak out. Inside the main peak of the Liu sword sect, the first batch of medicinal herbs has been harvested. There is also a batch of roasted licorice, white atractalodes, and longan that can be picked the day after tomorrow. Sima Monli personally made a bowl of medicinal soup for Pei Jinya. Try it too. After Pei Jinya said that, he stopped paying attention to her, but stared at the attribute panel carefully while drinking. +11 +12 +11 +13. If I remember correctly, the effect of the first generation of Angelica is only 3 or 4 points, and the effect of the second generation of Angelica is generally over 10, and the effect has obviously doubled. Pei Jinya calculated in his mind. Very satisfied with the effect of the second generation of Angelica. There are more than 40 second generation medicinal materials that can be picked one after another. After Sima Monli drank a small sip of the medicine, her face instantly turned red, and she felt an unbearable heat. She noticed something was wrong with her body, and looked up in surprise. Pei Jinya's voice rang out, "Put aside all distracting thoughts, and practice the mental method I taught you. This breath of blood can save you at least half a month of hard training." Sima Monli knew that she had thought wrong, and quickly looked away, and began to practice the mental method according to Pei Jinya's instructions. A peak in the distance. Sima Yingjun finished his training. After walking out of his room, he saw Qian, who was in a daze, on the edge of the cliff. He looked around, and wondered, "Uncle, where is my sister? Why can't I see her recently?" The young lady went to the main peak. Qian raised his head and said, Sima Yingjun said "Oh," sat next to Qian, and handed him an apple. But Qian shook his head and declined. Sima Yingjun didn't mind, and took a big bite and said heartlessly, "Uncle, are you hungry? I remember that elders were allocated us dragon fish last night. How about having chopped pepper dragon fish for lunch?" Looking at his heartless appearance, shopkeeper Qian twitched his mouth a few times, wanted to say something but finally changed the subject. "I go prepare the ingredients." Hee. Okay. Sima Yingjun smiled foolishly. Shopkeeper Qian could only shake his head helplessly, with a doting look. He watched the siblings grow up, and witnessed Sima Monli grow from a little girl to the head of a wealthy family in everyone's eyes. "Master, if you knew about this in the afterlife, you would rest in peace." However, thinking of how frequently Sima Monli had been traveling to the main peak recently, he felt a little emotional. To be fair, he certainly hoped that Sima Monli could find her own destination. But that person was too powerful. So powerful that it made people feel that she was not from this world at all. This small Liu sword sect, or this ancient country of holy light, could not hold her. The lady was just an ordinary person. What about 100 years later? "Master, this is the young lady's own happiness. All I can do is wish her well." Shopkeeper Qian sighed in his heart. He won't live for many more years. I just hope everything is fine. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. Sima Yingjun successfully cultivated the sword cultivation technique to the first big cycle. Sima Monli personally cooked a table of dishes. Pei Jinya was in the first seat. Sword Master Si Zhanghe was on his right. Zhua Feiji, Wang Shouji and others were also invited, but these people knew what was going on, but they dared not come to join in the fun rashly. 1 or 2 of them said they were going to retreat, but they all gave gifts to congratulate Sima Yingjun. In their eyes, the relationship between Sima Monli and Pei Jinya was somewhat likely to cause misunderstandings. No one dared to bet whether Master Pei was moved or not. Anyway, it was right to give gifts. Shopkeeper Qian was also at the dinner table. He was quite reserved at first, until Sima Yingjun, who was ignorant of the world, urged him to drink. And then he started to talk more and more. It was at this time that Si Zhanghe realized that when he went down the mountain in his early years, I once met shopkeeper Qian. I didn't expect that after not going down the mountain for decades, Meishan Manor no longer exists. Si Zhanhe also sighed. At that time, he was not yet the sword master of the U.S. sword sect. He was ordered to go down the mountain to gain experience. He passed by Meishan Manor and met shopkeeper Qian grandfather. Since returning to the mountain, he has never had the opportunity to go down the mountain again. Since we are the descendants of an old friend, in the future in the U.S. sword sect, you can tell me if you have any needs. I see that your cultivation is not low. With your talent, you will be able to reach a higher level in the future. Shopkeeper Qian just shook his head and smiled bitterly. Without saying much, Pei Jinya suddenly said, Zhanhe. Master Pei. Si Zhanhe immediately became serious. You can teach him the mental method I taught you, and he will hand it over to you. Pei Jinya spoke, and Si Zhanhe was shocked. Shopkeeper Qian didn't know what happened. He didn't know what blood drawing art meant. Si Zhanhe looked at him still in a daze. He laughed and scolded, Why don't you thank Master Pei quickly? With that magic method, you will be able to practice very quickly in the future. Shopkeeper Qian hurriedly stood up after hearing this, bowed deeply to Pei Jinya, and was so excited that he didn't even know what to say. But every word of thanks was from the bottom of his heart. That day, Si Zhanhe taught shopkeeper Qian the blood drawing technique. It was also that night. Pei Jinya left the Liu sword sect and went to the sea outside the Holy Light ancient country every day to practice the Liu sword art. He practiced hard for several days. Finally, today, the proficiency of Liu sword art has been raised to the limit-breaking level. The power has increased. The tidal force caused is far greater than before. The panic caused by the surging waves made people in the nearby villages think that the sea god was angry. Many people knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Pei Jinya suddenly felt someone rushing over. He ignored it. Continued to practice. Who is this evil monster, causing chaos in the world? An angry rebuke came from the sky. A burly man holding a red blood sword. He shouted at the shadow in the whirlpool. The shadow ignored him. The strong man shouted, Little demon, you dare to be so arrogant in front of your master. Why don't you show your true form? He threw the sword. He shouted the spell. He made a seal with his hands. The sword that soared into the sky grew rapidly. The air vibrated. A strong wind rolled up. A giant sword tens of meters long condensed out. This scene was seen by people in the mountain village in the distance. They hurriedly exclaimed something about the true Lord and God, and began to kowtow crazily. However, at the moment when the giant sword fell, suddenly, a giant hand stretched out from the sea. Crack! The huge flaming sword fell apart. The bearded man's face changed in shock. What a strong monster! He just finished speaking. The giant hand slapped him away. The bearded man screamed. Before he fell into the sea, the space seemed to be blocked. A hurricane swept him and pulled him over again. The bearded man begged for mercy without even standing still. God, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Heh. Inside the Liu sword sect, Sima Yingjun let out a long breath. After practicing the blood drawing art, and then practicing the sword cultivation art, he clearly felt that the previous feeling of exhaustion disappeared. He never felt that practicing was boring. He even felt that practicing was very interesting. The feeling of gaining something every day was very fulfilling. Sister, what are you doing? Sima Yingjun looked at Sima Monli holding the needle and thread, and went forward to find a chair and sat down. I'm going to make peace and blessings for you. After Sima Monli finished speaking, she suddenly slapped Sima Yingjun's hand that was stretched towards the table. You are still working on this. Can't you just take a look? Sima Yingjun pouted. Sima Monli refused to agree to anything. Sima Yingjun suddenly said, Sister, are you making this for your husband? I just said this one looks better. Sima Monli ignored him and urged, Go and calculate the bill. They will go down the mountain to purchase tomorrow. You will pay for what you buy. Go check it. I shouldn't have opened my eyes. Sima Yingjun complained, but his body was still honest. He sat down at the table in the room, found 3 account books, picked up the pen and dipped it in ink, then blew on the tip of the pen, copied a few numbers on the paper. Sister, do you think we can live forever with the master? Sima Yingjun said, as he thought of something. Is longevity important? Sima Monli looked over. Sima Yingjun was startled. Isn't it important? He just often heard people say this. Actually, he didn't have that much obsession with immortality. It just... Sister, if we follow the master, probably the final outcome will be that he will send us away. Right? Sima Monli looked over strangely. Sima Yingjun thought, Listen to my analysis. We are ordinary people, we have just started practicing, but the master is different. I heard from Senior C this morning that the master is a Taoist master, and his lifespan will definitely be longer than ours. Stop. Stop. Sima Monli was not interested in listening to his nonsense. Hurry up and finish the bill. Sima Aingjun curled his lips. At the same time, in the sea area more than 300 kilometers away, the tide formed a huge eye of the storm. Pei Jinya glanced at him coldly. What your name? To answer the immortal master, my name is Wu Sanfa, I live in Shabalapu. Tongo. One to a country, I have an 80-year-old mother. The bearded man knelt on a huge tortoiseshell at this moment. He couldn't muster up any courage. This was not the first time he came to the Yoguang ancient country. The last time he came was 8 years ago. I vaguely remember that only the one from the Liu sword sect was very strong, and it seemed that there were no other powerful people. Why was his luck so bad today? He met an old monster when he went out. His eyes kept rolling, looking around. This wave, this breath, this momentum, my God. This old monster must have lived for many lifetimes. Old immortal, you are so generous, just treat me as a piece of shit. Bang bang bang. He didn't care about his own face, and counted a few times. Pei Jinya looked at him indifferently. One to a country. From the memories he had swallowed, there were memories of this one to a country. It was in the west of the ancient kingdom of Holy Light. The distance to meet was almost 3 times the distance from Zhongzhou to Dong'o. This kid can really walk. Comparable to the magician of the first level of body accumulation, this aroused some interest in Pei Jinya. At present, his activities in this world were limited to the ancient country. He had not traveled outside the ancient country. It was different from the new world of chaos. That world was relatively simple, with tribes invading. And every day they were either at war, or on the way to war. But this world was different. First, it could provide the techniques for cultivation. And second, under the protection of the god, he needed to pay more attention to the materials for cultivation. He had a rather partial understanding of the magicians in this world. It was rare for him to meet a living person. He was a little weak. So it was fine. He was still useful. I give you a chance to live. And report your sect? The bearded man heard this, and banged his tortoiseshell hard a few times. You are a god. The sect behind me is no match for you. You can drown them with your spit. Don't bother with him. Pei Jinya didn't respond. He gritted his teeth, stood up and said, I am responsible for my work alone. If you are angry, you can tear me into pieces. Dig out my soul and heart. Do you really think I dare not? Pei Jinya words made the surrounding waves press down directly. The bearded man who was so tough just now slid down to his knees, but he still held on. Immortal, I am responsible for my work alone. Well? Pei Jinya reached out his hand. The bearded man tried to dodge frantically, but it was useless. Early morning. The warm morning light penetrated the clouds from the sky and fell on the top of the mountain of Liu sword sect. Wu Sanfa slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the room in front of him, he was subconsciously startled. Is this the underworld? Why is it completely different from what I imagined? Where is the eerie and scary thing? Squeak. The sound of a wooden door came from the outside. Hey. He awake. Go and report to the master. This wild man is awake. A voice with an ancient accent sounded. Wu Sanfa's first reaction was why people in the underworld spoke with an accent. Then, he was stunned. Wait. Who are the savages these bastards are talking about? It can't be me? He looked up. The young disciples wearing Liu's sword sect robes surrounded him. Look. He also has 2 eyes and a nose. Do all savages look like this? Why is he glaring at me? Shua, if you glare at me again, I give you a big slap in the face. Wu Sanfa stood up suddenly. He made a hand gesture. He was about to teach these brats a lesson. He had completely come to his senses by now. This is not the underworld, it is clearly the Liu sword sect. 8 years have passed, all the goldfish he raised died, but the clothes of the Liu sword sect disciples are still so ugly. Wu Daoyu. Why do you have to argue with these juniors? Wang Shouji's voice came. Wu Sanfa's heart moved, stopped casting spells, and looked up. You are? He thought for a while. He felt that Wang Shouji looked familiar. Hello. Elder Wang. Hello. Elder Wang. The disciples in the room bowed, and greeted Wang Shouji after seeing him. You are Wang. Wu Sanfa followed the disciples' words, and acted as if he had suddenly realized something. However, the word Wang was dragged for too long. So Wang Shouji took the initiative to say with a casual look, Wang Shouji, we met 8 years ago at Tianling Peak. Oh! Yes. Yes, I remember you and Zhua. Wu Sanfa was stuck again. Senior brothers Wafeiji. Wang Shouji patiently added the explanation. Yes. 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 Wu Sanfa slapped his forehead and apologized. Sorry, I don't have a good memory. Please don't mind my offense just now. Brother Wang. Wang Shouji shook his head. Of course he wouldn't mind. Wu Sanfa looked around, somewhat hesitant. That sea area is at least a few hundred kilometers away from the U.S. Sword Sect. Even if he broke his leg, it's impossible for him to get there overnight. So, what happened? Brother Wang? Friend Wu Dao. Please feel free to speak up. Wang Shouji's attitude was still easygoing, without any change. May I ask? Wu Sanfa was a little embarrassed to speak, but seeing Wang Shouji's honest look, he leaned in and whispered, May I ask? Brother Wang, how did I come to your sect? You don't know? Wang Shouji rarely showed an unexpected expression. Wu Sanfa smiled awkwardly. I really don't know. If I knew, I could ask you? Master Pei personally brought you back last night. Wang Shouji saw that he really didn't look like he was teasing. So he took the initiative to say, You are awake now. Come with me after breakfast. Master Pei. Wu Sanfa said this title carefully. He didn't know who Master Pei was. But for some reason, the image of the terrifying boss last night naturally emerged in his mind. No way. He was shocked. Then he shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He came to the U.S. Sword Sect 8 years ago. He knew the strength of this sect too well. At best, only the senior sword master was strong enough, while the others seemed a little inferior. Besides, the people of the U.S. Sword Sect all use swords. But the one he met last night was either a powerful magician beyond his cognition, or he was probably hallucinating. The Tianshu sect is located in Wantua country, and can be said to be a first-class sect there. Si Zhongyi traveled abroad in his early years, and indeed had dealings with the Tianshu sect. So he knew the origin of Wu Sanfa. He looked at Pei Jinya, and continued, The Tianshu sect is similar to our U.S. Sword sect. We focus on swordsmanship, they focus on magic, and their attainments are very high. Of course, their magic is nothing in front of you. Pei Jinya has basically understood the magic of this world through Wu Sanfa. It is somewhat similar to the way of talismans. It just saves the medium of talisman paper. That's why Pei Jinya was interested. Master Pei, Wu Sanfa is here. Wang Shouji knocked on the door. Pei Jinya motioned him to come in. The next second, plop. Wu Sanfa knelt directly in front of Pei Jinya. How could it really be him? Pei Jinya glanced over. Wu Sanfa trembled all over, and didn't care about the expressions of Si Zhongyi and Wang Shouji. He thanked Pei Jinya sincerely. Thank you for not killing me yesterday. Immortal. Immortal. If you need me in any way, just tell me. Even if I have to climb mountains of swords and descend into seas of fire, I, Wu Sanfa, will not refuse to die. Si Zhongyi and Wang Shouji looked at each other. They both knew how arrogant the magician was. To be able to scare this guy like this. It seemed that his encounter with Master Pei last night was more interesting than they imagined. Come and sit down. Pei Jinya finished speaking. And Wu Sanfa quickly stood up like a dog and came to Pei Jinya's side. Seeing this, Si Zhongyi stood up and bowed to Pei Jinya to say goodbye. Pei Jinya did not stop him. When Wu Sanfa was the only one left in the room, he was sweating profusely. It over. Sister, what are you looking at? Sima Yingjun asked curiously. He followed Sima Monli's line of sight, and there was no one on the road below the mountain. Sima Monli retracted her gaze. How is your practice today? This was obviously to change the subject. But Sima Yingjun seemed to not understand the deep meaning of this, yawning and saying, Just finished. Sister, how is your practice going? It SOSO. Sima Monli seemed to remember something. I checked my account. She left in a hurry. On the main peak. Apart from the sect core secrets, Wu Sanfa basically said everything he could. Pei Jinya was not interested in his trivia at all. He learned a new way to activate magic from Wu Sanfa. Through the practice, the magic is cast with the guidance of qi and blood as the medium. In the Federation, the implementation of magic must be mediated by talismans, so the guidance of qi and blood gave Pei Jinya a new idea. However, it was of little help to the tempering of the body. So he didn't treat Liu's sword art with such care. Master, would you like to visit our Tianshu sect? Let not talk about anything else. Our Tianshu sect spirit wine is famous. Since Wu Sanfa saw the improvement of the cultivation of the disciples of Liu's sword sect, It's hard not to think that all this is due to the master in front of him. There is absolutely no such person in Liu's sword sect. So if Pei Jinya can recognize their Tianshu sect, then reveal a few tricks, it will surely benefit the disciples of the Tianshu sect. Pei Jinya looked at him, and he could see through his thoughts. The Tianshu sect was too far away, even for him. It would cost tens of thousands of attribute points to go there. Master, I am not bragging. Our Tianshu sect is much richer than the Liu sword sect. If you go, I will write a letter to the Tianshu sect right now. Wu Sanfa took out a paper crane from his arms, and looked at Pei Jinya eagerly. Pei Jinya looked at him, he sighed, well, since you invited me so kindly, let go. The plantation will have to wait for a while before it bears fruit. But we can go out for an outing. Seeing Pei Jinya agreement, Wu Sanfa was immediately excited, as if he had learned a peerless magic skill from Pei Jinya. He spread the tail of the paper crane, and quickly wrote a line of words, which roughly said that he had met a peerless strongman. And under his eloquent invitation, this strongman would visit their Tianshu sect. Be sure to pay attention. After writing, he folded the paper crane again, exhaled, took 2 steps, threw it outward, put his hands together, and formed a seal. The paper crane showed a green light. The speed began to increase. Wu Sanfa turned his head to look at Pei Jinya, and said respectfully, at this speed, it will be delivered in about half a month. Half a month. Pei Jinya waved his hand, and a breeze was sent out. The paper crane suddenly seemed to be assisted by God, and turned into an arrow, and disappeared from the spot. Wu Sanfa noticed something, turned his head to look, and just happened to see the scene, and was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He turned his head, and began to flatter Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya raised his hand to interrupt him. Wait for me for a moment, I leave today. Wu Sanfa was stunned, but in the blink of an eye Pei Jinya had disappeared from the spot. He opened his mouth. Finally, he smiled bitterly. This guy is also a man of swift and decisive action. He simply sat down, practiced and waited. Pei Jinya took away all the supplies that Liu's sword sect could take away. He was not sure whether Yenshin Guan, the 6th man, would launch a surprise attack when he left Liu's sword sect. He simply took what he could. A storage ring, a storage pendant, and the Qingquan bag that he had taken from the sword pavilion were all filled to the brim. During this period of practice, he had already used up 2/3 of the resources he had taken from the Jiang family, and fortunately, he had almost used them up. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be enough space for so many things. The 2nd-generation medicinal herbs planted have yielded thousands of harvests. In addition to the dragon fish and other supplies purchased from the outside during this period, they just filled the 2/3 of the gap. However, the 2nd-generation spiritual fruits in the plantation have not yet matured, which makes Pei Jinya a little regretful. But it will only take a month or 2. He can wait. Pei Jinya left with Wu Sanfa. Si Zhanghe and others saw him off in person. After watching Pei Jinya and Wu Sanfa disappear in an instant, Wang Shouji said with emotion, "One to a country is so far away. And we have to go out to sea. I don't know how long it will take for Master Pei to get there with that burden. Even if we wait, it will take a month to go there. If Master Pei flies there, it will take at most 3 days. Right? If Master Pei flies there, it will take more than 3 days. The problem is Wu Sanfa. That burden. I am not worried about Master Pei's safety at all. Who in the world can hurt Master Pei?" Si Zhanghe waited for a moment, and said, "Master Pei has instructed that everyone should follow the procedures, and not act on their own. Let work together and manage it well." Everyone clasped their fists. "Yes. Sword Master. Sister. Wendy. Let go back to the house." Sima Ingjun carefully looked at his sister's face. "Go back." Sima Monli nodded. "Today accounts have not been completed yet. I will go to do the accounts first. Wait for Sima Monli to leave." Sima Ingjun stopped and then he looked at shopkeeper Qian. "Uncle, what do you think happened to my sister?" "Miss, I don't understand either." Shopkeeper Qian smacked his lips. "Anyway, just don't mess with her these 2 days." Just when Pei Jinya took Wu Sanfa away from the Holy Light ancient country, a secret letter was delivered to the palace. But the news was suppressed. Everything was as if nothing had happened. On the sea, a medium-sized ship more than 10 meters long sailed quickly against the wind and waves. Wu Sanfa's face was shaking in the wind and waves. He swore that he had never been on such a fast ship in his life. It was more than 10 times faster than the fastest ship he had ever been on. At this speed, It would take less than 5 days to reach the shore. I just feel a little dizzy, I want to vomit. But he didn't dare to vomit in front of Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya was practicing in the cabin, and was still refining the Yuanshan mirror. Wow! A bright lightning flashed in the sky, and Wu Sanfa was so frightened that he almost jumped off the boat. He glanced at the cabin behind him quietly, and saw that Pei Jinya didn't move. So he quietly added a lightning avoidance spell to himself. He comforted himself, as a cultivator. We should ride the wind and cut the thunder. Swish! The thunder exploded. Just when Wu Sanfa was tense all over, Pei Jinya's voice came, "You hide first. I will be there soon." Before Wu Sanfa could ask anything, Pei Jinya's figure had disappeared from the boat. Wu Sanfa didn't dare to ask more. He drove the boat away quickly. But he was not sure if it was an illusion. The thunderstorm in the sky seemed to have grown stronger. I haven't been here for 8 years. The changes in this ancient country are a bit frightening. He hid on the shore, set up a lightning protection spell, looked at the sky and rubbed his chin. And suddenly his expression became serious. That it? It was originally just a dark cloud. Suddenly, the dark cloud spread, and the terrifying thunderstorm increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, it had spread over 3 kilometers. And it is still increasing rapidly. Wu Sanfa was frightened, and he stood up and prepared to run away. With his little lightning avoidance skills, it was already considered a stretch to withstand a lightning, but if it was a thunderstorm of this level, if he didn't run, he would just kneel down and die. As soon as he stood up, Wu Sanfa staggered and fell to the ground. He stared at the figure in the thunderstorm in amazement, and cried out in horror, that the immortal master. What did he see? Pei Jinya stood in the thunderstorm. This scene looked so familiar. This is the scene he saw last night in the sea area, where Pei Jinya stood alone in the center of the waves. This is a god. This is definitely a god. If anyone dares to say he is not a god, I will slap him in the face. Wu Sanfa thought, and subconsciously knelt again. Pei Jinya ignored Wu Sanfa. After coming to this world, there were too many sunny days, so he couldn't wait for the thunderstorm. It was rare to encounter one. Naturally, he urged the thunder to breathe out. He began to use lightning to temper his body. Plus 23, plus 15, plus 19, plus 22, 18. More than 10 seconds later, the dark clouds dispersed. The thunder dragon surrounding Pei Jinya disappeared. Pei Jinya opened his eyes, feeling a little unsatisfied. The 3 attribute values each increased by more than 300 points. If the lightning had existed for a longer time, he would not have ended up like this. By the way, where is that kid? Pei Jinya returned to the ground. Wu Sanfa carefully emerged from the forest. Master, I'm here. His attitude was obviously more respectful than before. You can't blame him for being scared. After all, even if someone who has awakened the extraordinary gene sees this scene, he will be scared. 3 days later, Wu Sanfa saw the other side, and stood up in surprise. During these 3 days, when he opened his eyes, the boat was moving fast. When he closed his eyes, the boat was still moving fast. When he ate, the boat was moving fast. Even if it was raining heavily, the speed of the boat was not hindered at all. Instead, it drove more smoothly. Now we are finally going to land. He now has only one idea in his mind. Rush to Tianshu sect. Let those kids roll over and kowtow. Buzz. At this moment, the flame god coffin vibrated. Conveyed the message. The energy is about to run out. It is expected to return within 3 hours, or it can return immediately. Everything is up to your will. Pei Jinya sighed. Sure enough, fortunately I packed the supplies in advance, otherwise it will be the same as last time. Wasting the opportunity in vain. Teleport. A white light flashed. At this moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. In front of him, there was a flash. Pei Jinya appeared in the back mountain of the Jiang family in an instant. After nearly 2 months in the other world, he harvested thousands of medicinal materials, and brought back a large number of dragon fish fry, and the magic stone and magic water of the Liu's sword sect. The magic stone was a small piece that Pei Jinya cut off before leaving. This world is technologically advanced. Maybe we can clone and replicate with the information obtained by Little God. Once successful, it will definitely be a killer. It means that he will have unlimited resources in the future. Splash. The water splashed. Thousands of dragon fish fry mixed into the water. In another pool, there were dragon fish, and dozens more were added. According to this situation, the current robots are not enough, and we still need to increase production. Boom! Suddenly, A big explosion suddenly occurred in a corner in the distance, and the flames that shot up into the sky were extremely dazzling in the night. Something happened. Buzz. The personal communicator received a letter of cooperation from the investigation team base. Ms. Su Jing also called. The situation is very bad. There was an explosion inside the West City prison. So far, more than 39 people have escaped, including 2 third-level criminals who have not been transferred in time. I have uploaded the information to your mailbox. Remember to check it out? I will give you a brief introduction. Qin Fuhai, male, 47 years old, spiritual system, can control shadows, transcendent level 3. Member of Spark Army. Lin Baohe, male, 35 years old, physical skills department, his martial arts cultivation has reached the middle level 3 refining internal organs. If you meet him, you should retreat. This person is very strong in martial arts, and his physical defense is not weak either. When we caught him last year, it was Chu Ti and I who joined forces with Transcendent Level 3 from other cities to capture him. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Is he also a member of Spark Army? Lin Baohe is not. He used to be a member of the Freight Department of Tianshan International. He was investigated for suspected smuggling. He killed 2 soldiers during the investigation. He was not convicted for some reasons. If he was convicted, he would definitely be sentenced to death. Pei Jinya knew the influence of Tianshan International in the 5 continents. He did not doubt that Lin Baohe was protected behind the scenes. However, the stalemate showed that there were still righteous people in the Federation who were persisting. 2 third level. And 1 is a physical skill system. Sister, you don't expect me to catch them alone. Right? Pei Jinya had no qualms about discrediting himself. He had already controlled the electronic eye in his mind to investigate. Don't panic, the military has sent experts, and people from the judgment office have also come. Your participation in this operation is mainly for gilding. You will be going to Donglo soon. A better resume will help you in the future. Sister, thank you. Okay. Stop it, don't say those mushy words. When you become a high official in the future, just remember that there is still a sister in this small Daping city. How can this be possible? At least give me a federal leader. Stop being so naive. Okay. I'm going to go out on my side too. You should be careful. Gather nearby. The special forces will pick you up. Okay. After the call ended, Pei Jinya also received Xing Tian's secret contact. I got more detailed information about the jailbreak tonight. It seems that there is a group of forces secretly helping the Xingho army in this jailbreak. You must be careful. Xing Tian told Pei Jinya all his information. Pei Jinya figure also disappeared at the same time. Brainwave control was transmitted. Can we detect the highest level awakener of this group of forces? Pei Jinya knew that he was very strong. But he still asked out of caution. Based on this behavior, the strongman sent by the other party is no higher than the 5th level. This speculation will be reported to the Daping City Operations Department. In the night, a hovercraft stopped quietly in the warehouse without turning on the lights. After the driver got off, after looking around, he came to the warehouse door and knocked on the iron door gently. Cuckoo cuckoo. The door then opened a crack, revealing a scar on his face under the moonlight. He looked around. No hooks. No. I'm the only one. And I was very careful when I came. The driver whispered. Scarface stepped aside, motioned him to come in, and then locked the iron door again. Follow me. The driver followed carefully, and it was dark all around. It was quiet without a sound. Then the two came to a red iron door. Scarface stood outside the door, knocked twice, and said respectfully, Master Lin, the person who picked you up is here. Is it arranged by water? A hoarse voice came from the room. Scarface turned his head and looked at the driver. The driver shuddered and said quickly, let go by water first, there is already a special plane waiting, and we will be able to leave Zhongzhou in 30 minutes. The door opened at this time. A naked woman fell in a pool of blood. Scarface seemed to be used to it. But this scene scared the driver. There were rumors that this Mr. Lin was greedy for money and lustful, and was moody and murderous. He killed another person not long after he came out. Behind the door, a short middle-aged man came out. He didn't have any fat on his body, and he was very strong. Especially his eyes were filled with a frightening cold light. Master Lin. The driver and Scarface nodded at the same time. This person is Lin Baohe, head of the Transportation Department of Tianshan International Daping City Branch. A third-level extraordinary awakener. Let go. Master Lin. Please. The driver bowed very carefully. Lin Baohe walked out expressionlessly. What time is the boat? The driver looked at his watch and said quickly, 8:15. Which is 7 minutes later. The higher-ups have received the news. Zhongzhou has begun to inquire about this matter. The investigation team in Dapeng City, the military, and the night patrol have all joined forces to conduct a citywide search. Fortunately, the Spark Army helped to attract firepower. Otherwise, they might not be able to get out. Okay. Let's not talk about those rubbish in the Spark Army. Lin Baohe strode away. He walked to the iron gate. He suddenly felt palpitations, as if he was being stared at by some terrifying monster. Swish. He didn't care about the driver and the scarred face beside him at all. And his figure moved. Bang bang. The iron door was smashed directly, iron pieces flew everywhere, and the explosion splashed in all directions. I don't know if it was the driver or the scarred man who screamed. Under the flying blood mist, Lin Baohe's expression was shocked and angry. The sky is falling, and the earth is splitting. I am immortal. Ah! There were rumbling explosions, and a terrifying figure dragged a scorching wind behind him, and it came instantly. The man pressed his hand on Lin Baohe's face. He suppressed all resistance of Lin Baohe with a ruthless and terrifying overbearing force. Enter the dream. 2 words pronounced the sentence. Consciousness deprived. At the moment of his death, Lin Baohe did not even see clearly who the person was. New extraordinary gene, body withdrawal. New extraordinary ability. Qi can increase the qi and blood volume by 15% in the state of burst. The physical defense is improved in this state. New skills. Iron Fist minor success 80%, Wood Kick minor success 70%, Blood Drawing Technique minor success 50%. The void shook. A bald middle-aged man, wearing the uniform of the Judgment Office, stared at Pei Jinya back. Lin Baohe? No, you are not Lin Baohe. Who are you? Pei Jinya figure disappeared instantly. Bang! When he reappeared, he had already punched the bald middle-aged man in the face. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The bald middle-aged man's whole body was like a cannonball that smashed directly into the wall dozens of meters away. He didn't take the mere 4th-level extraordinary judgment seriously at all. After devouring a large number of angel-level judges, Pei Jinya realized that not all judges were qualified to transfer the extraordinary genes of the Pseudogod series. Although the bald middle-aged man in front of him was stronger than Su Tian at the beginning, his status was obviously not as good as Su Tian. The pattern on his uniform showed that he was only a judge of the lowest level. Obviously, he was not worthy of genetic modification. Being able to genetically modify means that the Federation has at least mastered the ability to edit extraordinary genes. But it cannot be adapted to everyone. It also means that their technology is not yet perfect. Otherwise, the power of the Judgment Hall would never be limited to this. Pei Jinya. Dapeng City has noticed the appearance of a high-level awakener. The address is located in Qingshi Lane. You must be careful later. The god-killing cannon is being activated. Xing Tian did not know that the high-level awakener who appeared in Qingshi Lane was actually Pei Jinya. As a friend, he reminded him. Seeing this, Pei Jinya did not continue to attack the bald middle-aged man. Unless he uses the power of the Mother God Stone, he can't resist the god-destroying cannon. In the future, he will have to fight against the Star Ring. So it best not to use the power of the Mother God Stone. Just as he left, there was a sound of breaking air. Several awakened people wearing the uniforms of the Judgment Office appeared. The bald young man who had fainted was found in the ruins. Not dead. The middle-aged man in the lead stretched out his hand, and a ball of light appeared, shaping the shadow. Under the extraordinary, countless filaments of light floated, and the dust particles that were vented floated into the air. The light began to restore everything here under the distortion. Then everyone present looked up. Advisor Pei. The members of the Special Forces team received Pei Jinya at the intersection. It was only 3 minutes since Miss Su Jing called to notify him. No one would have thought that in these 3 minutes, Pei Jinya had killed the fugitive Lin Baohe. Old Pei. Lu Feng greeted Pei Jinya in the car. He was wearing a headset at the moment, and seemed to be communicating with the combat command room. Yes, Advisor Pei has arrived. We are heading to Qingshi Lane. Yes, received. He pointed to the communicator in his hand. Advisor Pei, it Tuan Yang call. Pei Jinya nodded, got into the combat vehicle, took the encrypted communicator from him. Tuan Yang, I'm Pei Jinya. Advisor Pei, I tell you the latest situation now. There is a suspected awakener of at least level 5 in Qingshi Lane, whose identity is unknown. There are already high-level awakeners dispatched from the Judgment Office. You don't need to go there. Go to street number 10, and cooperate with the military in the joint attack. Yes. Be careful, don't be too stubborn. Yang Shanha reminded him again. I understand. After the communication ended, Pei Jinya looked at Lu Feng and others. According to the order from the superiors, we will go to street number 10 immediately, cooperate with the military to jointly encircle and suppress the rebels. Yes. This operation is limited to the Special Operations Team. For Brother Bai, ordinary team members, like Zhou, he did not participate in the frontline battle. Pei Jinya picked up a sniper again. Specially prepared for you, Lu Feng said with a smile. Long time no see. Pei Jinya sighed. The extraordinary gene he gave to the Federation belongs to the spiritual system. He has strong blood and qi, and the martial arts is marked as the lower three realms, and has practiced physical skills and swordsmanship. Besides that, he has no other specialties. It was also by chance that the sniper bug was triggered during combat. It has not been used for a while, the crosshair has been raised enough. Right? Lu Feng asked curiously. It has been raised, right? Pei Jinya's answer made Lu Feng couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. But Pei Jinya didn't care what he thought. He clicked on his personal communicator and started to check the combat information at any time. 20 minutes later, the special forces arrived at street number 10. The scene was in chaos. The military and the Spark Army had been fighting for half an hour. Bullet holes and traces of cutting could be seen everywhere on the street. The firelight shining in the night was like a demon with fangs and claws in the night. Even Lu Feng felt cold all over. The other party has been forced to the deep sea building, now prepare for a strong attack. Advisor Pei, I heard that you can use a sniper? The voice of the head of the military department came from the headset. In this operation, our investigation team is only assisting, you professionals go, and we are responsible for raiding the battlefield. Pei Jinya was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. The other party did not rule out the possibility of a 5th-level awakener. With the ability of these people, they might not be able to stop the other party. He just came here to play soy sauce. It okay to shout and kill, but are they really going to take action? The military sent someone who didn't expect Pei Jinya to say this, stunned for a moment. Pei Jinya urged, our investigation team has set up an ambush point at a nearby street corner. You can start at any time, but I suggest you apply for high-level support. Judging from the current situation, it is possible that the other party is deliberately misleading you. Just do your job well. The head of the military department said stiffly. Pei Jinya was not surprised by this attitude. Anyway, he said everything he should say. And if something goes wrong, the blame cannot be put on him. Lu Feng sat next to Pei Jinya. He glanced at the fire coming out of the building in the distance and whispered, they have already started the strong attack. Pei Jinya nodded. Tell the brothers to be careful. The other party was able to explode and hold on until now. Their strength is unquestionable. And I am worried. They have a bigger plan. Lu Feng listened to the words thoughtfully, and then thought of something, and whispered, that makes sense. Lin Baohe has successfully escaped during the chaos. There is no reason for the Xinghu army to remain in a stalemate. But what do they want to do? Pei Jinya was also thinking, and asked casually, have all the other escaped criminals been captured? Most of them have been captured. I heard that the checkpoint set up by the Night Patrol Division 10 minutes ago was breached. It is not clear whether they have been captured. Lu Feng shook his head and said. Pei Jinya nodded. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the deep sea building. Lu Feng and others stood up one after another. They looked shocked. This explosion. How many bombs did the Spark Army prepare? What is the Night Patrol doing? They can't even find this? Who knows how much explosives they have? Are they going to blow up the entire Doping city? Everyone hesitated. Just then, Pei Jinya suddenly received a notification from Xingtian. The movement of the Spark Army has been discovered. Their target is the armory. Armory? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. The armory is not close to here. Even if you drive there, it will take more than 40 minutes. What in the armory? In addition to weapons? It is still under investigation. Before Pei Jinya could continue to say anything, the top of the deep sea building seemed to be cut off by a beam of light. The huge roof was like a night curtain, falling downward under the flames. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, a beam of light rushed out from a distance, and the falling speed of the roof of the floor that flew out slowed down instantly. The people from the judgment office arrived. 3 figures rushed into the deep sea building. Soon, explosions sounded one after another. As the people in the building rushed out, Pei Jinya led Lu Feng and his men to attack. Fortunately, The strength of the people who rushed out was not high. Although the battle was intense, the area guarded by Peijia was not breached. The people of the Spark Army had no choice but to retreat and break through from other locations. The battle lasted for more than an hour. Only one member of the special forces of the investigation team was slightly injured. It was because he was scared and sat on a sharp stone. This unlucky guy was laughed at by the whole team. I wish I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Early the next morning, as soon as Brother Bai and Zhou Yi met, they started to discuss the battle last night. I heard that it was another joint battle between the three departments. It was too intense. The Spark Army fought desperately and finally escaped. However, the third level who escaped before was caught again, and was caught by the people of the Judgment Office. I'm afraid he will be tortured. Oh, how miserable. When Brother Bai heard what Zhou Yi said, he immediately raised his eyebrows. After looking around, he glared at him and said, "What do you mean by fighting to the death? And what do you mean by being miserable? There's something wrong with your ideological awareness." It was a slip of the tongue. Zhou Yi laughed dryly. Brother Bai ignored him. With such a big commotion last night, I'm afraid many people will lose their jobs. Who do you think will leave? I'm afraid the prison will be cleaned up. Will our investigation team be dealt with? It would be a huge loss if Captain Yang was removed. Little brother, you don't understand this, right? First, we deal with some of the deputy positions. The prison is definitely to blame, and the rest of the departments will be warned at most. Brother Bai, you really understand. Zhou Yi gave a thumbs up. Brother Bai sneered, but he still found it very useful. Gu Wudong appeared hurriedly at this time, looking around. Isn't Peijia here? He is here, says he has something to do. Let me later. Zhou Yi gestured. Gu Wudong sat down, then said mysteriously, "What happened last night?" "We are talking about it." Zhou Yi interrupted. And then his eyes lit up and said, "Tell me quickly. Tell me. Do you have any secret information?" "It's not a secret. I just found out that Lin Baohe of Tianshan was killed on the spot last night. When the people from the Judgment Office traced back to the scene, they found that the person who did it was actually from Tianshan International." Ah? Killing their own people? What secret did Lin Baohe know that made them kill people to silence them? But Tianshan International should also be controlled. What a barren thing. Zhou Yi curled his lips. Gu Wudong shook his head and said, "I'm afraid it's difficult. Several vice presidents of Tianshan International have connections with the federal headquarters. If you want to bring it down, you must first clean up some big tigers in the federal headquarters. I suggest that we should start with." Just as Zhou Yi was about to say something, he was kicked by Brother Bai. "Your suggestion is bullshit, eat." Zhou Yi was stunned and looked up. Not far away, Minister Gao and others from the base passed by. He quickly lowered his head, pretend to know nothing. Gu Wudong glanced at Minister Gao back, then lowered his voice and said, "You may not know yet, the Spark Army was actually making a feint to the east and attacking in the west last night, making such a big commotion in the deep sea building. Actually it was for the armory." "Armory?" Zhou Yi was stunned and wondered, "For the munitions? I was wondering where they got so many bombs." "No, it's the sealed object. The armory has the sealed object hidden in it. This was something no one had expected. It was because the other party had obtained the seal that a large number of members were able to successfully retreat. To me, Chen Fuhai was a real man. He knew he couldn't escape. So he simply rushed forward to attract fire. I heard that when he was caught, he was stabbed at least 17 times. Fuck, hiss. Isn't this painful?" Zhou Yi screamed. Brother Bai raised his eyebrows slightly. "Seal? There are actually seals hidden in the armory. The armory hides the sealed object. Why didn't we know about this?" In the meeting room at this moment, Lu Haoshan, deputy head of the investigation team, said indignantly. On the screen, a general in the military said expressionlessly, "We are still following up on this matter. Why didn't you report it in time?" Lu Haoshan snorted coldly. Arguing with the military. Everyone knows that. Last night action was a failure overall. Lu Haoshan came forward at this moment to get rid of the blame of their investigation team. While both sides were arguing, Peijia sat next to Yang Shanhe. Lost in thought. He didn't fight the real masters of the Spark Army last night. If there weren't so many people around him, he would have probably tried to snatch the seal. It is said that the seal can materialize black fog into pride vision. Sounds good. I want it. The meeting lasted for a full hour and a half. Finally, the instructions from Zhongzhou were received. Those who should resign should resign. As for the military, and the investigation team. They were also warned and their bonuses were deducted. Many high-ranking members of the investigation team were indignant. What else do you want us to do? Advisor Pei personally led the team to successfully snipe the rebels. This is a credit no matter how you look at it. As for the armory, that is not our scope. Everyone was indignant. Finally, the scene ended in Ms. Su Jing's office. She personally poured a cup of tea for Pei Jinya. You didn't think too much, did you? What should I think about? Pei Jinya took the tea. Ms. Su Jing shook her head. This is the environment, maybe when you go there, you will have a chance to change all this. Pei Jinya did not comment. He was thinking about his own plantation. It should be a good harvest today. Medicinal herbs plus 300 plants. Lin Bao's personal account is completely unlocked. Deposit plus 214,3990 star coins. April 7th. 10:10. Pei Jinya left Ms. Su Jing's office, looked at his watch, and went to the restaurant. Brother Bai, Zhou Yi and Gu Wudong were all there, and the three of them were discussing what happened last night. There were not many people in the restaurant at the moment, and the lights were not turned on, making some corners very dark. After seeing Pei Jinya appear, Gu Wudong and Zhou Yi pulled him to talk about what happened last night. It was not something that needed to be kept secret, so everyone was very direct. But unfortunately, Pei Jinya did not have much experience in combat. He only said that the Judgment Office finally came forward to solve everything. The Judgment Office is a bit too awesome. Zhou Yi couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Gu Wudong glanced at him, and couldn't help but laugh. Brother, that the Judgment Office, those who can enter there are at least A-level potential. Those Judgment envoys who participated in the battle last night were not strong, and they solved all the problems in a simple way. I remember there was a judge named Su Tian before, Zhou Yi suddenly said. Brother Bai looked at him. The dead are the greatest. Gu Wudong nodded and said, Su Tian's rank is much higher than the person last night. It seems that something big happened recently. Many senior personnel are not allowed to go out at will. What big thing? Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked curiously. However, Gu Wudong shook his head. I don't know the details. It seems that something went wrong in Dong-O. Didn't Brother Nine die a while ago? Pei Jinya couldn't help but look over. Goddamn Brother Nine. Are you all free at noon today? If you are free, I will treat you to hot pot. Pei Jinya interrupted the chatter. Of course there is. I'm fine too. Brother Bai and Zhou Yi answered straightforwardly. Pei Jinya looked at Gu Wudong. Gu Wudong smiled and said, I take a leave now. It no big deal. Inside Pei Hot Pot restaurant. Pei Jinya hasn't been here for a while. I just found out that the dishes have been updated. Your restaurant is really popular. Big Brother whispered, looking around. The customer flow is really large. Just a small fight. Pei Jinya smiled, handed over the menu. After placing the order, Pei Jinya chatted with the three people. Just at this time, a phone call came in. Xiao Yi, where are you? Come out to play. A familiar voice. It was Tang Huiyang at first glance. Pei Jinya couldn't help laughing and said, Brother Yang, are you back to Daping City? Yes, I just got back this morning. Where are you? I go out and treat you to a meal. Tang Huiyang had been away from Daping City for a while. At this moment, he didn't know that Daping City had undergone earth-shaking changes. Tell me your location, I have someone pick you up. It just so happens that I have a few friends here, so let's get to know each other, Pei Jinya said. After hanging up the phone, Gu Wudong looked curiously. Your friend? Pei Jinya nodded. A good friend I met when I was practicing martial arts. We are all family members. When he said that, everyone understood. Gu Wudong immediately smiled and said, Your brother is my brother. But I can practice martial arts with you. You must be very strong. Right? Pei Jinya looked at him and said with a smile, Are you itching to practice? I go to your place to practice. I haven't seen him for a while. I don't know how much stronger he has become. Haha. Sure. Sure. It's really boring to fight with you. Let's see if this brother can do it then, Gu Wudong said eagerly. Not long after, Pei Jinya picked up Tang Huiyang downstairs. Compared to his fair and tender appearance before, Tang Huiyang's skin is now darker, and he looks like he is often exposed to the sun and wind. Old Pei. Tang Huiyang stretched out his arms, and hugged Pei Jinya tightly. I'm back. Pei Jinya also patted Tang Huiyang on the back. How many days do you plan to stay this time? I take a break for half a month. It's too chaotic outside. I almost lost my life several times, but... Hee hee. I'm a supernatural second level. Tang Huiyang blinked. You are good. It's been a while since we last met. It seems that going out for training is still very useful. Pei Jinya praised. Tang Huiyang smiled. I went to Dongzhou last month and met Sister Xiaoyong. She also asked about your practice. Pei Jinya smiled. Why didn't she send me a message and ask me directly? I sent her a message during the holiday last time, and she didn't reply to me. Tang Huiyang shook his head. Her phone was broken, I couldn't contact her. I happened to be in Dongzhou at that time. I went to their school to find them. It seemed like there was some kind of training meeting, and they were going to select candidates. I was too lazy to practice. So I ate with me for 10 minutes. And then went to practice. Really? You two are really crazy about practicing. Pei Jinya shook his head and laughed. Let go. I take you up. The 3 people above are all our people. Okay. Wait a minute. Tang Huiyang suddenly froze and raised his head to point to the sign above his head. Pei? Is it yours? Pei Jinya nodded and smiled. Go and try it. Give me some advice. You're good. I haven't seen you for a few months, and you become a big boss. Tang Huiyang patted Pei Jinya's shoulder vigorously, feeling very happy for his good brother. Pei Jinya also smiled. Take Tang Huiyang upstairs to the box. This is Niufang Bibi. Hello. Bye, my name is Tang Huiyang. Hello. Hello. This is Zhou Yi. This is Gu Wudong. Gu Wudong? I know you. As soon as Tang Huiyang saw Gu Wudong, he immediately extended his hand and asked enthusiastically, have you ever served in the South Continent Cobra Force? Huh. Did you know? Gu Wudong was a little surprised. I have a master who also served in the Cobra Force. He mentioned you to me when you were not awakened yet. You killed the Awakeners by yourself. Brother Bai and Zhou Yi looked at Gu Wudong in shock. Is it true? You were so awesome before? Gu Wudong looked at Zhou Yi unhappily. Damn, what kind of look? I used to be awesome. Okay. Please sit down. Pei Jinya, as the host, waved. Tang Huiyang was not an introvert. After the atmosphere became heated, he started to treat Zhou Yi and Gu Wudong as brothers. After eating and drinking, Brother Bai and Pei Jinya each drove a car and set off to Gu Wudong private club. Tang Huiyang and Gu Wudong had a fight. Both of them brought protective gear and used knives. But Tang Huiyang used a two-handed knife. The common weapon in ancient martial arts is the horizontal sword. Brother Bai and Zhou Yi acted as spectators. The battle was much simpler and more direct than what the two wanted. Tang Huiyang's swordsmanship was much more ferocious than before, which was probably related to his travels. People who have truly seen life and death are still different from ordinary people. Pei Jinya could also sense some vague murderous intent from him. This is definitely the momentum of people who have killed people. Come to think of it, he could improve so fast in a few months, it would be impossible if he had never seen blood. 10 moves later, Tang Huiyang's two-handed sword pierced Gu Wudong's throat, but was blocked by the protective gear. But he was also hit in the chest by Gu Wudong's sword, and flew backwards and hit the wall. Hua la la. Dust drifted away. Brother Bai and Zhou Yi were both shocked. Fuck. What a fierce sword technique. Zhou Yi cursed directly, and looked at Tang Huiyang with lingering fear. This young man looked even smaller than himself. But he was so ruthless, as if he had experienced many battles, he couldn't help but look at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya had already pulled Tang Huiyang up from the ground. Tang Huiyang rubbed his chest. Damn. Brother, you are really strong. He coughed hard a few times. He coughed out the bloody phlegm in his chest, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth without caring. Gu Wudong said unhappily, if you are not strong, your two knives can kill me directly, but is Ripper Lin Shuguang your master? This move is a bit similar. Haha. Lin Shuguang is indeed my master. Tang Huiyang nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Wudong suddenly realized, no wonder, Lin Shuguang was my instructor before, his skill of disemboweling is of great origin. I asked him to teach me at the beginning but he refused. I didn't expect that he would be willing to teach you. By the way, how is Instructor Lin now? Very well, he showed me a photo 2 days ago. Killed a 100-meter giant python in the jungle of Nanzhou. Tang Huiyang laughed. Gu Wudong laughed. Instructor Lin is still strong and healthy. He tore off his armor. Just as he was about to invite people to have tea, Tang Huiyang suddenly looked at Pei Jinya. Jinya, want 2 moves? Everyone was stunned. Gu Wudong shook his head and laughed. This kid is a little ignorant. Okay. Pei Jinya agreed happily. Tang Huiyang took a deep breath, holding the knife with both hands. Get ready, my knife is very fast. Pei Jinya nodded, said, Okay, start anytime. Then I attack. Bang! Tang Huiyang double swords were directly shaken away, and he crashed into the wall, and all the blood and phlegm in his chest were spit out. Fuck. Cough cough cough. Gu Wudong handed over a towel, shook his head and said, you really are. Lao Pei is now a third level extraordinary, and his strength is amazing. Even I am not his opponent, and you still want to challenge him. You are really inhuman. Tang Huiyang waved his hands, and finally felt that his breathing was smooth. He lowered his head, and looked at the double swords that had been bent on one side. He exclaimed, too outrageous, I thought I could catch up with you a little bit with such rapid progress, but I can't catch up at all. Gu Wudong looked at him, raised his thumb, your courage is commendable, but don't lose heart, you can fight me equally, which shows that your foundation is still good. Zhou Yi saw this kid flattering himself, and he couldn't stand it. Pei Jinya looked at Tang Huiyang, your swordsmanship is fierce, but your blood is a little weak, you didn't practice the blood-drawing art before. Right? No. Tang Huiyang shook his head, I heard about Master Cheng, so I didn't continue to practice. You are so stupid. Although he made a mistake, this technique is not a side door. What are you afraid of? Pei Jinya continued, the blood-inducing art will help you. If you practice well, you can strengthen your blood and strengthen your body. When you use your swordsmanship in the future, the power will be more than 3 times stronger. Tang Huiyang was stunned. At this time, Gu Li patted him on the shoulder. Brother, I advise you to listen to old Pei. What he said is right. Brother, I was able to break through the second level because I talked to him whenever I had something to do. Tang Huiyang's expression was even more shocked. After a few months of separation. Good guy, I can't see through Pei Jinya. This little brother. In the afternoon, Gu Wudong followed Brother Bai and Zhou Yi back to the base of the investigation team. Tang Huiyang and Pei Jinya went to a nearby tea house to chat. Last November, we were still practicing with Master Cheng. I didn't expect him to do such a weird and dirty thing. When Master Cheng was mentioned, Tang Huiyang's expression became complicated. In a sense, he really regarded Master Cheng as his master. But what Master Cheng did was unacceptable. Am I being a little hypocritical? Tang Huiyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Pei Jinya understood his emotions and did not belittle him. He just said slowly, everyone can see that you are loyal and righteous. Don't put too much psychological burden on yourself. Everyone has their own choices and must bear the consequences of their choices. No matter what Master Cheng does, he will bear the consequences himself. You don't need to empathize with him. Tang Huiyang was silent for a moment, nodded, and said seriously, thank you. Jinya, I feel much better. Pei Jinya picked up the teacup and clinked it with his. Did you encounter anything interesting outside? Speaking of this, Tang Huiyang's interest also increased a bit. Yes. I just found out that there are ancient tribes in Nanzhou. They believe in totem power. You won't believe it if I tell you that Master Lin was almost kidnapped and taken back to marry their saint. Luckily, he ran fast. Once the tribe married, when the saint gave birth to a child, Master Lin had to be killed to show his loyalty to the saint. Really? I hired a group of mercenaries to rescue Master Lin. The extraordinary people in that tribe were very strange. They could use the power of totems to become stronger. If the saint was not a reasonable person, I might not have escaped unscathed in the end. Tang Huiyang also sighed, really? Go out more while you are young. Really? Sometimes you don't know how wonderful the outside world is. Pei Jinya smiled and picked up the teacup. By the way, Sister Xiaoyong has broken through to the 3rd level of transcendence. Tang Huiyang said, I heard that they have a 2-year advanced study program at Longcheng Wuda. If you can go there, after 2 years of practice, you will have a good chance to break through to the 4th level directly, and directly enjoy the treatment of a lieutenant in the military. It's really comfortable to go to school and get money. But the people here are really hardworking. Your practice speed is not weak either. Pei Jinya smiled. I'm not kidding. It only been a few months, and Tang Huiyang's strength has reached the 2nd level of extraordinary. Whether at the speed of practice, or the moves he uses, they are no longer as immature as before. Tang Huiyang scratched his head embarrassedly. Lucky, lucky. He changed the subject. What are your plans next? Practice honestly, and be a decent person. Pei Jinya said. Tang Huiyang was stunned, shook his head and smiled. You are now at the 3rd level of extraordinary. Have you chosen a university? I go to Longcheng Wuda. Tang Huiyang was stunned. Oh my god, I'm really going to Longcheng Wuda? Damn, I'm envious. What are you envious of? With your current strength, you can definitely go to Longcheng. Pei Jinya shook his head. I'm not good at academic subjects. If I go for special recruitment, I must be a third-level extraordinary student. So it's a bit difficult for me to go to Longcheng. Tang Huiyang also shook his head, but still enviously said, the first famous university in the Federation, the dream of many people, good fellow, I knew you would definitely go to Longcheng. What about you, what are your plans? Pei Jinya asked. Tang Huiyang pondered for a moment and said, to be honest, I am quite familiar with Nanzhou now. I will either take the entrance exam for Nanzhou Wuda in June, or I will follow my master recommendation and find a job in Nanzhou. But my family wants me to get a diploma first, otherwise it will affect my promotion, salary and so on. The trip to Nanzhou has made Tang Huiyang lose his youthfulness. The two talked for a long time. They talked about the days when they practiced together, and also talked about their vision for the future. When Pei Jinya left, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Tang Huiyang returned to his hometown, and would stay in Daping City for the next half-month. Jinya. Pei father was working as a gardener on the balcony, and when he looked up, he saw Pei Jinya coming home. Where mom? Pei Jinya said, closing the door. She resting in the bedroom. Pei father got up and came over, and saw what Pei Jinya was holding in his hand. He was surprised and asked, what are you doing? I brought some medicinal herbs suitable for you. You can eat one of these fish every half a month. Don't be greedy. Your body cannot accept their blood and qi. Pei Jinya put the medicinal herbs he brought into the refrigerator, and put the 5 processed dragon fish into the freezer. Father Pei came forward and saw the dragon fish, and was surprised and asked, did you catch it? It big enough, is it 15 pounds? Almost, 17, 18 jeans. Without disturbing Pei mother, Pei Jinya took Pei father through the training process. And then said, I will leave for Dong'o for further study next week. So soon? Isn't the college entrance examination in June? Pei father looked over in surprise. I'm in the early batch, Pei Jinya said. He didn't explain that he was in a training class, which was different from an ordinary class. At the beginning, Cui Min and Hansen both wanted to use the identity of the investigation team as a springboard, let Pei Jinya participate in further studies, and return to the professional path as soon as possible. In this way, Pei Jinya only needs 2 years to return to Zhongzhou, take up a senior position, and enter their circle. But things did not go as planned. Cui Min's accidental death and Hansen's arrest caused Pei Jinya's career path to deviate from expectations. Without the support of the highest level of power, if Pei Jinya had no luck in 2 years, he would not be able to integrate into the senior circle of Zhongzhou after returning to Zhongzhou. This is inevitable. The current Zhongzhou counselor Wang Lu will definitely not include the previous leftovers into his core circle. But just as Ms. Su Jing said, in 2 years, no one knows what will happen, let alone whether the old man Wang Lu can hold on. In these 2 years, Pei Jinya will be included in the elite personnel training range if he can break through to the 4th level of extraordinary. Even if Wang Lu refuses to accept, the other 4 continents will also scramble for Pei Jinya talent. Pei Jinya also knows this truth. As for when to expose his extraordinary 4th level, it depends on the timing. Maximizing benefits is what he pursues. Perhaps 2 years later, the 5 continents may undergo different changes. 2 days passed in a flash. Newly added Dark Undead Summoning Extraordinary Gene Fragment +1 after receiving today, Extraordinary Gene Fragment. Pei Jinya came to the restaurant in the back mountain of the Jiang family. He has issued instructions one after another in the past 2 days. After he leaves Daping City, Jiang Qingsan will gradually hide behind the scenes, and Lin Shibei will be his spokesperson. The current chairman of the Jiang group has no complaints about this. Some time ago, the family 3 billion assets were almost robbed by outsiders. He is now more obedient than before. Jiang Xinqing, who has been following Pei Jinya, has also been trained by him in swordsmanship. Now he has completely secured the position of the 3rd level of transcendence. Although at that time, he will not be in Zhongzhou, but he can be controlled remotely, with his current control over Daping City. As long as no high-level awakener suddenly appears, the Jiang family will not be destroyed. Of course, Xingtian will remind them in real time. It has now completely become Pei Jinya's accomplice. That night, Inshu suddenly sent a message. However, this news officially made Pei Jinya frown. Something happened to Inshu. This was his first thought. Because Inshu never expressed something so concisely, they usually talk a lot of nonsense before they start talking about business. This concise statement sounds like the tone of other people. However, Peijia replied calmly and asked for the address. The location the other party told him was in the mountains bordering Daping City and Stormwind City. In the forest. It was quiet. Inshu stood there, motionless. Suddenly, a chuckle came from the shadows. You are more cautious than I thought. Come out. Demon King, I am Zhu. Zhu? Elder Zhu, who is on equal footing with Elder Wuji and the old gods. When Peijia heard the other party name, he thought of the sealed object Anonymous that he had borrowed from him. Good fellow, the creditor came directly to the door. Peijia figure emerged from another shadow. Inshu was now brought here by the other party, which was also a warning. Elder Zhu, what do you mean? The burly man with a blood-red mask looked at Peijia with interest. They say you have a simple temperament. I really believe it. You took my things. Are you not going to return them? Shizhou. In a certain courtyard, Elder Wuji was fishing, and suddenly sensed something. Go check Zhu whereabouts. Ripples appeared in the void, and someone disappeared. At the gate of the courtyard, the voice of the white fox came from far away. What happened today? I can feel a murderous intent from a long distance. Who is so blind as to offend you? Elder? What are you doing here again? Elder Wuji glanced at her, and did not show any favoritism to her because she was a woman. Oh! I'm annoying again. I wanted to tell your demon king about a chance. But since you find me annoying, forget it. Just as the white fox was about to leave, Elder Wuji's voice came. What do you want to drink? The white fox rolled his eyes at him, and walked over and sat opposite Elder Wuji. No need to drink. So as not to be annoying again. Elder Wuji poured her a cup of spiritual tea. Tell me about it. I got the news that a batch of new cultural relics were unearthed in the Federation. I provide the information. You let the Demon King lead the team. How about splitting the things 50-50? The white fox looked over. The Wuji elder did not answer her immediately, but played with the rim of the cup. The white fox seemed to be waiting impatiently. What do you want to say? If you don't want to say it, forget it. She made a gesture to leave. The Wuji elder then spoke slowly. Are you talking about the ancient tomb in Shizhou? The white fox smiled. Elder, please don't lie to me. I only trust you and the Demon King in this matter. If there is nothing to do, I will do it myself right now. But this is just talk. If she could do it herself, she would not think of looking for the Demon King. Your business is too risky. Elder Wuji shook his head. Give the Demon King 70%. White Fox sneered. Tisk, Elder. You are too contemptuous of the Demon King. He can destroy the 7th level Golden Angel by himself, so this kind of thing is not a problem. Elder Wuji did not speak. At this time, the breeze came slowly, and the water rippled. A mysterious man covered in a white robe appeared, knelt on one knee and said, It has been found out that Zhu left Shizhou and tracked down the whereabouts of the Demon King. Boom! The airflow exploded. The killing intent on the body of Elder Wuji was almost solidified. At this moment, even Baihu felt frightened. But she knew what Elder Wuji wanted to do. So she said in a deep voice, Don't worry too much. Elder Zhu will not do anything reckless. He is getting more and more excessive. Elder Wuji said in a deep voice. White Fox paused. You should know that the Demon Bone is on the Demon King. And the Demon Bone is very important to Zhu. I will come forward. Elder Wuji did not speak, but stared at White Fox indifferently. At this moment, White Fox felt a chill. In the mountains and forests where Daping City and Stormwind City are located, Peijia stared at the burly man in front of him wearing a blood-red mask. What do you want? Anonymous, I can give it to you. But I need you to do me a favor. The burly man said slowly. Peijia looked cautious. What help? The burly man did not answer immediately, but said slowly, There has never been anyone in this world who can actively absorb the Devil Bone. Only the sacrifices chosen by the Devil Bone, Demon King. Your code name is also very interesting. It seems to have a cause and effect with the devil. Peijia looked at him expressionlessly, then signaled Inshu with his eyes. Inshu shook his head and lowered his voice. I'm fine, I just got some internal injuries. Peijia nodded and handed over a small pill to restore chi and blood. Then he looked at the burly man and interrupted him. I have something else to do. Can you stop talking nonsense and get down to business? The burly man was not angry because of Peijia's attitude. On the contrary, he looked at Peijia with interest. I studied your behavior. You are very straightforward and lack awe for the strong. Perhaps this is the subtle influence of the Devil Bone on people. I can help you, as long as you provide me with your blood. Blood? Pagenia sneered. Why don't you just say it directly? You want my DNA information. Too straightforward words often make people feel bored. Don't they? The burly man shrugged. Pagenia looked calm, and said lightly, You are also disgusting now. That a pity. But you can't bear the power of the demon bone, either give me your blood, or you give me the magic bone. The burly man said without any scruples. Pagenia's face turned cold. What if I don't give it to you? I am helping you. The magic bone will change your will at any time. You can't control it. You will eventually become a sacrifice to the demon god. I have told Wuji before that he always thinks that he can find other ways. But in fact, except digging the magic bone out of your body, there is no other way. You just want the demon bone. Don't you really have to say it so high-soundingly? Pagenia sneered. The burly man looked away. Don't force me. As soon as the words fell, Pagenia's figure disappeared directly on the spot. It seemed that countless surging and hot air waves were dragged behind him. Under the sonic boom, there was only the smell of burning in the air. The burly man looked expressionlessly at the large piece of soil that suddenly rose into the air in front of him, and disdained the tall curtain that rose in front of him. The terrifying howling wind raised a shadow that made people tremble with fear. However, suddenly, a pair of huge red vertical pupils emerged in the shadow. Beyond the Northwest Sea, north of the Chishui River, there is Jiangwei Mountain. There is a god, with a human face and a snake body in red. Obscure words emerged from the sky from the burly man. The huge figure emerging from the shadows seemed to break through the sea. This was obviously just a forest. However, the sound of waves hitting the sea was heard. The silver technique that suddenly dodged only felt frightened. Demon King, she muttered to herself. Bang! An equally terrifying and huge fist appeared. This punch was extremely vicious. It exploded and pressed down. It caused the winds in all directions to explode. It slammed hard on the blood-red giant shadow. It was like a huge thunderclap, and the hidden pressure exploded at this moment. It was like the sound of a balloon being punctured. The huge red figure collapsed in all directions. The burly man paused. Under the mask, the eyes hesitated for the first time. This shouldn't be right. Bang! He stretched out his hand without warning, and grabbed Pagenia's fist. His eyes revealed a deep inquiry and confusion. Who are you? Me? Pagenia sneered. He punched ruthlessly. Bang! The burly man disappeared from the spot. Bang, bang, bang. The 100-meter-tall ancient tree behind him seemed to be directly broken by some terrifying force, and countless wood chips flew. Pagenia did not move forward. Instead, he flashed to Inshu's side and pulled her up. Are you okay? Inshu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, shook her head, and said, Nothing. Let go. Pagenia gestured. Inshu nodded. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air behind him. A scarlet track, with a sharp explosion, pierced Pagenia back. Demon King, be careful. Inshu issued a warning, trying to cut off the silver light rushing towards him. It's just that Pagenia is faster. The space solidified. He flipped his hand, his unparalleled strength gathered directly on his hand, and grabbed it back. The scarlet light exploded directly. Pagenia turned his head and looked at the figure in the ruins 100 meters away. Elder Zhu. Right? Do you believe that I will kill all your subordinates when I turn around? The burly man shook off the branches on his body. Inorganic can't cultivate a monster like you. It must be the devil bone. You can actually master the power of the devil bone. This has never happened in thousands of years. Who are you? Pagenia lowered his gaze. He had the intention to kill. But the void trembled. 3 familiar figures emerged. Elder Wuji, Elder Baihu, and the trembling Lu Hai. Zhu, you are looking for death. Elder Wuji noticed the state of Pagenia and Inshu, and immediately shouted angrily, and the terrifying power pressed down on the distant figure without warning. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Wuji, you are crazy. Under the huge sound wave, the burly man was shocked and angry. White Fox sighed, and did not intervene. Turned his head to look at Pagenia. Whispered, You kid, can't you be a 9th level? The 9th level battle was enough to destroy this mountain range. However, Elder Wuji and Zhu seemed to know the lethality of the 2 men at full strength, so they both kept a backup plan. Despite this, Zhu was still injured by Elder Wuji, and fled far away. He probably wouldn't dare to return to the headquarters of the Old God Association in the short term. Elder. Pagenia nodded when he saw Elder Wuji return. That guy is a lunatic. He has always coveted the magic bone on you. But the magic bone is indeed a troublesome thing. Elder Wuji frowned. When Tianma Jing achieved the unparalleled demon body, I was indeed worried that you would be influenced by him. If that day really comes, I will ask you for help. Pei Jinya also confessed. And suddenly laughed. Elder, you won't just watch me die, right? Elder Wuji looked at him seriously. Just keep it in mind. I won't interfere in your affairs. This is the promise I made to you before. Thank you for your understanding. Pei Jinya nodded. This is not a master-disciple relationship, but the two of them were more like master and disciple, which made Baihu curl his lips repeatedly. I say, brat, you can force you to retreat, which is really a bit outrageous. Pei Jinya looked over and said lightly, if it weren't for your face, I would kill him like a chicken. Baihu said faintly, I said you are fat, and you are out of breath. Right, Elder. You don't care about your demon king. Elder Wuji didn't pay any attention to this crazy woman at all, looking at Lu Hai, taking Shu back to the headquarters to heal first. He looked at Yin Shu again. Supernormal level 4 is still too weak. Next, I will arrange special training for you, so that you can assist the Demon King as soon as possible. Yes, Elder. Yin Shu pouted aggrievedly, and looked at Pei Jinya. After Pei Jinya gave her a look, she felt relieved. After Lu Hai took Yin Shu away, Elder Wuji glanced at Baihu, and then looked at Pei Jinya. Don't worry about Zhu. Next, I will deal with him. He did it this time. No matter who it is. He can't be saved. Hearing him say this, Baihu glanced at him with resentment, and did not intend to intervene in the fight between the two big guys. Wuji, I hope you can understand me. I am a businessman, and I will not intervene in some things. Elder Wuji said lightly, it's good that you know it in your heart. Pei Jinya was about to say something, but suddenly heard Elder Wuji voice transmission. She wants to discuss cooperation with you, and she can get at least 60%. It's up to you whether you accept it or not. Don't be fooled by her. Elder Wuji then left. Pei Jinya looked at Baihu. Sister, why aren't you leaving? Can I stay with you for a while? Baihu rolled her eyes at him, then sneered. I don't believe that this old fox Wuji didn't tell you anything. He did tell me not to be fooled by you. Pei Jinya looked deeply. Sister, you won't cheat me, will you? You have no conscience. Baihu rolled her eyes at him. Sister, you always think of you first when there is something good. You are so good, you are still thinking that your sister is going to harm you. Although she said so. But Baihu didn't mean to leave because of anger. Pei Jinya also gave her a way out. Then Baihu rolled her eyes at him, and said, an ancient relic was detected by the Federation, and the cultural relics were moved in the next 2 days. You cooperate with my people, and we will grab this batch of treasures together. Ordinary cultural relics are not worth being so concerned about by my sister. Right? Pei Jinya looked over. It involves a civilization in the past. Maybe you can crack the ancient martial arts. Besides that, I think you should be interested in some of the sealed objects inside. Ancient martial arts? Pei Jinya looked curiously. As far as I know, most of the past of this world has been covered up. Are you sure that, before awakening the extraordinary, there really was a more powerful world? The current mainstream view is. The White Fox said softly. Through some ancient ruins, humans have already used existing technology to. Analyzing the mysterious texts discovered, there are indeed civilizations that we don't know about. And not just one. The longest civilization span has existed for 15,000 years. Pei Jinya thought, how long can the ruins discovered this time be located? The White Fox looked at him. Will you join? Pei Jinya joined immediately, but his phone he contacted Xing Tian in the Yuhai space. Xing Tian. I'm here, what happened? Are there any ancient tombs that have just been excavated recently? I have detected some ancient ruins, but I am not sure of their location. Do you have any information? Give me 3 seconds. Pei Jinya looked up at Baihu. What about the personnel configuration? If the Federation directly sent out a dozen or 29th level warriors, I would be killed in seconds. Don't worry about that. I have real-time intelligence. There will be no such problem as you said. Baihu said. She did not lie to Pei Jinya about this. At the same time, Xing Tian has already replied to Pei Jinya. According to my network-wide detection, I have found 3 suspicious areas you mentioned. The first one, Dongzhou Bronze Tomb, found 17 days ago, mining progress unknown. The internal situation of the Bronze Tomb has been blocked by the Federation. Confidentiality level S. I cannot get any information. The second one, Shizhou South China Sea Tree Tomb, found 23 days ago. The entire network has also been blocked, but I still found a satellite photo. Looking down from above, the mined area looks like a big tree. Confidentiality level B. According to survey, it is suspected to be the remains of a civilization from 11,000 years ago. The third place, Nanzhou Kaling, which was discovered 34 days ago, is now in the final stage of survey and excavation. This is the last civilization destination of an ancient tribe in Nanzhou 4,000 years ago. Nanzhou has sent all the discoveries to the federal headquarters in batches. Peijia was thoughtful. The bronze tomb in Dong'o was unexpected. It was actually S-level. I'm afraid there was a major discovery. Otherwise, the Federation would not have classified it as S-level confidential information. As for the South China Sea tree tomb in Shizhou, even the remains of a civilization 11,000 years ago were only B-level. How do we divide the benefits? Peijia looked over and said, let's talk about it in advance. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. You get 6 of the sealed objects and I get 4. If there are any extra, I give you my share. But I want to take all the information away. After Baihu finished speaking, Peijia shook his head and said, impossible. Since I am the leader, I will bear all the risks. And no one knows exactly how many sealed objects there are. Greedy. I have already given you the sealed objects. You should leave me some anyway. Baihu said coquettishly. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be so nervous. But Peijia is a titanium steel man. And he was indifferent to this. Baihu? It seemed that he was too lazy to pretend anymore. He said, then tell me, how do you want to divide it? I will choose the sealed items first. And I can give you the information. But I want to see it. Peijia said. Baihu was relieved when he heard it. As long as the information was in her hands, it would be fine. They immediately hit it off. Shizhou, Leiting City. With a loud bang, heavy rain poured down. Countless bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky. And more than 20 members of the Holy Alliance Dark Department, wearing cloaks and raincoats, lurked in the shadows. When the thunder roared, they could even feel the earth-shaking momentum. The middle-aged man in the lead looked up at the heavy rain that was pouring down like a river from the sky, and frowned slightly. Boss Chen, the rain is so heavy today that the scenery within 100 meters is blurred, and no effective information can be detected at all. The young man, with a crew cut next to him, whispered. The middle-aged man Chen Juhai whispered, we can't see it. Which means that the people of the Federation can't find us either. That right. The young man with a buzz cut raised his head and looked into the distance. The sky and earth were vast, and the sound of raindrops as big as beans hitting the ground was all around his ears. Chen Juhai stretched out his hand, and the young man, with a buzz cut next to him, immediately handed him a slender telescope, whispering, Boss Chen, I really can't see. Chen Juhai didn't say anything. He stretched out the slender telescope and looked through the mirror. The khaki tint in the distance had almost merged into the ground. If he hadn't stepped on the spot in advance and confirmed the other party position, I'm afraid I won't be able to see it for a while. A message came from the communicator at this time. Chen Juhai lowered his head to check. Then his face changed slightly. What wrong, Shentuer? The young man with a crew cut looked over. Just received news that the Federation will advance the time of today transportation. Chen Juhai lowered his voice and quickly looked around. Damn, it a good thing we came early, otherwise we would have missed it. The young man with a crew cut cursed inwardly. Chen Juhai raised his head and looked around. Now the rain affects our vision. The terrain here is also very favorable for us, Xingshan. You take your brothers to go around according to the original plan. Try not to use the elemental cannon. Its power is too strong. If you are not careful, it will destroy what we want. Understood. The thunderstorm came fast and went away fast. Unconsciously, the sound of rain had gradually subsided. In the tent blocked by the cordon, several archaeologists in uniforms talked in low voices from time to time, mostly avoiding the judges around them. Why do you suddenly have to advance? Look at the faces of those people. I guess something has happened. All the information should be sealed up quickly, and we will not be responsible for what happens next. Don't care? Didn't you say that these materials should be sent to our institute first? Why did they go back on their word? Everyone was angry, looking at the old expert in the lead. The old expert sighed and said, we have to take it alive. Right? Everyone's face changed slightly when he heard this. Mr. Lin, what does this mean? The old expert glanced at everyone, slowly put the information in his hand into the metal box. Just got the news, saying that someone has set their sights on this place. No one knows how long it will take for the battle to break out. What? These bastards are coming to steal the information again. Then what shall we do next? Mr. Lin? The old expert looked at everyone and said softly, "Don't worry, after we seal the data, we will retreat first, let the people from the judgment office take the data away, and when we are settled, we will go to the headquarters to translate the relevant information." "Okay, then when shall we leave?" Just then. Dong, dong, dong. It seemed that something fell on the bluestone slab in the corner, and the crisp sound made everyone present slightly startled. What? Someone just asked the question, the next second. Boom! The huge sound almost shattered everyone's eardrums. At the same time, a blazing heat wave washed over. Accompanied by the earth-shaking explosion, thick smoke covered the sky. The whole sky was as turbid as mud, and then it was broken by a huge scarlet flame, like a gorgeous blooming flower of the other shore. Boom boom. The aftermath spread, and the sky was full of flames. In the diffused smoke, countless tiny fragments shot out like hidden weapons. "Get out of the way!" At this moment, someone cried out in surprise. The old expert was blocked by someone. The secretaries of the judgment office reacted very quickly. At the moment of the explosion, a protective shield was set up, and more than a dozen other figures also moved at the same time. Buzz! Rolling heat waves surged down from the shattered house. The two guards closest to the door had no time to dodge in the explosion. He was instantly pierced by countless fragments of the explosion and fell into a pool of blood. This temporary house and bunker began to fall apart under the violent shock, and large pieces of walls fell down. In almost the time it took to breathe, this area of residence had completely turned into ruins. Shen Nanfeng frowned. This time, he was ordered to lead other secretaries of the judgment office to serve as the guards of this ruins. Is a B-level ruins worth mobilizing so many troops? If he hadn't been so agile, he would have been killed on the spot. He hid in a corner. Shen Nanfeng looked back and saw the old expert behind him. He held the knife tightly in his hand and silently signaled the old expert to stay calm. The old expert nodded and hugged the metal box tightly. Shen Nanfeng retracted his gaze and forced himself to calm down. His mind was turning quickly. He didn't rush out rashly. So far, he had no idea what was going on in the outside world. The number of enemies. The enemy equipment. He had no idea about these situations. "Call headquarters, call headquarters." The voice of the secretary of the judgment office came from a distance. But the next second, the sound of the explosive grenade falling on the ground had made a crisp sound again. Shen Nanfeng's face changed drastically. He rushed back and protected the old expert. He stretched out his hand to draw out the light shield. Even so, the shock wave of the explosion still made him slam back. He smashed the wall behind him, with half of his body embedded in it. "Captain Shen." The old expert looked at him worriedly and lowered his voice. Shen Nanfeng reached out and wiped the corner of his mouth, seeing the blood, and shook his head silently at the old expert. He pressed the communicator, "Headquarters." Beep. The signal stopped abruptly. "Damn it!" Shen Nanfeng's face changed. They set up a special signal enhancement device in the ruins, just in case of an invasion one day. Logically, the signal should not be blocked. But Shen Nanfeng cursed inwardly. He thought that the people in the information engineering department were not careful. Huh? Just as he protected the old expert and was about to leave, his ears suddenly moved and he heard something. Boil. Boom. 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 The continuous explosions made everyone dizzy. The enchanting fire lotus bloomed at this moment. The surging flames vented wantonly. Not to mention the walls around. Even the ground could not withstand such an explosion. The explosion did not stop at all. A figure rushed towards the old expert. To be precise, rushed towards the metal box in the old expert hand. Shen Nanfeng roared, forced the other party back. He stepped down hard. Rushed towards the other party. "Who are you?" Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The voice had not fallen yet. More than 20 members of the Holy Alliance appeared in front of them. There was no intention to answer at all. They raised their submachine guns and fired at once. Under the firepower, the light shield that Shen Nanfeng condensed with his hand showed no signs of breaking, but he was defeated again and again. He was then knocked out. Chen Junhai stepped forward. He grabbed the metal box. But the old expert had no intention of letting go. "Old man, don't be shameless. Only when we put things in our hands can we create greater meaning." Puff! The old expert didn't even finish what he was saying. Chen Junhai cut him with a knife with an impatient look on his face. He casually pushed the old expert, who was in the way, away. and the metal box in his hand was taken away on the spot. Qin Junhai was about to leave. His trouser legs were grabbed again. He turned his head and looked. The old expert ignored the bloody wound on his waist and gritted his teeth and said, "The information cannot be handed over to you. Get out." Qin Junhai grabbed the old expert with one hand and threw him away. There was a thump from the ruins on one side. A sound. Qin Junhai ignored it. Shen Nafeng chased over from the other side at this time. And he had no time to care about the life and death of the old expert. He only knew that the information must not be taken away by these people of unknown origin. However, at this moment, in the ruins on one side, the old expert was lifted up from the pool of blood by someone. He held the man's hand with difficulty. "Get it back. Get the information back." "Don't worry, I will get it back." Pei Jinya's eyes were completely emotionless, without even turning his head. He said to the elite assassins of the old god society behind him, "Kill them all." More than 20 figures nodded at him and disappeared silently. The old expert seemed to realize who he was asking for help at this moment. But before he could make any sound, Pei Jinya put his hand on his eyes. "Rest in peace." The next moment, endless darkness descended. Memories emerged. Professor Lin. About the history of this kind of text, I suspect it has something to do with the starburst 20,000 years ago. Professor Lin, Federation headquarters requires us to sign a confidentiality agreement, not to disclose these research findings to the outside world. Are they not going to announce this news to the outside world? Are we not the natives of this world at all? If not, then where did we come from? The Holy Alliance team, which was originally unstoppable, suddenly encountered a major change. Two snakes. Two snakes. Two snakes are gone. Where is the blue bird? The blue bird is also gone. Qin Junhai's face darkened. 1/3 of the team members disappeared silently. When did the secretaries of the Judgment Office become so powerful? But isn't this a B-level relic? Logically, they only need to leave before the large force of the Judgment Office rushes to support them. But now, the inexplicable disappearance made Qin Junhai's expression solemn. "Boss, we only found 3 boxes of information and 2 sealed objects. Do you want to continue searching?" the masked man asked. Qin Junhai had a bad feeling and said immediately, "Retreat." "Dang!" Just then, Qin Junhai and the young man looked at each other and seemed to hear a familiar sound, until a round iron object bounced and rolled on the ground. The faces of the two people changed almost at the same time. Boil! Boom! Boom! The explosions that had stopped sounded again, making those who were already dizzy even more dizzy. Everywhere you could see raging flames rising into the sky from the ruins. A large number of walls that had already become ruins were blown up again. In a blink of an eye, this area where the members of the Holy Alliance and the secretaries of the Judgment Office were located had been blown into a large pit more than 10 meters deep. The explosion that lasted for more than 20 seconds finally ended. Qin Junhai hid behind the bunker. He turned his head and looked. The young man, with a crew cut, was not far from him. His upper body was covered by the rubble. Several arm-sized steel bars had pierced his body. He was obviously twitching, but soon, as a large amount of blood flowed out of the rubble, the twitching gradually stopped. Qin Junhai's face suddenly turned ashen. He narrowed his eyes behind the bunker. He looked through the crack. He saw a group of masked killers wearing sophisticated black armor, completely different from any combat team of the Federation. That is when Qin Junhai had overturned his previous conjecture in his heart. These people are definitely not the Federation combat team. The tragic scene in front of him was very similar to the time when he led his team to sweep across the Federation camp. Qin Junhai was already furious at this moment. Before he could say anything, not far away, a young member of the Holy Alliance leaned against a half-wall and roared, "Who are you?" Bang! Bang! The explosive grenade was thrown directly. The young member who was roaring just now was directly blown into a bloody mist. Qin Junhai was shocked. The opponent weapons and equipment were all better than theirs. Damn! Who are they? Just then, Qin Junhai's heart was tense, and he realized that something was wrong. The next second, the wall behind him made a shattering sound, and a huge force directly blew him away. At the critical moment, Qin Junhai swung his knife and hit the ground. After spinning 3 times, he landed on the ground steadily, but still slid a few meters away. It was only then that he realized that these masked killers in black armor were strong and tough. Whether in attack or perception, they gave people a feeling of being the elite among the elite. Qin Junhai felt a chill in his heart. He realized that it might be a question whether he could get out alive today. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air came. A strand of ice rushed over. Qin Junhai felt a huge sense of danger. With a loud roar, he kicked his legs hard on the ground. Like an agile leopard. Almost at the same time, the wall behind him, that was 10 people thick, was directly broken by the ice silk. Qin Junhai was frightened. If he had hesitated just now, the broken walls on the ground would probably be his end. Qin Junhai did not dare to hesitate at all, and his figure quickly flashed in the deep pits in the ruins. With the help of his own people fighting, he dodged the entanglement of the ice silk female killer. He took advantage of the chaos to pull the Qianquan bag containing 2 seals from the corpse back to his body, and held a metal box under his arm. He had no time to take away the other metal boxes. Qin Junhai didn't want to give his life here. There was a sound of fighting not far away. Qin Junhai crouched, quietly buried himself in the pit, and slowly blocked the huge stone next to the pit in front of him. This area has been blocked. Even if he wanted to run, he couldn't run far. He might as well stay there secretly. When the mysterious killers in front of him were far away, it would be easier for him to escape. 1 minute later. 3 minutes later. Just when Qin Junhai was waiting for the 5th minute, a figure appeared not far from him. Qin Junhai looked elsewhere through the tiny cracks in the stone. He could no longer sense that there were people from the judgment office and the mysterious killers nearby. This meant that he just had to get rid of this troublesome and lonely guy. I can escape. Through the narrow gap, he was judging the distance between himself and the other party. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. The other party was getting closer and closer. 5 meters. At this moment, Qin Junhai threw the explosive grenade in his hand through the gap on one side. Then he dodged into the deep pit. Bang! The explosion sounded instantly. The huge stone slabs made a shattering sound. Just as Qin Junhai was silently counting the time in his heart, suddenly, a hand grabbed his hair and pulled him out. Qin Junhai was stunned. What the hell? Even a grenade can't kill this man? He didn't have time to think about it. He roared. With the blood and chi surging, he attacked with all his strength with the martial arts will of the middle third realm of refining internal organs. The arm holding the sword suddenly swelled up. With a fierce and tragic momentum, he slashed at the mysterious man with a ghost mask in front of him. Crack! The sword broke. Qin Junhai eyeballs almost fell out of his sockets. With his extraordinary 5th level strength, this knife slashed down, but the man was not hurt at all. But the knife was broken? He was stunned. He subconsciously looked at his opponent. Suddenly, one hand directly clasped. Enter the dream. Click. Qin Junhai's body was then thrown into the ruins, and the Qianquan bag and metal box in his arms had fallen into Pei Jinya hands. The voice of the White Fox came from the headset. Judgment, all 7th level war angels are dispatched. You can retreat now. How many are here? Pei Jinya asked calmly, reaching out his hand and pointing, directly killing the Holy Alliance members who tried to sneak attack with beams. A 7th level war angel led the team, and the nearby military is also coming. If you want to kill him, it's best to end the battle within 10 minutes, otherwise the god-killing cannon will lock on you. The White Fox seemed to see what Pei Jinya meant. Pei Jinya swiped out the attribute panel. False God Series, the extraordinary attribute of the God of War, is only one more to be synthesized to the LD3 level. I know. Pei Jinya turned off the communication, and asked the killers of the Old God Society to kill everyone, and then quickly lay mines. Swoosh! The space made a sonic boom. A ray of light descended. Pei Jinya's eyes did not change, and said to the killers of the Old God Society behind him, "You retreat." Everyone nodded. The figures disappeared from the spot one after another. Who are you? The voice of the war angel who suddenly descended asked indifferently, but before the voice was finished, it stopped abruptly. Clang! A sword was unsheathed. This sword, the power was not seen or heard, and it burst out brazenly. There was no nonsense at all. In an instant, Pei Jinya's sword made a thunderous roar. The expression of the war angel froze instantly. I can only help you stop a 9th level extraordinary judge. The rest depends on you. Can you retreat in 3 minutes at most? The voice of the White Fox came. Pei Jinya threw the corpse of the war angel in his hand away. The stone circle was activated, isolated the surrounding ruins. Countless stones were suspended. Then, Pei Jinya opened his 5 fingers. Using the stone circle, he performed the Liu's sword technique. Buzz! In an instant, the void emitted a silent shockwave. The several figures of the 7th level, who had just arrived were all forced to stop moving forward. Until 3 seconds later, a powerful figure of the 9th level directly annihilated this force. The judges around him made way. Meet the Void Angel. The burly middle-aged man looked calmly and looked around. Not long after, a figure broke through the air, looking a little embarrassed. I met the White Fox. This woman seems to be more difficult to deal with than before. The Void Angel said with a gloomy face. It seems, all this was done by the old gods. TSK. The man had red hair, and said meaningfully, this is a big deal. A 7th level battle angel was killed in 3 minutes. It seems that the old gods have unknowingly attracted a strong man we don't know about. Retrace. The Void Angel said 2 simple words. The countless particles in front of him floated. Recondensed. A picture that looked like standard definition appeared in front of everyone. The red-haired man stopped talking and looked up at the screen in front of him. Suddenly he was surprised. The other party has a shield on him, but he can't recognize it? He looked at the virtual angel. The virtual angel face was not good. He didn't answer any questions and continued to stare at the screen. The replay could not determine what kind of extraordinary pay Genia used, but it could be seen that the 7th level war angel paused in midair for a moment. For other people, this kind of stagnation may not be detected at all. But for the virtual angel and the red-haired man, 2 9th level extraordinary people, the details of this moment could not escape their eyes. A moment. The scene ended. The virtual angel and the red-haired man looked at each other. 3 minutes, the actual fighting time was not even more than 17 seconds. Your subordinate missed the opportunity from the beginning, otherwise the battle would not have ended so quickly. The red-haired man said with some regret. The virtual angel snorted coldly. Stupid. The red-haired man shook his head and said, you don't have to be so harsh on him. You also saw the sword that the other party attacked. Ordinary people simply cannot take. This sword? He thought about it carefully, was a little surprised, then raised his head and looked again, said, do you have any ideas? This sword technique is interesting. I can't even tell which sect it comes from. The virtual angel was silent for a moment, also shook his head and said, I can't recognize this sword technique either. This sword is indeed interesting, and the momentum is very strong. It's a pity that I can't experience it in person. The red-haired man said thoughtfully, do you think the old gods will dig up ancient relics that we don't know about? I don't know. Report it to the headquarters, and let them do their own scouting. The virtual angel removed the retrospective screen on the face paint and looked around. Soon, someone came to report. The red-haired man was listening nearby, and then raised his eyebrows, and looked at the virtual angel. Why is the Holy Alliance joining in the fun? Report it together. It's fine if the old gods and the Holy Alliance are 2 black-eating blacks, but they actually came to our judgment office and did whatever they wanted. When the virtual angel thought that his people were crushed and killed in such a way, he couldn't help but get angry. That was a level 7 who had awakened the power of the domain, not an ordinary extraordinary person. It was very difficult to train a level 7 extraordinary person, not as simple as imagined, and the complicated procedures involved made him feel irritated just thinking about it now. The red-haired man asked, the Holy Alliance and the old gods were able to get here, which means we also need to conduct a thorough investigation inside. Agree. The Void Angel said coldly, looking at the red-haired man. You said you met the White Fox of the Old God Society before? And you were injured by her? The red-haired man looked at the bloodstains on his arm and put on a grim smile. Who knows how this woman has so many sealed objects? I am increasingly suspicious that the previous cases of Ruin's invasion are all related to this woman. The Old God Society again. The virtual angel narrowed his eyes, full of murderous intent. The red-haired man looked at the information on his wrist. The star ring has sent a message. The site was sealed off for investigation. Gaia will be revived and restarted soon. Gaia has been dormant for such a long time. It is time to restart. The virtual angel said lightly, then looked at the red-haired man. When will you return to Dong-O? I will go back after selecting the trainees in a week. The red-haired man said, are you going back? I can't go back for the time being. The intelligence just sent above, after comparison. The man who drew the sword today is suspected to be the Demon King of the Old God Society. The virtual angel looked at the backstage information and said, Demon King? The red-haired man was obviously stunned for a moment, and lowered his head to think for a moment. If I remember correctly, I heard about him in some low-end cases before. The virtual angel nodded and said, the higher-ups have raised their evaluation of him. If he did what happened today, I think we are going to have a headache. If it was really the Demon King who did it. The red-haired man was silent for a while, and said, to be able to kill a 7th level extraordinary person in just over 10 seconds. Could it be that this person's strength has reached the 8th level extraordinary person? Even more? We can't rule out the possibility that he is like the white fox of the old gods, a guy with a lot of sealed objects, so he is more difficult to deal with than we thought. The virtual angel frowned. Master Demon, all items have been counted, please check. Inside a large vehicle disguised as a container, 5 huge boxes were placed in front of Peijinha. No one from the old gods dared to disturb him. Peijinha was looking at his attribute panel at this moment. After a fierce fight, 7 more extraordinary genes appeared on the attribute panel. 3 of them were instrument-type extraordinary genes, and 3 were system-type extraordinary genes. Only the 7th level extraordinary judge brought the pseudo-god-type extraordinary genes. Since then, Peijinha's pseudo-god-type extraordinary genes have officially entered LV3. New extraordinary ability 1, Light Slash within a range of 200 meters. New extraordinary ability 2, Disarm lasts for 0.3 seconds, disarms non-god type extraordinary abilities. New extraordinary ability 3, Shock effectively shocks non-light type extraordinary abilities. 0.3 seconds of disarmament. Peijinha originally thought that it seemed useless. However, thinking of today's battle with the 7th level extraordinary, every moment was a life and death duel. If it weren't for his multi-system extraordinary that caught the opponent by surprise, he would not have been able to kill the opponent in such a short time. In this way, it's not bad. There are 5 sealed objects in total. They have been identified. 2 of them are C level. 1 is D level. And 2 are E level. Of course, you could also ask a refiner to identify them yourself. In the courtyard, Baihu placed the 5 sealed objects in front of Peijinha. A palm-sized hourglass, a jade fan, an iron pot similar to a frying pan with 2 palms, and 2 jade swords. Baihu identified them in person in front of Peijinha. She didn't even know that Peijinha actually mastered the refinement. Although not as proficient as him, she could also judge the strength of these 5 sealed objects. Since I have personally come to identify them, why do I need to find someone else? Peijinha smiled, looking trustworthy. This also made Baihu feel a lot more comfortable. You choose. She gestured to look. Peijinha picked up the 2 jade swords and asked, do you know these sealed objects? This jade sword is interesting. Baihu glanced at him, took the jade sword from his hand, then he said, these 2 swords belong to a set. It is recorded in the data that they are called thunder magnetic swords. After refining, they can cut lightning. Logically, there should be more than these 2 swords. Therefore, the 2 swords can only be regarded as C-level sealed objects. If they can be collected in other ruins in the future, they may reach A level or S level. I personally suggest that since you use swords, you can try to refine them. Peijinha put it away without hesitation. Please choose another one. We agreed before. The white fox was also generous. Peijinha smiled and looked at him. Since my sister said so, it would be too disrespectful if I refused. The white fox rolled her eyes at him, and then said, this hourglass is an E-level seal, which can slow down the target within a 1-meter range, similar to a kind of mental disturbance. Peijinha nodded. This thing is not as large as his mental explosion range, obviously useless. After the white fox finished speaking, he picked up the jade cattail leaf fan. This palm leaf fan can create a strong wind within 3 meters. Peijinha rejected it again in his heart. He held a 300 times elemental amplification in his hand. A mere 3 meters of strong wind is nothing at all. His sight naturally fell on the frying pan in Baihu's hand. Even Baihu was a little hesitant at this moment. This thing, to be honest, the material is good. It would be great if it could be transformed into armor. But the pan is too small. Only the size of your 2 palms. Peijinha took the frying pan from Baihu, after weighing it twice. He muttered to himself, it can be used as a brick to stab people from behind. But it won't break them. The white fox glanced at him, and seemed to think Peijinha was not joking. So he said, wash it. Kill the bacteria. Maybe it will make cooking more delicious. Good idea. I take it then, Peijinha said decisively. The white fox thought he was embarrassed. So he gestured, don't feel embarrassed, you have also seen this action. The 9th level is hiding in the dark. The danger level is not low. You can pick the jade fan and hourglass at will without thinking about anything. Peijinha looked at it. Reacting, white fox had misunderstood something, picked up the frying pan. Sister, if you really can't stand it, why don't you give it all to me? Get lost? Okay. Peijinha turned around and was about to leave. But after 2 steps, he stopped again. Here is the data. How is your previous analysis? Can you show me some information and see the world? The previous data has been sealed. Even I find it difficult to see it. White Fox shook his head and said, don't expect too much. In this regard, our old god society has always been slow to develop. So far, the information we have is limited to the part known by the Federation. For example, Paginia's desire to explore was obvious at this moment. White Fox looked at him and said, let's put it this way, so far we only have 7 ancient characters. She revealed the 7 ancient characters on the tablet. These 7 characters are Dao Fei, Wan Mu Wu Ming Xian. White Fox continued, our old god society is many years behind the Federation, Holy Alliance, and other organizations in the research of ancient ruins. This is related to historical issues, it's too complicated to explain. The reason why we started researching now is that our members once found a mural in the ancient ruins. According to the mural, in an uncertain era, there once existed immortal cultivation. Immortal cultivation? Paginia had a strange expression. Are you sure it was immortal cultivation? Who knows? White Fox shrugged and said, who knows? But I will wait and see. Paginia looked over. White Fox smiled indifferently and said, think about it. The Federation has been studying the ancient ruins for many years under the control of the Star Ring. And what is the result? We haven't seen a single immortal cultivator. If you say that the 9th level of the extraordinary is very strong, there is indeed nothing wrong with it. But it is not as powerful as the one in the mural that has the power to create the world. She chuckled and said, perhaps the inspiration of extraordinary abilities is related to cultivation. But at present we have no way of knowing the top-secret information that the Federation has mastered. She looked at Paginia. Paginia said faintly, don't count on me. If the Federation is really so easy to invade, there is no need to count on me. A little newbie. You are still a newbie? Even the 7th level extraordinary is not your opponent. White Fox teased. Didn't someone say before that killing a 9th level person is as easy as killing a chicken? Why are you so cowardly now? Bullshit. How can that be true? Paginia said unhappily. The old god society has countless capable people. Even so, they can't find a chance to pry open the Federation top-secret information. Not to mention him. He has the strength to fight against the extraordinary 9th level person. But there is a price to pay. And he thinks that if he wants to get this kind of top-secret information, he must touch with the Star Ring. The last time he touched it, he consumed more than 1/3 of the power of the Goddess Stone. Now the power of the Goddess Stone is only enough for a full explosion at most. He doesn't want to waste it. It's not a matter of life and death. It's in line with his current development to survive and grow. The White Fox glanced at him faintly, and then looked at the information containing the data. Have you read the information here? I have, but I don't understand it. Paginia shook his head and said. The White Fox nodded. We lack experts in data analysis, otherwise the progress can be a little faster. Who keeps the information you have now? Will there be any problems? Paginia asked with concern. The White Fox took a look and said, in the hands of the President, you must not have any bad ideas, the President level. Let me put it this way, even the Wuji elders have to give in a little. Is there a difference between the 9th level and the 8th level? Paginia clearly noticed this difference. The White Fox nodded. The 9th level is just the dividing point between the 9th level and the 8th level, above the 9th level. You have no idea how strong they are. Some elements accumulate, and they may be both 9th level. But one has a deeper foundation, and the other has a relatively weaker foundation. Seeing Paginia thinking about something, the White Fox said meaningfully, the most terrifying thing in the world is the extraordinary 9th level. You will never know how strong the foundation of some people extraordinary 9th level is. Does it mean that the longer you live, the more foundation you can have? Paginia asked. The White Fox shrugged, in theory. It is true. But I haven't come across many things that can extend a person's lifespan indefinitely. All those that appear are basically controlled by those old monsters. Paginia is not worried. He has a light ball of attributes. If 10 universal extraordinary gene fragments cannot be synthesized, then 100. He can always meet this condition. A moment. Paginia left with all the spoils. The White Fox watched for a moment. The Spirit Fox hurried over, bowed his head, and clasped his fists and said, Master. What going on? The White Fox picked up the already cool teacup, but didn't drink it. He used a little force in his hand to warm the tea. The Void Angel has been dispatched, and will encircle and suppress us in the near future. The spirit fox looked at the white fox carefully and said, Master, there are some complaints from other elders, saying that you shouldn't have taken action. Do you think so too? The white fox said lightly. The spirit fox hurriedly said, Of course. The disciple doesn't think so. It those elders who are short-sighted. I can't understand the good intentions of the master. The white fox smiled softly. You are half right. Those people are indeed short-sighted, but my good intentions are not for them. She turned around, looking at the spirit fox. A 7th-level extraordinary war angel can't even last 15 seconds in the hands of the devil. Who do you think can be on par with him among the new generation of sons of God? The spirit fox's heart trembled. Is the devil so strong? Silence for a moment. Master, the demon king is growing too fast. I know. The white fox chuckled. Who doesn't have a little secret these days? You don't have any? The fox lowered his head hastily. The white fox retracted his gaze thoughtfully. I don't think it risky to bet on the demon king. It's just that the president never asked about the demon king affairs, which is worth pondering. The fox didn't dare to speak. Forget it. The white fox ordered. You take care of the aftermath, don't leave any tails. Yes. Zhongzhou, Dapeng City. When Pei Jinya returned to the Jiang family, the news about the invasion of the Shizhou archaeological ruins by the rebel organization was being broadcast on TV. Elites from all walks of life were almost all condemning this act of destroying the ancient ruins. Pei Jinya found a very interesting point. In the report of the Federation, the existence of the Holy Alliance was completely concealed, and the matter was completely put on the head of the Old God Society. Didn't you notice? That's absolutely impossible. It only means that the other party just wants the old gods to attract all the firepower. Interesting. Pei Jinya retracted his gaze, and did not continue to look over. Not long after, Zhong Xian appeared with Lin Shibei. Boss. Lin Shibei greeted respectfully. Sit down. Zhong Xian, give him a set of tableware. Pei Jinya gestured. Yes, boss. After Zhong Xian left, Lin Shibei reported the recent layout. Everything was in preparation for Pei Jinya to leave Dapeng City. Boss, the production line of the simulation machine seems to have been noticed by someone. At present, the other party cannot confirm whether we are producing, but there are some unfamiliar faces near the production line. Pei Jinya said concisely, let Xi and Chum go, to make it clean. No need to investigate, kill them all. And Lin Shibei seemed to have long been accustomed to the boss' simplicity and directness. Yes.